Chapter 1. The Forbidden Fruit. In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, the radiant glow of the setting sun cascades into the ninja academy, enveloping it in an air of serene elegance. Yet amidst this tranquility, one child stands out as a stark anomaly. Shadow Clone Technique. Poof! A puff of white smoke billows forth, yet no clone materializes. Another failure. A faint smile of resignation graces Yuya's face. He has been in this world for several years now. This is a realm inhabited by ninjas, and Yuya once harbored dreams of becoming a prodigy, dazzling the ninja world with his brilliance. However, the reality is that his body struggles to harness chakra, let alone master ninjutsu. His chakra reserves are but a fraction of those possessed by his peers, and he cannot even succeed in performing the most basic of techniques, regardless of the effort he exerts. While it is true that specializing in taijutsu offers powerful forbidden techniques like the 8 gates, which could even rival the likes of Madara Uchiha, what I seek is not ephemeral glory, but everlasting brilliance. Yuya gazes wistfully at the heavens. Oh, heavens, must you toy with him so? Sigh, with the second great ninja war looming just 2 years away, I will be utterly defenseless. Not even a genin, let alone a chunin or jnin, will be capable of safeguarding themselves. Yuya sighs again. He arrived in this world on the eve of the second great ninja war, an ill-timed juncture indeed. At merely 8 years of age, his time is running perilously short. In 2 years, without sufficient self-defense capabilities, he faces a fate akin to that of mere cannon fodder in the impending conflict. Yuya has no desire to become a scapegoat. Enough of this brooding. I should head to the back mountain and continue training in taijutsu. Even if ninjutsu eludes me, I cannot afford to give up easily. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yuya rises and strides toward the woods behind the school. As he walks, he occasionally catches the curious gazes of other students from the ninja academy. I hear that guy hasn't successfully mastered a single ninjutsu yet. He probably won't even pass the graduation assessment. Indeed, a child from a minor ninja village can never hope to compare with us Konohaban geniuses. Whispers and derisive glances surround him, yet Yuya remains unfazed. A group of insignificant children when the second great ninja war begins in 2 years. They will learn the true meaning of despair. However, one must admit, his luck has indeed been rather unfortunate. Merely arriving in this world and becoming a standard ninja of Konoha would have sufficed. Yuya would even have been content to belong to a prominent clan like the Senju or Uchiha, as long as he had a normal family. Alas, the bitter truth is that he has no family at all. Yuya was not born in Konoha. He hails from a small ninja village that has been annihilated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yuya may very well be its sole survivor, discovered and brought back to Konoha by its ninjas. As an outsider, even as a child, he finds himself unwelcome in Konoha, subjected to cold stares everywhere he goes. Yet Yuya has grown accustomed to it. Arriving at a small grove behind the school, he approaches a wooden post. The top of this post bears a distinct dent, a result of countless side kicks and punches he has inflicted upon it, painstakingly carved out over time. Even without the talent for ninjutsu, Yuya has never entertained the thought of giving up. Gazing at the bandages wrapped around his hands and feet, he takes a deep breath and suddenly delivers a kick to the dent in the post. 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Sweat pours down like rain. Soon, an overwhelming fatigue washes over him, particularly around his ankles, which begin to ache, throb, and swell. Yet Yuya presses on, gritting his teeth in determination. In this desolate space, as darkness approaches, he diligently trains in taijutsu. If he cannot master ninjutsu, then taijutsu is his sole avenue for advancement, demanding efforts that far surpass those of his peers. Huff, huff. Gradually, Yuya's breaths grow more labored, his clothes thoroughly drenched in perspiration, droplets cascading to the ground. Finally, when his legs begin to tingle and he feels unsteady, he pauses. Time for a break. Next, 500 straight punches, followed by 200 side kicks. Yuya sits down briefly, gazing at the last remnants of sunlight on the horizon, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. If only he could enjoy such moments daily, relishing the beauty of the scenery amidst his training. But alas, with the specter of the Second Great Ninja War, the Third Great Ninja War, and even the Fourth Great Ninja War looming overhead, tranquility is a luxury he cannot afford. Just as Yuya prepares to rise and resume his training after a short rest, he suddenly halts in astonishment. For he notices, as the final rays of sunlight fade, a peculiar shadow cast in a certain direction within the grove. What could that be? A flicker of curiosity dances across Yuya's face. The shadow is small, resembling an apple. Could there be some delectable fruit hidden within this grove? Driven by intrigue, Yuya cautiously approaches the source of the shadow. As the sky darkens, he retrieves a ninja tool for illumination and continues onward. After a short distance, he halts before a patch of grass, his expression suddenly blank, as though he has seen a ghost. Clang! In shock, his illuminating tool slips from his grasp and clatters to the ground. The light vanishes, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What is this? Yuya quickly crouches down, groping around until he retrieves the lamp, shining it towards the grass. His expression remains in a state of bewilderment. At last, Yuya cautiously extends his hand to retrieve the object hidden within the grass. It is a peculiar fruit. Bizarre in appearance, any inhabitant of the Naruto world would likely mistake it for a toxic fruit and discard it without a second thought. Yet Yuya is different. As an anime enthusiast, he recognizes it instantly. A devil fruit. How could this thing possibly exist in the Naruto world? Staring at the exquisitely crafted fruit in his hand, which bears no semblance of being a counterfeit, Yuya's face registers pure astonishment. This defies all logic. Could it truly just be some poisonous fruit that fortuitously grew into such a shape? The thought flits through his mind. Yet Yuya quickly shakes his head in denial. No, it is far too similar, far too convincing to be anything but genuine. Chapter 2. The Shock Release Bloodline Limit. Ultimately, despite the impossibility of the situation, Yuya grits his teeth and takes a bite of the fruit that resembles the devil fruit. 1 second, 2 seconds. No changes manifest in his body. Seems like it's not a toxic fruit, but it also appears to lack any special abilities. Yuya stands there, a hint of disappointment creeping into his expression. He cannot ascertain the ability of the fruit he just consumed, as his memories of this world have begun to blur over time. Yet as of now, he feels no sign of an ability awakening, leading him to believe that it was merely a whimsical notion that the fruit simply fortuitously grew to resemble that of the devil fruit. Forget it. After shaking his head, Yuya returns to the wooden post where he had been training, lights the lamp, and prepares to begin his 500 straight punches. However, just as Yuya clenches his fist, ready to strike the post, a look of astonishment crosses his face. What is this? In that instant, he senses a faint flow of chakra within his body, accompanied by a delicate white aura enveloping his fist. In the next moment, Yuya suddenly realizes. A look of uncontainable excitement spreads across his face. Could this be the ability from the devil fruit I just consumed? Wait, this white aura feels so familiar. Could it be? In his exhilaration, Yuya's eyes widen in disbelief, akin to one struck by a windfall. This white aura, though faint, must indeed be the ability. With this thought, Yuya, brimming with enthusiasm, strikes the wooden post with a powerful punch. Buzz! As his fist approaches the post, the faint white aura explodes around it. Crack! A barely audible sound emanates from the point of contact, reminiscent of ice or glass shattering, as fine cracks ripple through the air. It is an eerie sight. The air appears to shatter like glass. Then, a surge of shock wave surges forth, crashing into the wooden post, which has already been deeply indented by Yuya's previous strikes. Crack! The post splinters, forcibly severed at the point of impact. Retrieving his fist, Yuya can no longer contain his elation. There is no doubt about it. This is the ability, one of the most powerful fruits in the world of One Piece, the Tremor fruit. The individual who consumes the Dinjun gains the extraordinary ability to unleash vibrations at will, whether they manifest as air quakes, seismic tremors, or oceanic shocks. When fully realized, this power could even possess the capability to obliterate the world itself. In that moment, Yuya was far too exhilarated to ponder the perplexing appearance of the devil fruit in the realm of Naruto. With immense enthusiasm, he clenched his fists, observing the faint white glow emanating from them, his face awash with excitement and surprise. With this newfound power, he mused, what need is there for the mastery of ninjutsu? After a considerable interval, Yuya gradually regained his composure. Although it is indeed remarkable to have acquired the power of the Dinjin, it seems to differ slightly from my expectations, he reflected thoughtfully, approaching the base of a towering tree. The wooden stake he had previously utilized lay shattered, leaving him no choice but to experiment with this grand tree instead. Huh! With a firm resolve, Yuya uttered a soft exclamation and tightened his fist. Buzz! Once again, the white light manifested, albeit rather dimly. In the next instant, Yuya swung his fist toward the trunk with sudden force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, yet his fist never made contact with the bark. It halted a few inches away, but the sensation conveyed to Yuya was akin to having struck something tangible. This exemplifies the air vibration power of the Dunjun Gusher, allowing the air to be treated as if it were a solid entity, and with further development, it could potentially shatter the fabric of space itself. Crack! Delicate fissures spread through the air, resembling the very fracturing of space itself. However, these cracks were exceedingly fine. The massive tree, as thick as a person's embrace, quivered slightly under the force of the shockwave, shedding a few leaves in the process. TSK. It is clear that immediately upon acquisition, one cannot expect to shatter everything with a single punch. Diligent training and continual development are essential, Yuya acknowledged, nodding in agreement while a peculiar expression crossed his face. For just moments ago, as he wielded the Dunjun Gushi's abilities, he distinctly sensed a slight depletion of chakra within him. Of course, it was an exceedingly minute expenditure. Could it be that the Dunjun Gushi's powers in the Naruto universe are intricately linked to chakra, transforming into something akin to a Dunjun bloodline limit? With this query lingering in his mind, Yuya resumed his meticulous testing. After a while, he began to comprehend the nature of the power he had obtained. The Dunjun Gushi, which Yuya now termed Dunjun bloodline limit, enabled the vibrations to imbue his punches, taijutsu, and even thrown shuriken and kunai. Yet, the magnitude of this power was directly correlated to his physical strength. In simpler terms, the stronger his body, the greater the vibrational force he could unleash. If Yuya could unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates, entering the state of the 8 gates formation, it would not be inconceivable for him to shatter the moon with a single blow. Moreover, while the vibrational force consumed chakra, the expenditure was negligible. The chakra required to exert this vibrational force was even less than that of a drank ninjutsu, and despite Yuya's relatively poor constitution, he felt no strain in unleashing it. Thus, the issue of chakra remained a non-concern. Yuya's primary focus must be on enhancing his physical strength and honing his taijutsu. The stronger his body, the more potent the vibrational force he could wield. At present, Yuya's punches could merely cause the tree, as thick as his embrace, to tremble slightly, dislodging a few leaves. The prospect of shattering even a crank ninjutsu seemed a daunting challenge, a level of power that clearly did not satisfy Yuya. He yearned to grow stronger. There are indeed numerous forbidden techniques to bolster physical strength: the Sage Mode, the overwhelming power of the Third Hokage lightning techniques, and the 8 gates. With each thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yuya's eyes, but ultimately, he could only smile wryly. For he possessed none of these techniques at present, and acquiring them would prove exceedingly difficult. With this in mind, Yuya resolved to cease his wandering thoughts and instead focus on diligently enhancing his physical strength. Once he had achieved sufficient power, he could gradually seek out these forbidden techniques. As he prepared to resume his training, a sudden flash of insight ignited in Yuya's mind. Chapter 3. Kushina. The wielder of a devil fruit possesses a significant flaw, an aversion to seawater and sea stone. Although this world lacks sea stone, the fear of water itself poses a considerable challenge. With this consideration, Yuya resolved to conduct a test. Returning to his modest dwelling, he procured a wooden tuban, exceedingly simplistic vessel, typically used for bathing. As an outsider, Yao was grateful for the accommodation provided by Konoha, so the basic furnishings of his room were of little consequence to him. After filling the tub with water, he shed his garments and leapt into it, crouching down to immerse his entire body. While ordinary water lacks the severe restrictions of seawater, in the original narrative, those who wielded devil fruits often experienced weakness and lethargy when submerged. 1 second, 2 seconds. As a minute elapsed, Yao felt no signs of weakness whatsoever. Suddenly rising to his feet, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Ordinary water poses no adverse effects at all? The recently pervasive atmosphere of gloom was alleviated by Jiraiya's intervention, even managing to uplift Tsunade as Jiraiya had predicted. With a head full of bandages, he bid farewell to Getsuki and slipped away, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to lead Getsuki and the Leaf Village troops in their retreat from the Rain Ninja Village. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War could finally be considered at an end. Although the battlefield of the Rain Ninja Village bore no resemblance to its former self, the Leaf Village troops collectively withdrew, with Tsunade reluctantly taking the lead alongside Getsuki. Leaf Village, Getsuki mused as he walked. Just a day prior, he had merely been an average sports enthusiast, yet now he stood upon the cherished soil of his beloved two-dimensional realm. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips. A blend of excitement and joy, Tsunade, casting furtive glances at Getsuki, etched his demeanor into her memory. Her gaze momentarily drifted, as if she discerned another figure before her. Tsunade-sama. What's wrong? Getsuki inquired, snapping her back to reality. Thank you for bringing me back to the Leaf, he continued. Thank who? If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Jiraiya. He has an affinity for meddling, Tsunade replied, her tone cool, yet betraying a hint of tenderness upon closer inspection. Getsuki chuckled softly, replying, Even so, I believe I ought to thank you. Tsunade regarded him for a moment before turning away. Suit yourself. With that, their conversation concluded, and Tsunade returned her focus to the path ahead, while Getsuki fell silent. Together, they walked at the forefront of the group, one tall, one small. Tsunade took a discreet breath, unnoticed by anyone around her. The faint metallic scent of blood wafting from behind made her stomach churn. Her position at the front was deliberate, as she wished to avoid the sight of the blood that repulsed her, even if it belonged to comrades who had fought alongside her on this battlefield. Jiraiya had once again meddled, bringing back a young boy and casting him directly into Tsunade's life. Initially furious, she found herself struck by how much this boy resembled her late brother, Nawaki, not merely in appearance, but in the aura he exuded, particularly when he smiled, conjuring memories of her childhood with Nawaki. Stealing another glance, she observed Getsuki walking quietly, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes seemingly aglow, as similar. The resemblance was uncanny. A wave of sorrow washed over Tsunade. Nawaki, too, had possessed such a radiant light in his eyes, not the warmth of the sun, but rather like a sturdy tree, gently embracing everything around it. Regaining her composure, Tsunade pushed aside her sadness and continued to follow the retreating troops. The following days were spent in retreat, although the Rain Ninja Village was not far from the Leaf Village. The collective journey extended the duration considerably. Throughout this time, Getsuki remained close to Tsunade. Though they exchanged few words, the atmosphere shifted as other ninjas began to shed the shadows of loss, the grimness dissipating with the war's conclusion. After several days of travel, the long-anticipated sight of the Leaf Village finally materialized before them. As they traversed the wooded paths, the spirits of the accompanying group soared. The grand entrance of the village gradually emerged, its outline becoming clearer. That it was akin to spotting an island while at sea, and for Getsuki, the Leaf Village represented his newfound land. Mission: enter the Leaf Village with Jiraiya's assistance. Completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. As he took his first step through the entrance, a voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 3. The Ninja Academy. Do you wish to attend school? Tsunade inquired, momentarily taken aback by the bowing boy before her. Just days earlier, upon returning to the Leaf, Getsuki, as a war orphan, was expected to reside in an orphanage. However, Tsunade had chosen to keep him close due to the striking resemblance he bore to her brother. Yes, please. Gitsuki maintained his bow. This request arose as the system had unexpectedly triggered a new task. Task triggered. Enroll in the Ninja Academy. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Setting aside the task's implications, Gitsuki had long harbored a desire to attend school. And now this opportunity presented itself, serving a dual purpose. The system was as key to stability within the ranks of the Hokage, and each lottery draw represented a chance for growth. All right, Tsunade sighed, ruffling her hair as she observed the still bowing Gitsuki. Very well, I shall speak with the third Hokage about it. Really? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Gitsuki's head shot up, his face alight with excitement. Rest assured, would I ever deceive you? Tsunade chuckled internally, bemused by the boy's enthusiasm over merely attending school. As Gitsuki laughed, he realized this would allow him to interact with characters from the original story, and additionally grant him another chance at the lottery. Tsunade, observing all of this, was unaware that her own mood had improved. True to her word, Tsunade approached the third Hokage that very day, resulting in Gitsuki receiving a notification the following morning. He was to start school the next day. At that moment, the system also indicated that the task was complete, granting Gitsuki a total of 3 lottery draw opportunities, which he intended to utilize before beginning school. System, lottery draw. Seated in his room at Tsunade's home, he awaited the results. Congratulations, host! You have obtained mastery in swordsmanship, C rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, and Senju bloodline, unawakened, A rank. The electronic voice echoed in his mind, leaving Gitsuki momentarily stunned. Not for any particular reason, but due to the unexpectedly excellent results of his 3 consecutive draws. It was as if he'd been graced by luck itself. Securing the 2 most formidable bloodlines in the Naruto universe was no small feat. Though neither was fully realized, it was still an extraordinary outcome. Before long, Gitsuki began to sense a transformation within his body. His vision sharpened, a surge of energy coursed through him, and his mind brimmed with swordsmanship knowledge. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting him to dash into the bathroom without a second thought. His handsome visage appeared in the mirror, in addition to his finely chiseled features. The most striking aspect was the pair of blood-red eyes. 3 Tomo circled his pupils, giving him an exceptionally cool appearance. Now I too am a member of the Red-Eyed Club, Gitsuki chuckled, then blinked, causing the Sharingan to vanish and revert to his normal black pupils. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan, was something he could not afford to reveal, as he was not of their lineage. Just as Gitsuki was contemplating his next move, the door swung open. What are you doing in here, Gitsuki? Come on, let us go out for a meal. With a resigned sigh, he recognized the voice immediately. It was Tsunade who had taken him in. We're celebrating your upcoming school day, of course, Tsunade declared, unbothered by Gitsuki's protests as she effortlessly hoisted him out of the room. Hey, don't strangle me. I can't breathe. Gitsuki struggled, finally managing to catch his breath. Oh. Tsunade released him, her gaze sweeping over him. What's wrong? Gitsuki asked, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. You've grown significantly stronger. Just a bit, he admitted, knowing he could not conceal his progress from someone of Tsunade's caliber. Still, you have much further to go. Tsunade playfully wrapped the top of his head with her hand before dusting off her palms with a satisfied expression. Now, let us eat. Yushu, with a helpless smile, brushed his hair and then followed the spirited Tsunade. Ate tea this moment. Tsunade had yet to depart from Konoha and was not yet the gambling addict as depicted in the original narrative. She was in her prime, embodying the beauty and spirit of youth, akin to a slightly unripe red apple. Instead of sending him to an orphanage, she treated him with genuine care. Although Yushu was unaware of the reasons behind her actions, it was evident that Jiraiya's words had not sufficiently influenced Tsunade to treat him in such a manner. Nevertheless, Yushu cherished this sentiment in his heart that on this occasion, while dining out, Yushu encountered a delightful surprise. The well-known Ichiraka ramen was already in existence, but instead of meeting the familiar Ichiraka Tuchi, he encountered Tuchi's son, who was still but a child in Konoha. Thus, the day passed, and Yushu finally welcomed the commencement of his school days. Early the following morning, Yushu prepared himself, while Tsunade remained fast asleep, exhibiting none of the traits expected of Guardian. It was only when Yushu called out that she stirred, and I'll leave this little rascal in your care. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will do my utmost to guide him. After Tsunade escorted Yushu to school and spoke to the teacher, his academic journey officially began. Today, we have a new student in our class. Let us invite him to introduce himself. The teacher announced. The words left the teacher's lips. Yushu stepped into the classroom, where all eyes swiftly turned towards him. To his astonishment, he spotted an unexpected face. With golden hair, a gentle visage, and eyes radiating warmth like a small sun, the boy captivated Yushu's attention. This boy was none other than the renowned Minato Namikaze, known to all who had watched Naruto. The future Yellow Flash and Fourth Hokage, a prodigious ninja, and the protagonist's father. Yushu had not anticipated encountering Minato, let alone being in the same cohort. Nevertheless, this twist promised to render Yushu's life far more intriguing. Yellow Flash. Huh? Yushu pondered as he regarded Minato, eager to test his prowess and ascertain his own current capabilities. After a brief self-introduction, Yushu settled into a seat not far from Minato. Their eyes met once more. Yushu nodded, and Minato reciprocated. Just as Yushu had taken notice of Minato, so too had Minato observed Yushu. He sensed a distinct difference in Yushu, identifying him as a worthy rival, which piqued Minato's interest. After a theory class concluded, a familiar pattern emerged as classmates began to approach the new transfer student. Yushu had no intention of fostering an atmosphere of awkwardness, and thus engaged with them amicably. Hello, my name is Minato Namikaze. It is a pleasure to meet you. Minato introduced himself with a bright smile. Yushu returned the gesture, and thus a bond began to form between them. The first day's lessons were unremarkable, comparable to his life prior to his transmigration. It was merely a tedious process. Perhaps due to the recent start of the term, the focus had primarily been on history, with little engagement in chakra refinement. How was school? Upon returning home, Yushu found Tsunade indulging in a modest drink, her complexion slightly flushed. Do not overindulge, he cautioned before proceeding to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Having lived independently prior to his transmigration, Yushu was quite adept at cooking and willingly took on the responsibility to avoid being a burden. This little rascal is learning to manage things at such a young age. Tsunade chuckled, taking another sip, her laughter resonating with vigor. Drinking excessively has its drawbacks. School was rather dull today, but I did meet a rather interesting classmate. You are indeed youthful, Yushu remarked as he prepared the meal. Grateful for the proximity of the kitchen to the living area. Being in your 20s hardly qualifies as youthful. It's quite advanced, considering that being a ninja is not a profession known for longevity. I still find it acceptable. It is just the right age, don't you think? Such seemingly inconsequential conversations constituted the essence of Yushu and Tsunade's daily interactions, ordinary yet cherished, as the dialogue waned. Yushu paused, listening to Tsunade's soft, rhythmic breathing, but a subtle smile graced his lips as he chopped vegetables with a gentler touch. The sun began to set, casting a warm yet cool glow, while Tsunade lay on the tatami mat. A blanket draped over her, her flushed cheeks appearing all the more alluring. Chapter 4. The prodigy Yushu's life gradually found its rhythm, and his rapport with Minato flourished. Under Tsunade's guidance, he began refining his chakra, a process that astonished her due to the abundance inherent in his Senju lineage, although she refrained from delving deeper into the implications that a month passed in such a manner, with Yushu diligently training in kunai usage and taijutsu, when another surprise arrived unexpectedly. Today, we welcome a new student to our class. Let's invite her to introduce herself, the teacher announced. As Yushu's gaze turned towards the entrance, he beheld a striking young woman. Her flowing red hair cascaded down her back, and her black eyes shone with determination, her petite frame exuding charisma. Yushu recognized her instantly. Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of Naruto. I am Kushina Uzumaki, and my dream is to become the first female Hokage, she declared, confidently jotting down her name, leaving her classmates momentarily stunned. However, instead of applause, laughter erupted. The first female Hokage? Look at her hair and that round face. She looks just like a tomato. You're right. She really does resemble a tomato. Ha! The classroom buzzed with mirth, and Kushina's face visibly reddened with indignation at their remarks. Wow, she is turning red, truly a tomato. Yushu observed, intrigued by how Kushina's cheeks flushed, enhancing her resemblance to the fruit. What did you say? Kushina retorted angrily, but her words fell on deaf ears that, oh no, the tomato is angry. Haha, don't provoke her. She is aiming to be the first female Hokage. Ultimately, Kushina, being but one person, could not contend with the collective onslaught of her peers, and her inability to retaliate only compounded her frustration. Minato, observing from the sidelines, maintained his focus on Kushina, intrigued by her ambition, as he too aspired to become Hokage. Meanwhile, Yushu, witnessing Kushina's struggle against the tide of mockery, sighed in resignation. Raising his hands, Yushu clapped vigorously, the sudden applause silencing the raucous classroom. Mocking someone's dream is the lowest of actions. Regardless of your opinions, they have the right to aspire and voice their ambitions, that if you lack the resolve to pursue your own dreams, you have no right to belittle others' aspirations. In the now quiet classroom, all eyes were fixed on Yushu as he spoke. His words seemed to resonate, and the classmates began to reflect on their actions, falling silent regarding Kushina. She, in turn, huffed in acknowledgement. Thus, the turmoil surrounding Kushina dissipated, and it was noteworthy that her seat was conveniently located directly in front of Yushu. Thank you. A gentle voice accompanied by a flash of red hair brushed past Yushu. He smiled softly in return, waiting for Kushina to settle before replying, his voice barely audible to those around. You're welcome. You were quite impressive. As his words lingered, Kushina, his hand trembled slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Hidden from Yushu's view, you aim to be Hokage as well? My name is Minato Namikaze. Like you, my goal is also to become Hokage. The determined Kushina has taken a keen interest in Minato Namikaze, who shares a similar goal. Just after class, she made her way over to him. Known for his amiable nature, Minato, the class's little son, is not only a genius, but also hails from humble beginnings. Earning the affection of his classmates in the past, his radiant smile had a significant impact. However, it regrettably had an opposite effect on Kushina. Someone as foolish as you could never become Hokage. That title is meant for me, Kushina declared, her masculine bravado eliciting a few awkward chuckles from Minato. Tsukamori, observing the exchange, couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Foolish. That's quite an interesting assessment of Minato. Tsukamori, who shared a good rapport with Minato, openly laughed. What a surprising remark. Minato scratched his head, as this was the first time someone had called him foolish. However, what took him aback even more was Kushina's subsequent comment. And you resemble a girl. Lacking any manliness, so dainty. Minato froze in place, while Tsukamori erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Kushina showed no mercy, labeling Minato's unique, gentle demeanor as effeminate, which understandably left him speechless. Regardless, this exchange marked the beginning of a budding friendship among Tsukamori, Kushina, and Minato. Life continued as usual. Although Tsukamori occasionally intervened to assist Kushina, her situation remained unchanged. While no one openly criticized her, whispers behind her back branded Kushina as a tomato. This infuriated her, leading to a confrontation where she decisively dealt with the boys who spoke ill of her. Consequently, her nickname evolved from tomato to blood-red chili pepper. Nonetheless, this did not deter Tsukamori, who maintained a friendly rapport with Kushina, often exchanging banter, which helped them grow closer. Today, after several months of theoretical classes and tedious kunai throwing practice, the Ninja Academy finally held its first practical combat lesson. Students were to engage in friendly matches, albeit with a focus on restraint at IT. Was during this time that a long-awaited system task was triggered. Task initiated. Defeat Minato Namikaze in the match. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Tsukamori had been eagerly anticipating this system task, as it represented the quickest means for him to grow stronger. As the matches commenced, Tsukamori found himself pitted against Minato. An anticipation buzzed among the spectators, eager to witness the clash of two prodigies. Tsukamori, give that dainty boy a good thrashing. Kushina cheered, having already defeated her opponent, and now rooting for Tsukamori with an exuberant demeanor. The two contenders approached each other, exchanging greetings and a handshake before taking their positions. Minato's eyes sharpened, his demeanor shifting significantly. Begin! The teacher's command echoed, and in an instant, Both figures sprang into action. They collided with a swift force, their arms locking in a stalemate. After a brief moment of mutual recognition, they broke the deadlock, launching into a flurry of physical techniques, straight punches, whip kicks, and blocks, all executed with remarkable precision and speed. Tsukumori narrowly evaded Minato's whip kick with a deep squat, countering with a sweeping kick aimed at Minato's lower body. However, Minato, no ordinary foe, adeptly leaped into the air, evading the attack and countering with a kick of his own. Tsukumori, too, was no slouch. Having a martial arts expert in his family, he responded in kind, their feet colliding with a jarring impact. Ignoring the momentary pain, both displayed faint smiles of camaraderie that end the next heartbeat. They retreated, reaching for their ninja pouches to retrieve kunai and scrolls. A swift motion sent several black kunai flying through the air, clashing with a resounding clang. The teacher, observing the escalating intensity, felt a twinge of concern. After all, kunai were not to be trifled with, yet he deemed it inappropriate to intervene. The sound of kunai clashing rang out repeatedly, but soon Minato found himself pushed back several steps, though kunai were not swords. Tsukumori's mastery of swordsmanship gave him a considerable advantage. Minato struggled to keep pace, feeling the pressure of Tsukumori's relentless assault. "You are impressive, Tsukumori. From the first time I saw you, I sensed you would be a formidable opponent," Minato exclaimed, his voice filled with joy at having found a worthy rival. "You too," Tsukumori replied, eliciting a smile from Minato. "Now it's time to end this," Minato declared, charging forward. Tsukumori stood his ground, ready to meet him. With a powerful surge, Minato collided with Tsukumori, their kunai clashing once more. This time, Minato added a kick to the fray. Tsukumori absorbed the blow with his knee, but Minato's intention lay elsewhere. He leveraged Tsukumori's momentum to launch himself into the air. In combat, taking to the skies is often perilous, yet Minato seemed to thrive in this realm. The onlookers watched in awe as he relinquished his kunai, poised for an aerial attack. Tsukumori effortlessly deflected the incoming strike, and gasps filled the as he gazed upward. A smile crept on Tsukumori's face. Minato had once again surprised everyone. With nimble fingers, Minato began to form hand seals mid-air, showcasing his talent as a novice ninja capable of utilizing ninjutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. In mere seconds, he completed the seals, and as he spoke, a powerful gust erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Tsukumori. With a smirk, Tsukumori recognized Minato's prowess. Truly the most talented genius among the Hokage. Devoid of any lineage, pure talent. Yet, Tsukumori was no pushover. Although Minato unleashed a C-rank ninjutsu, he was still a novice. Tsukumori swiftly evaded the attack. The tide of battle turned against Minato, with his ninjutsu failing to make an impact. He was met with Tsukumori's advance as he descended. Minato wore a bittersweet smile, facing the kunai poised at his throat, and the equally smiling Tsukumori, a splendid fight. Losing is merely a part of it. Tsukumori sheathed his kunai, stepping back to form a gesture of reconciliation. "Next time, I shall not be defeated." "Likewise," Minato replied, and the two exchanged a hearty handshake. The first duel between these two prodigies ended with Tsukumori's victory. "You did well, defeating that dainty boy," Kusanai cheered, approaching Tsukumori, while Minato let out a sheepish laugh. "Well, it's rare for us to finish school this early. How about we grab a bite together?" "My treat," Tsukumori proposed, acting as a mediator. Although Kusanai initially seemed reluctant, she eventually followed along with Tsukumori and Minato, eager to explore Konohagakure, a place she had yet to fully experience. Thus, the trio wandered through the village as dusk settled in. Kusanai and Minato returned to their homes, while Tsukumori headed to his own abode. The cool evening air of Konoha was refreshing yet retained a hint of warmth. Just perfect. Chapter 5. Ordinary Days. System, Lottery Draw. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Fire Release Ninjutsu Grand Gift Pack, S rank, which includes the following techniques. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, C rank. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique, C rank. Fire Release. Phoenix Flower Claw Red, C rank. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique, B rank. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Fireball, B rank. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinction, A rank. Fire Release. Great Fire Obliteration, A rank, and Fire Release. Dragon Flame Song Technique, A rank. My goodness, has the tide truly turned? Yushu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely utilized the lottery opportunity he acquired from his duel with Minato Namikaze out of boredom, and yet fortune had smiled upon him so generously. Just as well, as he currently knew nothing beyond the Rasengan, this was a perfect opportunity to address his shortcomings that a smile crept across Yushu's face. It seemed his strength was poised to rise substantially once more. Attributes that it had been some time since he last assessed his own capabilities, so Yushu decided to take a look now. Name. Jishin Yushu status. Normal abilities. Rasengan, A rank. 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank. Senju Bloodline, Awakened, A rank. Mastery of Swordsmanship, C rank. Fire Release Ninjutsu Grand Gift Pack, S rank. Combat Power. Chunin. His combat prowess had soared for being unremarkable to Chunin, although he remained uncertain of his precise ranking within that tier. Nevertheless, the progress he had made in just a few months was undeniably impressive. One could not help but appreciate the comfort provided by such a fortunate twist of fate, gazing at the attribute panel. A flicker of confusion crossed Yushu's eyes. There remained a few question marks following the combat power designation, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Regrettably, the system had proven unreliable, falling into a slumber upon its arrival, and it was unlikely he would receive any answers if he inquired now. Perhaps it was simply a bug. Disregarding those thoughts, Yushu found himself eager to pursue 2 particular goals. The first was to seek out a fine sword, so that he might truly utilize his mastery of swordsmanship. The second was to experiment with the newly acquired Fire Release Ninjutsu, which promised to be exhilarating. As he pondered, a melodious voice wafted in from outside his room. It was Tsunade's voice. Yushu, I need to step out for a while. Would you like to join me? Just a moment. I'll be right there. Yushu promptly replied. Following the Second Great War, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood, while others might have been untroubled. This was a grave affliction for a medical ninja. Consequently, she had spent the past few months in a state of idleness back in Konoha. One could say she had become quite the slacker, relying on Yushu for daily care, while she indulged in tea and relaxation. Please hurry, Tsunade responded, her footsteps light as she began to depart. Yushu took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Almost forgetting, he realized he needed to conceal this. Otherwise, he would find himself in quite a predicament. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan was a unique bloodline limit, and should Yushu, an ordinary person, be discovered possessing it, the consequences would be far from trivial. Before heading out, he decided to search for something to help obscure his identity, as well as a weapon. With another blink, the Crimson Sharingan reverted to his original black pupils. After a brief tidying up, Yushu set out alongside Tsunade. What is it that you wish to accomplish? Surely you wouldn't accompany me without a purpose. As they strolled along the street, Tsunade turned to Yushu and inquired. Well, somewhat. I seek a weapon of better quality. A weapon. Something akin to a blade, I presume. Ideally a sword. Ah, do you wish to learn swordsmanship? If so, I would recommend seeking out the esteemed Kakashi Hatake. His swordsmanship is quite renowned. Yushu paused, suddenly recalling the man celebrated as Konoha's White Fang. Kakashi Hatake was known for his distinctive sword techniques, which had garnered him fame. Realizing he had access to such a resource was a revelation for Yushu. Could you take me to find Kakashi-sensei later? Determined, Yushu intended to pay a visit to the famed Konoha White Fang, rumored to be second only to the Hokage in strength. As they proceeded, they arrived at the Hokage Tower, where Tsunade led the way, and the Umbu guards permitted them passage without hesitation. Soon, Yushu found himself face-to-face with a robust third Hokage, who had not yet succumbed to the frailty depicted in the original story. Tsunade, you have arrived. The third Hokage's vitality was evident, his voice commanding. Master, is there something you require? Tsunade's respect for the third was palpable in her tone. Indeed, there is a matter to discuss. The third Hokage regarded Tsunade for a moment before continuing. I am well aware of your situation. However, this does not imply any fault on your part. On the contrary, you are a hero of Konoha. Please, take the time to rest. You have done more than enough. Unfortunately, I must ask you for one more favor. Speak, Master, as Tsunade conversed with the third, Yushu marveled at the political intricacies unfolding before him. The third's words conveyed a blend of hardship and sweetness, ultimately culminating in a request that Tsunade would undoubtedly feel compelled to accept. The depths of political maneuvering are truly profound. Yushu could not help but reflect. You are Konoha's finest medical ninja. Without exception, that I hope you will take a child under your wing. Perhaps you were acquainted with them, but a flicker of uncertainty crossed Tsunade's eyes, and at that moment, the third called out, "Come I in?" As the words left his lips. A voice echoed from the entrance. Yushu and Tsunade turned to see a girl with short black hair, a delicate visage, dressed entirely in black, appearing to be in her mid-teens. Yushu recognized her. And so did Tsunade. He glanced at her, noting the way Tsunade's pupils constricted and her lips trembled uncontrollably, her hands beginning to quiver. Tsunade's breathing grew heavier. She recognized the girl before her as Cat Shizun, the niece of her first love, Cat Dan. The moment she laid eyes on her, memories flooded back. The despair she felt upon learning of Dan and his brother Senju Rope's demise. She was not prepared to endure that anguish once more. A sensation coursed through her hand. Tsunade exhaled gently, glancing sideways at Yushu, who held her hand tightly, his bright eyes offering her solace. Rope. Tsunade steadied herself, and in that instant, she felt as if she were gazing upon Rope, her heart finding a moment of stillness. This child, Tsunade regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Cat Shizun. Lady Tsunade, may I have the honor of learning from you?" The black-haired girl seemed somewhat anxious, her words stumbling forth out of course. Tsunade's response was gentle, and Yushu's reassuring grip calmed her further. "Thank you so much." Shizun's voice brimmed with gratitude, her youthful face lighting up with joy. "From now on, Shizun will be in your care, Tsunade," the third Hokage stated, nodding at the unfolding scene. "Understood, Master," Tsunade replied, and together with Yushu, they escorted Shizun out of the Hokage's office. Subsequently, Tsunade led Yushu to the home of Konoha's White Fang. At this time, Kakashi Hatake had yet to be born, and his father, Tsukumo Hatake, was still a bachelor, surrounded by blades of various kinds. After explaining their intentions, Tsukumo welcomed Yushu with open arms, clearly pleased to find someone interested in swordsmanship. Notably, in addition to his guidance, Tsukumo gifted Yushu a short sword, measuring around 60 to 70 centimeters, perfectly sized for him. This would allow Yushu's mastery of swordsmanship to come into play. In the days that followed, Yushu eagerly sought Tsukumo's counsel on sword techniques. Furthermore, his household expanded to include Shizun, who moved in with Tsunade and Yushu, lightening his domestic responsibilities considerably. Life at the academy continued steadily, revolving primarily around the use of kunai, as the technique of body flicker had yet to be taught. Under Yushu's guidance, his relationship with Kushina deepened, while Minato Namikaze's frequent visits helped to strengthen his bond with her as well. Everything progressed steadily, a serene and beautiful existence. Chapter 6. The rescue of Kushina. With a fireball erupting from his mouth, Yushu launched it towards Minato Namikaze. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Bo Feng Shui Min, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly formed a seal with his hands, then exhaled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The wind collided with the fireball, yet rather than determining a victor, they mutually extinguished one another. In a swift motion, Yushu drew the short blade from his waist and charged directly at Bo Feng Shui Min. Reacting quickly, Bo Feng Shui Min grasped his kunai in defense. However, despite his efforts, Yushu's swordsmanship was exquisite, effortlessly breaking through Bo Feng Shui Min's guard. With a neck strike mere centimeters from his eyes, I end this contest. Bo Feng Shui Min faced defeat. Once again, I have emerged victorious. I shall surely win next time. Yushu chuckled, observing the slight dissatisfaction etched on the face of the fourth Hokage. It was amusing to witness such expressions from a renowned genius in this world of Hokage, especially one hailed as the purest of talents, now overshadowed by him. The two extended their hands towards each other to perform the reconciliation seal, marking the conclusion of today's lesson. Today, due to prior commitments, Bo Feng Shui Min did not accompany Kushina and Yushu home, leaving only the two of them to meander through the streets of Konoha. Speaking of which, I still do not know what your dream is. Yushu, With your remarkable abilities, do you aspire to become Hokage as well? As they walked, Kushina suddenly inquired. It was dusk. The blue sky had turned crimson, with clouds drifting lazily like flames up me. Yushu paused, taken aback by the unexpected question. Indeed, Hokage? He glanced at Kushina's slightly round face and smiled. I have no intention of vying for the title of Hokage. Rest assured, even if you try to compete. I would never concede to you. Kushina puffed up her cheeks, making her round face appear even rounder. Yushu looked at Kushina, then turned his gaze toward Hokage Rock, where the three faces of the past Hokages shone brilliantly. Representing the legacy of Konoha's history, Hokage, indeed, is quite admirable, powerful, responsible, akin to a hero, wouldn't you agree? However, I'm not the type who wishes to be a hero. Yushu directed his gaze back to Kushina. My dream is likely to open a small shop and lead a fulfilling life. Is that not a beautiful aspiration? Kushina looked at Yushu, her expression falling, revealing her discontent. I shall return home now. Her voice drifted away as Yushu turned to see her crimson hair flowing past, leaving only her silhouette behind. Without acknowledging Yushu, Kushina dashed off. Yushu sighed, understanding the reason behind her reaction. It is quite natural for children to feel emotional when their cherished ideals are not recognized by others. Given the current situation, pursuing her would only complicate matters. It would be better to wait until school tomorrow to ease the tension. With that thought, Yushu headed towards his home. What do you mean you don't want to be a hero? Silly, silly. Kushina jogged along, her mind occupied with thoughts of Yushu, muttering incessantly about his foolishness. Everyone desires to be understood. As the first person to approach her and offer assistance upon her arrival in Konoha, Yushu held a significant place in Kushina's heart, akin to that of a dear friend. Yet now, her closest companion failed to comprehend her feelings, creating a stark contrast that left Kushina feeling disheartened that a strange rift emerged between friends, leaving Kushina, who had always been solitary, at a loss on how to navigate this new terrain. Silly, perhaps weary from running, Kushina slowed her pace. Step by step, her auburn figure gradually approached her home under the dusk sky. Humph. The Hokage is the strongest and most formidable person in the village. Yushu, you fool. It seemed to be an outlet for her frustrations as she shouted at the door. Not necessarily that a mature male voice resonated from nearby, instantly alerting Kushina that at least the most powerful individuals in the village have yet to notice us. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kushina perceived several dark figures darting past, followed by a wave of lethargy washing over her, plunging her vision into darkness. Excellent. The target is secured. Let us retreat before Konoha reacts. As night fell, shadows emerged, shedding their disguises and reattaching the headbands representative of the hidden cloud village. Their presence in Konoha was simple. They sought a suitable vessel for a Jinchuriki, and Kushina was their ideal candidate. Mission triggered. Rescue the abducted Uzumaki Kushina from the hidden cloud village. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Just as Yushu arrived home, contemplating starting dinner, an electronic voice sounded. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Why now? Things have been too peaceful. I nearly forgot about this. Yushu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and hurried toward the gates of Konoha. Meanwhile, jolted awake by the bumpy motion, Kushina regained consciousness. Upon waking, she realized her mouth was gagged, her arms bound, and she felt utterly powerless. Gazing at the vanishing lights of Konoha, panic surged within her as she was whisked away. Taking a moment to collect herself, Kushina steeled her resolve, suppressing her fear, and mustered the strength to raise her weakened arms. Her long hair, a fortunate asset, reached her bound wrists easily, allowing her to grasp the opportunity. With chakra flowing from her thoughts, Kushina snipped off strands of her vivid red hair, letting them fall to the ground. The ninjas who had captured her seemed pressed for time, neglecting to monitor her, granting Kushina the chance she needed. With tears welling in her eyes, she stifled her fear, periodically severing strands of hair to scatter behind her. I am destined to become the first female Hokage. Kushina mused, watching Konoha grow increasingly distant, its light fading. For reasons unknown, she thought of a person who did not aspire to be a hero, the one who had stood up for her and befriended her first. I'm not the type who wishes to be a hero. Yushu's words echoed her mind. What? Kushina has been abducted. What have you all been doing? I was gone for but a moment. What on earth is happening? At this moment, an elderly Uzumaki Mito, his face a mask of fury, filled the Hokage's office. Mobilize all available personnel immediately. If anything happens to Kushina, regardless of who is responsible, I will personally see to it. Uzumaki Mito bellowed, leaving the Hokage's office in a hushed silence. Even the third Hokage refraining from uttering a word. Uzumaki Mito was a seasoned Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, capable of harnessing some of its power. Should he choose to act decisively, the Third Great Ninja War could be reignited, and in the wake of the Second War's conclusion, no one could bear that burden. Who dares commit such an act so soon after the Second War? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of anger, but managed to remain composed, promptly dispatching all available ninjas to search for Kushina while sealing the gates of Konoha. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Konoha had vanished from sight, surrounded by a dark forest, and the light in Kushina's eyes dwindled. All the while, she continued to release strands of hair in a desperate plea for help. Yet it seemed no hero would come to her aid. Having reached this point, they likely believed they could flee unimpeded, thinking it would be an effortless task. The three ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to cross the border when suddenly a shadow streaked past them. Who? The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud immediately assumed a defensive stance as a white-blue light flashed toward them and a figure charged forward. Raising Gan. As the words fell, one of the ninjas was struck and sent flying. Damn it! The other two ninjas quickly reacted, preparing to counterattack, neglecting Kushina in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Yushu wasted no time on defense and rushed towards Kushina. The kunai fell, blood splattered, and Yushu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he hoisted Kushina into his arms and fled to the side. This is bad. The target has been taken. After them. In but a fleeting moment, the remaining two ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village began their pursuit of Tsukiki. The heavy sound of labored breathing filled the air, and the spark of determination reignited in Kushina's eyes. Raising her head, she revealed a youthful visage drenched in sweat. Her gaze fixated intently ahead. Is he a fool? Tsukiki glanced at Kushina and deftly released the bindings from her mouth and hands with one free hand. How clumsy, this blood-red chili pepper. Tsukiki cradled Kushina in his arms, bounding through the forest with deliberate steps. Why do you? Kushina's voice was faint. Her body still had not fully recovered. Tsukiki forced a smile, the wind whipping past his ears as two figures closed in behind them. Why? Because I refuse to lose you. Besides, you yearn for a hero to emerge, and here I am. After uttering these words, Tsukiki's expression turned grave. The pursuers from the Hidden Cloud Village were drawing near, and his speed paled in comparison to theirs. If they caught up, Tsukiki alone stood no chance against them, particularly since he had just unexpectedly snatched Kushina from their grasp while still injured. Facing them head-on was not a viable option. After all, the adversaries who had infiltrated Konoha to capture a Jinchuriki were undoubtedly among the elite Chunin, while Tsukiki, a mere child, could only muster the combat prowess of a Chunin at best. Victory in direct confrontation was unattainable, especially considering the vast experience of his foes. Chapter 7. Confrontation with the Cloud Ninjas swished. The kunai whizzed through the air, aimed at Tsukiki, who was unable to retaliate while holding Kushina. He twisted his body mid-air, narrowly evading the projectile, though it still grazed his thigh. Gritting his teeth, Tsukiki was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Konoha was still some distance away, and his solitary strength paled against the seasoned ninja before him, far more formidable than the injured genin he had previously faced. Mission triggered. Survive this rescue operation. Mission completion reward. 1 lottery draw. The system's voice echoed in his mind as Tsukiki landed and sought refuge behind a tree, narrowly dodging another barrage of kunai, though this allowed the pursuers to close in on him. This mission, is this really my only option? Using a lottery to spur me on, Tsukiki chuckled bitterly while remaining attuned to his surroundings. Hey brat, there's nowhere left to run. Hand over the girl, or we'll take her by force. Comply, and we might just make it quick for you. The voice of an adult male resonated from behind the tree, and Tsukiki and Kushina found themselves cornered, with no choice but to confront them directly. Gently placing Kushina against the tree, he offered her a reassuring smile. Eat good and wait for me. I'll be back soon. What do you intend to do? Slapped, a familiar sensation surged through Kushina as a wave of weakness washed over her. Her vision faded to black. No. I will bring you back to Konoha. We will return home together. Kushina reached out towards Tsukiki's blurry face, but in the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Tsukiki inhaled deeply, revealing himself to the two ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Interesting, have you shown yourself? Little mouse? They chuckled, licking their lips. Take one of us down when we weren't paying attention. Impressive, a genius from Konoha, are you? The two grasped their kunai with one hand, their eyes filled with icy indifference. My favorite pastime is dragging geniuses like you down to hell. With no shame and overwhelming numbers, the two cloud ninjas charged together. Here they come. Tsukiki's heart raced, a flash of red appearing in his eyes as he discerned their movements with clarity. With no option to retreat, as Kushina was behind him, he braced himself. Holding his breath, he barely dodged the incoming kunai, seizing the opportunity to strike back at the two cloud ninjas. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Quickly forming seals, Tsukiki launched a series of fireballs at them. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. The voice of a cloud ninja rang out as a wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the torrent of fireballs. Interesting, that eye of yours. Are you from the Uchiha clan? The two cloud ninjas observed Tsukiki, their attention drawn to the three-tomo Sharingan that he had activated. Fire style. The seals are too slow. Tsukiki ignored their taunts, pressing his offensive, but one of the cloud ninjas executed a body flicker technique and appeared right beside him. The kunai lunged towards him, but Tsukiki's Sharingan remained calm as he assessed the situation. With a slight movement of his feet, Tsukiki evaded the kunai, continuing to form seals with his hands. Great fireball jutsu. Tsukiki puffed up his cheeks, unleashing a massive fireball directly at his foe's face. In the twilight, the fireball blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Too inexperienced that a voice came from behind him, and a wooden log dropped before Tsukiki. It was a substitution technique. The kunai in the ninja's hand glowed with a blue-white light as chakra surged into it, enhancing its lethality. I'll return this to you. In a moment, the kunai pierced Tsukiki's back. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing another wooden log in his place. Spiral Sphere. Wind style. Wine blade. A wind blade sliced through the air. But Tsukiki paid no mind to that cloud ninja, his focus solely on the one before him, who had exposed his weakness through arrogance. Thud. The wind blade grazed Tsukiki's back, pain flaring as he unleashed the spiral sphere upon the cloud ninja. One could say that it was no wonder the famed Sandaime Hokage had such a reputation for his Rasengan. Tsukiki's strike sent one of the ninjas flying. With a thud, Tsukiki collided with the ground, another injury rendering his small frame feeble. Brat, one of the remaining ninjas, shouted in fury, witnessing another comrade fell by a child. Wind style. Great Typhoon. A fierce wind whipped through the area, causing the trees to sway violently. With a whoosh, Tsukiki felt a sharp pain as his arm was cut, a small wound appearing. The blood-red three-tomo Sharingan scanned the area, but the enemy had vanished. Not good. Sensing impending danger, Tsukiki leaped into the air. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. In the next moment, the ground beneath him collapsed, and a kunai shot up from below, aimed at Tsukiki. Just as he prepared to deflect the incoming kunai, he realized the gravity of the situation. The kunai was not merely a standard projectile. It bore an explosive tag on its END. An explosive tag. Tsukiki suppressed his thoughts, forming seals with urgency. Wind style. Wind blade. He exhaled forcefully, releasing multiple wind blades that sent the incoming explosive kunai flying aside. Boom! The explosive tag ignited, erupting in a brilliant conflagration that illuminated the area. Tsukiki landed steadily, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. Glancing around, 3 shuriken were hurtling towards him as he watched the shurikens soar. Time appeared to slow, the world moving in slow motion. Wait! Tsukiki squinted. He discerned that the central shuriken emitted a distinct chakra signature. This isn't a shuriken. It's a transformation technique. Tsukiki seized the moment, gathering chakra to form the spiral sphere. As an unsealed ninjutsu, the spiral sphere could be executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, Tsukiki held a new sphere in his hand. Spiral sphere. Tsukiki propelled the sphere forward, risking being struck by the other two shuriken. Determined to seize this chance, he was not an exceptionally powerful individual. If he attempted to divert his focus to deal with the other two shuriken, he would have no opportunity to attack and would only fall prey to his enemy's strategy. With a thud, the two shuriken pierced Tsukiki's body that a plume of smoke erupted, and the central shuriken transformed into the final Cloud Ninja, his face a mask of shock, as if he could scarcely fathom that this small child would display such bravery. The spiral sphere, glowing with a white-blue light, surged into the Cloud Ninja's body as Tsukiki's gaze bore into him. Not good. As the pupils of the moonlit tree narrowed, he found himself devoid of the sensation of the enemy's corporeal presence. As if he had merely struck at the air, that a plume of smoke erupted once more, and in the next instant, the spiraling sphere collided with a wooden figure hidden within the haze. A substitution technique. The spiraling sphere impacted the wood, pulverizing it completely. If it were an ordinary ninja, you might have actually defeated them. Well done, little leaf ninja. The voice of the previous Cloud Ninja echoed from behind him. Although Yuetri could hear it, his body was too slow to react. Have you ever witnessed the power of a Jainin? The voice was soft yet resonant, akin to the final pronouncement of a sentence. Lightning release, thunder flow. The crackling sound of electricity reached Yuetri's ears. At last, his body responded. He swiftly turned around, but it was already too late. The three Tomo Sharingan gazed ahead, witnessing a ninja darting towards him with a streak of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Cloud Ninja closed the distance, and Yuetri found himself unable to make a move. With a swift thrust, the Cloud Ninja's hand pierced through Yuetri's abdomen, narrowly allowing him to evade a fatal blow. Electric currents surged within him, flooding his mind with a wave of paralysis and excruciating pain. Well done. The Cloud Ninja's voice lingered in his ears as he withdrew his hand from Yuetri's torso, causing the young boy to kneel on the ground. His vision began to blur, and he could feel his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Was this his final heartbeat? Yuetri collapsed to the ground, his sight dimming. The eyes of the Uchiha? Never mind. The reinforcement from the leaf should be arriving soon. If given the chance, they would undoubtedly take your eyes without hesitation. Yuetri's gaze fixed on the distance, where the Cloud Ninja slowly retreated, hoisting a red figure over his shoulder. Kushina! Yuetri gasped for breath, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him, rendering even his fingers immobile. You shall not escape, Yuetri shouted, an inexplicable surge of strength propelling him forward. I refuse to lose you, spiraling sphere. He charged ahead, only to be sent flying by a spinning kick from the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja glanced at Yuetri, then back toward the direction of the leaf, disregarding him and swiftly moving on. Would release. Yuetri leaned against a tree, the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes glaring prominently. Would binding technique. What? The Cloud Ninja exclaimed as a branch ensnared his foot. That it is indeed would release. The bloodline limit of the First Hokage. Branches began to ensnare him from all directions, and the Cloud Ninja stared at Yuetri in shock. That I cannot allow you to live. Lightning release. Lightning armor. Lightning release. Thunder flow. The Cloud Ninja carelessly discarded Kushina aside, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he donned the lightning armor and charged toward Yuetri, who was leaning against a tree. Die. The Cloud Ninja understood what this little brat represented. The Sharingan and would release. Separate, they were manageable, but combined, they posed a significant threat. He could not allow such a menace to grow, lest it bring calamity. As his vision faded to near darkness, Yuetri noticed that the red figure was no longer being carried, and he managed a faint smile that I asked for the assailant approaching. Yuetri found himself devoid of strength. Even moving a finger felt like an insurmountable task. What do you intend to do to my brother? The familiar voice of Reno reached his ears, and Yuetri felt a sense of relief wash over him before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Returning to the present, just as the Cloud Ninja was about to deliver a final blow to Yuetri, he was suddenly sent flying. A voice filled with rage rang out, and the nearby forest erupted in a cloud of dust, several trees crashing down in the chaos. In a mere instant, the Jainin-level Cloud Ninja was hurled aside. Kushina, moments later, another figure appeared, an elderly woman with a traditional Chinese bun. Despite her age, she radiated an undeniable charm. The elderly woman lifted Kushina, visibly relieved. Within seconds, a multitude of figures emerged from the surroundings. They all bore a common emblem, the forehead protector of the Leaf Village, either worn on their foreheads or tied around their arms. These are the ninjas of the Leaf Village, ranging from Genin to Jainin, all united in their effort to rescue Kushina. Leading the charge was Hatake Sakumo, a half-master of swordsmanship, his distinctive white hair standing out among the throng of ninjas. Even more conspicuous was Tsunade, her face a mask of fury, clenching her fists tightly, causing those around her to keep their distance. Lady Tsunade, leave this to me. Your condition is not suitable for battle, and moreover, Yutri's injuries are severe. Only you can save him. Hatake Sakumo spoke beside Tsunade, tempering her rage somewhat. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, while Tsunade rushed toward the leaning Yutri. Will not even think about taking your own life. Hatake Sakumo's skill was extraordinarily high, rivaling that of the Hokage. He swiftly intervened to prevent the enemy from committing suicide. Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at Yutri's blood-soaked form, gritting her teeth as she began to administer treatment. Searched the surroundings within moments. Hatake Sakumo had subdued his opponent, capturing them alive, and immediately began issuing orders. Thus, with the mobilization of a leaf, the incident involving Kushina's abduction came to a close. In the end, only Yutri sustained severe injuries, while everyone else emerged unscathed. Chapter 8. The Return to Normalcy Mission. Rescue the abducted Uzumaki Kushina from the Cloud Village completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. Mission: survive this rescue mission completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The cold, electronic voice echoed in Yutri's mind, akin to a piercing alarm that jolted him awake. Above him was a familiar ceiling. The ceiling of his room. I'm back, Yutri murmured. Recalling the last voice he had heard before he closed his eyes and peaced, he knew who had come for him, which is why he had faith that Kushina would be safe. It hurts so much. Yutri attempted to move, a sharp pain causing him to grimace. I almost died. He managed a slight smile. Although gravely injured, Kushina had been rescued, just as he had hoped. That was enough. Moreover, it wasn't just that. He had gained a considerable amount, starting with 2 lottery draws as rewards. Taking a deep breath, Yutri prepared to draw the lottery. This time, he recognized his own capabilities, just slightly better than an average Chunin, which was entirely insufficient, and this only represented his apparent battle strength. It did not mean Yutri was a Chunin. System: draw twice. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kusanagi sword, master of swordsmanship. More sword skills? Is the system trying to make me a swordsman? Yutri jested. Well, practicing swordsmanship isn't bad either. Who doesn't have a dream of being a swordsman? He didn't dwell too much on it. He was quite satisfied with the swordsmanship and the Kusanagi sword. Although its rank might not be particularly high, it still offered considerable power. Furthermore, he had originally intended to practice Hatake's sword techniques, aiming to explore the path of cold weapons, regardless of the place. Swordsmen are never lacking, even in this world dominated by ninjas, where warriors exist who could defeat Jainin without the use of chakra, albeit a rare FEW attributes to name. Himegami Yutri status. Normal abilities. Spiraling Sphere, A rank. 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank. Senju Bloodline, Awakened, A rank. Master of Swordsmanship, B rank. Fire Release Ninja Arts Gift Pack, S rank. Kusanagi Sword, B rank. Combat Power, Jainin. Once again, his combat prowess has surged, elevating him from the rank of Chunin to that of Jonin. Although the system merely quantifies combat strength, which does not necessarily reflect overall capability, even this alone is sufficient to astonish the entire Naruto world. It is noteworthy that Tsukishu is merely 8 years old. An 8-year-old Jonin has never been witnessed in this realm. Not even Kakashi or Itachi, who ascended through the ranks with remarkable speed, have displayed such an extraordinary level of talent. Point 1 can only fathom the extent of Tsukishu's terrifying abilities. Simply labeling him a genius falls short. He has ascended to the pinnacle of all prodigies. He is a veritable anomaly. This newfound strength allows me to become even more formidable, freeing me from the need to risk my life merely to buy time for reinforcements from Konoha. Tsukishu clenched his fist. Regardless of who one is, the desire to enhance one's power is universal. Tsukishu is no exception. He does not yearn for overwhelming strength, nor does he harbor dreams of dominating the ninja world. To him, there is no aspiration to become a hero. He simply wishes to lead a leisurely life, untroubled by the burdens of this world. In his previous life, it was wealth. In this one, it is strength. In this realm, the powerful reign supreme. As Tsukishu tightened his fist, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. Feeling quite sprightly, are we? Without needing to turn, Tsukishu could already discern the speaker by the voice alone. Who else could it be but the owner of this abode, Tsunade Senju? Well, it still hurts a lot. Knowing it hurts, yet you still move around recklessly. Why not be more careful when you were so impulsive? Tsunade sat beside Tsukishu. Her expression, one of exasperation. A medical ninja. She detests those who fail to take proper care of their bodies. However, given the special circumstances, there was little room for such concerns. Oh, so you've taken quite an interest in that little girl from the Uzumaki clan, have you? Have you developed a crush? Tsunade teased. Of course not. What are you even thinking? I'm only 8. Is it too early to be pondering such things? Who knows? 8 isn't exactly too young. Tsunade shrugged. Tsukishu sighed. By the way, did you come in here for something? You didn't just gonna chat about this, did you? Well, I saw some activity on your end and thought I'd check in. Is that so wrong? Tsunade ruffled Tsukishu's hair, a hearty smile spreading across her face. Tsukishu feigned indifference. I won't tease you any longer. Just rest well. That little Uzumaki girl is quite worried about you. You know, she has come to see you several times and has been helping to take care of you. Be sure to thank her properly. Tsunade waved her hand and walked to the door. Closing it behind her as she exited, Tsukishu let out another sigh. Tsunade, that woman, always comes over to tease him, regardless of the situation. However, it was truly unexpected that Kushina would come to look after him. With that thought, Tsukishu imagined the clumsy Kushina tending to him, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had not left quickly. Instead, she lingered quietly by the door. What manner of being are you? Tsukishu, Tsunade murmured softly, her voice barely audible to herself. She still vividly recalled the other day when she rushed to his side, finding him at death's door, yet an overwhelming vitality coursed through him, sustaining his life. That vitality was something Tsunade knew intimately. Indeed, few in the ninja world could rival her familiarity with it was the essence of a legend within the ninja realm, the very essence of her grandfather. Hashirama Senju, pure and pristine, would release chakra, brimming with life. It was an aura that had not been felt for decades, long thought extinguished, now manifesting in Suki's. It is no wonder that the granddaughter of the first Hokage would experience such a tumultuous emotional response. Setting aside Tsunade's feelings, Tsukishu's own emotions were quite complex. Not long after Tsunade departed, the protagonist who had caused such unrest in Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, came to visit him. Can one imagine the fiery Kushina, known as the blood-red pepper, suddenly transforming into a gentle lady? Tsukishu certainly could not, yet he witnessed it firsthand. With her crimson hair, Kushina remained strikingly beautiful. She was no longer the boisterous and carefree girl he had known, but rather, she exhibited the demeanor of a delicate woman, leaving Tsukishu astonished. How are your injuries? Kushina inquired, sitting beside Tsukishu, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Much improved. Don't let Tsunade's demeanor fool you. She is indeed the strongest medical ninja in Konoha. Tsukishu replied with a smile, assuring her that he was not gravely harmed. That essay relief. After Kushina spoke, a silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing still. About what you said before. Were you serious? Before? What did I say? Kushina took a deep breath, gazing into Tsukishu's eyes, her round face flushing a bright red, resembling a tempting apple. What you said when you came to save me. Tsukishu paused, taken aback by Kushina's blushing visage. He couldn't help but laugh, rendering Kushina momentarily flustered. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's just that your reaction is quite amusing, Kushina. Not at all. Kushina rarely displayed such a feminine side, a stark contrast to her usual assertive persona. Well, Tsukishu's smile faded as he spoke softly, his voice light yet laden with significance. Every word was true, regardless of whether it stemmed from a desire to not lose you or for other reasons. Although I do not relish the idea of being a hero, I would gladly be your hero. What does that even mean? Kushina burst into laughter. What do you mean by being just my hero? That's absurd. However, Kushina gazed earnestly into Tsukishu's eyes. I grant you permission to am my hero. I look forward to your guidance from now on. She tilted her head, revealing the most radiant smile Tsukishu had seen since arriving in the Naruto world. Really, I leave it in your hands. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze carried whispers from afar. Days turned into weeks, with Kushina visiting Tsukishu daily, while Minato occasionally made time to check on him as well. Apart from that, no one else came to visit. Tsunade's mastery of medical ninjutsu was indeed remarkable. In just a few days, Tsukishu's body had nearly returned to full health. Notably, after that fateful day, the relationship between Kushina and Tsukishu had accelerated rapidly. Although Tsukishu remained oblivious to the changes, Tsunade observed with clarity that Kushina harbored feelings for him that transcended mere friendship or camaraderie. It was a sentiment imbued with a deeper purpose. The hearts of children are still tender and unformed, merely beginning to blossom with the budding of emotions. Besides this, Tsunade had begun her own investigations, discreetly delving into Tsukishu's origins, even reaching out to Jiraiya, who was stationed far away in the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Tsukishu remained unaware that his wood release had already been exposed, continuing with his daily life as per usual. Lady Tsunade, are you working today as well? Shizen entered Tsunade's room, carrying a tray of tea. Tsunade sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. She had been this way for the past few days, suddenly engrossed in some important matters, though Shizen was unaware of their nature. They clearly held great significance, as even her own training had been sidelined. Yes, thank you, Shizen, Tsunade pondered, while Shizen set down the tea and quietly exited, not wishing to disturb her. Hikami Tsukishu. I've never heard that surname before. A war orphan surviving in the Rain Village, bearing the forehead protector of Konoha. Tsunade murmured, having collected information on Tsukishu over the past few days, but regrettably, she found nothing of use. Senju, Hikami. The room was filled only with Tsunade's soft voice. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Jiraiya found himself intrigued by Tsukishu due to Tsunade's newfound interest. Typically, Tsunade would not be drawn to a mere child, especially one she had taken in. Hikami. That name sounds vaguely familiar. At that very moment, Tsukishu remained blissfully unaware that two of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world, were taking a keen interest in him. He continued to lead his school life just as before. After recovering physically, Yushu resumed attending school as usual. However, following the Kyuubi incident, he surged to fame, becoming the most renowned genius in Konoha, even surpassing the civilian prodigy, Namake's Minato. Yushu, are you feeling all right now? It was Minato, Yushu's only male friend, who spoke up to T that moment. He showed no signs of jealousy or distress over being outshone, instead wearing a sunny smile to offer comfort. Rest assured, I'm completely fine. There's nothing to worry about. Yushu held Minato in high regard. After all, he possessed a good nature, formidable strength, and appealing looks. What reason could there be to harbor any dislike? That's good to hear. In a couple of days, we have a practical class, and I aim to win against you. You must be in good health for that, Minato said half-jokingly. Bring it on. I refuse to lose, Yushu replied. Accepting Minato's challenge with the same confidence as before, it seemed a bit like bullying, as Minato's combat prowess was merely at the level of a basic genin, and he was just an ordinary one at that. Given Yushu's advancement to the level of a jounin, it felt akin to an adult overpowering a child. Yet, Minato remained blissfully unaware, relieved to see his friend in such high spirits. You too. The teacher is already at the door. Do you still wish to chat? Came a voice from the side. It was Kushina, who had floated in with a hint of amusement, causing the two boys to realize that the teacher had indeed arrived at the entrance. I'll take my leave then, Minato said, adhering to the role of a diligent student as he bid farewell and returned to his seat, with Yushu following suit. You still maintain such a close relationship with that softie. If you keep saying that, Minato might get hurt. Yushu chuckled at Kushina's teasing remark about Minato. Although Minato did possess a somewhat delicate demeanor and a handsome face, The label of softy seemed rather unfounded. Yushu sighed, realizing that Kushina's impression of Minato would not change anytime soon. Quiet down, everyone. Let's begin our lesson now. You have all been studying for a year, and your training in chakra extraction, shuriken jutsu, and taijutsu has been commendable, though a few individuals have been slacking off. The teacher began to instruct the class, unaware that Yushu had been attending school for a year now, and the time for learning the fundamental jutsu, the body replacement technique, had finally arrived. Chapter 9. Tsunade's test days passed steadily, and the students gradually learned the body replacement technique, everything remaining constant. Recently, Yushu had solidified his position as Konoha's top genius following the Kyuubi incident, which had resulted in an increase in practical combat classes at the Ninja Academy. As a result, the number of duels between Minato and Yushu had increased, allowing Yushu to firmly establish his reputation as Konoha's foremost talent. How did he secure this status? Quite simply, Yushu had faced Minato in numerous matches without suffering a single defeat, often overwhelming him, and this was not a one-time occurrence. With each encounter, Yushu's position as the premier genius of Konoha solidified further. Fortunately, Minato was not an ordinary individual. Even after being bested repeatedly, he refused to concede defeat, steadfastly rising after each encounter instead of succumbing to despair. This resilience contributed to Minato's strength surpassing that of his original portrayal, at least for the time being. Throughout this period, Yushu maintained a steady training regimen. Following the Kyuubi incident, Konoha heightened its vigilance, and spies from outside were swiftly apprehended. Relative peace returned to Konoha, and Yushu's system had not made any further appearances. However, Kushina underwent some changes. Both Yushu and Minato had been so engrossed in their training that they had little interaction with their peers, leaving them without friends. Yet, Kushina recently befriended a girl of the same age, and their relationship had been steadily improving. Yushu was curious and managed to glean some information about this girl's identity. Uchiha Makoto, the girl Kushina had befriended, had long, black hair that contrasted Kushina's, and her gentle demeanor and soft appearance gave her a somewhat introverted air. Yushu was somewhat taken aback upon learning about Uchiha Makoto. Why? It was quite simple. This was a significant development. Indeed. However, in the original story, Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were portrayed as best friends, so it came as no surprise that they were now connecting. School life continued as usual, but home life had changed somewhat. Yushu sensed a shift in Tsunade. Whenever he returned home, he used to find Tsunade leisurely lounging or sipping tea. But recently, she had become noticeably absent, and even Shizen, who usually accompanied her, seemed unaware of Tsunade's whereabouts. However, Yushu thought little of it, assuming Tsunade was out on a mission as one of the legendary Sannin. Even with her phobia of blood, she remained a top-tier ninja, and undertaking missions was not uncommon. After another day of classes, Yushu returned home to find Tsunade already there, sitting leisurely as she enjoyed tea brewed by Shizen. "What is going on lately?" "I hardly see you around," Yushu inquired as he tied on his apron. As he and Shizen took turns preparing meals to ease Shizen's burden, and Yushu harbored a strong interest in cooking. "Ran into some matters," Tsunade replied, sipping her tea and exhaling a sigh of warmth. "That it's serious." "In a sense, yes, that I see. Just be cautious." Yushu offered a token of concern as he began to prepare dinner. "Yushu, may I ask you something?" Tsunade's tone turned more serious, but Yushu remained oblivious, having already picked up a knife to chop vegetables. "What is it? Are you familiar with the First Hokage?" Of course, he is the founder of Konoha, a legendary ninja revered as the god of shinobi. "And do you know about the unique bloodline limit of the First Hokage? Would release, of course. Even a 3-year-old knows that." Tsunade and Yushu exchanged casual banter as they always did, albeit with a somewhat different topic. "So, you should know that since the First Hokage, no member of the Senju clan has awakened would release. Correct?" The sound of chopping ceased abruptly, and an air of silence enveloped the room. "That I know," came Yushu's voice after a moment. He continued to chop vegetables, but this time at a slower pace. Sensing Tsunade's probing words. "Really? I'm saying if, you could use would release like the First Hokage, how would you feel?" Tsunade's voice floated in from the other room, and Yushu discerned the underlying meaning. Perhaps it had not yet escalated to outright exposure, But it was clear that Tsunade had begun to suspect something that I would be overjoyed, of course. After all, that's the bloodline limit of the First Hokage. The god of shinobi. Just thinking about it excites me. Yushu's tone held a hint of excitement, but as soon as he finished speaking, he returned to his calm demeanor. However, I don't have any grand aspirations. Even if I possessed would release, it wouldn't amount to much. After all, I just want to run a small shop and live a leisurely life, which is quite different from those who aspire to become Hokage. But that's what release. I know. And so, Tsunade listened to Yushu's words, his calm tone contrasting with that of a typical youth, making him sound almost like an old man devoid of ambition. You truly sound like an old man. I wonder where you learned that from, Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. Well, I merely express my honest thoughts. Being Hokage sounds too burdensome, always dealing with paperwork. And you might not even have time to return home, constantly busy with work. Such a life could lead to family discord, resulting in a poor relationship with your son. Even taking a day off might be interrupted by a sudden call to return to work. How exhausting. Yushu spoke, leaving Tsunade momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, it can't be that grim. That's a position everyone aspires to. Yet in your words, it sounds so miserable. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile, amused by Yushu's perspective, which painted the illustrious role of Hokage as a burdensome ordeal. She imagined her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would likely choke on his tea upon hearing such a description. Well, in any case, there are various reasons. Being Hokage isn't that great that I'd much prefer to run a small shop and enjoy a leisurely life. The voice of the moon tree intertwined with the sound of chopping vegetables, and the atmosphere between Tsunade and the moon tree gradually returned to its former state. You are indeed a peculiar little spirit, perhaps, but I harbor no disdain for this version of myself. Peace is the ultimate pursuit, and engaging in endless brawls holds no appeal. Indeed, Tsunade chuckled and took another sip of her tea. Outside, the sun slowly descended, while the night crept in, and the aroma of food stealthily wafted from the kitchen. What about peace? Tsunade glanced outside. Wow, it smells delightful. Did Uetsuki cook today? I've been looking forward to this for ages. The lively voice of Shizune echoed from outside, and as the door opened and closed, a new dark figure joined them in the living room. Shizune, come help me serve. Coming, the enticing scent floated high and far, evoking a sense of joy. The words exchanged at the dining table mingled with the fragrance. Drifting along as the day gradually unfolded, the trees that were meant to grow would naturally thrive, and the flowers that were destined to bloom would do so in their season. Everything was in a cycle of repetition. Chapter 10. Duel, Part 1. What? Uetsuki was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the words spoken by Minato Namikaze before him. I've already stated my intention to graduate early. Minato Namikaze was quite earnest, his gentle face displaying a firm resolve. What has prompted this sudden decision? Uetsuki scratched his head, utterly perplexed. A month had passed since that dinner conversation between Uetsuki and Tsunade. Yet everything remained the same. Uetsuki, Minato, and Kushina were still within their small circle, while Makoto Uchiha had been drawn into this group by Kushina, expanding their little circle into a slightly larger one of four. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, it seemed that a period of relative peace was on the horizon. Yet Minato had unexpectedly approached Uetsuki with his desire to graduate early. It's nothing special. I simply feel that I've learned all that the school can teach me, that if this continues, I'll stand a chance against you. So I am to grow stronger by graduating early. Minato gazed earnestly at Uetsuki, making him feel a tad uneasy. Is this my influence? Uetsuki muttered himself that in the original story, Minato did graduate early as well, but he was 10 years old at that time. Now, however, Minato was barely over 8, which meant he was graduating at least a year earlier than in the original narrative. Are you truly resolved? Uetsuki sighed. He had always believed that others' choices were their own, not for him to judge as good or bad. Yes, I'll go speak with the teacher shortly. Minato nodded. All right, I respect your decision. Best of luck. Uetsuki gently patted Minato's shoulder. Before that, I need your assistance with something. Oh, what is it? Uetsuki's curiosity piqued, only for his expression to falter a moment later. Before we finish school, let us have one more duel. Uetsuki stared at Minato, whose serious demeanor made him want to cradle his forehead in thought. What a calamity! Are you so certain that you can pass the graduation exam? Absolutely, came the unwavering reply. Uetsuki scrutinized Minato, his gaze growing slightly more serious. Very well. I shall duel you once more. Thus, with Uetsuki's agreement. The duel between him and Minato was firmly established. The time was set for the following day, coinciding with a practical training session at school, where, as per usual, the two would likely be paired together. Yet, what truly concerned Uetsuki was the butterfly effect. With the addition of another individual, the trajectory of the future Hokage would undoubtedly veer from its original course. Now, this influence had manifested. Minato was graduating more than a year earlier than in the original timeline. An undeniable, significant shift. Renowned as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze was the purest genius in the ninja world, unmatched in talent without any external advantages. With such a prodigy graduating early, his strength would undoubtedly accelerate, leading to the emergence of a fourth Hokage even stronger than in the original tale. Would this mean that during the Nine Tails Crisis or the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi's team might evade their fated demise due to the heightened prowess of the fourth Hokage? If so, would this disrupt the plans of Uchiha Madara and Kagaya? Would the storyline of Hokage still persist? After pondering for a moment, Uetsuki shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. He was neither a conqueror nor a savior of the world. Why dwell on such matters? With this realization, Uetsuki resumed his daily life. After class, Kushina and Mikoto, the two close friends, rushed over to Uetsuki, the news of Minato's early graduation having reached their ears at in fact. It seemed that the rumor had already spread throughout the entire ninja school. What is that guy thinking? He has only been in school for a little over a year. Is he really ready to graduate? Kushina expressed her surprise, unable to fathom Minato's sudden desire to graduate early. Who knows? After all, he is a genius, Uetsuki remarked, prompting Kushina to pause in contemplation. That a genius? She muttered softly to herself, her words barely audible to Uetsuki but caught by Mikoto beside her. Subsequently, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged little more with Uetsuki, quickly returning to their seats as the next class approached. However, Kushina appeared somewhat distracted, and Mikoto cast several glances between her and Uetsuki. Although Uetsuki found this odd, he chose not to dwell on it. Time swiftly passed, and the day's events unfolded. After school, Kushina and Mikoto headed home together, while Minato approached Uetsuki. Tomorrow, I will definitely defeat you, Minato declared, igniting a rare surge of enthusiasm in Uetsuki. I won't lose either. With that, Uetsuki and Minato exchanged smiles before heading home. As the butterfly flapped its wings, perhaps somewhere a storm would be stirred on the following day. Konoha Village buzzed with excitement as the duel between the two most renowned geniuses, Minato Namikaze and Uetsuki Himegami, was set to take place at In addition, Minato intended to graduate early. The venue was the ninja school's training ground, where a considerable crowd had gathered, ninja and civilians alike, eager to witness the clash between Minato and Uetsuki. In this post-Second Great Ninja War era, Konoha boasted two astonishing prodigies, collectively referred to as the twin stars of Konoha, Minato and Uetsuki. Now, the twin stars were about to engage in a duel, vying to illuminate the brilliance of their respective talents. Minato Namikaze and Uetsuki Himegami stepped forward. With the teacher's voice ringing out, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Formed the opposing seals. Uetsuki and Minato locked gazes, both brimming with fighting spirit. For Uetsuki, Minato was his sole male friend, possessing formidable combat prowess. Aside from Uetsuki, it was unlikely that any other student of the ninja school could match him. But don't hold back, Minato urged as they formed their opposing seals. Rest assured that Uetsuki's response brought a smile to Minato's face. With both sides prepared, they retreated a short distance. The duel was about to commence. A gentle breeze swept through, and the previously lively crowd fell silent. This was no ordinary spar. It was a genuine duel, a contest where both would exert their utmost efforts. The air was thick with tension, and both Uetsuki and Minato could hear each other's rapid heartbeats. Begin, fire release. Great fireball technique, wind release. Great breakthrough technique. Chapter 11. Duel, Part 2. At the teacher's command, Uetsuki and Minato simultaneously began forming seals, their speed nearly identical. resulting in the simultaneous release of their jutsu. The powerful winds collided with the great fireball, dissipating into the air, which suddenly grew much warmer. The remaining flames obscured their view, as the sound of slicing wind pierced through the fire, scattering it away. Uetsuki and Minato deftly evaded the shuriken flying towards them, their bodies moving with agility as they dodged every projectile. Wind release. Wind blade. In the fleeting moment that Bo-Fong Shui-Men evaded, a seal began to form once again upon his hand, momentarily surprising Yushu. Though it was merely a fleeting surprise, Bo-Fong Shui-Men undoubtedly harbored hidden prowess, and this time he intended to reveal it all. Contemplating this, Yushu gripped the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Aido! In an instant his eyes sharpened, and Yushu swiftly unsheathed the Kusanagi sword. Bo-Fong Shui-Men's wind blade surged forth just then, and with a decisive slash, Yushu cleaved through the wind blade, continuing unabated towards Bo-Fong Shui-Men. With a deep squat, Bo-Fong Shui-Men barely managed to evade Yushu's strike, almost collapsing to the ground as he narrowly escaped the descending attack. Doton. Tsuchinuma no Jutsu. Bo-Fong Shui-Men's gaze remained remarkably composed, showing no hint of panic despite narrowly avoiding the slash. Impressive, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The brief skirmish of merely 10 seconds left them in awe. This was no ordinary battle of Chunin or Jonin, but a clash between two children still enrolled in a ninja academy. Yet, they fought as if they were seasoned ninjas of great renown. Typically, children graduating from the ninja academy possess knowledge of basic techniques, such as a shadow clone jutsu and kunai usage, with the more adept ones capable of executing a C-rank ninjutsu. However, the likes of Bo-Fong Shui-Men and Yushu were truly exceptional, and at merely 8 years old, they had yet to reach the age of 12 when most graduates would emerge. Meanwhile, under the influence of Bo-Fong Shui-Men's ninjutsu, the ground beneath both him and Yushu began to transform into a sticky mire, significantly hindering Yushu's movements. Apologies, Yushu. Bo-Fong Shui-Men charged forward, wielding a kunai, while Yushu remained rooted in place. Don't lose, kid. Tsunade's voice rang out from the sidelines, prompting Yushu to glance at Bo-Fong Shui-Men and smile. This duel was monumental, drawing the attention of not just Tsunade, but also Kakashi Hitaki, Orochimaru, and the Third Hokage, who were all observing intently. The kunai pierced through Yushu's form, and in a puff of smoke, Bo-Fong Shui-Men found he had struck a wooden substitution technique. Bo-Fong Shui-Men's eyes widened slightly before a smirk crossed his lips. Katan, Recon no Jutsu. Yushu's figure had already maneuvered behind Bo-Fong Shui-Men. With seals formed, a straight line of flame erupted forth from Yushu's mouth, aimed directly at Bo-Fong Shui-Men. Boom! The flames collided, engulfing Bo-Fong Shui-Men within their fierce embrace. Gasps of concern rippled through the crowd, particularly among the civilians, while the ninjas remained stoically attentive, knowing that in the world of ninjas, without witnessing one's demise, survival was always a possibility, even amidst the chaos of battle. Yushu landed gracefully, eyes fixed on the spot where the flames still danced. Doton, Shinch no Jutsu, an ominous feeling lingered in Yushu's heart, and in the next moment hands burst forth from the earth beneath him. The hands that emerged seized Yushu's feet, pulling him downwards with force. Wow. The crowd gasped collectively as the flames dissipated, revealing nothing but an empty hole in the ground. Well done, the Third Hokage exclaimed, well versed in the skills of Bo-Fong Shui-Men. Recognizing the brilliance of this prodigy from the village, it was evident now that the title of genius was well-deserved. His combat experience and technique rivaled that of seasoned ninjas. Forgive me, you Bo-Fong Shui-Men emerged from the ground, kunai in hand, charging towards the head of Yushu, who bore a calm smile, devoid of any panic, which sent a chill down Bo-Fong Shui-Men's spine. With a powerful thrust, Yushu broke free from the earth. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, his form became taut, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Bo-Fong Shui-Men hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his focus. At that moment, Yushu's attack descended like a streak of light. Bo-Fong Shui-Men did not falter. He grasped his kunai tightly, channeling chakra into it, The tip of the kunai ignited with an extended chakra blade. Come on. Bo Feng Shui Min stared unwaveringly at the advancing Yushu. Since he had learned of Yushu's exceptional swordsmanship, he had intensified his own training with the kunai, hoping to stand against Yushu's formidable skills. In the blink of an eye, the Kusanagi sword and the kunai collided with a resounding clang. The sharp sound reverberated, sending a gust of wind swirling around them. The spectators were left in a daze. They were well aware that these were two prodigies, yet this exceeded their wildest imaginations. What sort of genius could exhibit such prowess at the tender age of 8? They had never witnessed anything like it. And even the third Hokage conceded he had not seen such talent, despite having trained the legendary Sannin. Though the Sannin were indeed extraordinary, they had not displayed such exceptional capabilities at the age of 8. The crowd marveled in astonishment, fully aware that the battle between Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min was far from over. After their clash, the force and technique of Bo Feng Shui Min proved insufficient as he was sent flying by Yushu's strike. Bo Feng Shui Min soared backward, skidding along the ground, tumbling several times before gritting his teeth and executing a mid-air spin, using his hands and feet to halt his momentum. F-ton. Bo Feng Shui Min had no intention of conceding. For this was far from over. Katon, this was to be the final strike. Both Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min recognized each other's intent, forming seals in unison. I will win. Not only Bo Feng Shui Min, but Yushu shared this sentiment. The two geniuses, typically composed, were now consumed by fervor, their sealing speed remarkable. Almost simultaneously, they completed their seals, preparing their ninjutsu. Kaze no Tsurugi, Ryuan no Jutsu. The cries of Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min resonated throughout the arena. Unleashing a tempest of flames and winds, a fire dragon erupted from Yushu's mouth, while a powerful gust swirled around Bo Feng Shui Min. This is not only the third Hokage, but every ninja present watched in shock as these two prodigies unleashed their techniques. The Ryuan no Jutsu and Kaze no Tsurugi were both B-rank ninjutsu. Not to mention a mere student, even a Chunin would struggle to wield them. Yet here were two students executing them with finesse. This victory belongs to me, Bo Feng Shui Min, uncharacteristically fiery, declared, and Yushu echoed his sentiment. Neither was a hot-blooded individual. They led tranquil lives, but now they were both swept away by an unusual fervor. Boom! The hurricane clashed with the fire dragon, erupting into a violent explosion. The tempest spread outward, and flames were hurled in all directions. The spectators gasped in surprise, grateful that the observing ninjas acted promptly to prevent the flames from reaching the surrounding civilians. Though the flames nearly scorched them, the civilians were not frightened. Rather, they grew more exhilarated, cheering spontaneously. This duel, a mere contest between students, ignited their spirits. As the flames subsided, a solitary figure stood amidst the remnants, with no other presence in sight. Who? Who emerged victorious? The question echoed, not just from one individual, but resonating in the minds of all present. The victor. The teacher seemed to have already discerned the standing figure. And before the others could fully grasp the scene, he called out, "Himegami Yushu." As the words fell, Yushu raised his hand toward the heavens, embodying the stance of victor. A smile graced Yushu's face. While Bo Feng Shui Min knelt before him on one leg, his chakra severely depleted. He had exerted every ounce of energy in this duel, laying bare all his trump cards. Bo Feng Shui Min let out a resigned smile, then turned his gaze towards Yushu. What does it matter if he has exhausted all his energy? He still cannot triumph over the person before him. Like an undefeated general, Yushu held his hand high. Relishing the cheers and acclaim of those around him, Bo Feng Shui Min gritted his teeth, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. But resilience surged forth the next moment. He would not concede defeat, nor would he fear failure. Those who surrender merely due to the strength of their opponent are the most pitiful of all. With this thought in mind, Bo Feng Shui Min summoned the strength to prop himself up. The duel had concluded, yet he still needed to perform the reconciliation seal with Yushu. Yet this time, he had truly overexerted himself. After a struggle, he found himself unable to lift his own body. A commendable duel, Bo Feng Shui Min mused, momentarily taken aback as a hand appeared before him. Looking up, he found his opponent, Yushu, standing right in front of him. With a slight smirk, Bo Feng Shui Min grasped the hand extended towards him. You two have yet to conquer me. With a firm pull, Yushu effortlessly helped Bo Feng Shui Min to his feet. Next time, Bo Feng Shui Min declared, extending his hand to form the reconciliation seal with Yushu. Next time, I shall surely defeat you. Their fingers intertwined. The reconciliation seal was established between Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min that I look forward to it, Yushu responded. Thus, the duel between Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min concluded splendidly. Chapter 12. The first meeting of three maidens quite impressive, Tsunade remarked, slapping Yushu on the back. She had been watching the entire duel, and naturally, she had witnessed Yushu's remarkable performance. It was satisfactory. Yushu replied softly, not displaying much excitement. Did you not win? You ought to be a bit more cheerful. Constantly wearing a gloomy face will not attract any girls, you know. Tsunade playfully ruffled Yushu's hair, her hand reaching for his head. Yushu, unable to protest, sighed resignedly, as he was currently living under the same roof as this woman. Just as Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina approached with Mikoto in tow. When did you become so strong? And that guy, he's merely a softie, Kushina remarked, reflecting on the duel she had just witnessed, realizing how far behind she was compared to Bo Feng Shui Min and Yushu. The two prodigies of Konoha were indeed no exaggeration. She had rarely seen their true prowess, and today's display had genuinely astonished everyone. This feeling of being outclassed left Kushina quite unsettled. Congratulations, Yushu, she said. In contrast to Kushina's relationship with Yushu, Mikoto's connection was merely that of acquaintances, leading her to address him with a certain formality. You can just call me Yushu, he replied, unconcerned about formalities, finding them rather bothersome. Oh, I remember your name is Kushina, and you, with that attire, must be from the Uchiha clan, Tsunade interjected, turning her attention to Kushina and Mikoto. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I apologize for any trouble caused earlier. Hello, I am Uchiha Mikoto. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsunade. The two young girls introduced themselves, albeit with a hint of restraint, as Mikoto was well aware of Tsunade's esteemed status. No need to be so tense. By the way, both of you are stunning beauties. Be cautious of my Yushu. He can be quite the handful, Tsunade teased. Hey, what are you saying? Yushu interjected, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Since Tsunade had taken him in, her personality had diverged from the original narrative. She seemed to spend her days idly, often teasing him rather than engaging in missions, observing the two girls' slightly flushed faces. Yushu sighed in exasperation at Tsunade's strange remarks. He certainly had no lecherous intentions and was not inclined to pursue the two underdeveloped girls, as such actions would certainly warrant severe consequences. Ha ha ha, Tsunade laughed, seemingly satisfied with her teasing. Let's head back. I'm hungry. Ignoring Tsunade, Yushu walked away. Kushina, Mikoto, see you tomorrow, he called out as he departed, feeling genuine hunger after the duel. There were no classes left for the day, so he preferred to return home for a meal. I wonder if Shizun has prepared anything to eat. He mused to himself. I apologize. He tends to be like that I hope you can take care of him, Tsunade remarked, watching Yushu leave without a backward glance. She had intended to bridge the gap between Yushu, Kushina, and Mikoto, as humor could be a great way to foster connections. After all, what began as a jest might very well turn into reality. Well, that's just how he is, Kushina nodded in agreement, having come to understand Yushu's laid-back demeanor over their year-long acquaintance. Mikoto, still new to Yushu, was unsure of what to say, but nodded in acknowledgement. Tsunade smiled. I'll take my leave now, she said, waving goodbye as she rushed off toward Yushu with a youthful gait. Why the hurry? I already mentioned that I'm hungry. Tisich, there's still classmates around. Didn't Tiwi just say our goodbyes? Filling my stomach is the most important thing. Yushu and Tsunade exchange banter on their way home. Kushina and Mikoto exchange glances. Are you really not interested? Those two girls are quite lovely. They will undoubtedly grow into beauties. After walking a short distance, Tsunade suddenly spoke up. When did you start caring about such things? How peculiar, Yushu replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. Well, I'm just keeping an eye out for you. You should be grateful, she retorted. All right, you're always right, Yushu shrugged. Tea such a young age, thinking only of romance and puppy love is not advisable. And being utterly useless at home, merely lounging around and drinking tea, while also enticing children in early romance, is highly frowned upon. TCH, I'm quite popular, Tsunade shot back. That is only because they are unaware of your true nature. Huh. Yushu felt his head being grasped and quickly changed his tune that I'm sorry, I was wrong. You really don't hesitate, do you? I expected you to stand your ground. Why would I do that? It is hardly appealing. TCH, not manly at all. Tsunade released her grip on Yushu's head, and the two continued walking side by side. I certainly am not a man. Have you ever seen an 8-year-old boy who is? Being manly transcends age, Tsunade replied, glancing at Yushu, who barely reached her waist. Being manly is a state of mind. But then again, you little brat, wouldn't he understand? TCH, haha. One day you'll become a true man. Just like that time before. Kakashi spoke softly. Ueshu cast a sidelong glance at him before averting his gaze once more. Today, Konoha remains as peaceful as ever, a fleeting tranquility earned through the sacrifice of countless lives. Tsunade and Ueshu, one tall and the other small, strolled under the sun, their footsteps synchronizing as they made their way home. The sunlight in Konoha was just right, gentle and soft, casting elongated shadows of the duo upon the ground. As their shadows meandered along, their steps began to blend into one another. The streets retained their familiar, albeit somewhat noisy, atmosphere. The duel had concluded, and Ueshu's daily life had returned to its routine, mundane as before. And that was just fine, Ueshu mused at that moment. Chapter 13. Forgetfulness. 2 weeks had passed since Ueshu's duel with Namake's Minato, yet his daily life remained unchanged, save for the absence of Minato in class. Minato had successfully completed his graduation examinations ahead of schedule, becoming a proud genin, while Ueshu still had to attend classes as a student. Ueshu paid little mind to this. Being a genin held less appeal for him than the student life, as it allowed him ample time to indulge in leisure. Having been a recluse in his previous life, he held no ambitions and had not undergone a transformation in character. How could one expect to suddenly strive for greatness after traversing to another world? Moreover, given that they were in a time of peace, why force one's self? Life was meant to be lived joyfully. This was Ueshu's philosophy and motto. When the sky falls, let those taller bear the weight. One should not perceive themselves as a savior or protagonist. This world is not a game. Every individual is real, and what right does one have to claim the role of the main character? Ueshu held disdain for those who, upon crossing over, suddenly changed personality and focused solely on becoming stronger, seeking to establish harems, as if they had evolved into a different person. Such individuals were truly lazy. Tsunade, having taken a rare outing, returned home to find Ueshu sprawled across the tatami mats after school. You really don't want to be called out like this, he yawned, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. This woman was far lazier than he, often lying about doing nothing. Tsunade offered no response, instead lying down beside Ueshu. Don't you have any goals? Perhaps to become Hokage? It's not ideal for someone your age to act like an old man. My goal is to open a shop. Quite simple, really. Well, that ends our discussion. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by Ueshu's retort. Those who aspired to become Hokage would be disheartened to hear such remarks. Especially from Konoha's prodigy. If they wish to pursue it, let them. I'm not obstructing them, he replied dismissively. How utterly unappealing. My apologies, Tsunade said. As they lay on the tatami mats during the afternoon, both soon felt drowsy. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama. Ino's voice rang out from outside, instantly dispelling most of the drowsiness from Ueshu and Tsunade. With a sharp knock, the door swung open, revealing Ino clad in black. What is it, Ino? You haven't taught me medical ninjutsu today. Tsunade, placing a hand to her forehead, suddenly recalled this troublesome matter. Fine, let us head to the courtyard. Though Tsunade often considered skipping out, Ino's eager gaze compelled her to obediently assume the role of teacher. Good luck. Ueshu waved his fist and turned back to lie down. With Ino's sparkling eyes beside her, Tsunade led her to the courtyard. The afternoon temperature was just right, warm enough without a blanket. Perfect for a nap. Ueshu lay for a short while before his eyes closed involuntarily. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Please, save me. I don't want to die yet. If there were a next life. He wished to be a carefree person, unburdened by daily struggles. He dreamed of opening a quaint shop, cooking his favorite dishes, and having a gentle wife. Such simplicity sufficed. God, my wish is but this simple. Ueshu, Ueshu. The echoing voices stirred him from his slumber. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Ino and Tsunade merely centimeters away, their expressions laced with concern. And aren't you supposed to be learning medical ninjutsu? Ueshu asked as Tsunade and Ino gazed intently at him. It's already dinner time. Ino remained silent, leaving Tsunade to respond. Huh. Ueshu glanced outside. The courtyard was bathed in a crimson hue under the dusk. The sunset's glow painted the courtyard and tatami mats alike. Is it that late? I must have slept quite a while that I was supposed to make dinner. He rose to his feet. You should wash your face first, Tsunade sighed, her voice languid, that I think I should handle dinner tonight. You seem a bit worn out. That Ino's voice, inherently gentle, was particularly soft today, akin to a spring breeze. Ueshu, puzzled, raised his hand to wipe his face, only to discover it wet. Tears had flowed without his conscious awareness, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at his damp arm. Rest well. I'll handle dinner, Ino said softly before rising to head to the kitchen, leaving Tsunade behind. Hey, Ueshu looked up at Tsunade, utterly confused about the sudden shift in his state. Do you remember anything from before? What do you mean? Tsunade asked, seeming not to recall. She ran her fingers through her hair while Ueshu watched. Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps you should find out for yourself. With that, Tsunade decisively walked away, leaving Ueshu in a state of bewilderment. What was she talking about? Ueshu instinctively scoffed, yet fell silent the next moment. The past self? The original matters of this body, Ueshu murmured under his breath. Barely audible, the aroma of dinner wafted from the kitchen, and the system's electronic voice had fallen silent once more. Tonight's dinner felt notably tranquil, a stark contrast to Tsunade's usual boisterousness, which Ueshu took note of. Although he knew he had been an active person before his crossing, he found no clarity regarding how he had arrived here. Unlike the novels he had read, where the protagonist would retain the original memories upon crossing, Ueshu possessed none of that. The system operated as a standalone entity, rarely communicating or providing guidance. For reasons unknown, Ueshu could only recall vague fragments of his life before crossing, a troubling omen, in his view. Even the slightest disturbance could ripple across the calm surface of the water. Similarly, the presence of Ueshu, an outsider, altered the dynamics of the world. The sun had discreetly set, and after dinner, Ueshu returned to his room. There was little entertainment in the world of Naruto. As usual, he lay back, the window wide open, enjoying the gentle evening breeze. Well, let us take it slow, Ueshu thought, closing his eyes to savor the coolness of the night air. The night in Konoha was serene. Unlike his previous life, there was no concept of nighttime entertainment. No late-night eateries or karaoke bars existed in the Naruto universe. This realization brought a faint smile to Ueshu's lips. Chapter 14. Mentor and Invitation. Hey, Ueshu, how have you been lately? After a considerable absence, Namake's Minato reappeared before Ueshu. Minato, weren't you on a mission? As the school day concluded, Tsukishiro wandered aimlessly through the streets, only to unexpectedly encounter Minato Namake's. Having just returned, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure, as recent missions had been relatively few. Minato still wore that familiar warm smile. How goes it? Genin? He inquired. Not too bad, Tsukishiro replied, though the missions have been rather simplistic, mostly involving tasks like finding lost items. Well, every endeavor begins with small tasks, Minato remarked. That's a wise saying, Tsukishiro responded, chuckling. By the way, who is your guiding jonin? If you graduated early, you wouldn't have joined the graduation team squad, would you? Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You would never guess who my guiding jonin is, he said with a hint of excitement. Oh, Tsukishiro's curiosity was piqued, intrigued by Minato's enthusiasm at you recall the Second Great Ninja War. During that tumultuous time, 3 legendary ninjas emerged from Konoha, the Sannin. Minato spoke slowly, while Tsukishiro began to sense something amiss. My guiding jonin is one of the Sannin. Jiraiya, Tsukishiro exclaimed, casting a sideways glance at Minato. How did you know? Minato replied, somewhat taken aback. Tsukishiro was a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya would indeed be his Jonin. He shouldn't be in Konoha at this time. Where is he now? Tsukishiro inquired. They asked for Jiraiya-sensei. He was just with me, but then he suddenly vanished, Minato said, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, drawing Tsukishiro and Minato's attention. There's a pervert! Someone shouted, and it seemed that indeed, a lecherous figure was lurking nearby. Tsukishiro quickly pieced together the situation. Jiraiya had returned, and someone was accusing him of being a pervert. Anyone familiar with Naruto would naturally connect these dots. Jiraiya's reputation was not that of a Sannin, but rather that of the notorious pervy sage. Shall we go investigate? Minato, brimming with a sense of justice, declared as he prepared to head towards the source of the commotion. Though I believe it might be unwise for you to go, I suppose I shall follow, Tsukishiro said, his eyes filled with sympathy for the naive boy who remained oblivious to the true nature of the esteemed Sannin he admired. Ah, that hurts. Those girls could have been gentler. It was merely a fleeting glance. On the other side, a man with slightly longer white hair gingerly touched his swollen face. Hey, he uttered. Upon hearing someone call from behind, Jiraiya instinctively turned his head. It's you. Are you the pervert from earlier? Tsukishiro feigned ignorance. Despite already knowing the answer, Jiraiya-sensei. What are you doing here? Tsukishiro inquired, half in disbelief. Jiraiya stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Tsukishiro observed him closely. What was once a reasonably handsome face now bore the marks of swelling, resembling a pig's head. Speaking of which, Minato, what brings you here? And who is that over there? Weren't you just a child back then? How has life in Konoha treated you? Jiraiya coughed and straightened up, attempting to redirect the conversation. I was just wandering around, and I happened to run into Tsukishiro, Minato replied, his innocence allowing Jiraiya to shift the topic seamlessly. Is that so? What a coincidence. I was doing the same, Jiraiya remarked, and Tsukishiro observed quietly that I am Tsukishiro. By the way, that's so. How's Konoha treating you? It's decent. Thank you for your past assistance. That's wonderful to hear, and no need to thank me. I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Maipukata. The pervy sage, Tsukishiro interjected with a nod, eliciting a dramatic fall from Jiraiya. I am not the pervy sage. I am the sage of toads. My apologies, Tsukishiro replied, maintaining a serene expression while Jiraiya continued to grumble. Jiraiya-sensei and Tsukishiro share a strong bond. It seems. Minato chuckled. That's merely an illusion, Tsukishiro quickly retorted, showing no hesitation. Are you so certain? Jiraiya clutched his chest, feigning sorrow. Minato laughed, appreciating the dynamic between Jiraiya and Tsukishiro. As noon approached, Tsukishiro and Jiraiya encountered each other near the bathhouse in Konoha. I never expected Tsunade to take you in, Tsukishiro remarked as the three sat in a dumpling shop, where Jiraiya, in his capacity as a senior, insisted on treating Tsukishiro and Minato to dumplings. The five-color dumplings were a renowned establishment in Konoha, famously favored by the character Anko Mitarashi in the original series. Is that so? I find Tsunade to be quite amiable, Minato chimed in after taking a bite of his dumpling. That's not the point. It's more about her status, which doesn't allow her to take in just anyone. Jiraiya clarified, also savoring a dumpling. Despite their differences, the master and disciple shared many similarities. I'm not sure about that, but I am indeed grateful to Tsunade, Tsukishiro added, enjoying the sweet, slightly sticky dumplings that had become a favorite in the original narrative. The taste was delightful, and considering it was one of Konoha's classic eateries, the flavor was commendable, especially at such an affordable price. By the way, you defeated Minato in a duel previously. Don't you have any thoughts of graduating early? Jiraiya shifted the topic back to Tsukishiro. That's accurate, Tsukishiro replied, exchanging glances with Jiraiya, who was also looking at him intently. If you graduate early, I could become your guiding Jonin. After all, I only have Minato under my wing at the moment. This is quite a rare opportunity, he added. How rare? Tsukishiro queried. The sage of Mount Myaboku can be your guiding Jonin. It truly is a remarkable opportunity. Indeed, to have the pervy sage as a guiding Jonin is indeed rare. Hey, change that title, Jiraiya protested. No, Tsukishiro retorted, a playful smirk on his face. What a bothersome little brat, Jiraiya grumbled. Tsukishiro is also graduating early, Minato chimed in, Imagine being in the same squad, undertaking missions together with Jiraiya-sensei. It sounds delightful to as he spoke. Tsukishiro too envisioned that scenario. It was indeed a splendid idea. Both Jiraiya and Minato were pivotal characters from the original series and formidable warriors at that, far surpassing the average shinobi in skill. One would think a normal person would choose this path without hesitation. I shall consider it. With Minato's encouragement, Tsukishiro found himself wavering, no longer outright rejecting the idea. Life at the academy was rather dull, and being a genin could also be enjoyable. After all, there were opportunities to slack off. Very well, Minato smiled, for Tsukishiro was his closest friend and indeed his only male companion. The prospect of being on the same team thrilled him. Suddenly, Jiraiya stood up, prompting both Tsukishiro and Minato to look at him. "Let us go, Minato. Our next mission awaits." "All right," Minato replied, quickly finishing his dumpling and preparing to depart. "Until next time, Tsukishiro. Until next time, little brat. I genuinely look forward to your joining us." "Yes, until next time." With that, Jiraiya set off, followed closely by Minato. Though they were not particularly tall figures, their silhouettes somehow struck Tsukishiro as somewhat dashing. In the world of Naruto, both Jiraiya and Minato were well-known paragons of masculinity, one a hero and the other a Hokage. Their lives filled with both valor and tragedy. As Tsukishiro watched the two figures fade into the distance, for reasons unknown, he found himself gripping his dumpling tightly, an inexplicable tension coursing through him. Chapter 15. A new mission triggered. Join a team with plot characters. All members must be plot characters. Mission completion reward. 1 lottery draw. The moonlit tree reclined within the confines of the room, having long since acclimated to the Japanese tatami mat beneath him. Though it lacked the softness of a proper bed, it provided a distinct sense of comfort. Since his fortuitous encounter with the duo of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya some time ago, such moments had become rare. To his surprise, the solitary gaming system, which had been idly running in the background, suddenly sprang to life, presenting him with a task that had not appeared in quite some time. This new mission, categorized alongside the narrative quests, consisted solely of characters integral to the story. Frankly speaking, this could be regarded as both a challenge and a non-challenge. According to the established lore of Naruto, a standard team, or class, comprises 4 members, 1 guiding instructor and 3 students that in essence, to fulfill this task, the moonlit tree required 3 narrative characters. Fortunately, he had already secured 2, Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, who had inexplicably returned to Konohagakure from the Hidden Rain village ahead of schedule. Thus, it became evident that he only needed to identify 1 more narrative character. Upon reflection, he realized that the Fourth Hokage's era lacked any other notable figures he could recall, aside from Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha. The rest, he admitted, had completely slipped his mind. This realization made the task seem rather straightforward. To complete the system's mission, he undeniably required another narrative character. Unfortunately, the only 2 he was familiar with were merely a little over 8 years old. Far from the age of graduation, this meant that he would need to select one from Kushina or Mikoto and assist that individual in graduating early, thereby forming a team with Minato, Kushina, and himself. Should he wait until graduation, the academy would assign teams, and by that time, Minato would likely have already attained the rank of CH Nin or even J Nin. Consequently, the possibility of completing the system's task would be virtually non-existent. And given that the system operated entirely in single-player mode, any lingering tasks might hinder the emergence of subsequent missions. If that were the case, his most potent trump card would be rendered futile. After weighing the pros and cons, he let out a resigned sigh. It seemed he could no longer afford to languish in the academy. He had to facilitate Kushina's early graduation, and preferably within a short time frame. No prolonged delays. Minato was hailed as the purest genius among Hokage, and according to both Tsunade and Jiraiya, any prodigy would pale in comparison to him. That it could be said that if given even a modicum of time, Minato would ascend rapidly. Forming a genin team with him at that stage, it was nothing more than a fanciful dream. This indicated that time was of the essence, and within this limited window, he needed to help Kushina graduate early. Though he was uncertain of Kushina's combat capabilities, he suspected the challenge would be considerable. After all, Being a Genin in Konohagakure was regarded as the pinnacle of power within the ninja world. Laughs. Indeed, the likes of Sasuke and Naruto, who stood at the apex of strength in the ninja realm, were still classified as Genin, even after the Fourth Great Ninja War. With a sigh, he turned over, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. Tomorrow, he would make a point to invite Kushina for some serious training. With this thought, he gradually closed his eyes, and the dawn of a new day quietly approached. Kushina, how about we train together after school? He proposed, executing his plan from the previous day as he spotted her. Naturally, he was met with a classic response. Train? Why so suddenly? Kushina was bewildered. Ever since Minato's departure, her only companions had been the moonlit tree and Mikoto. The moonlit tree, who usually adopted a leisurely demeanor, had unexpectedly suggested training, leaving her momentarily stunned. It's nothing. What do you mean by that? Kushina's curiosity was piqued as she noticed the moonlit tree's cryptic demeanor. All right then, he conceded, realizing he was not adept at handling such situations. I want to train you, aiming for your early graduation. Kushina was even more perplexed. His declaration felt like a bombshell, leaving her utterly astonished. Why the sudden urge? I want us, along with Minato, to graduate early and form a team together. The moonlit tree spoke candidly. As he was not one to concoct excuses, it was better to speak plainly. Kushina was rendered speechless, her mind racing with thoughts that led to some rather inappropriate fantasies, causing her to blush deeply, resembling a ripe tomato. Why the sudden change? Her voice was barely above a whisper, lacking the usual fiery spirit that earned her the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper. Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, or maybe it just seems like the thing to do while we're at school. He replied, observing her reaction. But it's all right. I'm here to help you. He reassured her, anticipating her concerns regarding her lack of strength. However, Kushina glanced at Mikoto, who had been inching closer, having overheard their conversation. Upon noticing the two gazing at her, Mikoto forced a smile. Though her emotions were transparent, as an Uchiha, she found it difficult to blend in with the commoners, often isolated, with Kushina as her sole friend. If Kushina did indeed graduate early, Mikoto would face a solitary existence at the academy. Having all three of us train together would be ideal, he quickly responded, prompting both girls to turn their attention towards him. Is that really possible? Kushina questioned, disbelief evident in her tone, while Mikoto mirrored her sentiment. Yet, unmistakably, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. It was no wonder they felt this way. In all of Konoha's history, there had been but a handful of individuals who graduated at such a young age, and even fewer were female. It is possible, he answered with unwavering conviction. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances, a spark of belief igniting between them. In an instant, they erupted into laughter, their voices chiming like silver bells. Okay then, they said in unison, their incredulity palpable. I will trust you this once. Leave it to me, he declared, feeling an inexplicable urge to assert himself in the face of their hopeful gazes. Even though the task ahead was daunting, perhaps this was the essence of expectation. When others placed their hopes upon him, he felt compelled not to disappoint them. Gazing at their radiant smiles, he solidified his resolve. No matter what, he would ensure that all three of them graduated early within the allotted time. Thus the training plan was set in motion, comprising the moonlit tree, Kushina, and Mikoto, all united in their goal of early graduation. Chapter 16. In training, not high enough? Keep going. Push harder. In the afternoon hours, Konoha was at its most languid. Classes had ended, and the gentle breeze and sunlight lulled many into slumber. However, in a secluded grove on the outskirts of Konoha, the only sounds were not the soft snores of napping individuals, but rather the slicing of shuriken through the air and the labored breaths of determined trainees. The most prominent voice among them belonged to the moonlit tree. Since the trio had resolved to train together in pursuit of early graduation, they had discovered an ideal training ground. Nestled within the grove was a clearing, accompanied by a serene little lake. A picturesque setting that boasted fresh air and natural beauty. That moment. The moonlit tree stood before two girls of his own age, both clad in training attire, eschewing the frills of traditional feminine garb. Yet their appearances were still striking. We're only halfway to our goal. Don't overthink it. Just ascend as if walking on level ground, and channel your chakra as lightly as if sipping water, he instructed, urging them on. The moonlit tree was gently imparting its wisdom, standing before the drenched figures of Kushina and Mikoto. Clad in training attire, their delicate faces glistened with perspiration, their breaths coming in hurried gasps. Resembling ordinary individuals who had just sprinted several kilometers, surrounding them were numerous trees, their trunks marred by countless cuts, each scar stretching from the base to the top. Indeed, the lesson Moonlit Tree was imparting was reminiscent of the tree-climbing technique from the original narrative. It was not a literal ascent, but rather the ability to utilize chakra within one's body to adhere to the tree, enabling one to traverse it as if walking on solid ground. However, mastering the skill was no easy feat. The control of chakra was far from effortless. Chakra, unlike limbs, was not bound by nerves. It was a form of energy, and such energy could not be manipulated with the fluidity one might expect. Furthermore, Kushina and Mikoto were merely children, and in the original story, Naruto and Sasuke had only begun their training at the tender age of 12. Let us take a break, Moonlit Tree suggested, taken aback by the determination displayed by the two girls. After all, they were still young girls, he mused, yet he thought it acceptable as long as they could graduate early. The examinations for early graduation from the Ninja Academy were certainly more challenging than the regular ones. Yet they were not insurmountable, especially in these peaceful times when the chances of early graduation seemed quite favorable. Initially, Moonlit Tree had intended to allocate a bit more time to their training. But upon observing Kushina and Mikoto's diligence, he found himself swept up in their enthusiasm and accordingly increased the training intensity. The two girls showed no signs of complaint. One could only marvel at the ninja world. Or perhaps it was a testament to the ambition of children from prominent families, as it was quite rare to find such drive in girls of merely 8 years, with a sigh of relief. Kushina and Mikoto finally relaxed at the announcement of a break. They both plopped down, clearly fatigued. "How are you feeling?" Moonlit Tree inquired as he settled beside them. "Not too bad, quite tired, actually. This method not only strengthens our bodies, but also hones our chakra control." "Which is indeed quite effective," Mikoto replied, feeling comfortable enough to converse with him without needing Kushina as an intermediary, a stark contrast to their previous interactions. Is this the sort of training you typically engage in?" Kushina asked, her gaze fixed on Moonlit Tree. Not particularly, he reflected on his own training. As someone who had always been somewhat lethargic, he lacked a strong desire for rigorous practice, that he would occasionally visit Kakashi Hatake to refine his swordsmanship and exchange combat experiences. But aside from that, he had not actively pursued much training. However, this did not imply he was incapable. During his training sessions, he had surprisingly excelled in techniques he had never formally practiced, such as tree climbing and even the advanced skill of walking on water. Moonlit Tree did not consider himself a prodigy, yet he felt an uncanny familiarity with these skills, as if he had performed them countless times before. When he first arrived in this world, he had merely been an introverted individual. Despite maintaining a disciplined exercise routine and having engaged in various sports, he should not have possessed such combat prowess. Yet, he had succeeded not just once but also during the incident when he rescued Kushina. That sensation had resurfaced. "What's on your mind?" Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued as she noticed his contemplative demeanor. Moonlit Tree, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, simply shrugged and sighed. "Nothing in particular. I'm just a lazy bum. You two should focus on your current task." Kushina huffed, having witnessed him effortlessly climbing trees and walking on water with apparent ease, that a gentle breeze caressed their faces, drying their sweat, while Mikoto quietly chuckled to herself. As Kushina and Moonlit Tree engaged in light-hearted banter, Mikoto found it hard to believe she could experience such moments of levity. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she had always been different from most. Yet she could not share the peculiar sense of superiority that some of her kin possessed. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was renowned for its innate bloodline limits, but Mikoto felt pride should not stem from such factors, as it bordered on arrogance. Her parents were gentle souls, seemingly uncharacteristic of the aloof Uchiha lineage, resembling an ordinary family from Konoha. This upbringing had shaped Mikoto's character, making her calm and somewhat introverted. Due to her status, she found it challenging to forge friendships with commoners, and her reserved nature did not endear her to her clanmates either. Perhaps it was this very isolation that cast a shadow of loneliness in her gaze, forging a bond of empathy with Kushina, which ultimately led to their deep friendship. "What's making you smile, Mikoto?" Kushina's voice broke through her reverie, bringing her back to the present, where she found both a boy and a girl gazing at her with clear, sincere eyes. Mikoto's smile brightened even further. "Nothing much, just feeling a bit happy," she replied, her words laced with warmth. The atmosphere was tranquil, and an aura of uniqueness radiated from Mikoto, unlike Minato Namake's sunny disposition. Her essence resembled water, serene and accommodating. "Indeed," Kushina said, feeling the joy permeate her own heart, a smile blossoming on her lips. "I'm becoming quite fond of this camaraderie." She glanced at the sky, relishing the moment spent together, contrasting it with her lonely arrival in Konoha, akin to a solitary street lamp shimmering in the darkness. Contemplating this, she turned to Moonlit Tree, who appeared slightly daft, and her smile grew even sweeter. Time is relentless, indifferent to all, moving forward without pause. Yet human connections imbue the unyielding passage of time with countless simple, yet profoundly heartwarming memories. "Do you think we can graduate early?" Kushina asked out of course. Moonlit Tree responded confidently. "Then that would be splendid." Chapter 17. Sparring Moonlit Tree, "You've been visiting less frequently of late," a silver-haired man remarked as he sat in the living room of the Hitaki household. Noticing the arrival of Moonlit Tree, "Why apologies, Kakashi-sensei. I've had some matters to attend to and may not have as much time," Moonlit Tree admitted, acknowledging his absence, though he felt no guilt. "Don't worry about it. If you have matters to resolve, prioritize them. Training can wait. It can be pursued at any time." Kakashi, despite being a ninja of remarkable strength, was surprisingly affable, especially towards his comrades. In all of Konoha, few could rival Kakashi's dedication to his friends. Who would have guessed that a man of such formidable prowess, akin to the Hokage, possessed a heart softer than most? Although White Fang shows no mercy to his enemies, it is precisely this aspect that led to his being ensnared by the likes of the Third Hokage, resulting in his feelings of guilt over a failed mission that ultimately drove him to a tragic suicide. This in turn distorted Kakashi's character, culminating in the sorrowful events surrounding Minato Namake's and his team, as well as the birth of Obito and the Fourth Great Ninja War. This illustrates the chain reaction of events. Every occurrence influences countless others. The world is inherently interconnected, and even the slightest deviation can yield profoundly significant consequences. This is why Suki no Ki chose not to intervene excessively in the storyline, yet it became unavoidable as the original plot had already unraveled. For instance, during the abduction of Kushina, Minato was unaware and did not venture alone to rescue her. Instead, he accompanied the Leaf Village's forces to support Suki no Ki. Following this line of reasoning, Minato would have been utterly incapable of rescuing Kushina, leading to her successful abduction and a subsequent shift in the trajectory of the ninja world, perhaps even sparking the Third Great Ninja War at this very moment. "It is nothing serious. I have merely been practicing ninjutsu with friends. Come, let us train with our blades." Suki no Ki began to stretch, the Kusanagi sword resting at his waist, preparing for a sparring session with Shumo Hitaki. Despite Suki no Ki's focus being on swordsmanship, mastery of both swordplay and knife techniques presents a significant challenge, not only in terms of proficiency, but also in combat experience. "Have you finally arrived?" Shumo Hitaki smiled, accustomed to this routine since Tsunade brought Suki no Ki to him. The two had become fast friends in the art of blade combat, especially as Suki no Ki relished these straightforward duels. Shumo was further astonished by Suki no Ki's impressive swordsmanship, which had fostered considerable growth in his own skills during their exchanges. "Today, I shall ensure you experience the true essence of this sword." "Oh, are we using the real deal today?" Suki no Ki was indifferent. Their previous bouts had typically employed wooden swords, but over time, both had grown unsatisfied, gradually escalating to the use of real weapons, which inevitably resulted in some minor injuries. Their sparring was always kept to a safe limit, preventing any serious harm. After exchanging pleasantries, Both Suki no Ki and Shumo began to warm up, their eyes alight with excitement. In a world teeming with ninjas, wielding either blade or sword is not unusual. However, the Hokage clan is renowned for their knife techniques, and Suki no Ki harbors a profound interest in both swords and knives. For some men, it is not just the allure of firearms that embodies romance. Rather, it is the elegance of cold weapons that captures their hearts. The enchanting sound of weapons clashing is simply sublime. Are you ready? I have been ready for a while. Shumo Hokage and Suki no Ki exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Then let us begin. With that, Shumo drew his blade and stepped into the courtyard. Suki no Ki following closely behind. Despite their age difference of over a decade, their synergy was unexpected. Was it due to the allure of cold weapons, or perhaps Suki no Ki's maturity contrasted with Shumo's youthful spirit? It remains a mystery, possibly a blend of both. The Hokage courtyard was expansive, dotted with wooden posts for sword practice. The wind blew fiercely, setting a dramatic atmosphere for the duel between Suki no Ki and Shumo. A few leaves drifted down, only to be swept back into the air by the gust that accompanied their impending clash. As the leaves floated aimlessly, Suki no Ki and Shumo stood facing each other. Their gazes locked, penetrating through the foliage as they honed in on one another. The leaves fell languidly, ultimately succumbing to gravity. In that pivotal moment when the first leaf touched the ground, both had already positioned their hands firmly on their respective hilts. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed. The two figures lunged forward, colliding with a resounding clash of steel. The Kusanagi sword met Shumo's ninja knife, producing a crisp metallic sound that resonated through the air. Rippling outward like waves that you're improving, Shumo remarked. Likewise, as skilled practitioners of their craft, Shumo immediately sensed the evolution in Suki no Ki's swordsmanship. It had grown exponentially stronger, not merely matching, but potentially surpassing his own prowess. This sensation was undeniably unsettling for Shumo, who felt as if something were relentlessly pursuing him. This moment, it felt as though the force behind him had surged forward, akin to a sprinter eager to overtake. Shumo smirked. The White Fang of Konoha was not one to fear his juniors, nor was he easily surpassed. With a firm grip, his expression hardened, transforming him into a predator, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. As Suki no Ki was pushed back, he was taken aback. In their previous encounters, he had always been the one to fall short, but this time was different. Suki no Ki's swordsmanship had evolved from mastery to a level akin to that of a grandmaster. He approached this duel with an unwavering desire for victory, defeating the legendary White Fang, known for his blade techniques and whose strength rivaled that of the Hokage, would bring anyone a sense of pride and accomplishment. Yet, Shumo had no intention of granting Suki no Ki his wish. The disparity in age and physical strength was too great, and with a single strike, Suki no Ki was sent reeling, in that fleeting moment. Shumo's knife surged forth, seizing the opportunity to strike. This principle is well understood by every formidable warrior, and, as the White Fang, Shumo was keenly aware of its significance. Suki no Ki, now vulnerable, had exposed a considerable opening, and Shumo's blade sought to exploit it. However, Suki no Ki was no novice. The Grandmaster of Swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Gripping his sword tightly, he focused intently on the incoming attack, in a surreal slow motion. Suki no Ki observed the descending blade. Just before it made contact, he swung his sword in retaliation. The Kusanagi met Shumo's knife, narrowly deflecting the assault. The ninja knife grazed past him, mere centimeters away. As Suki no Ki successfully evaded this perilous strike. Yet the battle was far from over. Combat spares no opportunity, and the aggressor is often the one destined for victory, making each attack critical. Suki no Ki, having evaded Shumo's strike, remained composed. Keenly watching his opponent, he executed a backward kick aimed at Shumo. But predictably, such an attack posed no challenge for the White Fang, who effortlessly blocked it. Tisich, not enough, Shumo chuckled, eliciting an annoyed huff from Suki no Ki. Chapter 18. The blade and the sword with another clash between blade and sword. The clear sound echoed around them. Leaves floated aimlessly, momentarily lifted by the gust generated by their combat. Is this truly happening? Shumo pondered, eyeing Suki no Ki, who stood defiantly before him. This was no mere illusion. The sensation he had felt earlier regarding Suki no Ki's swordsmanship catching up to him was unmistakably real. It was indeed a frightening realization, particularly for Shimo, that a boy of just over 8 years, who not long ago had been easily outclassed in their sparring, was now closing the gap at an alarming rate. Who could have anticipated that in just a few days, this young lad would begin to match the pace of a master swordsman? This was nothing short of fantastical. Mastery of swordsmanship is inherently tied to talent, and some individuals may spend their entire lives without reaching the pinnacle of grandmaster status. Yet Suki no Ki continued to astonish Shimo repeatedly, having displayed remarkable skill at such a young age. He had now ascended to a level few in the ninja world could ever hope to achieve. Shimo felt compelled to voice his astonishment, words escaping his lips. "You little rascal, are you some sort of demon?" "Huh, what are you talking about?" Suki no Ki replied, slightly bewildered by Shimo's sudden outburst. "Nothing, just a fleeting thought." "Let us continue." Kikuchi Sumo grinned twice, wielding his ninja blade with a flourish, only for his gaze to once again turn icy. Although Tsukishu was equally perplexed, he had no choice but to immerse himself entirely in the battle at hand. Kikuchi Sumo sensed the aura emanating from Tsukishu. It was the unmistakable presence of a master, devoid of any semblance of deceit. "I've got your back, partner," Kikuchi Sumo thought, casting a glance at the ninja blade in his hand, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Kikuchi clan, bestowed solely upon each clan leader. The Kikuchi family was renowned for their swordsmanship, and under Kikuchi Sumo's generation, it had reached its zenith. His prowess alone could place him among the elite of Konohagakure. Sensing Kikuchi Sumo's scrutiny, the blade in his hand shimmered with renewed intensity. It is said that swords possess a spirit. Perhaps within every cherished weapon lies a hidden soul with a gentle breath. In the next instant, both Tsukishu and Kikuchi Sumo sprang into action simultaneously. Their light-footed steps fell soundlessly upon the ground, as if the world had been muted, leaving only the whisper of the wind. The clash of blades rang out as sparks flew in mere moments. Tsukishu and Kikuchi Sumo engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes, slashes, chops, thrusts, and feints. The fundamental techniques of swordsmanship were executed with unparalleled finesse by both combatants. The metallic symphony of their duel crescendoed, weaving a tale of romance and fervor through the dance of their blades. White Fang, Tsukishu's eyes widened as he unleashed a fierce strike. Kikuchi Sumo wore a faint smile, his face alight with the thrill of combat. "That you've got spirit, kid." In an instant, Kikuchi Sumo pulled back his blade, effortlessly blocking Tsukishu's attack. "Look at this," Tsukishu chuckled, their blades locked in a stalemate. "Care to see something impressive?" "Impressive?" Kikuchi Sumo blinked in surprise, his gaze fixed on Tsukishu. The two were nearly evenly matched in skill, though Kikuchi Sumo perhaps held a slight edge, a fact that, at this moment, would prove inconsequential. "Watch closely." Tsukishu's aura surged, the winds around them whipping into a frenzy. The air howled as Tsukishu's sword energy coalesced. "Focus," he commanded, channeling his burgeoning power into his grass-cutting sword, which began to emanate a faint luminescence. Tsukishu shouted. Kikuchi Sumo felt a surge of danger in an unexpected display of strength. Tsukishu pushed him back, the glowing energy from the grass-cutting sword slicing through the air and grazing Kikuchi Sumo's arm. A potent force surged through Kikuchi Sumo's grip, forcing him to retreat. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was his utter inability to counter this onslaught. It's over. Like a streak of lightning, the grass-cutting sword propelled Kikuchi Sumo backward, instantly widening his opening. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tsukishu redirected his thrust toward Kikuchi Sumo. The grass-cutting sword advanced steadily, victory glimmering in Tsukishu's eyes. A soft metallic sound echoed as Kikuchi Sumo's white hair danced in the air, and Tsukishu's eyes widened in disbelief. Kikuchi Sumo had deftly deflected the grass-cutting sword with his ninja blade, using the momentum to pivot his body, releasing the grip on his weapon. In that split second, Kikuchi Sumo adjusted himself, his ninja blade suspended as if frozen in time. Yet this was merely an instant. the force of gravity not yet having its say. With a resounding clap, it felt as though the entire world paused, leaving only Tsukishu's perspective in motion. In his bright eyes, a strand of white hair fluttered. Kikuchi Sumo reached for the ninja blade, the very embodiment of his legacy. Move, move, Tsukishu urged as Kikuchi Sumo's figure drew nearer. Akin to a scene unfolding in slow motion, his gaze sharp and fierce. Gritting his teeth, Tsukishu felt the tension in his grip tighten around the grass-cutting sword, just as the glow of the ninja blade flashed in his vision. Tsukishu swiftly redirected his strike. With a rush of wind, a few strands of hair were lifted from his forehead. I win. Kikuchi Sumo's ninja blade had reached Tsukishu's throat, while the grass-cutting sword had yet to complete its thrust. Halted midway. In this contest, it was evident that Tsukishu had fallen short. Victory belonged to Kikuchi Sumo. Damn it, Tsukishu, who was not particularly fixated on triumph, merely sought to exert himself in every endeavor. However, when it came to swordsmanship, he felt an undeniable reluctance. He could scarcely articulate it, but the sensation of wielding a blade thrilled him, perhaps influenced by the martial arts fervor of his youth. After all, what man does not harbor a dream of heroism? The romance of the sword beckoned to him, and while he could not claim to fully grasp its essence, he certainly relished the feeling it evoked. Well, it seems I still have much to learn. Kikuchi Sumo lowered his ninja blade, presenting a smile reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. It is worth noting that both individuals were gentle souls, akin to radiant suns, yet tragically, they shared a similar fate, each a prodigy destined for an early demise. Next time, I won't lose, Tsukishu sighed before resolutely declaring, I'll be waiting. Kikuchi Sumo replied with a grin. Chapter 19. The Divine Maiden. The monotonous school days dragged on, as Tsukishu stifled yet another yawn. The familiar scenery of Kanahagakure, the ever-constant weather, and the dreadfully dull lectures lulled him into a stupor, and he mused that perhaps the system's tasks existed solely to alleviate his boredom. Until now, he had not felt particularly burdened. But with the emergence of system missions and the goal of graduating early, the tedium of his daily existence had become all too palpable. Tsukishu. Is school out? He had inadvertently succumbed to fatigue, dozing off until a voice roused him. School isn't over yet, but the teacher seems to be calling for you. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a flash of red hair. None other than Kushina, seated in front of him. The teacher? What does she want? I'm not sure. You should go find out. Kushina shrugged. With a sigh, Tsukishu rose to seek out the teacher. Truth be told, he would have preferred to continue sleeping. Guiding the two girls through their rigorous training had left him somewhat drained, though he felt a hint of embarrassment at this notion. After all, it was not he who was training. Setting aside these thoughts, Tsukishu ambled out of the classroom, yawning along the way. You look exhausted. Mikoto approached, standing beside Kushina as they watched Tsukishu's retreating figure. He's not tired. What could he possibly be fatigued from? We've been the ones sweating it out during training while he's been napping, Kushina retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. That's true, Mikoto chuckled softly. But he's reliable. He's never asleep when we need his help. Barely adequate at best. Tsukishu remained oblivious to the conversation behind him. Having reached the teacher's office, he pushed open the door. The sight before him took him by surprise. Long time no see. Tsukishu paused, astonished to find Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze within the office. How's it going, kid? Enjoying school life. Jiraiya turned to him, a familiar grin on his face. It's the same as always, but wait. How did you all end up here? Yushu quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no one besides Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. And no need to look further. It was me who sought you out. Jiraiya's voice reached her ears, causing Yushu to fix her gaze upon him. Subsequently, Jiraiya tossed something over, which Yushu deftly caught. All right, that's done. You could disperse, Minato. Yushu exclaimed, observing Jiraiya and Minato's intention to leave so abruptly. What is going on? What is this? She was about to reveal the object in her hands for a closer inspection when Jiraiya interrupted. I believe you can examine that on your own later. With that, Yushu halted her movements. What do you mean? Her voice softened considerably as she shot a glance at Jiraiya. That's your concern. Take a look yourself. With that, Jiraiya strode out of the office, followed closely by Minato, who made a gesture of apology. Sorry, I'm not quite sure either. Jiraiya-sensei, didn't he mention anything? Minato spoke gently, but there was no time to linger as Jiraiya urged them onward. Prompting Minato to follow him out, as the sound of their footsteps faded, Yushu gradually unfurled the item in her hand. Before her lay a token, which felt remarkably substantial in her grasp. Appearing exceedingly ancient, steeped in history, Yushu's breath quickened, not merely upon discovering an artifact, but because the token bore an inscription that Ji-shun. It was the surname of the body she inhabited. The token was engraved with the words Ji-shun, and a deep crimson hue stained 1/3 of its surface. Even the engraved characters were tinged with this color. Yushu stood frozen for a moment, eventually revealing a self-deprecating smile. Hey, is this really the Hokage? The thought struck her for the first time. The matter she had previously neglected to ponder now lay starkly before her. When had she crossed over? What was the reason? Why was the only thing she remembered from her previous life her name? Ji-shun, which she had never even heard of in the context of Hokage. At first glance, one might assume she was just an ordinary commoner, but now that assumption shattered. Undoubtedly, the body Yushu currently inhabited was far from ordinary. Yet, she remained unclear about its true nature. Since her arrival, there had been numerous peculiarities, especially following her first battle, where she genuinely felt the world's authenticity. This was not the animated realm of Naruto, nor the distant universe separated by a screen. It was a tangible, existing reality. Yushu, what's wrong? What did the teacher say? While Yushu was lost in thought, Kushina had approached her. Kushina, what are you doing here? Why, school's already out, and I'm preparing for special training. Honestly, what's going on? Why are you just standing around without the teacher here? Yushu quietly tucked the token away, and Kushina noticed nothing amiss, though she questioned Yushu's dazed demeanor. School's already over. Why else? Then let us go to special training together. There's not much time left. Without waiting for Kushina, Yushu began to gently nudge her along. Wait a moment. Kushina, caught off guard, found herself being pushed along without grasping the situation. You're actually so proactive in dragging us to special training. Her eyes widened in disbelief. While it was true that Yushu had suggested their early graduation, she knew that Yushu often spent half of their training time asleep, a fact that left Kushina incredulous. Of course I can. Let us go. Let us go. Yushu replied weakly, continuing to push Kushina along. Reluctantly, Kushina complied, unaware that behind her, Yushu wore an expression of calm rather than her usual laid-back demeanor. Yushu's eyes sparkled with determination, fixated ahead, not solely on the red figure before her. Straying from the original plot development, there were events in Naruto that had not been documented, leaving Yushu uncertain about her true feelings. Despite the fact that this body did not strictly belong to her, she felt an inexplicable attachment, an obsession that resonated from the depths of her soul. This became even more apparent upon seeing the token inscribed with Ji-shun. Yushu could distinctly feel her heart racing, faster than ever before. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately resolved to uncover the mystery surrounding Ji-shun. This obsession, if it belonged to the original owner of this body, was a duty Yushu felt compelled to fulfill. With her determination solidified and her goals set, her next step became clear. It was simple. Jiraiya, the one who had given her this token, must know something, however little it might be. With that thought, Yushu's gaze sharpened, albeit fleetingly. Chapter 20. The next step, Yushu. An excited voice jolted her from her slumber. Just as she began to slowly open her eyes, the next moment, Yushu was unceremoniously propelled from her bed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The girl's voice reached her ears, still dazed, as her eyes remained shut, only to be swept away by an invisible force, akin to a kite severed from its string. Catching her completely off guard before crashing into a tree, a loud thud resonated, causing even the tree to tremble in response. Ouch! 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 Yushu clutched the back of her head, her eyes still clouded with confusion and sleepiness. What just happened? As she slowly stood up, Yushu spotted Kushina, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Her crimson hair glistened with beads of sweat, and her gaze was intensely fixed on Yushu, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Kushina, what's wrong? Yushu inquired cautiously. Having lived for decades, she understood well the futility of reasoning with a girl. No matter the situation, it was always her fault. Humph, Kushina huffed, refusing to respond. Yushu considered himself somewhat of a straightforward guy. After all, he had spent decades as a man untouched by romantic relationships. Tea wasn't tea that he didn't have a girlfriend. He had never had a close female friend, unlike the numerous partners he had in another dimension. Idiot, do you realize where Kushina is standing right now? Just as Yushu was at a loss. Mikoto's voice chimed in from his side. Where is she standing? Upon hearing Mikoto, Yushu shifted his gaze to Kushina. Kushina stood with an expression of irritation, her petite figure balanced precariously on the surface of a small river, the ripples from her recent landing still reverberating across the water. Yushu's eyes brightened, and a smile crept across his lips. Kushina had successfully completed the water-walking training since the commencement of their special training. Kushina's progress had been comparatively slower than Mikoto's, of course. They were merely practicing tree climbing and water walking for now. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Mikoto naturally possessed better chakra control. Whereas Kushina, despite her noble heritage, demonstrated chakra control akin to that of an average person. Yushu understood the underlying reason. Kushina's identity was not merely that of a survivor from the Uzumaki clan. She was also the vessel for the Nine Tails. Much like Naruto in the original story, the presence of a Nine Tails caused disruptions in the chakra of the Jinchuriki, leading to complications in chakra utilization. A classic example was Naruto's struggle with the basic clone technique, with his clumsy attempts at the technique etched into memory. Though eventually, Naruto would leverage the clone technique as one of his signature moves. The question remained, who was Naruto? The authentic male protagonist is not someone who can easily wield a shadow clone as a trump card, especially among the myriad of individuals who serve as Jinchuriki. Kushina is not a particularly outstanding genius. While she may be considered decent among ordinary people, she pales in comparison to those from prominent clans. Initially, this was not an issue, but as time progressed, the disparity in the special training between Kushina and Mikoto became increasingly apparent. When Mikoto transitioned from tree-climbing exercises to water-walking training, Kushina was still grappling with the basics of climbing. Thus, it is no surprise that Kushina felt exhilarated upon mastering water-walking. Nor is it surprising that she became frustrated when Tsukigami failed to react promptly. Kushina, Tsukigami called out loudly, noticing her sulking demeanor. Kushina subtly shifted her gaze towards him. Tsukigami flashed a smile, although it did not radiate the same warmth as the sunlit grins of Minato or Shikaku. It still brimmed with youthful exuberance. Well done, he said, revealing his teeth, which prompted a slight upward tug at the corners of Kushina's mouth. Humph, what a slow-witted fellow, she muttered to herself, mustering her emotions before turning her attention fully to Tsukigami. Mikoto lingered beside Tsukigami for a moment, while Kushina gradually made her way over from the stream. Tsukigami's gaze remained fixed on Kushina, oblivious to the blush creeping onto Mikoto's cheeks. Tsukigami's smile was a sensation unlike anything Mikoto had ever experienced, overflowing with youthful vitality, causing her to momentarily lose herself in admiration, her face flushing even more upon regaining her composure. Tsukigami, however, remained unaware of the effect his unintentional smile had on those around him. His appearance was not unremarkable. He merely exuded a laid-back demeanor that often made him seem older than his years. When a mature boy suddenly radiates the carefree spirit of youth, it is impossible for those nearby to remain indifferent. It was akin to a fairy shedding her ethereal cloak and descending to the mortal realm, capturing the attention of all who beheld her. "All right," Kushina exclaimed as she emerged from the water, prompting Tsukigami to call out again. Both Kushina and Mikoto directed their gazes towards him. "IT will be next week," he stated. "Next week for what?" Tsukigami flashed a naturally bright smile. "What? Surely it goes without saying. It's the graduation exam." His words were infused with confidence, instantly uplifting both Kushina and Mikoto. The anxiety that had lingered in their hearts dissipated in an instant, akin to walking a dark path illuminated by a guiding light. Kushina and Mikoto gazed at Tsukigami. Although he was not particularly tall or robust for an 8-year-old, he stood there with a slender frame, and the usual languor in his demeanor had vanished, replaced by a vibrant and positive aura Kushina and Mikoto were entranced. They had never witnessed Tsukigami in such a radiant light. A stark contrast to his usual self, that Kushina's eyes softened gradually, the earlier irritation ebbing away. Honestly, this is so uncharacteristic of you. Indeed, Mikoto echoed. Not like you at all. Tsukigami's demeanor reverted to its previous state, albeit the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished, still shining brightly, as if he were gazing at something extraordinary. Kushina and Mikoto pondered this thought. The first step of their accelerated graduation training had been successfully accomplished in less than 2 weeks, an impressive feat indeed, since Jiraiya's last visit to the Ninja Academy. He had vanished again. Upon inquiring with Tsunade, it was revealed that he had gone on a mission with Minato. The token from Megami remained secured in the pouch at Tsukigami's waist, the inscriptions upon it eliciting a sense of trepidation within him. Something awaited him, a mystery yet to be unraveled, an enigma that had never been addressed in the original narrative. Tsukigami inadvertently tightened his grip, feeling a warmth emanating from the pouch, a sensation that gradually enveloped his entire being, ultimately converging at his heart. Though I am not the type to be overly passionate, I will seek the answers for you and for myself. He resolved internally, sensing a profound tranquility emanating from the depths of his being. Chapter 21. Preparing for the exam, the ancient spoke of 2 components that constitute a person, the soul and the body. The body serves as the vessel for the soul, granting existence. While the soul embodies the essence of that existence, death manifests in 2 forms, the demise of the body or the dissolution of the soul. The former is not true death, while the latter signifies complete obliteration. The existence of the soul is undeniably real, as evidenced by the sealing arts, particularly the Shiki F-Gene technique. To be candid, Tsukigami was uncertain of his current state, applying the reasoning of his past life. He speculated that he might have undergone a soul transmigration, likely sharing a single body with 2 distinct souls. That, of course, it was possible that the original soul had nearly faded away, leaving only lingering attachments. Tsukigami considered himself no saint, unwilling to meddle in matters that bore no benefit to him. However, to occupy another's body without fulfilling their final wishes seemed utterly shameless to him, regardless of whether this rationale was self-imposed. His objective was straightforward: to fulfill the lingering desires of this body, not to become the strongest in the world, nor to ascend as Hokage, merely to accomplish this singular, uncomplicated goal. Wind release. Wind blade. Kushina's voice rang out. Tsukigami snapped back to attention, gracefully leaping aside to evade Kushina's ninjutsu with ease. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Mikoto unleashed her ninjutsu from the side, prompting Kushina to swiftly respond with a wind technique to complement Mikoto's attack. The wind intensified the fire, transforming what was merely an ordinary fireball into something far greater. Boom! The fireball collided with Tsukigami, resulting in an explosion. Yes, the 2 girls assumed they had succeeded, their small fists clenched in excitement. What a pity! Tsukigami's voice emerged from above, freezing the exhilaration on their faces. General, he said slowly as he descended. Kushina and Mikoto, still inexperienced in real combat, were caught off guard and failed to react in time. With a swift motion, Tsukigami restrained his strength, delivering a light chop to each of their heads. Ouch! They exclaimed simultaneously. This practice undoubtedly resulted in another victory for Tsukigami. You still have a long way to go. He withdrew his hands. In battle, if you do not see the enemy's corpse, do not let your guard down. No, even if you do see their corpse, remain vigilant. Tsukigami began to instruct the 2 girls. The unpredictability of a ninja's combat style is immense, given the vast array of techniques at their disposal. Thus, one must never lower their guard. Maintain your vigilance. This is a fundamental quality of ninja. Tsukigami lectured them like a mentor, causing Kushina to sulk momentarily, responding with a huff that "I understand," she replied, her reluctance evident, her eyes betraying a mix of defiance and competitiveness. This was to be expected. After all, this spirited girl was known for her tenacity. If she were meek like Mikoto, she would no longer be the fiery Kushina. She was indeed the type to silently confront those who spoke ill of her, taking on multiple opponents single-handedly. Well, at least you've learned to cooperate, which is commendable. However, Your hand seals could be a bit faster. They re-still rather slow. If you were any quicker, I might not even have the chance to use the substitution technique, Tsukigami remarked with a smile, offering a touch of encouragement. Both sweet and bitter guidance must be applied appropriately to achieve the best results. Time has certainly passed swiftly, Tsukigami mused, as Kushina and Mikoto turned their gazes towards him. It is time. Yushu smiled gently. After nearly 2 weeks dedicated to chakra control training, followed by another fortnight of comprehensive training that encompassed both taijutsu and ninjutsu, as well as chakra mastery, Kushina and Mikoto had undergone a remarkable transformation over the course of this month. Regardless of the circumstances, Yushu felt that Kushina and Mikoto had now met the required standards. So, let us begin. It is time for the graduation examination. Yushu cast a glance at the two girls, whose eyes were brimming with excitement. Everyone must succeed. Is that not obvious? Indeed, the contrasting reactions of Kushina and Mikoto elicited a soft chuckle from Yushu. During this period spent with the two girls, Yushu had gradually grown accustomed to this feeling. Kushina was not particularly forthcoming, often concealing her emotions, yet at times she could be quite straightforward. Mikoto, akin to the gentle and forgiving Yamato Nadeshiko, radiated warmth, had a good temperament, was quiet, and demonstrated a diligent spirit, making her stand out among her peers. Their personalities were nearly opposites, yet they had become each other's closest friends, akin to complementary angles. Yushu took a deep breath. Thus, the special training officially comes to an end. With Yushu's declaration, the curtain fell on the pre-graduation special training. Next, the graduation examination awaited. Everyone was to pass together and graduate ahead of schedule. This plan was finally set to be put into action. Throughout the month of special training, Yushu had not overlooked the sweat and effort exerted by Kushina and Mikoto. While typical girls indulged in the joys and beauties of life, Kushina and Mikoto had been relentlessly training, striving to fulfill the goals set by Yushu. Even after completing his tasks, the two continued to push themselves further. It was precisely because of this that everyone must succeed together. After all, this was a testament to the hard work of Kushina and Mikoto. Please take a moment to rest, Yushu said, turning to Kushina and Mikoto. The two girls were already glistening with perspiration. Today's training had sufficiently exhausted them. And what about you? I'm going to seek out the third Hokage to request early graduation. Kushina and Mikoto looked at Yushu and words were necessary. Their sweat spoke volumes. Yushu glanced at the two girls, then leapt away, departing from the scene. As Kushina and Mikoto watched Yushu's retreating figure, they exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Their melodious laughter floated on the breeze, carried along the flowing waters. Let us do our best. Let us do our best. Kushina and Mikoto each made tiny fists, their expressions utterly adorable. It was indeed rare for the two, who were not typically of such a nature, to display such enthusiasm, regrettably unnoticed by anyone else. The leaves of Konoha fluttered gently, brushing past the resolute gazes of the two girls. Yushu arrived at the Hokage building. Before him stood the door, and beyond it lay a new path. Next, the path of a ninja awaited. Chapter 22. The will of fire. Knock, knock. Coming out a robust voice resounded from within. Yushu inhaled deeply and pushed open the door. The Hokage's office remained unchanged from his previous visits, retaining the same appearance even during Naruto's tenure as Hokage. Yushu, what brings you here alone? Although the third Hokage posed a question, his expression revealed no surprise at Yushu's arrival. It was no wonder, considering this was the Hokage's office, protected by layers of security, and Yushu's clean record, being from Tsunade's family, allowed him free passage here. I am here to apply for early graduation, Yushu replied softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Yushu understood that the man had likely scrutinized him previously and was well aware of his circumstances. The third Hokage was a quintessential politician, perhaps even more astute than Hashirama Senju, yet still youthful enough not to have reached the disappointing state depicted in the original narrative. Early graduation. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Minato Namikaze? No. Yushu met Sarutobi's gaze directly. That I wish to apply for the early graduation of all three of us. The air seemed still. Both Yushu and Sarutobi fell into silence. The early graduation of 3 individuals? Sarutobi murmured, his eyes fixed upon you. It was hard to believe that a mere child of over 8 years possessed such a resilient gaze. The third Hokage of Konoha, a renowned ninjutsu instructor from the Second Great Ninja War. He was in the prime of his life, having developed a formidable aura. Yet Yushu stood there, calm and steady, meeting his stare. Very well. The third Hokage smiled. Children of Konoha should embody such positivity. Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window. I am somewhat familiar with your circumstances. You've done well. It is rare to see children so dedicated to their training. The temporary peace has led many to become somewhat complacent. The third Hokage spoke slowly, and Yushu listened attentively. It was no surprise that the third Hokage enjoyed imparting wisdom. It appeared to be a habit formed in his youth. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns brightly, illuminating and warming the village. This is the will of fire. Sarutobi turned to face Yushu. You are the inheritors of the will of fire, the future of Konoha. Yushu regarded Sarutobi. He could not deny that the third Hokage was indeed adept at conveying his ideals, and Yushu found himself swayed. Setting aside other considerations, it was undeniable that Sarutobi was genuinely devoted to the well-being of Konoha. In his old age, he resorted to the most basic means to safeguard the village due to his waning strength. Wherever the leaves flutter, the fire endures. Yushu echoed Sarutobi's sentiments. Thank you for your consideration. I shall not disappoint you. Yushu harbored no disdain for Konoha. On the contrary, he held a deep affection for it. The will of fire was often a topic of conversation among enthusiasts. The will of fire, you say? It would be delightful to embody it, fulfilling a fantasy from my past life. Sarutobi regarded Yushu, a smile creeping onto his lips. Very well. I will arrange the early graduation examination for you. It will take place in the coming days, so prepare yourselves. I will notify you then. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi solidified the arrangement for the graduation examination. Although Yushu was technically an outsider to Konoha, he was still under the protection of Tsunade. Yet, Sarutobi felt the need to confirm Yushu's capabilities, especially given the potential he had displayed, which surpassed even that of Minato Namikaze. Such a prodigy was someone Sarutobi wished to see firmly rooted in Konoha. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After expressing his gratitude, Yushu had no further matters to discuss and took his leave from the Hokage's office. Kagami Yushu, I never thought he truly existed. Sarutobi mused, watching Yushu's figure fade into the distance, recalling memories that no one else could comprehend. Meanwhile, Yushu had successfully applied for the early graduation of the trio and had returned to the training grounds. Perhaps they were genuinely exhausted. For Kushina and Mikoto were leaning against a tree, sound asleep. Their delicate noses twitched slightly as they rested, their tranquil forms harmonizing perfectly with the surroundings, resembling a picturesque painting. They must be tired. The moonlit tree did not disturb the two. Instead, it approached another tree not far off, settling beside it gently. The breeze that met them brushed softly, akin to a maiden bestowing a tender kiss upon one's forehead, as if whispering sweet good nights. Casting a glance at the two girls, the moonlit tree, too, closed its eyes. The sunlight filtering through the leaves of the tree had always captivated the moonlit tree. It was neither excessively warm nor too cool, but rather just right, always ensuring a comfortable slumber. The rays descending were not scorching, but instead felt like a mother's gentle caress upon one's hair. Both tender and warm. Konoha, when compared to the other 4 great ninja villages, boasted remarkably superior geographical conditions, not to mention a pleasant atmosphere within the village. With its eyes shut, the moonlit tree gradually began to envision a future. Just as it had always hoped, it imagined opening a quaint little eatery in Konoha, preferably a hot pot restaurant, where it could prepare delightful dishes for patrons and witness the smiles of guests savoring the meals crafted by its own hands. Thus, from the break of dawn to the setting sun, time would not be too fleeting, allowing for moments of leisure, and whenever it desired rest, it could indulge in the luxury of a leisurely nap. This was the life the moonlit tree had longed for ever since its traversal into this world. Having lost recollection of its past life for various reasons, it resolved to focus solely on the present. Yet before those dreams could materialize, it needed to unravel the meaning of the two characters. It was crucial to fulfill the original owner's aspirations. As the moonlit tree pondered these thoughts, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over it. Succumbing to the familiar pull of slumber, it drifted off to sleep. Sunlight enveloped the three, casting a pure and innocent visage upon their youthful faces. The days of rigorous training had concluded, further deepening the bonds among the trio. Yushu, a familiar voice echoed in its mind, and Yushu could barely discern it. With some effort, it opened its eyes, and, as usual, the faces of Kushina and Mikoto greeted it. "Good morning," Yushu instinctively uttered. "Good morning? The sun has long set," Kushina retorted. Glancing around, Yushu confirmed that the surroundings had indeed transformed into a hazy twilight. "Honestly, you sleep so much regularly, and now you can still snooze." "You truly are a slumbering deity," Kushina remarked, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead, leaving Yushu chuckling awkwardly on the side. "Let's go home," Yushu suggested, attempting to shift the topic to avoid further scolding from Kushina. Kushina caught on to the hint. "All right, let us head home," she replied with a smile. Following Yushu's lead, Mikoto observed quietly from the side, maintaining her composed demeanor. Under the dusky sky, the three walked together. Returning to their respective homes, as per usual, they attended classes, but 2 days later, the teacher suddenly announced to the trio, "The graduation exam is ready." Chapter 23. Rivals, have you heard? Yushu, Kushina, and Mikoto have all applied for early graduation together. Is that true? All three of them applied? This has never happened before, has it? 2 of them alone would be unprecedented, let alone 3. No wonder they've been seen together after school lately. It turns out they've been training in secret. Yushu is one thing. He managed to defeat Minato, but Kushina and Mikoto are also aiming for early graduation. That seems unlikely. Has any girl ever graduated early from the Ninja Academy? I certainly have no recollection of such a thing. Konoha was not that large, and before long, news of the trio's early graduation had spread throughout the Ninja Academy. The stir caused by Minato's early graduation had barely settled, and now the school was abuzz with discussions about Yushu and his companions. The trio's early graduation together was a historic first in Konoha, especially with 2 of them being girls, which only added to the astonishment. Set aside the chatter of the academy, Yushu, Kushina, and Mikoto had already arrived at the training grounds behind the school. There, Hiruzen awaited them, having spotted their arrival with a smile. Unlike the bustling Ninja Academy, the training ground was tranquil, with only a few people around. "You've arrived," Hiruzen greeted warmly as the trio approached. But Yushu's attention was drawn to another figure beside him. That individual was someone Yushu recognized, a man with flowing black hair and skin fairer than that of a woman. Exuding an almost feminine aura, Yushu was well aware of his identity. One of Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Orochimaru, a notorious figure in the ninja world, often referred to as the Snake Uncle by those from Yushu's past life, a scientific madman obsessed with research. It could be said that Orochimaru's fervor for studying bloodline limits was unmatched by any ninja. His singular goal in research was the pursuit of a perfect body. Yushu locked eyes with Orochimaru, who returned the gaze with his serpent-like slit pupils, devoid of warmth. "You are intriguing." Orochimaru's voice was low and sibilant, reminiscent of a snake's whisper. He flicked his tongue, which was long and slender. "It must be said." This man left Yushu with an unpleasant impression, evoking a sensation akin to encountering a cross-dresser, an indescribable discomfort. Withdrawing his gaze, Yushu chose not to engage further with Orochimaru. After all, no one relished the idea of maintaining eye contact with a genuine pervert. Cough, cough. Hiruzen cleared his throat a few times, commanding attention and momentarily silencing Orochimaru. At this stage, Orochimaru had not yet developed his notorious tendencies and still held great respect for Hiruzen, his teacher. "All right, are you all prepared?" Hiruzen surveyed the trio, who remained silent, their eyes speaking volumes. "Good. Let me explain the graduation exam. It's quite simple." Hiruzen smiled. "You must seize a bell from a jonin as long as one of you succeeds. You will all pass the as soon as he finished speaking. Yushu immediately focused his gaze on Orochimaru, the only jonin present. Orochimaru met Yushu's gaze with a knowing look. Meanwhile, Hiruzen continued, "Though there's only one jonin here. Your opponent is not him." "Huh." Kushina and Mikoto exclaimed in surprise, while Yushu was momentarily taken aback. Your opponent will be your future supervising Jonin. Should you succeed, that is, Hiruzen remarked with a smile. Thud thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as a figure leapt into view, landing gracefully and striking a pose at "It is I, Jiraiya, the sage of Mayuko." Yushu blinked in disbelief at the white-haired figure before him, mirroring the bewildered expressions of the two girls beside him. "That's right," Jiraiya declared, striking another pose. "It's me, Jiraiya." "Hey, Yushu, you're finally about to graduate early." Just as Yushu was about to respond, Minato came racing over, having followed closely behind Jiraiya. "But aren't you supposed to be with Minato? There are 3 of us. Doesn't that exceed the limit?" Yushu queried, glancing at Minato before returning his gaze to Jiraiya. "Who says a team must consist of just 3 members?" Jiraiya stood upright, abandoning his dramatic poses. Yushu had no retort. Indeed, there were no regulations stipulating that a ninja team must comprise 3 members. "So, if we pass, we will be Konoha's first 4-person team," Kushina chimed in. "Indeed." Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Mikoto and Kushina exchanged glances, surprised that they would become members of Konoha's first 4-member team. Typically, a team of 3 is more standard. But Jiraiya had taken the initiative to include all 4 of them. Given Jiraiya's strength, he was certainly capable of shouldering this responsibility, so I consented. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, glancing at Jiraiya, "I have matters to attend to with Orochimaru. So I leave this to you, Jiraiya." "Well then, off you go, old and IT should be teacher." Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Sarutobi, resigned, departed alongside Orochimaru in an instant, leaving only Tsukamori, Jiraiya, and Namake's Minato in the serene silence of the surroundings. "All right, are you ready? I, Jiraiya, shall be your opponent, the sage of Mayaboka Mountain." Jiraiya smiled, his usual amiable demeanor replaced by a formidable intensity. A powerful aura surged forth like a tempest, unmistakably felt by Tsukamori and the others. It was the aura of a true warrior, forged through countless battles on the battlefield. Their breaths became noticeably heavier, and both Kushina and Mikoto trembled slightly. Standing before them was a legendary figure from the Second Great Ninja War. Jiraiya, a man comparable to a Kage. Tsukamori broke into a smile, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Kushina and Mikoto mirrored his excitement, their bodies shaking as they laughed at Tsukamori's expression. Jiraiya, too, reveled in this scene. The fire of Konoha would not cower before the storm. It would only burn brighter. Chapter 24. Confronting Jiraiya's scatter. As the graduation exam commenced, Tsukamori immediately commanded his team to disperse. Kushina and Mikoto were no novices. They swiftly scattered, concealing themselves amidst the grass and behind trees. Only Tsukamori and Jiraiya remained facing each other. "Not bad," Jiraiya remarked, with Namake's Minato observing from the side. "And what about you?" Jiraiya directed his gaze towards Tsukamori. "Are you so confident that you could defeat me head-on?" Tsukamori placed his hand on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. "You won't know unless you try." With that, he drew his sword and struck in an instant. A blade of light surged towards Jiraiya. A strand of white hair fell, leaving Minato momentarily stunned. Jiraiya sidestepped the attack, but no one anticipated the ferocity of Tsukamori's strike. Jiraiya stared at Tsukamori, internally astonished. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Tsukamori was never one to engage in idle chatter. He capitalized on every opening presented by his opponent. Jiraiya's evasion had revealed a vulnerability to Tsukamori. A fire dragon erupted from Tsukamori's mouth, scorching the air as it surged toward Jiraiya. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kushina's voice rang out from the side. No one expected that at this moment, Kushina would proactively emerge to bolster Tsukamori's technique. The fire dragon intensified, escalating from a B-rank technique to nearly an A-rank one. Jiraiya smiled, finding these children quite amusing. Unperturbed, Jiraiya reached for his ninja tool pouch at his waist and produced a scroll. Sealing technique. Fire sealing method. He unfurled the scroll, directing the blank portion toward the approaching fire dragon. Remarkably, the scroll acted like a vortex, absorbing Tsukamori's fire dragon entirely. "Here you go," Jiraiya said, beginning to weave hand signs once more. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken flew in from the side, attempting to disrupt Jiraiya's hand signs. How naive, Jiraiya scoffed, glancing sideways while continuing his signs and leaping into the air, his sandals clashing together. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair transformed into long needles, enveloping him entirely. The shuriken struck him, but to no avail. With a clang, they were deflected aside. Fire sealing method. Release. The fire dragon burst forth from the scroll again, but this time it was directed at Tsukamori. Barrier. Heavenly cover formation. The formation suddenly emerged beneath Jiraiya's feet, causing everyone present to feel an unsettling sensation of being watched. Fire release. Dispersing flames. Jiraiya continued to weave signs, expelling several fire bullets toward the ground. Tsukamori, unable to discern Jiraiya's movements, was confronted by the fire dragon. With a click of his tongue, Tsukamori leaped aside, narrowly evading the fire dragon. The fire dragon detonated upon impact with the ground, sending a shockwave toward Tsukamori. He was staggered, and in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Jiraiya's smile. Not good. Tsukamori sensed impending danger. Watch out, he shouted, but it was too late. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded. Before Tsukamori could react, the ground beneath him erupted. A fire bullet shot upward from below. Although he managed to react in time, he felt a slight burn. The force sent him flying to the side. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. Jiraiya hurled a shuriken at Tsukamori. The shuriken spun and multiplied, filling the air. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Tsukamori. Tsukamori, Kushina, and Mikoto, having been struck by the fire bullet, lay on the ground, their faces covered in ash, yet they couldn't help but worry at the sight of Tsukamori's predicament. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, Phoenix flower jutsu. The two girls struggled to their feet, hastily weaving hand signs to assist Tsukamori. Tsukamori would not stand idly by. Gripping his Kusanagi sword, his chakra flowed steadily into it, emitting a faint glow. Tsukamori shouted, swinging his sword, unleashing a massive slash. Simultaneously, Kushina and Mikoto's combined ninjutsu surged forward. The phoenix flowers exploded one after another, cleaving through the barrage of shuriken. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the shadow shuriken jutsu was successfully thwarted by their collaboration. Raging Lion's main technique. Before the dust could settle, Jiraiya's assault resumed. His white hair lunged forward, targeting Tsukamori. The Raging Lion's main technique was Jiraiya's unique attack method. Though his hair appeared soft, it possessed the strength to ensnare and incapacitate opponents as the white strands attacked. Tsukamori raised his Kusanagi sword to defend. With a resounding clang, the force of the blow pushed him back once more, his feet scraping against the ground as dust billowed around him. Tsukamori swung his sword, clearing the smoke. Jiraiya observed Tsukamori, preparing to weave signs again, when two figures emerged from the sides, Kushina and Mikoto. One held a kunai, while the other hurled shuriken at Jiraiya. With a thud, a cloud of dust erupted as the shuriken struck Jiraiya, revealing him to be a wooden substitute. Substitution jutsu. Where is he? Kushina and Mikoto landed deftly, immediately on high alert. Shadow, clone jutsu. The trio turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, three Jiraiyas burst forth from behind a nearby tree. Whoosh! The three Jiraiyas unleashed shuriken, which posed little threat to the three from the moon tree, yet they successfully closed the distance. What followed was a contest of taijutsu. The moon tree trio engaged in close combat with Jiraiya. They were not lacking in physical prowess. In fact, it was their forte. However, Kushina and Mikoto were not as fortunate. While Kushina's taijutsu was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. And Mikoto fared even worse, being outright overwhelmed. In a moment of carelessness, Mikoto was sent flying by Jiraiya's kick, while Kushina was also launched away due to a momentary distraction. Moon Tree felt a twinge of anxiety. With a swift motion, he slashed his Kusanagi sword, causing Jiraiya to vanish, and rushed to assist Kushina. Using Earth Release, he invoked the technique of decapitation. That moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked, and a pair of hands reached for his feet. Chapter 25. The exam continues. Everything transpired so abruptly that Moon Tree had not anticipated Jiraiya's trickery. One couldn't help but exclaim, "How cunning! Curse be it!" Moon Tree found himself unable to evade the grasping hands. He cursed under his breath and plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground. Chakra surged into the sword in an instant, but Moontree was already being dragged underground, if stepping into a void. He plummeted down until only his head remained above the surface. With a shout, the chakra infused and the Kusanagi manifested as sword energy, enabling him to blast through the confines of his prison. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, and Moontree leaped into the air. Upon landing safely, he saw that Kushina and Mikoto were bound by ropes, with two Jiraiya's standing guard nearby. From the recent encounter, Moontree deduced that these two Jiraiya's were mere shadow clones, while the real Jiraiya lurked somewhere. Hidden from viewpoint one, should never underestimate the stealth of a Nin. Jiraiya could be anywhere, especially with a technique like transformation jutsu at his disposal. With his teammates incapacitated and the enemy concealed, Moontree surveyed his surroundings, his vigilance heightened, gripping the Kusanagi sword with renewed intensity. Just then, the two Jiraiya's, seemingly ignoring Kushina and Mikoto, charged towards him. With a whoosh, shuriken flew through the air. Moontree's eyes fixated on the incoming projectile. Suddenly, he had an intuition akin to that of the original Naruto. Transforming into wind-style shuriken for a surprise attack. For Jiraiya, such a maneuver was not out of the realm of possibility. Realizing this, Moontree quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique in the original narrative. This A-rank ninjutsu wielded immense, destructive power. Flames erupted from Moontree's mouth, their hue more vivid than ever, evoking a sense of dread. Normally, one would not expect Moontree to execute such an A-rank ninjutsu, but his exceptional bloodline made it feasible. The Senju bloodline granted him an astronomical amount of chakra, far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja, and a simple great fireball was trivial in comparison to the chakra he possessed. The flames raged fiercely, incinerating everything in their path. The incoming shuriken were instantly consumed by the fire, and the two Jiraiya clones dissipated into smoke. Toad oil bullet. The sunlight above was momentarily obscured as Moontree looked up to see Jiraiya completing his hand seals. Expelling a mouthful of oil. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Sensing movement beneath him, Moontree quickly became aware of the dual attacks approaching from above and below one of the ninja hand seals. Jiraiya's figure floated in the air, his trademark grin evident. Tornado. With a swift sweep of the Kusanagi, Moontree summoned sword energy that coalesced into a whirlwind. The ground erupted with fire bullets, while oil bullets rained down from above. Undeterred by the impending onslaught, Moontree remained composed. The sword energy formed a protective barrier around him, dispersing the fire bullets below and the oil bullets above. The predicament of being sandwiched between two attacks was thus resolved. All's fair in war. Jiraiya's voice echoed in his ears. Just as the tornado of sword energy dissipated, Moontree's gaze darted towards the source of the sound, right beneath his feet. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Once again, the same technique. I've been waiting for you. Moontree was not frightened. Rather, he chuckled, while Jiraiya beneath the ground began to feel a twinge of unease in his hand. Moontree cradled a blue and white chakra sphere. Spiral sphere. With a swift motion, he hurled the sphere to the ground. Boom! Whoosh! An explosion resounded, sending several shuriken flying through the dust. The shuriken soared towards Kushina and Mikoto, expertly slicing through the ropes binding them. Kushina and Mikoto immediately sensed their restraints loosening. They exchanged a glance and swiftly prepared for battle once more. Clang! Lion's barrage technique that a gust of wind whipped through, scattering the dust, and Moontree was propelled backward. Jiraiya's white hair had been ruffled by the force. Upon closer inspection, Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheveled, his once lustrous hair now tousled, and his face smeared with dirt. Only Jiraiya understood the peril he had just narrowly escaped. Had he not employed the body replacement technique in time, the spiral sphere would undoubtedly have struck him directly. Casting his gaze towards the spot where the spiral sphere had detonated, Jiraiya was taken aback by the sheer destructive power. It was indeed a rank ninjutsu. Most crucially, it was an unsealed ninjutsu, devoid of the cumbersome hand seal process, allowing for unparalleled speed that overshadowed other techniques. Jiraiya observed Moontree, now flanked by Kushina and Mikoto, who had seized the opportunity to rescue their companion amidst the chaos. As this realization dawned upon Jiraiya, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of trepidation regarding Moon Tree's capabilities, his adept combat skills, composed demeanor, formidable individual strength, and ability to coordinate with allies. Combined with the previously exhibited ninjutsu and this unsealed technique were nothing short of astonishing for an 8-year-old. Jiraiya recognized that Moon Tree was perhaps the most gifted individual he had encountered in a long time. Beside him, Minato was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of frustration, yet refusing to concede defeat. "Kid, where did you learn that ninjutsu?" Though he harbored suspicions, Jiraiya still posed the question, feeling that his conjecture was overwhelmingly daunting. "Learned it myself," Moon Tree replied calmly. Now of the same age as Minato, it was implausible for him to have developed the spiral sphere independently. Jiraiya inhaled sharply. While Minato was equally stunned, to have developed a ninjutsu at such a young age was enough to astonish everyone present. Interesting, Jiraiya chuckled. Moon Tree had undoubtedly exceeded his expectations that it seemed he was indeed the fabled descendant. Jiraiya recalled the legend, a wry smile adorning his face. The bell hanging from his waist jingled as Moon Tree, Kushina, and Mikoto readied themselves once more. This time, it would be a decisive confrontation. Jiraiya regarded the trio of children before him. These youngsters truly were becoming more formidable by the day. With a deep breath, he prepared himself. The exam continues. Chapter 26. Past. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The moonlit tree expelled a fiery orb from its mouth. Although its constitution was indeed remarkable, there were limits even at such a tender age. After unleashing numerous ninjutsu techniques, including the Grand Fire Annihilation, one could not help but observe that the chakra of the moonlit tree was beginning to dwindle. Water release, water bullet. Jiraiya, being a mature adult, possessed an immense reservoir of chakra. Even in the absence of any extraordinary constitution, faced with the colossal fireball launched by the moonlit tree, Jiraiya effortlessly countered it with a water release technique. As the water bullet collided with the fireball, a hissing sound resonated, and a cloud of steam surged forth, obscuring the vision of all present. However, Jiraiya remained unaffected. His barrier allowed him to navigate the situation with ease. A smirk graced Jiraiya's lips as he anticipated the inevitable. The chakra of the moonlit tree and his companions had been excessively depleted, leaving them with insufficient chakra to continue casting ninjutsu. Particularly, the moonlit tree amazed Jiraiya, for it was astonishing to see such a young child, merely over 8 years of age, possessing chakra levels comparable to that of a genin. Such a phenomenon typically only occurred within the Uzumaki and Senju clans. With a clear view of the movements of the moonlit tree and his companions, Jiraiya patiently awaited their approach. Undoubtedly, they intended to resort to taijutsu. From the right, a figure darted forth, and Jiraiya appeared momentarily unresponsive. Success! Kushina, wielding a kunai, lunged at Jiraiya, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. Ninja secret number 2, Jiraiya stated coolly, prompting Kushina to sense an impending danger. Never let your guard down. In an instant, Jiraiya executed a sidekick aimed at Kushina. Just as it seemed she would be struck, another figure emerged from the side. Don't even think about it. It was the moonlit tree. He charged forward, seizing the opportunity presented by Jiraiya's assault. Jiraiya had anticipated the moonlit tree's movements. He leaped into the air, spreading his legs wide. Not only did he kick Kushina away, but he also sent the moonlit tree flying with a single blow-point 2 swift kicks, one for each, and both Kushina and the moonlit tree were launched away. The force was considerable. Thud, the moonlit tree and Kushina. Mikoto couldn't help but exclaim, and in the next moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared beside her. Ninja secret number 3. Never cease observing and contemplating. Jiraiya clenched his fist and directed it towards Mikoto. Whoosh! The moonlit tree promptly drew a shuriken and hurled it towards Jiraiya. Mikoto cried out as she was sent flying by Jiraiya's strike. Just then, the moonlit tree's shuriken approached, albeit slightly late. Jiraiya paid no heed to the shuriken. It posed little threat to him. Mikoto! Kushina shouted. Upon hearing this, Mikoto, who had just been knocked down, mustered her strength and, like Kushina, charged towards Jiraiya. Meanwhile, The moonlit tree stood up and began forming hand seals. Was there still chakra left? Jiraiya slightly tilted to the side, evading the shuriken, while observing the moonlit tree. "Capture him!" Kushina, faster than Mikoto, shouted as she lunged towards Jiraiya. Taken aback, Jiraiya had not anticipated Kushina's intentions. Mikoto, undaunted and without questioning, fearlessly dashed towards Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya would not allow them to succeed so easily. Even in taijutsu, he would not be ensnared by two opponents. Just as he prepared to counter the advancing Kushina and Mikoto, the moonlit tree began to stir from a distance. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted from the direction of the moonlit tree, who was clearly just completing his hand seals. Jiraiya struck Kushina and Mikoto away with a fist and a kick. But they were not about to give up, even as they tumbled back, throwing shuriken or kunai in passing. Despite their poor aim, Jiraiya felt a sense of unease. Could it be? He sensed something amiss as he could no longer feel the moonlit tree's presence. Before him, the shuriken thrown by the two girls approached, but Jiraiya turned to look behind him. Too late. As he turned, a sword flew towards him. The moonlit tree's grass-cutting sword. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth. Jiraiya initially intended to cover himself with needles to block the attack, especially since he was also vulnerable from behind. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the moonlit tree charging at him. He immediately halted his actions in his peripheral vision, he saw the moonlit tree sprinting towards him, one hand empty and the other cradling a blue and white sphere. Jiraiya recognized it immediately. It was the formless ninjutsu that had nearly injured him moments before. He drew a kunai, deflecting the sword aimed at him, and hurled it towards the oncoming moonlit tree. The trajectory of the shuriken behind him was inaccurate, allowing Jiraiya to remain unscathed. Spiral sphere. The moonlit tree thrust the spiral sphere forward, knocking the incoming kunai aside. Earth release. Triple earthen wall. Jiraiya slammed a palm onto the ground, causing 3 earthen walls to rise before him, blocking the moonlit tree's path. The moonlit tree's expression remained unchanged as his gaze locked onto the front. Boom! The spiral sphere collided with the earthen wall, producing a resounding explosion. Do not underestimate the sphere. The moonlit tree intensified the chakra output, causing the spiral sphere to swell larger. This kid, boom! The triple earthen wall shattered under the moonlit tree's force, prompting Jiraiya to quickly retreat. Don't even think about it. The moonlit tree slammed the spiral sphere into the ground. Boom! The spiral sphere detonated upon impact, sending debris flying, and both the moonlit tree and Jiraiya were caught in the blast. Whoosh! The shuriken thrown by Kushina and Mikoto sailed past, their aim still lacking, failing to strike Jiraiya. Jiraiya landed steadily, immediately adopting a combat stance that I have one. The moonlit tree also stood tall, a smile gracing his face. He held a bell in his hand, gently shaking it to produce a melodious chime. When did this happen? Jiraiya glanced down at his waist, realizing the rope binding the bell had been severed in two. Could it be? He stared intently at the moonlit tree, his pupils slightly trembling. I asked that what you mean. The moonlit tree chuckled. Transformation technique disguised as a shuriken, using clones to cover Kushina and Mikoto, while simultaneously diverting your attention. Then, exploiting the distraction to launch a surprise attack from behind. The moonlit tree spoke slowly, and through your diversion, the shuriken thrown by Kushina and Mikoto cut my rope. Jiraiya added, "Bingo." The moonlit tree replied, "I have great faith in their shuriken." As he spoke, Kushina and Mikoto, looking somewhat disheveled, approached from the side. Once again, the 3 of them stood together. "It is all thanks to us," Kushina exclaimed, her excitement unabashed. "Thanks to the moonlit tree." Mikoto, more modest, spoke softly, yet there was a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Well, none of us could have done it alone." The moonlit tree grasped the bell and tossed it to Jiraiya. "This time, it is our victory." Jiraiya caught the bell, gazing at the 3 in front of him, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Indeed, that is certainly the case. Well done, moonlit tree. I was right about you." Minato, witnessing the outcome, rushed over in excitement. "I will not lose either. No, I concede." The moonlit tree raised both hands. "I am utterly exhausted, completely drained." The moonlit tree sighed. "What are you saying? You cannot be so complacent." You must continue to train, Minato exclaimed, uttering words that were uncharacteristic of him, perhaps indicating that the moonlit tree had indeed ignited his fiery spirit. All right. Jiraiya clapped his hands, looking at the four young ones before him. Let us go eat barbecue. It is on me as a welcome for our new teammate. Jiraiya smiled. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya, that I happen to be a bit hungry, Mikoto replied. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Sigh. Chapter 27. The first mission in the early morning hours. One could argue that it is indeed the finest time of the day. This sentiment was often echoed by Yushu in her past life. Although she remained uncertain of its veracity, she nonetheless held a contrary opinion. The reasoning was quite simple. Why forsake the warmth of one's cozy bed for the sake of waking up? Thus, when her alarm clock chimed at 7, Yushu hesitated for a mere half a second before decisively silencing it and returning to slumber. What? You inquire why Yushu set an alarm for 7. Is it not evident? It was because she had successfully passed her exam the previous day, and the first 4-person squad of Konoha was now officially commencing operations. The inaugural mission was scheduled for 7 in the morning. However, for Yushu, the question of a mission paled in comparison to the allure of sleep. If it were a task mandated by the system, then perhaps it would warrant her attention. But as it stood, it was merely an ordinary ninja mission. Why sacrifice her precious sleep for such trivialities? Thus, she protested against the early morning gathering with her actions. Speaking of the mission, Yushu suddenly jolted awake. How could she forget that completing the mission granted the chance for a lottery draw? It dawned upon her that the intensive training she had undergone was all for this purpose. The fleeting thrill coursed through her, yet she promptly shut her eyes again. The lottery could be drawn at any time. There was no rush, and such matters necessitated a proper bathing, changing of clothes, and hand-washing. Sleep? It was. With this thought, Yushu comfortably settled back in her slumber. Good morning. Good morning, a voice greeted her, and without a moment's thought, Yushu subconsciously replied. A few seconds later, she suddenly awoke with a start. As expected, a wry smile crept onto her face. Standing before her was Jiraiya, accompanied by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. To her astonishment, these individuals had all converged upon her home. Good morning. After a brief moment of silence, Yushu echoed her earlier response. Tea this hour, still asleep. As anticipated, Jiraiya erupted in fury, causing the very walls of the room to tremble. You scoundrel! Waking me up at such an early hour will be the end of you. Just as Jiraiya's rage reached its peak, another formidable presence roared from within the house. Tsunade's voice resonated through the air, causing Jiraiya to flinch and turn pale. It seemed his fear of Tsunade was deeply ingrained. Run! Upon hearing her voice, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of panic, and he seized Yushu, who was still nestled in her blankets, and dashed off. Sensei, both Minato and Kushina were momentarily stunned, taken aback by Jiraiya's swift retreat. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as they barely had time to react before Yushu's door swung open. A tall, displeased woman stood there, a frown etched on her face, with an angry expression that seemed to radiate dark energy, causing the 3 children to instinctively shrink back. It was said that one should never provoke a woman. And Tsunade, roused from her beauty sleep, was particularly fearsome. Jiraiya, you better hope I don't catch you. Shouting towards the open window, Tsunade exited, leaving Minato and Kushina to finally comprehend the source of Jiraiya's trepidation. The mere aura she exuded was enough to instill fear. Once Tsunade departed, the 5 members of Jiraiya's team finally gathered. By the time Minato and Kushina arrived, Yushu was already standing beside Jiraiya, sporting 2 lumps on her head and an expression of exasperation. Yushu lamented her predicament. She simply lacked Jiraiya's strength and resilience, and without her weapon, which was left in her room, she stood no chance against him. What a look you've got. Quite fitting for you. Dressed in her pajamas, with 2 lumps on her head and an expression of bitter resignation, a touch of drowsiness lingering in her eyes, Yushu became the target of Kushina's teasing. One is bound by circumstance, she sighed. Minato and Kushina chuckled softly at the scene, while Jiraiya was left with a look of incredulity. What's with this kid? So young, yet appearing so world-weary. Cough, cough. Jiraiya cleared his throat, redirecting the attention back to himself. All right, today marks the official establishment of our squad, and thus our first mission is to commence. The four looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Indeed, our inaugural task is to clean the streets. Huh. Kushina and Kushina were momentarily taken aback, while Yushu merely sighed. She had anticipated something of this nature. After all, in the original narrative, newly minted genin were not immediately thrust into perilous missions. Their duties primarily involved mundane tasks within the village, unless it was wartime. Though the Second Great Ninja War had just concluded, ushering in a protracted period of peace, Yushu and her comrades were not likely to encounter dangerous assignments. Hence the trivial chores they now faced. This was yet another reason Yushu was reluctant to rise for the morning gathering. Sacrificing precious sleep for such trivialities seemed utterly unjustifiable. Every endeavor begins with the smallest of tasks, and that included being a ninja. Cleaning the streets was a service to the village, and there was compensation involved as well. Minato had already grown accustomed to this routine after a month, and given his nature, he was quite content. You're right. Even the third Hokage started out this way, and so shall we. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Minato's remarks. Very well. Kushina responded somewhat dejectedly. While Mei was less disappointed, sweeping the streets was still a commendable task. Yushu, on the other hand, shot Jiraiya a disdainful glance. This was undoubtedly a ruse. The ninja world had long been embroiled in conflict, with the First and Second Shinobi Wars erupting in rapid succession, and the battles were fierce. After all, even the First and Second Hokages had perished, and they were formidable individuals. The wars were undeniably intense, though they paled in comparison to the Fourth. Enough with the complaints. Every grand structure rises from humble beginnings. Jiraiya chuckled. Thus commenced Jiraiya's squad on their first mission, cleaning the streets. Under his leadership, Kushina followed. Somewhat disheartened, while Mei offered her quiet encouragement, Minato and Yushu trailed behind in silence. Speaking of which, I still have a lottery to draw. Yushu suddenly recalled this matter. Since there was nothing else to occupy her, she might as well proceed with it. She dismissed the need for bathing, changing her clothes, or washing her hands. System, Initiate Lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shadow Clone Technique, B rank, and the Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A rank. Yushu could hardly suppress the smile that crept across her face. It seemed she had found a way to indulge in laziness. Oh, this is exhilarating. Chapter 28. C-rank mission. The sunlight in Konoha had always been just right. Perfect for sleeping in, though perhaps less so for street cleaning. The scorching rays illuminated their faces as Jiraiya's team scattered across the street, brooms in hand. This is so boring. Why must it be so hot today? Kushina weakly swept the ground, her complaints tinged with fatigue. In contrast, Minato and Mei worked quietly, undeterred by the oppressive heat. What truly irked Kushina, however, was the sight of Jiraiya, who was lounging nearby, engrossed in a book covered in a protective sleeve. The man seemed utterly transfixed, occasionally flashing a lewd grin, which only intensified Kushina's frustration. Casting a glance at Jiraiya, she clenched her fists in irritation before resolutely turning away to avoid further provoking herself. Turning her attention to Yushu, who was also diligently sweeping, Kushina was taken aback. This was shocking. Yushu had always been the quintessential slacker, the one who would prefer to lie down than sit up. Yet here she was, obediently sweeping the street. According to reason, she should have vanished to find a place to slack off. Yushu, are you feeling unwell? Upon encountering the sudden inquiry from Kushina, Tsukiki wore a bewildered expression. You actually work so honestly? Over time, Kushina had become thoroughly familiar with Tsukiki's character. Alas, Tsukiki sighed. It's not that I wanna. Why does that guy get to do nothing while I'm left to do all the work? Does my shadow clone have no rights? Tsukiki began to voice her complaints. Kushina, not paying attention to the latter part, mistakenly thought Tsukiki was referring to Jiraiya and nodded vigorously in agreement. Oh well. Let us just finish this quickly. Tsukiki sighed once more, dutifully returning to her tasks. Observing Tsukiki, Kushina also sighed, then pouted and continued to sweep the ground. The streets of Konoha were not particularly dirty. Yet the trio had quite the undertaking sweeping such an expansive area. The sunlight of Konoha was warm, providing great comfort to those on the other side. In a small grove not far from where Jiraiya's team was sweeping, If Kushina and the others were present, they would surely be astonished. Indeed, beneath one of the trees lay Tsukiki, sound asleep. Although she had been sweeping just moments ago, the experienced ninjas would know precisely what had transpired. Utilizing shadow clones to handle tasks allowed one to take a break, a practice many had adopted. After all, what difference does it make if it's the original or a clone? One could hardly say that fate was not on Tsukiki's side. She felt as if she had stumbled into a stroke of fortune, having serendipitously acquired the shadow clone technique at such a timely juncture. Regardless, in the days that followed, Tsukiki continued to employ shadow clones to manage her duties while she herself lounged at home, too lazy to even rise from her bed. Meanwhile, Kushina and her companions found it rather peculiar that Tsukiki consistently completed her tasks ahead of schedule, working diligently albeit with a displeased expression. Appearing quite aggrieved, as for Jiraiya, he remained as ever, resting leisurely by the sidelines. As one of the legendary three, he had no shortage of resources, and there was no necessity for him to engage in such D-rank missions, which were primarily designed to train new genin. For a ninja, the essence of their craft lies in patience and mental fortitude. Only those who embody the spirit of endurance can be deemed worthy ninjas. Currently, Jiraiya's team was undergoing this very test, which posed a challenge for Minato, who now had to accompany Tsukiki and the others through yet another segment of D-rank missions, though Minato's temperament was such that he would not be overly concerned. As time passed gradually, Tsukiki adeptly managed her responsibilities with shadow clones for 2 weeks. This time, the memories relayed by her clones included some amusing incidents, unable to endure the monotony of the tasks any longer. Kushina had directly approached Jiraiya to voice her grievances, even escalating the matter to the Third Hokage, the princess of the Uzumaki clan. With her heritage linked to Uzumaki Mito, Kushina possessed the clout to do so. Consequently, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen found themselves obliged to cater to Kushina's whims, agreeing to assign a C-rank mission to Jiraiya's team. One could not help but remark, "You are indeed a fiery red pepper." C-rank mission, Tsukiki murmured, recalling Naruto's first C-rank mission from the original storyline, that had been an A-rank mission disguised as a C-rank, occurring decades prior. How could such a thing happen now? Tsukiki pondered, chuckling softly to herself. The original was the original, yet this was decades before. Such events could not possibly transpire. "Shizen, what as for dinner tonight?" Tsukiki called out loudly into the room. Indeed, it was Shizen's turn to cook, while Tsunade, as usual, was preoccupied with eating. Tsukiki found herself bewildered by how this woman could consume so much without gaining weight, resembling a fellow slacker. "Are you thinking something rude?" The aroma of food wafted through the air as Tsunade, reclining comfortably in the living room, glanced at Tsukiki, who awaited dinner. "How could I? Am I that kind of person?" Tsukiki replied with righteous indignation, appearing quite earnest. It was indeed one of Tsukiki's talents to tell fibs with a straight face. "Humph," Tsunade huffed in response to Tsukiki's demeanor, for she was unaware of the latter's true sentiments. "By the way, you've been staying at home a lot lately. Don't you have any missions?" "I have shadow clones." "Cunning little brat. It's not too bad. I wasn't complimenting you. By the way, when did you learn the shadow clone technique?" "I just learned it suddenly." "You rascal." Tsunade offered a wry smile, exasperated. "What kind of explanation is that?" "Dinner is ready," Shizen called from the kitchen, prompting Tsukiki to rise and assist in serving the dishes. As Tsukiki moved away, Tsunade took a sip of her tea, which remained hot, emitting steam that gently wafted upwards. Unbeknownst to them, the Senja household had transformed from 1 occupant to 3, creating a lively atmosphere, as if they were living in a dream. Be careful, don't worry," Tsunade observed as Shizun and Tsukiki brought the dishes. A faint smile gracing her lips. Is it the goddess? Indeed, if it is true, then our plan can proceed more simply. In a subterranean location. The aged and white-haired Uchara gazed at the figure of Kaguya before him, a sinister smile gracing his weathered face. "Let us observe first. Let us see if the goddess, famed for her direct lineage from the Sage of Six Paths, possesses any unique qualities as you command." As night fell, the wind followed suit, swiftly cooling the world. Meanwhile, Tsukiki nestled comfortably under her blankets, soundly asleep. Chapter 29. Departing the village escort merchants to the land of waterfalls. Kushina softly read the C-rank mission assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Land of Fire boasts some of the finest geographical conditions among the many nations, with everyday items and local specialties being quite affordable compared to other lands. Thus, many merchants traverse borders, coming to the Land of Fire to procure goods for sale in other nations. For the sake of profit, individuals would go to great lengths, and traveling through a few countries was merely a trivial matter. Considering the relatively small size of the countries in the world of ninjas, one could reach another nation in just over 10 days, or even fewer. Is this truly a C-rank mission? Kushina inquired, glancing at Hiruzen. Indeed, do not underestimate it. Although C-rank missions typically do not involve ninjas, they should not be taken lightly. Besides, you can venture outside the village, can you not? Hiruzen smiled. I asked the host of the Nine Tails. It was not feasible for Hiruzen to allow Kushina to leave the village without assurance, even if only a select few in Konoha were privy to this information. The rationale behind allowing Kushina to exit the village was straightforward: the strength of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three and also his student, gave Hiruzen confidence in Jiraiya's abilities as a formidable ninja. Furthermore, the lady from the Uzumaki clan had consented to Kushina's departure, alleviating any concerns. At this moment, Hiruzen was in his prime, not yet rendered weak and indecisive as in the original storyline, and he was sufficiently capable of upholding the title of Third Hokage. Sounds good. When do we start? Upon hearing of her impending departure from the village, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with the joy of adventure. You little rascal, Hiruzen chuckled, for there were very few in Konoha who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Very well. We shall adjourn for today. Assemble at the village gates at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jiraiya remarked that the members of Team Jiraiya had dispersed. Tomorrow marked the inaugural mission outside the village for Team Jiraiya. It was fair to say that none of the members could find repose that night. Even the seasoned Nin, Minato Namikaze, who had graduated a month earlier than Tsukiki and the others, found himself restless. Despite his experience, Jiraiya had not taken it upon himself to engage him in any high-stakes missions, and he continued to partake in the mundane Durang tasks as usual. Finally, the opportunity to venture beyond the village had arrived, and Minato was undeniably more exhilarated than the other three, even if his face did not betray his emotions. The second most excited was Kushina, followed by Mikoto, with Tsukiki coming in last. For Tsukiki, the allure of leaving the village held little sway. After all, Earth in his previous life was many times larger than the ninja world, and he had witnessed a myriad of landscapes, albeit mostly through the internet. Furthermore, could a homebody truly be called such if they left their domicile? True to form, Tsukiki remained as lethargic as ever. Yet, once again, the voice in his mind resonated. Task triggered. Complete the first C-rank mission. Reward: 1 lottery draw upon completion. Tsukiki was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Recently, the tasks had grown increasingly challenging, and he could distinctly sense that the novice phase had passed, with the system's missions escalating in difficulty. Logically, a C-rank mission should pose no problem for a newly minted Nin, given that C-rank missions were said to not involve other ninjas, and the disparity between ninjas and non-ninjas was significant. What circumstances could possibly render a ninja team incapable? Apart from fellow ninjas, there should be no other factors, Tsukiki pondered, feeling somewhat exasperated. The C-rank missions in Konoha were indeed singular in nature. His own, as well as Naruto's decades later, were no exception. Well, he would address it when the time came. After all, there was the perverted sage who, despite his lecherous appearance, could at least be relied upon. Tsukiki turned over, dismissing the matter from his mind. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Wouldn't he there? As night deepened, Tsukiki's breaths echoed evenly. The moon shone solitary in the night sky, with no other stars in sight. Before long, dawn arrived. Good morning, Tsukiki yawned as he arrived at the village gate, where the members of Team Jiraiya awaited him, alongside a carriage and a man and woman. Good morning, my foot. Just look at what time it is. Isn't it precisely 9 o'clock? Tsukiki replied, oblivious to the fact that he had just revealed his meticulous timing. You scoundrel! Kushina's head sprouted several symbols, a fiery rage igniting above her. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed, cutting off Kushina's ire. allowing Tsukiki to escape unscathed, albeit unwittingly. "This is our charge for escort, Mr. Kizuki Kurwa and his daughter, Miss Kizuki K." Jiraiya introduced the man and woman standing nearby to Tsukiki and the others. Tsukiki glanced over. The man appeared older than Jiraiya, dressed in simple attire that hardly suggested a merchant. His daughter, however, was striking, her long black hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head. Her delicate features exuding an air of tranquility, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that added a captivating touch. It was undeniable that she was a beauty, radiating a gentle demeanor. "Hello, my name is Kizuki Take." Tsukiki's voice was calm. No matter how lovely she was, it was of no concern to him, as he was not the type to be rendered speechless by a woman. After all, sleep, food, and watching shows were far more appealing, weren't they? After greeting the employer, everyone became acquainted, and thus, Team Jiraiya's first mission outside the village officially commenced as the carriage rolled slowly out of Konoha. Tsukiki and the others followed alongside it, watching the village gradually fade from view. They had truly left the village, and for several days at that. Upon their departure, aside from Jiraiya and Tsukiki, the others could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Having spent their entire lives within Konoha, it was no wonder that the opportunity to venture out stirred their spirits. However, Tsukiki felt differently. He was more apprehensive. After the system task had triggered last night, he was almost certain that this C-rank mission would not be as straightforward as it appeared. What lay ahead was unknown to him, and while he had a perverted sage by his side, he still needed to remain vigilant. After all, Tsukiki found it hard to trust that Jiraiya could protect 6 individuals effectively. "Well, I hope everything goes smoothly," Tsukiki mused, glancing at the visibly excited Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto. He softly remarked, Chapter 30, Konoha's C-rank mission. "Sister Kizuki, what is the land of waterfalls like?" On a narrow path through the woods, a carriage passed slowly, accompanied by a white-haired man and a golden-haired boy. At the helm was Kizuki Kurwa, steering the carriage, while inside, Tsukiki, Mikoto, and Kizuki K shared the space. Minato, showing maturity, had taken it upon himself to escort the carriage alongside Jiraiya. It was indeed fascinating how quickly friendships formed among women. In just a few days, Kushina and Mikoto had grown close to their employer, Kizuki K. Tsukiki leaned back in the carriage, observing the 3 women engaged in conversation. "The land of waterfalls?" Kizuki K pondered, as if recalling memories that it is an exceptionally small place, so small that calling it a country might be an overstatement. It's more akin to a village, perhaps even smaller than Konoha. Kizuki K smiled. Her charm undeniable, pure, and innocent. Tsukiki couldn't help but admire Kizuki Kurwa, who, as a merchant, had managed to raise such a pure daughter. Is it really that small? Kushina was taken aback, while Mikoto listened quietly. "Yes, indeed, very, very small, both in size and population." "Then how do you conduct business?" Kizuki K chuckled lightly at Kushina's question. "Who told you we were going there to conduct business? Because that's what the mission states." Kushina and Mikoto replied obediently, their gazes fixed on Kizuki K, while Tsukiki scrutinized her. "Aren't you merchants?" Tsukiki squinted. To him, this task did not seem like a mere C-rank mission, and he remained alert to his surroundings. In a sense, that's not entirely inaccurate. Everything in this carriage has been collectively purchased by the villagers that my father was a merchant in his youth, so he took on this procurement task. "I see." Kizuki K continued, "Because our village is small and secluded, everyone tends to be quite honest and has never encountered the outside world. They might be a bit fearful." Kizuki K spoke fondly of her village, her gaze softening that it was likely that anyone who laid eyes on her would perceive her as a gentle soul. That's so. Sister Kizuki is truly admirable." Kushina and Mikoto were immediately touched by Kizuki K's demeanor. Tsukiki, too, found himself impressed. Traverse borders for the sake of the villagers was commendable. Yet he found it curious that such efforts were made merely for daily necessities. Tsukiki's rationality often asserted itself strongly in his thoughts. Just then, an unexpected turn of events ensued. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. Due to its slow speed, the sudden stop caused little disruption. The passengers inside were jostled slightly, and then they heard the sound of an explosion. Tsukiki, Kushina, Mikoto, Protect Miss Kizuki K. Jiraiya's voice rang out from outside, sounding grave. Although Tsukiki often appeared laid-back, in moments like these, he swiftly adopted a more serious demeanor. One befitting a ninja, we must protect Miss Kizuki. Let's head outside first. Ueshu addressed Kushina and Mikoto, then leapt out of the carriage ahead of them. Inside the vehicle, visibility was severely limited, and it was prudent to step outside to gauge the situation. Upon exiting, they beheld Jiraiya entangled in combat with 3 adversaries, while Minato was protecting Kizuki highly. Clearly, as one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya held an advantage even when facing 3 opponents. However, Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Beset by foes on all sides, even the acclaimed genius, Minato, was being overwhelmed, especially with the ordinary Kizuki highly behind him. Multiple shadow clone technique. The situation was dire, and Ueshu, having discarded any pretense of concealment, swiftly performed the hand seals to create numerous shadow clones. As Ueshu's declaration echoed, clones of him began to emerge, astonishing everyone present, including Kushina and Mikoto, who had just stepped outside the carriage. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ueshu organized his clones to advance, some employing taijutsu, others utilizing basic D-rank ninjutsu. The sheer numerical superiority swiftly tilted the battle in Ueshu's favor, alleviating some of Minato's pressure, as Minato's enemies were repelled. The 3 masked ninjas facing Jiraiya exchanged glances. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Wind style, Hurricane Blade. As if in perfect synchrony, 2 of the 3 unleashed a combined ninjutsu, prompting the surrounding enemies to take their cue from the 3rd and begin their retreat. The fire, shaped like a dragon, surged forward with the wind, fiercely advancing toward Jiraiya, who had 4 young ones and 2 civilians at his back that he could not retreat, as he had those to protect. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. In an instant, Jiraiya completed the necessary hand seals. In this barren area devoid of water, a mass of liquid coalesced into the form of a dragon, charging to intercept the incoming fire dragon. The clash produced a hissing sound as steam billowed from the collision. Truly, one could not deny Jiraiya's prowess as one of the legendary 3. With a single water dragon bullet, he successfully nullified the enemy's combined technique. As the steam enveloped the surroundings, creating a humid atmosphere akin to a sauna, Ueshu and Minato shielded Kizuki highly, while Kushina and Mikoto protected Kizuki Hui. Jiraiya exhaled, surveying the vacant expanse ahead. This sudden assault had taken them by surprise. Had it not been for Jiraiya's quick reflexes in deflecting the explosive tags and kunai, they might have fallen victim to the attacker's schemes that, of course, Minato's exemplary performance had also been crucial. Otherwise, he would have been unable to safeguard Kizuki highly while being constrained. One had to admit that this assault was remarkably effective. Had it been an ordinary J-nin, they might have succeeded. Moreover, it involved 3 J-nin. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he contemplated this. This was no longer the level of a C-rank mission. It approached the intensity of an A-rank mission nearing S-rank. 3 J-nin were involved, after all. Turning to Kizuki highly, Jiraiya inquired, "Might I expect an explanation?" Mr. Kizuki, he scrutinized Kizuki highly, who was beginning to sweat profusely. "Allow me to speak, Lord Jiraiya," interjected Kizuki Hui, his daughter, stepping forward before her father could utter a word. All eyes turned to Kizuki Hui, eager to hear what she would reveal. The situation is as follows. Chapter 31. The mission continues long ago, before the concept of ninja villages existed. Ninja lived for their own interests in a time of chaos. According to legend, the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja sect, discovered the use of chakra, and through it, disseminated ninjutsu across the world. From that point onward, ninjas emerged. The Sage of 6 Paths quelled the turmoil. Yet chaos would never truly vanish. One era of disorder would inevitably give rise to another. Even in the present, with the 5 great ninja villages, the ninja world war has erupted twice. Warfare is incessantly recurring, impossible to prevent. The land of waterfalls used to be a small, secluded village, destined to remain so forever. However, stability is not everlasting. The land of waterfalls possesses 2 treasures that incite greed among men. Jiraiya's team listened intently as Kizuki Hui spoke, The carriage had come to a halt, and they sought clarity on the matter. Point two treasures. Kushina and Mikoto echoed, utterly captivated. Indeed, Hui nodded, while highly appeared somewhat conflicted. They are coveted even by shadows, powers rivaling those of tailed beasts. As Huey's words settled, Jiraiya's gaze brightened significantly. Ueshu cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, while Minato displayed a hint of astonishment. Powers rivaling tailed beasts. This is intriguing. Ueshu exhaled slowly, realizing he was once again confronted with events diverging from the original narrative, presenting unforeseen and perilous circumstances. These included the hero water, which could amplify a person's chakra tenfold, as well as the chakra fruit associated with the hero water. Ueshu inhaled sharply, the implications dawning upon him. Hero water, he recalled, recognizing it from the original story set in the land of waterfalls. However, the existence of chakra fruit was a new revelation. Amplifying chakra tenfold, Jiraiya and the others were equally taken aback. Yes, we confirmed with a nod. However, the hero water comes with side effects. The enhancement exacts a toll on one's life force. That seems reasonable, Jiraiya remarked softly. A cost is necessary. Without it, an enhancement to tenfold chakra would be terrifyingly excessive. If the enhanced individual were to possess chakra on par with a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki, the results could be catastrophic. And what of the chakra fruit? Ueshu asked. He was familiar with hero water, but the chakra fruit, absent from the original narrative, piqued his curiosity. If I am not mistaken, those individuals are targeting the chakra fruit, are they not? Ueshu ventured cautiously, and Hui and highly fell silent, while others turned to Hui. Yes, likely, Hui replied with a wry smile. Highly sighed deeply. The chakra fruit? Does it surpass the effects of the hero water? Minato pondered aloud. No. In fact, we are as yet ignorant of the nature of the chakra fruit. Hui shook his head. The chakra fruit is associated with the hero water. We lack clarity on the specifics. Then how can you be certain of the chakra fruit's existence? We have seen it. Seen what? Ueshu and Hui regarded each other intently, while the others observed their exchange. The land of waterfalls. It's the land of waterfall ninja. Not an ordinary village, but a small ninja village. Ueshu scrutinized Hui. Huey's lips moved slightly before he continued. In the land of waterfall ninja, there exists a stone tablet inscribed with a legend. This legend states that chakra originates from fruit of a tree, and was not discovered by the sage of six paths. All ninjutsu and the very essence of ninjas stem from this fruit, referred to as the divine tree fruit, while the chakra fruit is a smaller version of the divine tree fruit. As Huey's words fell, the atmosphere grew still. Ueshu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the truth behind the Sage of Six Paths legend. The origins lay with the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya Otsutsuki brought the seed of the divine tree to this planet, consuming its fruit to acquire chakra. Yet, this history remained a secret known only to Black Zetsu and Yuzu at this moment. An enigmatic stone tablet subtly hinted at the entirety of this truth, alongside the existence of the chakra fruit. To be frank, Ueshu found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The divine tree fruit, Jiraiya murmured. Resting his chin thoughtfully, the legend of the Sage of Six Paths merely a fabrication? Kushina, somewhat perplexed, inquired aloud. Both Minato and Mikoto gazed at her with expressions full of confusion. I am uncertain as well. However, the existence of the chakra fruit and the stone tablet is indeed real. If the voice of Tsukiki resonated, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him, if that chakra fruit truly exists, then what was the purpose of that group's attack on you? Tsukiki directed his gaze towards Hu, as previously stated. As a merchant, Kairi possesses a daughter as gentle and innocent as Hui, and their dialogue exhibited no semblance of a father-daughter relationship. From Kairi's recent glance towards Hui, it was evident that his gaze was not that of a father. It resembled that of a superior encountering a subordinate, akin to how the ninjas of Konoha would regard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kairi opened his mouth, intending to speak, but Hui raised her hand to halt him. Your Highness, Kairi murmured softly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Your Highness? Hui responded with a smile to their astonishment. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kuchi no Ki Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Tsukiki observed Hui in silence, while she continued. The chakra fruit is a diminutive divine tree fruit. Consuming it grants one power surpassing that of the Kage. And I am the protector of this fruit, as its guardian. My blood is essential for the manifestation of the chakra fruit. Without it, locating the fruit would be impossible. Thus, those individuals sought to acquire this fruit, as it embodies power that transcends the Kage. Tsukiki gradually unraveled the current situation's intricacies. The adversary's greed was directed towards the power contained within the chakra fruit, a small divine tree fruit, while Kuchi no Ki Hui held the key to obtaining it. Therefore, to acquire the chakra fruit, one must first obtain Hui's blood. Tsukiki was at a loss for words. He felt an overwhelming urge to critique the C-rank missions of Konoha. Could it be that Konoha's C-rank missions were merely A-rank missions disguised as C-rank? Alas, matters have become complicated. This is precisely why I detest C-rank missions. Why first C-rank mission was similar, Jiraiya lamented from the side, causing Tsukiki to grimace in annoyance. You two are a victim of Konoha's C-rank missions. According to Konoha's regulations, we have grounds to abandon this mission, Tsukiki asserted to Hui. Then, what about the safety of Her Highness? Hui remained silent. While Kairi interjected, however, we shall not stand idly by. I shall undertake this mission. Tsukiki's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Truly, I find you exasperating. Alas, a teacher must bear the impulsiveness of their students, Jiraiya chuckled. After all, we are a team. Indeed, they concurred, with Kushina, Mikoto, and Minato expressing their agreement. The entirety of Jiraiya's team supported Tsukiki's proposal, leading to its approval. Thank you. Well, it was merely a momentary whim, Tsukiki replied nonchalantly. Not particularly skilled in such matters, that Hui's smile radiated warmth. Blossoming in Tsukiki's eyes, the author wishes to convey original plot and setting. Chapter 32. A rank mission is to target the ninjas of Takigakure and those they are colluding with. The carriage continued its journey, with Tsukiki nestled inside, as usual. Moments ago, we had divulged information about the enemy, a greedy faction of Takigakure ninjas, led by Kuchi no Ki Kuroha, Kairi's younger brother, who aspired to elevate the status of Takigakure for the chakra fruit while simultaneously gaining greater power for himself. Naturally, Takigakure is rather small, and its individual strength is exceedingly weak. Even as a jounin, Kuchi no Ki Kuroha could not single-handedly contend with the entirety of Takigakure. Thus, the notion of collaboration arose, utilizing the allure of the hero's water. Kuchi no Ki Kuroha enticed similarly greedy ninjas from outside. The temptation of amplifying chakra tenfold is something every ninja covets, especially those at the jounin level, who constantly aspire to rise above to the level of the Kage. The prospect of a tenfold chakra enhancement ignites hope within them. Such temptation is irresistible to these ninjas. Kuchi no Ki Kuroha is indeed a clever individual. He merely leveraged the hero's water, which comes with side effects, to assemble a so-called team, while he kept the true objective of acquiring the chakra fruit shrouded in secrecy, using the strength of others to obtain his desires. One cannot deny the depth of Kuroha's cunning. From a young age, Kuroha was fiercely competitive, striving to claim the best of everything. Kairi assessed his brother Kuroha in this manner. He is not one to only pursue straightforward paths. Rather, his thoughts are unexpectedly intricate. He was originally the foremost ninja of Takigakure, yet the specifics of his capabilities remain known only to him. It must be said that Kairi holds a high opinion of his younger brother. However, for Tsukiki and his companions, the stronger the opponent, the greater the pressure they would face. Not merely a brute, but a surprisingly astute thinker, Tsukiki mused. Perhaps Kuroha is not so simple, he contemplated. From Tsukiki's perspective, should the opponent's skill mirror that of the recent attackers, there would be little pressure on his side. Jiraiya's team alone could withstand the adversaries, and with the addition of Takigakure ninjas, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Yet Tsukiki harbored doubts. This mission would undoubtedly not be as effortless as imagined. Why, you ask? The reason is simple. Not long ago, the system's electronic voice had emerged once more. Another new mission, yet this time the two tasks were interconnected. Mission triggered. Engage with the energy of the chakra fruit. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Once again, a task related to this mission, further affirming the existence of the so-called small divine tree fruit. In the original narrative, no one had ever known of the divine tree fruit. Yet now a low-tier version has appeared. Before the system, Tsukiki could no longer dismiss this astounding reality. Himegami, Tsukiki, Tsukiki mused, when Huey's voice called out from beside him. Tsukiki turned to face Hui, uncertain of her reason for addressing him. I apologize. I merely wanted to ask something. Hui responded with a smile, offering her apologies. Tsukiki paid little mind, continuing to ponder his own matters, oblivious to the glimmer in Huey's eyes. The gaze rested upon Tsukiki, yet he remained unaware as the carriage trundled along. Minato and Kushina took turns guarding it, while Tsukiki languidly reclined inside, and Jiraiya, in stark contrast, bore the burden of vigilance outside. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at the so-called Takigakure. Nestled within a waterfall, the cascading waters served as the entrance to Takigakure. This unique location, isolated from the surrounding conflicts, contributed to the village's preservation amidst the turmoil of four nations. Such a secluded village reminded Tsukiki of the mythical peach blossom spring. Let us proceed, Hui declared, guiding Tsukiki into the waterfall. Even Jiraiya, who had been roaming about, remained oblivious to the existence of this hidden ninja village. The village within the waterfall proved to be captivating. Tsukiki and Minato were not alone in their awe, as Kushina and Mikoto exhibited excitement. Incredible. There's a village hidden within the waterfall. The two women marveled at their surroundings, lush greenery enveloping them, with quaint cottages dotting the distance. It was as if they had stepped into a new world. Traversing through the water, they beheld a thriving community, the scent of humanity gradually wafting towards them. Welcome back, Your Highness. Welcome back, Princess. To Tsukiki's surprise, the villagers emerged to greet Hui. Among this crowd, Hui held a position of considerable esteem. The villagers greeted her with smiles, calling her Princess Hui. While Hui claimed to be the guardian of the chakra fruit, her status in Takigakure was unexpectedly elevated. Following Hui, Tsukiki and his companions received similar warmth from the villagers. Before long, arrangements for their accommodation were made. We hope you enjoy your stay here. Upon uttering these words, Hui vanished without a trace, reportedly engaged in more pressing matters. These tidings were conveyed to the Moon Tree and his companions by Haley. All right, little ones, Jiraiya began as the team gathered. The subsequent mission was escalated to an A-rank task, involving the protection of the chakra fruit under the guardianship of Miss Kuzumoku, who had also consented to an increase in compensation. Jiraiya paused for dramatic effect. Now, go about your own affairs. I shall take a stroll and see if there are any lovely ladies about. His sudden frivolity caused Moon Tree and the others to feel a wave of nervousness. After retaliating against Jiraiya's antics, he regained a semblance of seriousness. You are all aware that Miss Kuzumoku is the guardian of the chakra fruit, but she is also the leader of Takigakure, overseeing the entire village. Your primary duty is to ensure her safety. Jiraiya spoke deliberately. Soon, Mr. Haley will escort you to meet Miss Kuzumoku. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. What a character! Moon Tree and his companions muttered in disbelief, though they felt powerless against the whims of their teacher. Shortly thereafter, Haley, true to Jiraiya's words, led Moon Tree and his companions to find Hui. Thus, the A-rank mission of Jiraiya's team officially commenced. Chapter 33. The oncoming threat. Could it be that Hui is an unexpectedly capable woman? Moon Tree pondered as he observed Hui efficiently managing the village's affairs, glancing at his three teammates. Kushina and the others remained silent, casting Moon Tree a knowing look. Instantly, he sensed their judgment, as if he had posed an utterly foolish question. The sensation of embarrassment washed over him momentarily, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he had spent his previous life as a recluse, and while his resilience to the scrutiny of others was not particularly robust, he had developed a certain immunity to their gazes. As the silent exchange continued, we finally concluded her preparations and approached the group. What are you all up to? She inquired, her expression warm and gentle. Her smile radiated the quintessential charm of an elder sister, exuding tenderness. Oh, nothing much. Just doing our duty as your bodyguards now, Kushina replied, embodying the demeanor of a leader. reminiscent of fiery red pepper alongside the trio of Moon Tree. We seem to catch on to this dynamic, returning a soft smile. "Then I shall rely on you, my little bodyguards." Huey's down-to-earth response resonated with Kushina, who nodded enthusiastically. The four exchanged glances, shrugging in agreement. "Well, for now, let's stick with Kushina, the big sister." Thus began the bodyguard life for Moon Tree and his companions, as the guardian of the chakra fruit and the village's administrator. We found herself guiding the isolated residents of Takigakure, who remained largely untouched by the outside world, adhering to primitive ways of thinking. This task required Huey's steady guidance and instruction. As 2 days unfolded, we continued our diligent work while Moon Tree and his companions stood vigil. As personal bodyguards, they bore witness to Huey's impressive capabilities, indeed befitting the title of a strong woman. However, the past couple of days had been unusually calm, leaving the four feeling somewhat perplexed. Their role was to protect Hui as her guardians. Yet the shadowy figure of Kuroha had remained concealed for 2 long days that it was common sense to assume that, like Moon Tree, Kuroha was not idling, but rather plotting something. Yet the four had no means of discerning when an attack would transpire. Moon Tree recalled a principle from his previous life known as Murphy's Law, which suggested that unfavorable events, however improbable, would inevitably occur. In truth, this principle proved to be accurate. A sudden explosion echoed, and wisps of black smoke spiraled upward, capturing everyone's attention. This occurred at the entrance of the waterfall. Before Moon Tree and his companions could react, Hui had already sprung into action, her flowing black hair trailing behind her. "Wait!" Moon Tree grasped Huey's hand as Minato and Kushina responded as well. "Let go! There are many villagers in that direction." Huey's voice brimmed with concern, and Moon Tree understood her apprehension. However, with the enemy targeting her, running recklessly would only serve to confirm their trap. "Hui, you must understand. Kuroha will not attack openly, especially after their previous failed attempt. Ninjas are not mere berserkers. They strategize." Just as we opened her mouth to respond, a sudden rush of wind swept past them. With a swift motion, Moon Tree pulled Hui behind him, while Minato and Kushina assumed protective stances around her. The sound of kunai being deflected echoed, revealing the source of the wind that had grazed Huey's ear. Shadows emerged from all directions, and it was upon seeing these figures that Minato decided to strike first point one after another. The shadows materialized, encircling Moon Tree and his companions. This was indeed a grand maneuver. Moon Tree sighed, feeling exasperated. The individuals surrounding them were unmistakably rogue ninjas, as evidenced by the marks on their headbands that had been scratched out. Fortunately, none appeared particularly formidable. It was likely that not a single Jonin was among them, as Moon Tree and his companions did not sense the overwhelming pressure characteristic of someone like Jiraiya. Another explosion resounded from beyond the waterfall, and the realization dawned upon Moon Tree and his companions. The situation was straightforward. It appeared that the enemy's high-level combatants were entangled with their elusive teacher. "You kids, hand over that woman, and perhaps we will grant you a swift end," one of the encircling figures declared. Inching closer, their intentions were clear. They sought the hero's water of Takigakure, likely lured by the temptation of enhancing their chakra tenfold. Moon Tree exhaled, genuinely disliking such troublesome predicaments, yet recognizing the inevitability of confrontation. His gaze shifted among his 3 teammates, and in that silent exchange, they understood each other's resolve. "Surround them. One on each side. Go." Moon Tree's voice was soft, but as the words left his lips, 4 figures surged forward. The team of Jiraiya was ready to strike. Once again, Moon Tree found himself begrudgingly facing the prospect of battle against overwhelming odds. "What a hassle," he muttered. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," with a swift hand sign. He channeled his chakra, summoning clouds of smoke that enveloped the area. Over 100 clones of Moon Tree emerged, ready for action. "All right, let us go." The Moon Tree let out a cry, leading over 100 clones charging towards the traitorous ninjas before him. The commotion on the side of the Moon Tree was considerable, and the surrounding tumult was equally notable. The exceptional combat awareness of Minato Namikaze allowed him to hold his ground against 10 opponents, coupled with his impressive ninjutsu, resulting in a truly spectacular display of skill as for Kushina and Mikoto. While their strength was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was certainly not lacking. Despite some difficulty, they managed to sustain their offensive with the assistance of Moon Tree shadow clones. We stood in the midst of the chaos, surrounded by the melee, while four little spirits fought valiantly on his behalf. Gritting her teeth, we felt a profound sense of frustration. She did not wish to be a burden. Yet she lacked the talent for chakra manipulation. It was utterly laughable that as a guardian of the chakra fruit, she herself possessed no aptitude for chakra. Standing still, Hui was engulfed in deep self-reproach for her helplessness. Her hands clenched tightly, like the grasp of a mortal upon their fate. Chapter 34. 1 against 3 bang. The sound of an explosion reverberated as several figures leaped from the billowing smoke. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, just as formidable as the rumor suggested, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to the front, where 3 ninjas stood, all without exception, traitorous. Leading the charge was a man bearing a resemblance to Kurohane. He wore a forehead protector, its symbol of the Takigakure already slashed through. Nevertheless, Kurohane extended his arms, and the 2 Jounin behind him assumed their combat stances. 3 against 1. How would the infamous Sannin respond? With that thought, Jiraiya smiled briefly before his expression turned serious. Then, prepare to experience the might of the sage of Mount Mayaboku. With a powerful push, Jiraiya lunged towards Kurohane and his companions. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As a seasoned Jounin, Jiraiya immediately unleashed his jutsu the moment he moved. Water release. Water bullet. While charging forward, Jiraiya formed hand seals, and a water technique swiftly extinguished the incoming fireball. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, revealing an enemy lurking below. Mere moments ago, this foe had been directly in front of Jiraiya. The hidden enemy lunged with a kunai, but Jiraiya's exceptional combat instincts enabled him to evade the attack just in time. The kunai barely grazing his face. In retaliation, Jiraiya executed a swift kick towards the underground assailant. Lightning release. Ignoring the safety of his comrade below, the enemy began forming seals that Jiraiya's kick connected with the ground opponent. Yet the adversary was still a Jounin. Indeed, a traitor with battle experience that rivaled Jiraiya's own. With a puff of smoke, the enemy transformed into a cloud of mist. A wooden figure appeared, frozen in midair, revealing that the individual had employed a substitution technique. Get down. At that moment, the other 2 Jounin unleashed their previously withheld lightning techniques. A bolt of lightning, resembling a serpent, darted straight towards Jiraiya. He leaped lightly, effortlessly avoiding the jutsu. The enemies awaited this very moment, seizing the opportunity while their comrade provided cover. Kurohane and another Jounin charged at Jiraiya from both sides, kunai in hand, radiating with a brilliant glow. These were chakra blades, requiring a certain level of chakra control to wield. However, the chakra blades in their hands were not to be underestimated. Jiraiya's peripheral vision caught the incoming blades, each imbued with elemental changes. This was a fundamental lesson for Jounin. Elemental transformation of chakra. Techniques enhanced by elemental changes would rise in power. A classic example would be the Rasengan, which, when imbued with wind nature, could elevate from an A-rank jutsu to a forbidden technique level. Even ordinary chakra blades, when enhanced, would gain strength. 1 kunai glowed red, while the other shimmered with a sharp edge, fire and wind attributes. Respectively, it was evident that Kurohane and the other Jounin wielded such power. Yet disregarding that, Jiraiya found himself in a perilous situation. Suspended in midair, with assailants on either side, it seemed there was no feasible way to evade their strike. It should have been so. Yet, Jiraiya remained unperturbed, the sound of his wooden sandals clapping together. The rhythmic sound echoed like waves. The approaching Kurohane and the other ninja had already reached Jiraiya, but just as the crisp sound of the sandals resonated, both men momentarily froze in confusion. Their chakra blade were poised to strike, yet this instant of hesitation provided Jiraiya with the opportunity he needed. In midair, he extended his leg, executing a split, and with a powerful kick, he sent both Kurohane and the other Jounin flying. Jiraiya landed gracefully, while the 2 assailants stumbled back several steps. In this exchange, Jiraiya emerged victorious. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet technique. The battle between ninjas offered no respite. Every moment was fraught with tension. Even after being repelled, Kurohane and his companion immediately began forming seals. Soon, two fire dragons erupted simultaneously from either side of Jiraiya. Naturally, Jiraiya was not so foolish as to stand idly by. He sprang into action. Evading the attack, the two fire dragons collided, flames intertwining and ascending. The searing heat elevated the temperature and wind as Jiraiya continued his battle against them. Lightning release, thunderstorm, just as Jiraiya landed after dodging the two techniques. The sound of electricity crackled in his ears that a quick glance revealed the third adversary, hands enveloped in electric current, charging at him with remarkable speed. Earth release. Jiraiya slammed his palm against the ground, seals springing forth from his hand. Multiple earth spikes technique. Jiraiya's command echoed. The earth beneath him trembled. The adversary, still crackling with electricity, was upon Jiraiya. But in the next moment, the ground surged upwards. The rising terrain propelled him into the air. As spikes formed from the earth shot toward him, he did not panic. After all, he was a Jounin, albeit a traitor, and had witnessed such scenarios before. Clenching his fists, the electric current crackled as he deftly adjusted his position in mid-air, shattering the incoming spikes with his electrified fists. Furious lion technique. Jiraiya's voice rang out, and as he turned to face the oncoming attack, all he saw was a blinding white, with a puff of smoke. Several droplets of blood appeared on the ground. Quick reflexes, Jiraiya remarked, glancing to the side. There stood Kurohane and the other two ninjas, one of whom was already stained with blood from where Jiraiya's furious line technique had struck. Shall we continue? After a series of exchanges, it was evident to any keen observer that, without a doubt, Jiraiya, though one man, held the advantage. Should we still refer to them as the Sannin? After all, they had earned their reputation in the crucible of war. The madman Jiraiya truly lived up to the tales of his prowess. One could only wonder how his disciples fared. Kurohane wore a smile, seemingly pleased that everything was unfolding according to his expectations. What do you mean? Jiraiya's expression darkened. Unfazed, Kurohane continued with a grin. We are not limited to just 3 Jounin. Understanding dawned upon Jiraiya. The enemy's objective was evidently straightforward. Merely to stall him, this high-level combatant. Damn it, Jiraiya thought, immediately turning to sprint towards the moon tree's direction. Yet Kurohane and his two companions swiftly obstructed his path. You cannot disrupt our plans now. Rest assured, Kurohane chuckled, that it won't take long. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya charged forward. The madman's battle raged on. Chapter 35, Transformation Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Technique. The moonlit tree completed its seal, expelling 5 fireballs from its mouth, though the power of these fireballs was not overwhelming. They were sufficient to momentarily deter the enemies before it. With a quick glance from the corner of her eye, the moonlit tree swiftly retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, hurling it towards the position of the black-haired girl, who was gasping for breath and visibly injured, appearing rather disheveled. As the kunai soared towards the enemy, confronting the dark-haired maiden, it bought her precious time, preventing the imminent strike from landing. "Huh," the girl uttered softly, displaying her exhaustion, yet with a swift motion, she kicked her foe away. "Are you all right, Mitsai?" The moonlit tree inquired. In this dire situation, the greatest burden rested upon Mitsai, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Kushina's, and her ninjutsu was similarly lacking, with genjutsu yet to be learned, making her the most pressured under the onslaught of their adversaries, while Kushina also appeared somewhat beleaguered. Her reputation as the blood pepper was not without merit, and alongside the moonlit tree shadow clones, she managed to hold her ground. "That I'm fine. I can keep going," the girl replied, her voice strained. The moonlit tree, observing the determination reflected in Mitsai's eyes, felt a surge of admiration that, how can one stop you with such resolve? She mused silently. "Don't push yourself too hard," she cautioned, then allocated more shadow clones to assist Mitsai. "Rest assured," Mitsai replied, gripping her kunai tightly, her gaze unwavering upon the enemy ahead. Wind release. Wind blade. Namake's Minato formed his seals, unleashing a barrage of wind blades towards the foes, even without the flying thunder god technique. His brilliance was undeniable. Meanwhile, Kushina was not to be outdone. Although her ninjutsu was not particularly advanced, she showcased her family's sealing techniques with remarkable skill. The chains extending from her back were wielded with precision, serving both as whips and bindings, akin to a tail, with the added effect of suppressing chakra. The sight of Kushina's crimson hair dancing in battle perfectly embodied the essence of the blood pepper. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Even the currently weakest Mitsai managed to withstand the enemy's assault. However, Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Just as Minato repelled one adversary, he was caught off guard by the sudden deployment of a ninjutsu. A dragon-S head emerged from the ground, charging towards him with alarming proximity. Minato braced himself to endure the impact, but in the next instant he felt a collision. His mind momentarily blank, he staggered aside, only to find that the one who struck him was none other than a shadow clone of the moonlit tree. The Earth Dragon collided with the clone, which dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Before he could express his gratitude, Minato felt a gust of wind brush past him. Reacting instinctively, he raised his kunai. With a forceful impact, he was sent stumbling back several steps. "Minato, are you all right?" Kushina approached. Acknowledging his vulnerable state, "I'm fine," Minato replied. Brushing off the dirt from his face, his gaze fixed on the figure that had repelled him. It was a man clad in the garb of a genin, bearing the headband of a Wagakure, though the symbol had been slashed. Undoubtedly, he was a rogue ninja from a Wagakure, and a genin at that. "Onoishi." Minato spoke, recalling what he knew of the man. "Oh, you recognize me?" Onoishi smirked, his eyes filled with disdain for the mere seinin before him. Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, understanding that a fierce battle awaited him. The moonlit tree effortlessly dispatched another enemy. These foes were merely untrained, ordinary seinin, posing little challenge for her. That moment. Wind Release. Hurricane Blade. A fierce wind swept in. The moonlit tree swiftly reached for her kusanagi, sword at her waist. In an instant, the blade was drawn, cleaving through the oncoming gust, rank ninjutsu. The moonlit tree assessed her opponent, whose aura was markedly different from the previous lackluster seinin. It belonged to a genin. This man bore the garb of Sunagakure, his headband similarly marred. He too was a rogue ninja. "Allow me to introduce myself. That I am Sunashur. Remember this name." Brata Sanashi's arrogance irked the moonlit tree. "And what if I choose not to?" she retorted, causing him to falter momentarily. Taken aback by a rebuttal from such a young girl, veins bulged on Sanashi's forehead. "Choose not to? How amusing," he hissed, his expression darkening ominously. "Then let me show you what true suffering feels like." As his words fell, a palpable aura of malice enveloped the air, chilling the atmosphere. The tension thickened. This rogue genin was indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, the moonlit tree grasped her kusanagi sword, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Though Sanashi's killing intent was intense, it paled in comparison to Jiraiya's. With a flash of steel, the moonlit tree surged forward to engage Sunashur. Meanwhile, Minato clashed with Onoishi, and the battlefield shifted once more. With the four of them surrounded, two of whom were genin, plunging the situation into peril. The sound of cascading water echoed from the waterfall, and Jiraiya was also embroiled in his own struggles. Everything was unraveling. Let chaos reign. Who would have thought the God Tree's fruit would still exist, albeit in a degraded form? Yet, it is sufficient to expedite our plans that I in a shadowy corner, devoid of light. An aged voice reverberated ominously. Chapter 36. The disadvantaged Huff moving her feet, she pressed on, refusing to halt. Her throat felt as if it were bleeding, the metallic taste of iron permeating her mouth. Hui continued to run, knowing she could not afford to stop. "Ha! This power is magnificent." The oppressive force behind her grew ever closer, yet Hui could not resist the urge to glance back. "Hey, what use is the blood of a protector now?" Huey's eyes widened at the sight of a man before her, his body pale and two small horns sprouting from his head. Kazuki Kurohane, she recognized him. The wind picked up, splattering blood onto the ground. Wind Release. 1,000 blades. The moonlit tree and Sunashur clashed once more, their weapons colliding. To her surprise, Sunashur was adept with a ninja sword, his swordsmanship commendable. Wind Release. 1,000 blades was a technique of his own invention. The sharp wind coiled around his blade, functioning as a chakra blade in a unique application, extending the properties of his chakra. Each clash sent forth an invisible wave akin to sword energy, inflicting numerous small cuts upon the moonlit tree. Sanashi's ninjutsu proved troublesome. Each swing felt as though countless unseen blades were slicing at her. Gripping her Kusanagi sword, the moonlit tree fixed her gaze upon Tsunashiro, who wore a rather infuriating smirk. Truth be told, she was tempted to deliver him a well-deserved thrashing. How amusing that a mere brat like you could endure for so long under my hand. The sand and stone needle nodded slightly, the wind clearly swirling around the kunai in his hand. Unlike the sheer sharpness of the chakra blade, this ninjutsu was both peculiar and troublesome. Did you know? The wind emanating from 1,000 blades can continuously intensify. The sand and stone needle squinted, and as soon as he spoke, he could feel his aura intensifying once again. What a delightful surprise. The moon tree also grinned. Let us witness the power of the wind. The sand and stone needle sprang into action, and the moon tree followed suit. Their figures drew closer, the glint of weapons flashed, and the sound of clashing arms resonated, composing a symphony of battle. With a sudden thrust, the moon tree's face was sliced open, blood spurting forth. Tisich, gritting his teeth, the moon tree executed a sweeping strike. But the sand and stone needle effortlessly evaded. Blood trickled down his cheek, and the moon tree felt discomfort on his face. How troublesome, he muttered. In that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, with numerous minor wounds staining his body with crimson. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. The moon tree ceased his reckless assault and swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, he unleashed a fire dragon towards the sand and stone needle. The sand and stone needle chuckled, charging forward without opting to counter with ninjutsu. Did you know? It was as if he were addressing someone, speaking directly to the moon tree, yet the latter felt detached from the conversation. Ninjutsu, after all, is merely the manifestation of chakra. The sand and stone needle continued his monologue, propelling himself toward the fire dragon. Swish! The moon tree's eyes widened. His ninjutsu was cleaved in two by the sand and stone needle. Thus, with chakra, one could cut through ninjutsu with a single stroke. The sand and stone needle bypassed the severed fire dragon and charged at the moon tree. The latter hurriedly drew his Kusanagi sword to block. But in that fleeting moment, he was sent flying. His strength was insufficient. This was a fundamental flaw for the moon tree. Wind released he was propelled backward. The moon tree's gaze remained fixed on the sand and stone needle. He could not deny that the sand and stone needle had surprised him once again. The sand and stone needle formed hand seals with one hand while wielding the kunai with the other. The ability to perform one-handed seals is not a skill every ninja possesses. It requires a solid foundation. Undoubtedly, the sand and stone needle was among them. Great wind blade. Upon completing the seals, the sand and stone needle did not follow the usual protocol of expelling wind blades from his mouth. Instead, he opted for a different approach. The kunai in his other hand suddenly gleamed, and he swung it through the air. The wind blades, barely visible, shot forth from the kunai, resembling a slashing strike. The moon tree could hardly believe it. Such mastery of the kunai had never been depicted in the original work. Though astonished, the moon tree did not forget his predicament. He raised his Kusanagi sword, bracing himself against the wind blade. Another wave of impact surged through him, sending him flying even further. Bang! He collided with a tree, feeling the internal groans of his liver. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The moon tree knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. This last blow had overwhelmed his still unfolded form. Wind release, cross slash. The sand and stone needle appeared calm, executing one-handed seals while wielding the kunai with the other. The moon tree lifted his head, and the kunai followed suit, slicing through the it was not entirely clear. It resembled a shadow. A cross-shaped wind blade shot forth from the kunai's edge, converging toward the moon tree. The wind parted, as if the very air was being cleaved, and the moon tree could scarcely feel the breeze before him. Iato slash. The moon tree's gaze did not waver as he unleashed his Kusanagi sword. A fierce gale erupted, sending waves outward. The sand and stone needle squinted again, intrigued by the moon tree's maneuvered. Is it possible to deliver a cut without chakra? the sand and stone needle observed as the moon tree was once more swept away by the fierce wind. Meanwhile, the moon tree was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He focused solely on one simple idea. This guy, Hatake Minato, was definitely holding back. During their spar, he had not utilized any of Chakra's elemental transformations. As one of the most skilled swordsmen in the ninja world, his proficiency in enhancing sword techniques with chakra would undoubtedly rival that of the sand and stone needle. Yet now, the sand and stone needle was suppressing the moon tree in swordsmanship, albeit with the aid of chakra's elemental transformation. Gritting his teeth, the moon tree exclaimed, "I refuse to be outdone in swordsmanship." He tightened his grip, rising anew to assume a combat stance. What a cheeky little brat. The sand and stone needle shouted, charging forward. "Come!" The moon tree echoed, meeting him head-on. This was a battle hymn belonging to weapons, as the two intertwined within the notes of combat, their swords and blades narrating their resolve. Cough, cough. Namikaze Minato spat blood, leaning against a tree, his head drooping. Damn it, his hands trembled. He could barely grip the kunai he held. Faced with an elite rogue ninja, even the genius, he was found it difficult to contend with his opponent. In just a few exchanges, he had sustained wounds, and now he could hardly move. Let go. The voice of Hui reached his ears. Namikaze Minato raised his head. Onoishi had arrived before Hui, while Kushina and Mikoto were besieged. Their backs pressed together against the throngs of enemies. Gritting his teeth, Namikaze Minato hurled the kunai in his hand towards Onoishi. However, reality was harsh. Such a feeble attack was easily dismissed with a wave of Onoishi's hand. Huffed. Namikaze Minato glanced at his abdomen, where a kunai had lodged itself. His own thrown weapon. No. The voices of Hui, Mikoto, and Kushina echoed in his ears, accompanied by the clashing of blades. He could not lift his head. His eyelids felt heavy. Namikaze Minato sensed his strength gradually slipping away. The next moment, he was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 37. Annihilation? Iato slash. The moon tree sensed the commotion on Hui's side and noticed Onoishi's movements. As the mission target was about to be captured, the moon tree would not remain silent. He unleashed a sword technique, cutting through the air. "You little brat, don't look around during a fight." The Iato slash was met with resistance. The moon tree grimaced. Before him stood the sand and stone needle, an unexpectedly skilled rogue ninja from the sand village. The moon tree understood that it was nearly impossible for him to rush to their aid. However, that was the case for a moon tree who had yet to reveal all his cards. Chakra surged into his eyes, transforming them in the blink of an eye. 3 Tomo floated within his crimson pupils, and he appeared decidedly more frigid. Those eyes, the sand and stone needle's voice turned noticeably colder. The Uchiha's eyes, without dwelling on the implications, the moon tree gripped his Kusanagi sword and charged forward. The sand and stone needle remained calm, his aura intensifying further. "That I can see." The moon tree and the sand and stone needle clashed once more, and in the instant of the latter's lapse, the moon tree perceived it clearly that it was as though time had slowed, allowing him to discern every detail of the sand and stone needle's movements. Rasengan. The moon tree had not forgotten this technique. During a brief stalemate, he used his other hand to send the sand and stone needle a Rasengan. The latter was taken aback, not expecting such a move. Moreover, the Rasengan was a ninjutsu without hand seals, allowing it to be unleashed with astonishing speed, catching the sand and stone needle off guard. By the time he attempted to block with his kunai, it was too late. He was struck by the Rasengan. Though it was merely a non-elemental ninjutsu, the rotational force within it caused the sand and stone needle to cough up blood and be sent sprawling several meters back. The moon tree would not let this opportunity slip by. He swiftly drew several kunai from his waist, each affixed with explosive tags, and hurled them at the sand and stone needle. Fire release. Poppy blossom technique that in a mere second. Yushu completed the hand seals, and from his mouth erupted several small fireballs. One of these fireballs was hurled towards the sandstone needle, while the other soared towards Kushina and Mikoto. Once the ninjutsu was unleashed, Yushu dashed towards Hui. The fireballs detonated, triggering the explosive tags. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the sandstone needle was engulfed, and similar sounds of blasts echoed from the direction of Kushina and Mikoto. The commotion caught the attention of Koyoshi, who glanced over. Hui had already been knocked unconscious. That fleeting glance revealed a glimmer of sword light at the corner of his eye. With a subtle sidestep, Koyoshi effortlessly evaded the flying Kusanagi sword. In the next moment, Yushu followed closely behind. "Ha!" Yushu exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick. Koyoshi, demonstrating impressive taijutsu skills, blocked the kick with one hand and effortlessly flung Yushu away. However, Yushu was not so easily defeated. He landed gracefully, tugging on a chakra thread that shimmered in the sunlight, pulling the Kusanagi sword from the ground back to him. "A member of the Uchiha clan, I presume." Koyoshi's voice resonated with calm authority. The three-tomo Sharingan in Yushu's eyes was strikingly evident. Faced with these seasoned rogue ninjas, who had survived countless life-and-death encounters without mercy, Yushu knew he had to exert every ounce of his strength. He could not afford to hold back any of his trump cards. Failure would surely lead to profound regret. With this mindset, he unleashed his concealed Sharingan. "That guy is utterly useless." Koyoshi seemed unfazed by Yushu, instead glancing towards the center of the explosions, where flames continued to blaze fiercely. "Put her down." Yushu was not particularly enraged. He was merely concerned for Hui that if you want her, come and take her. Koyoshi waved a hand dismissively that "I end this world." Strength was the ultimate persuasion. Koyoshi's gaze remained steady, exuding an unyielding presence akin to vast, untrammeled earth. Fire release. Yushu intended to form hand seals, a task that would take but an instant for him. However, in that fleeting moment, Koyoshi reacted swiftly to he drew an explosive tag kunai from his ninja tool pouch with one hand and hurled it towards Yushu. This was Koyoshi's instantaneous response, alarmingly swift. Yushu had no choice but to halt his hand seals and counter with the Kusanagi sword, deflecting the incoming kunai. The kunai exploded mid-air, blooming like a flower as a gust of wind rushed down from above as Yushu's gaze remained locked on Koyoshi before him. Stronger than the sandstone needle from earlier, Yushu could clearly sense this. "Indeed, Konoha has produced quite a few geniuses lately," Koyoshi remarked. Yushu ignored his comment, shifting his focus to the unconscious Minato and the struggling Kushina and Mikoto nearby. Fortunately, Minato lay not far from Yushu, and the tense standoff deterred the enemies from approaching. Otherwise, Minato would surely be in dire peril. The situation is dire, I could see this moment. Anyone would think the same. It was an exceptionally grim scenario. A.S. thoughts raced through his mind. Yushu suddenly sensed a danger. Instinctively alert, he leaped aside just as the spot he had occupied was struck. The air shimmered with the glint of blades. Faintly menacing, the sandstone needle. Yushu's expression sharpened. This was no longer a mere unfortunate situation. It had escalated to a critically perilous 1.2 elite Genin, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, were before him. "It is not over yet," the sandstone needle grinned, launching a strike at Yushu. Yushu swiftly unsheathed the Kusanagi sword to block. The clash of blades ensued as Yushu engaged the sandstone needle in combat. However, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. This time the sandstone needle was not alone. Koyoshi, carrying Hui with one hand, formed hand seals with the other to unleash his ninjutsu. Again, a single-handed hand seal. Yushu relinquished his confrontation with the sandstone needle. Using the momentum to retreat a few steps, the Earth Dragon Bullet barreled through, and Yushu narrowly evaded the attack. Wind Release, Cross Slash. Just as Yushu dodged, the sandstone needle pressed the attack. Wind Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. The Sharingan in Yushu's eyes whirled as he puffed up his cheeks and expelled a jet of flames into the air. Fire and wind collided, resembling a tug of war, each side vying for dominance. Having barely defended against the sandstone needle strike, Yushu found himself assaulted again by Koyoshi's attack. This time, he had no time to block. With a resounding thud, Yushu was sent sprawling across the ground, skidding several meters before crashing into a tree. Koyoshi's taijutsu prowess was formidable. That single kick left Yushu feeling as if his very insides were about to erupt. The Kusanagi sword was driven into the ground as Yushu struggled to support himself. Coupled with Kushina and Mikoto, who were nearly out of options, Jiraiya's small team had truly entered a state of despair. The impending outcome was painfully clear. Yushu could envision the grim fate awaiting the four of them. Not good. A situation of utmost peril. Panting, Yushu's face was smeared with blood, a testament to his injuries. Dust clung to him, and his visage was marred with dirt, leaving him in a wretched state. The threat of annihilation loomed large. Chapter 38. The Real World. Konoha is impressive indeed. Yushu deftly evaded the sandstone needle slash, rolling aside while not forgetting to disrupt Koyoshi. Whether it be the white fang of Konoha or you, he could not allow Koyoshi to escape so easily. He was still in his grasp. Yet Koyoshi seemed equally unwilling to depart, unfazed by Yushu's interference, which felt to him like a mere breeze. How tragic it is that you can still spare a thought for the battle while fighting me. Yushu's Sharingan flickered. He raised the Kusanagi sword. The ninja blade clashed against the Kusanagi, and the wind's elemental alteration coursed along the sword, inflicting several cuts on Yushu's hand. Tsh. Yushu swiftly retreated, the pain in his hand causing it to tremble slightly. This was no ordinary surface wound. Yushu gazed at his injured right hand. Stronger again, he could distinctly feel that Koyoshi's wind manipulation had intensified yet again, as if he were now wielding the full extent of the Sandstone Needle's power. Earth Release, Rising Dragon Technique. Yushu focused his attention on the Sandstone Needle, while Koyoshi, with one hand, formed seals to unleash his ninjutsu. As the seals completed, Yushu felt a disturbance beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he leaped away. Wind Release, Double Cross Slash. Yushu soared through the air. Left with no means to evade, he swung the Kusanagi sword, choosing to meet the oncoming attack head-on. The cross-shaped assault was cleaved apart by Yushu. But the price was a further exacerbation of his hand injury. I told you. Just as Yushu thought he could breathe easier, the Sharingan revealed an entirely different scenario. The Sandstone Needle was grinning. And concealed behind the first slash was yet another. It was a multi-layered cross slash. A cross-shaped wound marred Yushu's chest, blood gushing forth. Yet it was not over. He spat blood before he could recover. A shadow loomed overhead, eyes widening in alarm. Yushu looked up, but saw nothing. Crack. Darkness engulfed his vision as Koyoshi's grip seized his head. A crushing sensation of gravity enveloped Yushu, accompanied by a sensation of plummeting. With a resounding thud, he was slammed into the ground, his head striking first. The strength swiftly ebbed away, and with it, the consciousness of Yushu nearly vanished. For every traveler, upon crossing into another world and becoming its singular entity, an inevitable sense of pride arises. Yushu is not one to be self-important, yet he cannot help but feel a tinge of emotion, though not overwhelmed by arrogance, when one becomes the sole traveler in a world and possesses knowledge of the future. Alongside a golden opportunity for rapid growth, it is only natural for a sense of hubris to emerge. They believe themselves to be above all, considering themselves gods of this realm, arrogantly assuming that they alone are players while everyone else merely exists as characters in a game. Yushu entertained some fleeting thoughts of this nature, but they were quickly shattered. His vision blurred, and silence enveloped him. There was no sound, and a damp heat clung to him, and although his mind was foggy, he was acutely aware. Blood. An abundance of blood. Faced with two rogue ninjas approaching the level of shadows, Yushu could only hold out for a brief moment, despite his commendable skills. Who are you? Yushu gasped. The little brat from Konoha. Whether you live or die depends on your own fate, came the reply. Who are you? He repeated, lying on the ground, his face pressed against the earth, utterly devoid of strength to lift his head. Are you not going to kill him? Such a pedestrian approach. Haha. After all, it is you, Senior Ya. Humph. I'm leaving. The voices around him echoed slowly, teasingly. Let us see what schemes that Blackfeather is concocting. There's entertainment to be had. As his consciousness faded, the sounds around him grew fainter. The world dimmed. In the next moment, darkness descended over Yushu's vision. The little brat from Konoha, whether you live or die depends on your own fate, echoed a familiar voice, resonant and steady, revealing the speaker to be a composed adult. Yushu jolted awake. Blinding white light flooded his eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. As the brightness gradually receded, he beheld wood. He found himself in a room adorned with wooden decor, seated upon a bed. Where am I? Yushu pondered, examining his hands, which were conspicuously bandaged, the fabric stained with vibrant red. Yushu clenched his fists tightly. Memories of the previous events flooded back, recalling his powerlessness as the entire team fell into a perilous trap. "Are you awake?" Just as Yushu was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through. He turned to see Jiraiya, leaning against the door, looking as composed as ever, in stark contrast to Yushu's disheveled state. However, it was to be expected. One known as the legendary Sannin was unlikely to suffer easily, let alone sustain grave injuries. "They're all right, right?" Yushu's gaze fell. "Rest assured," Jiraiya said, having approached Yushu's side, delivering a light chop to his head. "You and Minato are the most severely affected. Kushina and Mikoto are unscathed. That's all. The man shouldn't wallow in such despair. The fact that Kushina and Mikoto emerged unscathed and Minato is still alive is all thanks to you," Jiraiya continued, as Yushu lifted his gaze to meet his teacher's eyes. Wind Blade Sandstone Needle and Earth Dragon Little Wildstone. These two are formidable opponents of shadow level, though not many are aware. Hence, you managed to delay them for so long. You've truly worked hard. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Yushu's hair. "Apologies for my tardiness, my dear student," he said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Yushu gritted his teeth, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. The sense of frustration welled within him as he clutched the blanket tightly. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, casting a warm glow over the master and disciple, enveloping them like a layer of fabric. Yushu would not forget this feeling, both the frustration and the warmth, etched in his memory. Each instance of personal growth necessitates the impetus of emotion. It is such emotions that propel one to continually strive onward and ascend higher. Yushu did not wish to foresee the future, nor would he regard the individuals here as mere game characters. This was the most authentic world he inhabited. Chapter 39. The Waters of Heroes? Let go. A woman's voice reverberated through the alarm clock. Though her eyes perceived nothing, the owner of that voice was but a shadow. Minato Namikaze gasped, feeling the weight pressing heavily upon his heart, as if a lead ball had been affixed to it. The excess burden rendering his breathing labored. The it was as though his eyes had shut tight, blocking out all sound. And he realized this. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, only to be met with an unfamiliar ceiling, wooden, with a warm hue. Yet, calmness eluded him. Not long ago, he had been easily defeated, and the ones he was meant to protect had been taken from him by those who trampled over him. He felt utterly powerless, even lacking the strength to witness the moment when Hui was taken away. Minato sat up quietly, leaning against the headboard, silently gazing at the ceiling. He attempted to take a deep breath, yet his hands clutched the sheets tightly. His golden hair fell over his face, the breeze from the window gently lifting it, but the golden strands appeared dimmer than before. "Damn it!" The silence of the room was broken only by Minato's exclamation. "Well, this is quite the reunion, Princess." Hui glared at the person before her, her hands bound. The figure was none other than someone she recognized, Kuchiki Kurohane. This was the name of the man standing before her, the younger brother of Kuchiki Kurohi, and one of the strongest in Takigakure. Unlike his brother, who lacked ninja talent, Kurohane possessed noteworthy skills, which accounted for his remarkable achievements. That a competent Genin, he was generally regarded as the strongest in the village. "What do you want?" Hui gritted her teeth, but Kurohane merely smiled, his grin growing more vibrant. "What do you think?" Kurohane's gaze shifted, becoming sharp. "You know this all too well." Guardian, he seized Huey's arm and leaned closer. The Sandstone Needle and Little Wildstone observed silently, showing little concern, while Hui wore an expression of disdain. "Don't come near me," she shouted, her voice laced with anger, her unbound feet finally kicking at Kurohane. However, to Kurohane, her strike was akin to slow motion, easily evaded. "Don't be so angry." Kurohane dismissed her retaliation. "You're merely an ordinary person. After all, even a common genin would suffice to deal with you. As an elite genin, I have no need to worry. You hold significant value," Kurohane stated, gripping Huey's hair, locking eyes with her. "Let us go," he declared, hurling Hui to the ground. "To the Waters of Heroes." Kurohane turned away, presenting his back to the trio as he walked off. Sandstone Needle and Little Wildstone exchanged glances, then helped Hui to her feet, following Kurohane. Perhaps no one realized that. With his back turned to them, Kurohane wore a broad grin, a smile reminiscent of a demon, exuberant and bold, unseen by those behind him. They proceeded toward the location of the Waters of Heroes. The target of the mission had been abducted, and the condition for the manifestation of the chakra fruit was the blood of the mission target. Was it not? Jiraiya sat alone at the dining table, contemplating strategies. His students were all injured, lying in bed. He was the only one left to ponder the situation. What a hassle, truly a tremendous hassle. Jiraiya let out a sigh, running his fingers through his long white hair. When it came to strategies, he admitted that he was utterly clueless, unlike a certain individual named Orochimaru, who possessed a more calculating demeanor. Throughout his life, Jiraiya had navigated his path with relative ease, fortunate enough to avoid dire circumstances that could have led to his demise. However, as he aged, his luck seemed to wane, culminating in an encounter with a wayward disciple. Additionally, the one he loved did not reciprocate his feelings, leaving decades of unexpressed affection unfulfilled. Let us charge in. Just as Jiraiya contemplated a direct assault, a voice echoed his thoughts. It was a voice he knew all too well, one he had just recently heard. He turned his gaze, and, as anticipated, it was Tsukiki. Alongside her were the other 3 members of Team Jiraiya. Instead of remaining in their quarters, they had synchronously risen from their beds and gathered here. Your bodies are not yet. We must win. This time, we absolutely must. Jiraiya was cut off by Minato Namikaze. Minato. Jiraiya observed Minato as he stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. Perhaps no one felt the weight of failure more acutely than Minato. Watching others surpass him while feeling utterly powerless, taking a deep breath, Jiraiya managed to smile. Then let us proceed together. Despite the bandages still wrapped around him, the heavily injured student implored his teacher, who led the charge against their foes. This was Team Jiraiya, an unconventional squad indeed. With the injured members of Team Jiraiya rallying once more, bandages still unremoved, they prepared for another battle. Honestly, these young folks. Jiraiya mused, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile as he took the lead. This is the hero's water. Kurohane approached a small lake, gesturing towards it, while beside him stood Tsuneshi and Koyoshi, who were both observing him intently. Without uttering a word, they exchanged glances and promptly pushed Koyoshi towards Kurohane. The hero's water was indeed a tantalizing temptation, offering a tenfold enhancement of chakra, a coveted boon for any formidable warrior. Tsuneshi reached for a water bottle from his belongings, and Koyoshi followed suit. Kurohane watched as Koyoshi was handed over to him, and the sight of Tsuneshi and Koyoshi behind him made Kurohane's other hand instinctively tighten into a fist. This glaring vulnerability ignited a desire within Kurohane to strike. Yet as a notorious rogue ninja within the black market, he refrained from acting impulsively, unlike earlier that morning when he had swiftly eliminated 2 of his adversaries. Otherwise, Jiraiya might not have made it back in time. Well, the reward has indeed been received. Until we meet again, Tsuneshi and Koyoshi secured their water bottles and bid farewell. At last, Kurohane's true nature was revealed. Koyoshi lay unconscious beside him, and Kurohane wore a sinister grin. It's your turn now, princess. Moments later, a beam of light shot into the clouds, and the girl collapsed to the ground. Chapter 40. Rescue Huff. Huff, keep moving, don't stop. It felt as if her throat were bleeding, the metallic taste spreading in her mouth. Koyoshi continued to run, knowing she had no right to pause. This power is magnificent. The pursuing force drew ever closer, and Koyoshi could not resist glancing back. Hey, Guardian's blood. What purpose does it serve? Koyoshi's eyes widened as she beheld the man before her, whose body was pale and adorned with 2 small horns atop his head. Kurohane. This was the man's name. The wind rustled, and blood splattered on the ground. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. When Koyoshi awakened, she saw only a soaring beam of light and the chakra fruit floating within it. Then, that shimmering chakra fruit was consumed by Kurohane. Kurohane struggled to approach the chakra fruit, bloodied and battered. The reason was simple. The chakra, overflowing from the fruit, surged into his body, and it was a stroke of luck that he did not explode. Kurohane withstood the influx of chakra, absorbing it into himself, making it his own. Through sheer determination, Kurohane finally secured the chakra fruit. Though small, It shimmered like a miniature sun as he swallowed it whole. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Could this be called evolution? Koyoshi hesitated to label it. After consuming the chakra fruit, Kurohane's body began exhibiting abnormal changes. His skin turned snow white, as if cloaked in an additional layer. Then, from his forehead, two small horns emerged, appearing somewhat incomplete. His eyes began to transform as well. The once bright orbs gradually turned white, the pupils vanishing entirely. He resembled the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to them. Moreover, a distinct mark appeared on Kurohane's crown, signifying a human evolution Koyoshi could scarcely define. The overwhelming aura radiating from him confirmed this. As the gale howled, Koyoshi's hair danced wildly in the wind. "This is it," Kurohane's voice echoed through the air, brimming with exhilaration and a hint of madness. Insanity, Koyoshi's first thought. The chakra fruit was dubbed a small divine tree fruit, and while Koyoshi was unaware of its specific significance, she recognized its extraordinary nature. Were humans even worthy of consuming the divine tree's fruit? Before she could ponder further, a fierce wind knocked Koyoshi to the ground. Kurohane gradually calmed, and Koyoshi understood the gravity of the situation, promptly making her escape. And no matter the destination, the only imperative was to run. The outcome of her flight was thus. The girl's blood was spilled upon the earth. No, that is Kurohane's blood. A flash of steel sliced through the air as Tsukiki appeared from the side, swinging his Kusanagi blade towards Kurohane's hand. Although the Kusanagi did not inflict significant harm, it was sufficient for the current predicament. Koyoshi was freed, and the golden-haired figure quickly swept her away. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Jiraiya's voice rang out, prompting Tsukiki into action. He executed a swift turn in midair, delivering a kick to Kurohane's body, propelling himself aside. Just then, Jiraiya's jutsu manifested beneath Kurohane, turning crimson before erupting into flames. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Kushina and Mikoto appeared, each casting a jutsu that further intensified the fiery column. Tsukiki landed gracefully, and Minato rescued Koyoshi. They did not pause, each unleashing another jutsu to bolster their attack on Kurohane. Koyoshi gazed at Minato and the others, her arms trembling slightly. This time, Minato turned to Koyoshi, his eyes shimmering with determination. "I will protect you." Koyoshi stood frozen, a torrent of words caught in her throat, ultimately coalescing into a single expression. A pure smile. "I believe in you all." As soon as the words left her lips, a gust of wind swept past them, and a shadow emerged behind Minato. Koyoshi's smile lingered for a moment before it abruptly froze. Behind Minato stood Kurohane, who should have been engulfed in flames. Like Koyoshi, Kurohane wore a grin, pure and unadulterated, purely malevolent. Clang. Minato had indeed surpassed his own limits. Swiftly raising his arms to block the impending blow, Kurohane's fist descended, and the force sent Minato hurtling away. And thus, the battle continued. Heiyu cast a glance at Hui, intending to reach out. "It's your turn." The voice did not belong to Heiyu, but rather to the figure beneath him. Ueshu. In a brief moment, Ueshu had successfully darted forward. Heiyu, naturally alert, had barely shifted his gaze when a flash of sword light erupted. It was the upward thrust of the Kusanagi sword, aimed directly at Heiyu. The Kusanagi sword loomed larger in Ueshu's eyes. Yet Heiyu exhibited no signs of panic. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly evaded the blade. Fire style. Oil bullet. Jiraiya expelled a glob of oil into the air, targeting the airborne Heiyu, who was practically locked onto his target. Heiyu glanced towards Jiraiya's direction and waved a hand, dispersing the incoming oil bullet with ease. Jiraiya hastily leaped upward, the ground beneath him shaking as dust billowed around. Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. The gentle fist was a unique taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, and now an unknown ninja not only wielded it but demonstrated considerable mastery, particularly with his appearance. Eyes resembling Byakugan. Perhaps they were not merely similar. They could very well be. Jiraiya landed firmly beside Kushina and Mikoto. His two female disciples were the weakest in the group, struggling to protect themselves against such formidable opponents. Thus, Jiraiya positioned himself to guard them. As for Ueshu and Namikaze Minato, the two prodigies of Konoha, Jiraiya felt a sense of confidence in his students. Raising Gan, Ueshu charged forward, forming a swirling sphere. The blue-white Rasengan collided, but Heiyu sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a kick that struck Ueshu. The rushing Ueshu transformed into a cloud of white mist. Shadow Clone. Heiyu paid it no heed, casually deflecting the flying kunai. The kunai flew aside, exploding upon impact. Ueshu and Namikaze Minato then revealed themselves. We had already been whisked away by Ueshu's clone. Next, revenge would unfold. Chapter 41. The Sage of Toads appears. Bang. The explosion reverberated once more, sending two figures flying from the rising dust. Blood dripped from Ueshu's mouth as he gripped the Kusanagi sword, his body hurtling through the air. Trailing behind him was Heiyu, a sinister grin stretching across his face as he reached out towards Ueshu. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Ueshu adjusted his stance and unleashed a jutsu. Not enough. Not nearly enough. The great fireball bore no effect on Heiyu. His voice pierced through the flames, and soon his hand, outstretched, sought to grasp Ueshu. There was no way for Ueshu to evade. Had Ueshu been alone, he might have truly been in peril. However, he was not alone. He had allies. A golden figure burst forth. Namikaze Minato charged in, kunai in hand, launching a direct strike at Heiyu, who paid no mind to the unfolding events. Continuing his assault, him, a mere brat's kunai, posed no threat. But he was mistaken. From the golden figure emanated a cloud of smoke that, in an instant, the rushing Namikaze Minato transformed into another person, Jiraiya, known as one of the legendary Sannin. Grasping his kunai, he infused it with wind chakra, granting it a sensation reminiscent of sand needles. Heiyu, of course, noticed this. His extraordinary physical prowess allowed him to dodge Jiraiya's attack in an instant. Yet he did not forget to deliver a kick to Ueshu. Ueshu was sent flying, crashing toward Jiraiya. Water style. White shark technique. Heiyu landed. Having completed his hand signs, he slammed his hand on the ground, summoning a rune, accompanied by the emergence of shark fin. Whoosh! Jiraiya was not so easily caught off guard. He deftly sidestepped the incoming shark fin. From the ground leaped a white shark, its gaping maw aimed to devour Ueshu and Jiraiya. As they dodged, Kushina and Mikoto launched several explosive tag kunai towards Heiyu. The explosions erupted, but to Heiyu, these antics were trivial, akin to swatting at mosquitoes. The tags detonated around him, while Ueshu, gripping his sword with one hand, began to form another Rasengan with the other. Jiraiya, in turn, hoisted Ueshu aloft. Ueshu stepped onto Jiraiya's hand, who, with timely strength, propelled him forward towards Heiyu. Earth style, swamp technique, came the melodic voices of Kushina and Mikoto. Their support was impeccably timed. Ueshu soared towards Heiyu. Mikoto and Kushina successfully restricted Heiyu's movements momentarily. Rasengan. Ueshu sent forth his sphere, but Heiyu effortlessly struck Ueshu away with an empty palm. Empty palm. A technique from the Hyuga clan, capable of inflicting damage from a distance, struck Ueshu, causing him to spit blood as his old wounds reopened, the bandages turning crimson. Ueshu. Namikaze Minato caught Ueshu just in time, both tumbling together before rolling to a stop on the ground. Jiraiya, being the strongest present, engaged Heiyu in a fierce confrontation to buy time. Jiraiya had not anticipated such an exceptionally formidable opponent in what was supposed to be a C-rank mission. This was no mere A-rank task. It was at least S-rank level. Raising his arms to block Heiyu's punch, Jiraiya staggered back a few steps. This force surpasses even Tsunade's monstrous strength. Jiraiya glanced at Heiyu, then at the gathered Ueshu quartet, noting Ueshu's severe injuries, leaving him with little combat capability while Mikoto tended to him. Kushina was anxious, while Namikaze Minato observed Jiraiya's struggle. They would certainly demand stricter vetting for C-rank missions from the Elder. Reflecting on his first C-rank mission, which had turned into an A-rank affair, Jiraiya could not help but curse under his breath. Who could have foreseen that today's C-rank missions had escalated, now exceeding S-rank level? The Mad Demon of Konoha. Heiyu regarded Jiraiya, choosing not to strike immediately point one of the legendary Sannin, showcasing his prowess in the Second Great Ninja War. Heiyu spoke slowly, appearing quite relaxed. Yet even you are no match for me now. Heiyu shook his finger. Even without holding back, you still cannot contend. Heiyu's aura intensified, pressing down on the atmosphere. Don't frighten my students like that, Jiraiya replied seriously, his words laced with a casual tone, yet his own presence began to rise to meet Heiyu's challenge. It was precisely this confrontation that alleviated the pressure on Ueshu and his companions. Fire style, oil bullet. In an instant, Jiraiya completed his hand seals and expelled a glob of oil, multiplying it. Heiyu swatted away the incoming oil bullet, only to discover the ground beneath him slicked with oil. The brief obstruction of vision allowed Jiraiya to prepare his next move. Fire style, oil hell. Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the oil on the ground, creating a raging inferno. Jiraiya did not revel in this. The most crucial aspect of battle was to remain wary of unexpected attacks. Just as he thought to use wind techniques, Heiyu preemptively unleashed an empty palm that a significant breakthrough loomed ahead. Jiraiya flicked his head, directing his ninjutsu downward. The powerful gust of wind expelled from his mouth lifted him to a considerable height. The black-feathered palm struck backwards with tremendous force, its might palpable in the air that a direct hit from such an attack was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, Tsukumori lay nearby, seemingly undisturbed, utilizing the shadow clone technique with shurikens. Jiraiya launched a shuriken into the air. The single shuriken multiplied, transforming into thousands, raining down upon the black-feathered figure. Yet, it was not so simple. Observing that the shuriken rain had little effect on the black-feathered adversary, Jiraiya remarked. And no sooner had he spoken than the sound of explosions erupted. A multitude of shurikens, each equipped with explosive tags, descended upon the black feather. The cacophony of blasts resonated like a symphony, echoing through the surroundings. Seizing this moment, Jiraiya clapped his hands together, ready to unveil his trump card. This was the reason he referred to himself as the Sage of Frogs. Sage mode. Jiraiya's pupils transformed into horizontal slits, and red markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. An indescribable aura began to permeate the space around him. The Sage of Frogs made his entrance. Chapter 42. Demon? Is it the wind? Is it the trees? Upon opening his eyes, Tsukumori found himself amidst a verdant forest. The gentle breeze brushing against him felt remarkably soothing, akin to delicate fingers caressing his skin, that a profound sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. Where am I? Tsukumori surveyed his surroundings, greeted only by an unbroken expanse of towering trees. And no response came, only another gentle gust of wind. The breeze stirred the leaves, creating a spectacle as green foliage fluttered like rain. Suddenly, Tsukumori sank to the ground. As if gently nudged from behind, he placed his hands on the earth, sitting there, absorbing the serene ambience. This isn't so bad. The refreshing breeze was immensely comforting, as if nature whispered sweet nothings in his ear, lulling him into a blissful reverie. With a resounding clap, Jiraiya caught the black feathered fist. In the next moment, despite his lack of movement, the black feather was struck by an unseen force. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya yanked the black feather closer and delivered a powerful elbow strike that was ineffective. The sound of the elbow hitting flesh resonated, yet the black feather merely smiled in response. As the black feather's counterattack swept towards him, Jiraiya deftly crouched to evade Tsunade's signature technique. Super Strength Fist. False. Jiraiya unleashed an uppercut, chakra enveloping his fist. This technique mirrored Tsunade's immense strength, although Tsunade's mastery of chakra control far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was a formidable figure in his own right. This display of strength was sufficient to contend with the black feather. Undoubtedly, the blow inflicted some damage, evidenced by the sight of the black feather being sent flying. Blood trickling down, sage art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's white hair whipped forward, just as the black feather landed. The blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to be wiped away when Jiraiya's assault was already upon him. The black feather, not foolish enough to engage head-on, had quickly discerned Jiraiya's capabilities. While he lacked knowledge of natural energy, he understood that Jiraiya possessed the means to injure him. With a nimble leap to the side, the black feather effortlessly dodged the attack. Fire release, fire dragon bellowing technique. The markings on the black feather's forehead began to stir. Soon, the true nature of the markings was revealed. A pair of eyes. Eyes resembling the Sharingan. 5 Tomo. Jiraiya, too, noticed this development and began to ponder. However, the black feather's assault came swiftly to it. Seemed that the awakening of his eyes had amplified the black feather's fire techniques. Fiery dragons surged toward Jiraiya, each one formidable enough to be classified as A-rank ninjutsu, perhaps even S-rank. Water release, triple water wall. Faced with such extensive ninjutsu, and with 4 disciples behind him, Jiraiya had no reason to retreat. As the fire dragons approached, 3 colossal walls of water erupted from the ground. The fire dragons collided with the water walls, instantly transforming into steam that enveloped the area. Sage Art. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair coiled protectively around him, morphing into sharp spikes. Piercing through the steam, the black feather's fist struck one of the spikes, but the needle Jizo, infused with natural energy, thwarted the black feather's advantage. The black feather gritted his teeth, acknowledging that Jiraiya indeed posed a challenge. The unknown natural energy granted Jiraiya methods to inflict harm upon him, and as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's combat experience and techniques far exceeded the black feathers. But you can't just keep your eyes on me. As Jiraiya retracted his needle Jizo, the black feather stood before him. That moment, Jiraiya's words registered, and the black feather hesitated briefly. Suddenly, a golden figure burst forth from the steam. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato Namikaze charged in. Though his impact was minimal, even a slight distraction sufficed. I have received my disciple's wish, Jiraiya smiled, electricity crackling around his hands. Just that moment from Minato provided the black feather with a fleeting opening. Sage Art. Lightning released. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with determination. Heavy thunderstorm. The wandering Jiraiya possessed a wealth of techniques. As the 3rd Hokage student, he was renowned for his ninjutsu, and his penchant for travel endowed him with the prowess to inherit the title of the 4th Hokage. With a resounding strike, Jiraiya's fist collided with the black feather, natural energy coiling around it, causing the black feather to spew blood. This blow is in retribution for my disciple, Jiraiya shouted, intensifying the force behind his attack. Wind release. Wind scythe technique. This was Minato's attempt to infuse chakra into a kunai, enhancing its penetrating power with explosive tags, aiming for the devastating effect of the explosion reaching the internal organs. While Minato lacked the mastery of elemental transformation, even a slight enhancement in penetrating power would suffice. Jiraiya's punch sent the black feather reeling, the kunai following closely behind. The kunai failed to pierce the black feather's body, but succeeded in inflicting injury. Jiraiya's considerable strength was enough to momentarily lower the black feather's defenses, allowing the kunai to land a hit. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, sending a plume of smoke billowing forth, the shockwave tossing the injured Minato into a roll. Did it succeed? Minato sat on the ground, gazing up at the smoke above. Watch out! Just as Jiraiya's warning reached his ears, the wind blew away the smoke, revealing a massive fire dragon descending from above. The black feather's figure vanished from sight. Too late. Minato stood frozen, unable to escape in time. The terror of death loomed over him, and he felt as though his heart had stopped. Smack. Minato found himself airborne. Glancing back, it was Jiraiya who had propelled him away. Jiraiya! Bang! Sensei! The fire dragon engulfed Jiraiya, and Minato's vision lost its focus, consumed by the blaze. Reaching out in vain, he found nothing but flames. He fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Minato looked up, the fire raging fiercely, the heat waves scorching his face, a sensation of searing intensity. Jiraiya-sensei! The golden figure cried out, his voice cracking with emotion. As if sensing Minato's call, the flames began to dwindle, revealing a figure within. Ha! That was not Jiraiya's laughter. Minato's gaze fixed on the flames, as the figure within finally emerged. It was the black feather. Laughing maniacally, the black feather stood tall, while Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground, charred and defeated. And now, it is your turn. Heiyu licked his lips, casting a glance at the prostrate figure of Bluffing Shuimin. The disheveled sight of him, with blood still staining the corners of his mouth and dirt smudging his face, resembled that of a malevolent spirit. He chuckled, and the demon seemed to laugh alongside him. Chapter 43 would release Jiraiya. Teacher, bluffing Shuemin lay on the ground, appearing utterly wretched. Smack, the Heiyu's foot pressed down on Jiraiya's head. The unconscious Jiraiya was like a rag doll, his body as black as coal still emanating warmth. Mad ghost, Jiraiya. Heiyu toyed with his foot, stomping down on Jiraiya several times. The legendary Sannin were hardly anything remarkable. Heiyu wore an expression of disdain, licking his lips. Don't touch Teacher Jiraiya. You bastard, bluffing, Shuemin shouted. Utterly devoid of chakra, his body reaching its limits, lacking the strength to lift himself to Heiyu removed his foot, strolling leisurely toward bluffing Shuemin. How amusing, you little brats from Konoha. Heiyu squatted before bluffing Shuemin, lifting his chin with his hand. Clearly lacking strength, yet you all seem so fearless. Is it courage? Or mere folly? Dang. Heiyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at bluffing Shuemin. The last of his strength was spent in a futile attempt to strike back. Yet it was ineffective, unable even to defend. However, Heiyu's expression darkened, truly intriguing. Heiyu chuckled. Diamond seal. He stomped toward bluffing Shuemin as forehead, but chains suddenly emerged, perfectly intercepting his foot. Ah! Heiyu turned toward the chain's origin, where a red-haired girl shouted, continuously extracting chakra. Chains extended from behind her, reaching toward Heiyu. Whoosh! Heiyu glanced aside, realizing that bluffing Shuemin had vanished from where he lay. Scanning the area, he swiftly spotted a blonde figure being carried away by a girl. Furthermore, he recognized another familiar silhouette. The darkened Jiraiya was also being lifted by that girl. That petite frame was bearing two individuals, yet her speed showed no sign of diminishing. One after another, Heiyu finally erupted in fury. Chakra surging from his body, a vast ocean of chakra overwhelming Kushina's chains, causing them to snap. The unique bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan rebounded, causing Kushina to collapse, but her resilient spirit compelled her to remain upright. Let go of me! Kushina! Bluffing Shuemin cried out, alarmed as he observed Kushina kneeling on one knee. However, Mikoto, who was carrying him, promptly halted him. Mikoto! Bluffing Shuemin ceased his pleas, sensing the tremor in Mikoto's voice. Mikoto bore an even greater burden than he, enduring more than he could fathom. Acknowledging this, bluffing Shuemin fell silent. His gaze shifted forward. Heiyu's assault was imminent, and Kushina showed no intention of evasion at this rate. There was no doubt that Kushina would be struck head-on, with catastrophic consequences. Dodge! Bluffing Shuemin screamed inwardly. Yet Kushina made an unexpected move. She relaxed her body, eyes wide open, still shimmering with brilliance. As always, she revealed a smile reminiscent of a big sister. Devoid of fear, or perhaps it was simply unseen. Yushu! Bluffing Shuemin finally called out, not for Jiraiya, but for his own rival, the one he had never once bested. He was uncertain of Yushu's whereabouts now. But he knew that Yushu had long lost the ability to fight, perhaps unable to even stand. Yet bluffing Shuemin firmly believed, and no matter the circumstances, that guy would surely respond. Would release, would wall technique. Heiyu's figure was merely 20 centimeters from Kushina when a wooden wall suddenly erupted from the ground, standing between Heiyu and Kushina. Would release, with spike technique. With a resounding crash, the wooden wall did not shatter. Instead, it visibly dented. As the sound resonated, numerous wooden spikes shot up from the ground, forcing Heiyu to retreat. Well done! A familiar voice echoed in his ears as Kushina's body collapsed. Too late, you fool! Gently caught. Kushina felt Yushu's warmth. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she muttered a complaint. She was unsure if Yushu would save her, but a year ago, her hero had already become this somewhat immature fellow before her. Dull, lazy, always sleeping, yet go defeat him, my heroic master. What a demanding request. However, leave it to me. The familiar voice and exchange made Kushina smile secretly. Rest well. Yushu released Kushina, and nearby branches caught her before carrying her away. The wooden wall fell, and Yushu faced Heiyu directly. Thank you for your hospitality. Allow me to reciprocate. What a continuous surprise indeed. It is the same for me. The gazes of Heiyu and Yushu clashed. A spark igniting, raising Gan. In an instant, the two began their first clash. Heiyu deftly dodged, delivering an elbow strike toward Yushu. Yushu blocked with his palm, retaliating with an elbow strike of his own. Heiyu responded in kind, and the two became entangled in fierce combat. Having already engaged in battle for a while, Heiyu was evidently weakened, particularly in terms of stamina. Yushu could now keep up with him. Wood release, wood binding technique. Kicking Heiyu away to create distance, Yushu immediately formed seals. Surrounding branches lunged toward Heiyu. Fire release, fire whirlwind. Heiyu was not to be outdone. He formed seals, unleashing a whirlwind of flames that spread outward. Incinerating the approaching branches, Yushu drew his Kusanagi sword and hurled it forward. Heiyu swatted it aside with an open palm, sending the sword flying. Yushu was struck by the force of the palm, transforming into a cloud of smoke. The Kusanagi sword in midair also dissipated into smoke, and Yushu emerged from within, clutching the sword. Earth release, earth rising dragon technique. Heiyu slammed his palm onto the ground, causing an earthen dragon to surge upward. Focus! Yushu gripped his sword with both hands and sliced down. The earth dragon was cleaved in two, and Yushu and Heiyu stood face to face. Yushu hurled the Kusanagi sword, its speed so swift that the already injured Heiyu could not react in time. The Kusanagi sword transformed into Yushu, who held the sword, locking eyes with Heiyu. The blood-red three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated. Genjutsu! Yushu utilized the Sharingan's ability to cast illusions on Heiyu. Though the effect was minimal, even a half-second of distraction was sufficient. Rasengan, the clone of Yushu, having thrown the Kusanagi sword, rushed in, while the real Yushu swung his sword. The two-pronged attack caught Heiyu off guard. In the next moment, Heiyu regained his senses, but the twin assaults were already upon him. In an instant, his chakra erupted, and his body began to move. The Rasengan and the Kusanagi sword were successfully blocked. Tenketsu! Yushu was sent flying, astonishment filling his eyes. Heiyu had employed the Hyuga clan's ultimate technique. Tenketsu, known as the absolute defense. Tenketsu. Although surprised, Yushu did not relent, swiftly forming seals. Chakra was drained significantly, and Yushu pressed his palm against the ground. Would release, forest domain, Yushu felt his chakra depleting to a mere fraction. Giant trees erupted from the earth, their branches extending toward Heiyu. Heiyu's Tenketsu could not be maintained indefinitely, leading to a stalemate. Chapter 44. A conclusion. Yushu gently regulated his breathing, his chakra continuously being siphoned away. The surrounding branches persisted in their relentless encroachment, each movement draining more of Yushu's chakra. He had long since exhausted most of his chakra, yet he was determined to win this battle. Yushu clenched his fists, bracing himself for the imminent depletion of his chakra. Regardless of the outcome, victory was imperative. His eyes widened as he beheld the white vortex before him, a manifestation of Heiyu's ultimate defense. Persistently repelling the encroaching branches, the so-called absolute defense truly lived up to its reputation. Yet Yushu was resolute. He would not be defeated. This conviction surged within him. The gentle breeze caressed his face, its warmth seeping into his heart, nourishing him like a delicate stream. His entire being radiated warmth, a sensation that reached deep into his soul. Heat emanated from his dantian, swirling ceaselessly throughout his body, igniting a burgeoning vitality. Yushu marveled at the wonders of life. The surrounding trees swayed, whether stirred by the wind or jubilant, he could not tell. They seemed to celebrate, their exultation palpable. It was as if a long-tended dog were wagging its tail at his presence, expressing joy that words could not convey. Yushu lay with closed eyes, quietly absorbing the moment. His strength gradually returned, and sunlight poured down, illuminating the world in vibrant hues. "I yes at you?" Yushu inquired softly. The branches around him reached out, brushing against his cheek, seemingly conveying affection. Delightful indeed. A smile graced Yushu's lips as he resonated with that sentiment. Nature itself whispered to him, softly and tenderly, continuously infusing him with chakra, bestowing vitality and vigor. This was the power of wood release, the supreme force derived from nature. Thus, he could not afford to lose. Yushu intensified his chakra output, determined to conclude this battle. With a resounding clap, he brought his hands together. This was his final strike. Would release. Tree world descends. Binding kill. Yushu exclaimed. The trees summoned by his technique stirred with fervor, their branches swaying as if in a wild celebration. This was the culmination that he channeled every ounce of strength, along with his very life. The branches lashed out, cracking like a shattered mirror. In an instant, the vortex splintered like glass. The absolute defense breached. Within, Heiyu staggered, blood spilling from his lips as he fell to one knee. Yet the onslaught did not cease. This was the moment of retribution. We shall return all our pain and wounds to you. With those words, the branches whipped forward once more. Blood blossomed as the final confrontation unfolded. Yushu collapsed onto the ground, eyes closed, confronting the bloodied branches before him. The earth was stained red. Yushu. Kushina crawled over, her own backlash still coursing through her. Yet, disregarding her condition, she nestled beside him. A gentle breeze lifted Yushu's hair, also ruffling Kushina's crimson locks. "Hero, you have triumphed," she murmured as she cradled Yushu's head upon her lap, resting her forehead against his. "You truly have won." Her voice was imbued with unprecedented tenderness. Even the wind seemed softened, while the fallen leaves drifted like rain. The boy and girl nestled together, though he could not see the gentle visage of the girl beside him. At this moment, it was truly over. Yushu opened his eyes, greeted once more by the familiar wooden ceiling. Is it over? Indeed, it is. He heard Jiraiya's voice, smiling at him from the doorway. That is splendid news. It was all thanks to you, my heroic lad. Such a peculiar title. Yushu sighed wearily. Do rest well that you've depleted so much chakra. It's impressive you held on. You must let Tsunade examine you properly when we return. She will undoubtedly care for me well, Yushu replied with a resigned smile. Spoiled, aren't you? Jiraiya chuckled mischievously, then adopted a wise, benevolent expression, entirely uncharacteristic of him. You've done well. Yes, oh have you. The two boys exchanged a glance. Sharing a smile, laughter erupted, echoing beyond the confines of the room. Those rascals, Kushina sighed. Mikoto smiled beside her. After all, it was Yushu, along with Jiraiya-sensei. Honestly, the injured should know better than to neglect their recovery. Kushina remarked, her lips curving into a smile, while Mikoto chose not to dissuade her. Outside, Minato strolled through the courtyard, the gentle breeze lifting his golden locks. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a familiar girl. Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Good day, Miss Hui, Minato greeted. Hui remained as beautiful and graceful as ever, her long hair dancing in the wind as she gazed at Minato. Thank you, Hui smiled, recalling the boy who had saved her. It was merely part of the mission. Aha! Minato blushed slightly, scratching his head and chuckling. Hui giggled softly, walking beside him. You're a little hero of Takigakure as well. As she spoke, she continued on her way. Burdened with numerous responsibilities, though merely a teenager, she bore the weight of her duties. Minato turned to watch Huey's diminutive figure fade into the distance, suddenly realizing how small she truly was, the girl who often walked alone under the sunlit skies of Takigakure. Her only companion being her own shadow. A sudden silence enveloped him. He was unsure why, but he felt compelled to approach. Excuse me, Miss Hui. Where are you headed? I plan to express my gratitude to Jiraiya and the others. She replied. May I join you? I was just thinking of going there myself. Minato quickened his pace to catch up. Hui observed the golden-haired boy beside her, slightly shorter and with a youthful, innocent visage. Let us walk together. A sudden warmth of happiness surged within her, a delightful and unfamiliar sensation. The boy and girl ambled side by side, their shadows intertwining beneath the radiant sun of Takigakure. Chapter 45. Fishing. Oh ho! Water splashed up, even hitting the delicate features of Yushu. Yet this chill did nothing to extinguish his enthusiasm at this moment. Yushu wore a joyful expression as he admired the fruits of his labor from a morning of hard work. In the battle a few days prior, Yushu had proven to be a significant contributor, and as a result, he was honored as a wounded hero. In gratitude, the Takigakure village pledged to take good care of Yushu and his companions, allowing him to remain there for a while. This arrangement afforded Jiraiya's team a taste of luxury, indulging in fine food and comfortable rest, a situation that left Jiraiya in no rush, insisting on extending their stay under the pretext of recuperation. Naturally, none of his students opposed this, especially Ueshu and Minato Namikaze, who found themselves at a disadvantage. Ueshu, feeling disinclined to return to Konoha, where boredom awaited, preferred to spend his time fishing here, which he was currently engaged in. Minato's reasons for staying were more complex, known only to him. Not bad. Ueshu nodded at the fish he had caught. Generally seen as lazy, he had unexpectedly discovered a pastime that offered a reprieve from sword practice and slumber. Fishing turned out to be quite to his taste. That "You're here again." Kushina's voice emanated from behind him. Ueshu turned to see her standing with her hands on her hips, her red hair dancing in the breeze. "Kushina, have you come too?" Ueshu waved his catch with a smile. Kushina, however, did not respond immediately, instead letting out a sigh. "Honestly, you've been wounded so severely, yet here you are, not resting properly." She settled down beside him. "This injury has healed long ago. It wouldn't due to lie around all day," Ueshu retorted, recalling how he would always choose to recline rather than sit in the village. Kushina shot him a sidelong glance, to which Ueshu chuckled awkwardly. "Back then, I didn't know about fishing. Having tried it now, I find it surprisingly enjoyable. You really are something else, acting like an old man despite being the same age as us. If being called old makes me sad, what about you?" Ueshu placed the fish aside in a bucket and cast his line again. "Will you really be sad? Perhaps." Their banter continued, mostly comprising trivial and inconsequential chatter. "By the way, what brings you here?" Ueshu inquired as he resumed his customary wait. "Can I come without a reason?" Kushina shot him a glare. "That's not what I meant. Why would I want to incur your wrath for no reason?" Ueshu offered a wry smile. Kushina huffed, leaving Ueshu puzzled, as she often did with her inexplicable moods. "Minato has been spending a lot of time near Kaori recently." "Huh." Kushina abruptly changed the subject, leaving Ueshu bewildered. The sudden shift left him momentarily stunned, having just been engaged in idle chatter. "Now that you mention it, Minato is indeed that kind of guy." Ueshu mused. "He seems to like girls like Kaori." "Kaori? Huh." Kushina shot him a look that made Ueshu shiver slightly. Cough. Kaori. Having been Chinese in his previous life, Ueshu had not developed the habit of using honorifics, having grown accustomed to it. "Humph, this guy must be on her period," Ueshu thought, observing the peculiar behavior of Kushina. Although he had little experience with girls in his past life, he was aware that their emotions could be volatile during such times that, "Yeah, the weather is quite nice today," Kushina said, grasping for conversation, as she was too shy to directly express her desire to talk more. Despite her tough exterior, she was still a shy girl at heart, especially regarding such matters. Ueshu, having little experience with girls, failed to grasp her feelings. He looked up at the sky before nodding in agreement. "It's indeed pleasant." Honestly, Kushina laughed at his demeanor. "Huh." Ueshu was puzzled by her laughter. "Blockhead," Kushina teased, and just as Ueshu was about to respond, he felt a tug on his fishing rod. "The fish are biting." He momentarily set aside his other thoughts, focusing on the task at hand, eager for the prospect of a delightful dinner. Ueshu thought to himself, "What a pleasure it would be to dine on my own catch tonight." With this in mind, he deftly maneuvered his rod, unaware that he had missed the tender gaze Kushina was casting his way. As the leader of her group, Kushina gazed intently at Ueshu, her youthful face a constant presence whenever she needed support. Whether during abduction or moments of helplessness, she always found him there, much like a hero from a story. A smile crept on her lips, for even a fierce red pepper could be a love-struck girl. "Wow," Ueshu exclaimed, pulling Kushina from her reverie. "It's a big fish." His expression was childlike with excitement. "Let us have it for dinner tonight." Grinning, he placed his prize into the water bucket and began to gather his belongings. "Aren't you going to fish anymore?" "Not anymore. Tonight's dinner is already sorted, and I think a nap would be wonderful at this hour." Ueshu yawned. Kushina sighed softly, then smiled again. "Indeed, that's the Ueshu I know," she thought. "Foolish, lazy, always sleeping. Yet, unexpectedly reliable." Yes, they made their way home, albeit temporarily. Ueshu remarked, "Ah, what lovely weather." The sun cast its gentle rays, and Ueshu relished the tranquility of the moment. Yes, Kushina replied, echoing his sentiments. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world, Yueshu had been living the life he desired, a life of leisure, which he thoroughly enjoyed, that he held little attachment to his past. Barely able to recall it, and now focused on unraveling the mysteries of his current identity. Of course, there was no rush to, I think I forgot to draw from the lottery. Suddenly, Yueshu recalled this matter. Chapter 46, System AI Attributes. Name, Jishin Yueshu Status. Normal abilities. Rasengan, A Class. 3 Tomo Sharingan, B Class. Senju Bloodline Awakened, S Class. Swordsmanship Master, B Class. Firestyle Ninjutsu Gift Pack, S Class. Kusanagi Sword, B Class. Shadow Clone Technique, B Class. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, A Class. Combat Power, Jonin. Not bad. Yueshu nodded, then began to inquire about the system. System, how many lottery draws do I have left? Task, complete the first C-Class task. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Task, absorb the energy from the chakra fruit. Reward, 1 lottery draw. 2 lottery draws. What a windfall. Yueshu licked his lips at the system's response. By the way, when did I absorb the energy from the chakra fruit? He pondered, feeling perplexed, but the system offered no answers, having fallen into a dormant state. Energy from the chakra fruit absorbed, AI function activated. Due to insufficient energy, the AI function can only operate for 2 minutes. AI function initiating. AI function activated. Dear host, greetings. The multiverse lottery system is at your service. The persistent electronic hum of the system resonated, leaving Yueshu in a state of bewilderment, in a moment of inadvertence. The AI had abruptly activated. What is the nature of this system? How did I find myself here? Why do I lack any memories? Although the unforeseen circumstances took Yueshu by surprise, he quickly regained his composure and began to pose questions to the AI. The sound of electricity echoed like a relentless alarm, stirring a vague sense of agitation within him. Return to the host. The anticipated electronic tone resonated, causing Yueshu to swallow hard. All of this stems from the host's own choices. Entirely shaped by the host's desires, the system is bound to the host, a mere arrangement of fate and fortune. The AI did not provide a straightforward answer, instead engaging in a circular dialogue with Yueshu. What does this mean? It must be said, Yueshu found himself utterly perplexed by the system's words. The system merely suggested that its attachment to the host was a matter of chance, a twist of destiny, and that the reason the host found themselves in this world was rooted in their own wishes, with the loss of memory being attributed to the host as well. Furthermore, there were influences from the original body. Tell me these reasons. Yueshu's voice grew slightly frantic, his emotions beginning to spiral out of control. The sound of electricity buzzed quietly in his mind. While the system failed to respond promptly, the system's database had suffered damage, rendering it incapable of providing the answers the host sought. Yueshu stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. It was all too strange. The system seemed as if it had endured some severe blow, teetering on the brink of malfunction. What was said earlier? Taking a deep breath, Yueshu attempted to calm himself, return to the host. What was mentioned previously was the fate set by the host themselves, myself. Yueshu's eyes widened, utterly confounded by the system's implications. If it was indeed his own setting, then considering he had only been in this place for less than 2 years, it was clear that the system had been operating independently from the start. Yet now the system claimed that everything was due to Yueshu. Was undeniably overwhelming. The meaning eluded him, and the system's words only deepened his confusion. Insufficient energy. AI functions are shutting down. Host, this is a real world. May fortune favor your endeavors. The electronic voice faded, seeping into the depths of Yueshu's heart. Strangely, the cold detachment of the electronic tone evoked a sense of being touched within him. It felt oddly familiar, as though that emotionless machine possessed a subtle warmth, akin to a person struggling to convey their feelings. Yueshu wished not to dwell on this notion. It was too distressing. If it were true that the system possessed humanity and emotions, then what exactly did that make him? A tremor coursed through Yueshu's heart. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic, whether it be the system, Jiraiya, or the original host. Unfathomable events, absent from the original narrative, suddenly emerged, much like weeds sprouting after a spring rain. The sensations were unyielding, scratching at his mind. Sighed out a myriad of thoughts swirled within. Yet Yushu found himself unable to articulate them. 1,000 words condensed into a single sigh. He was not one to overthink. Rather, he preferred to devise ways to indulge in laziness. Confronted with such troubles in his pursuit of a simple life, Yushu could only force himself to comply. Well, there are still 2 lottery draws left, so it's not all bad. Yushu reassured himself and proceeded to draw once more. System, lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, a rank. Yushu was instantly dumbfounded. After enduring great hardships for this lottery, he had received such a commonplace ninjutsu. What was indeed an A-rank technique? It was something that Minato Namikaze already knew. Wouldn't it feel uncomfortable to seek his guidance? Although it was true that Yushu's nature would likely prevent him from doing so, fine, he sighed. Rubbing his forehead, that he chose to face reality, channeling the spirit of an African chieftain. Yushu clapped his hands that, oh heavens, though I am unaware of your existence, given how challenging it has been to complete my tasks. Grant me something worthwhile. System lottery. Yushu bowed and began the final draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Sage Mode. Woohoo! A smile broke across Yushu's face. Then, well, Jiraiya can teach me this, he said, covering his face with his hands. It could be said that this time, the rewards hardly matched the efforts expended. Yushu sighed as he gazed at his bandaged body. What misfortune, like a certain renowned explosion-haired figure, he lamented to the heavens. At the very least, he wouldn't have to expend excessive effort learning these 2 techniques. That was somewhat of a comfort. Yushu pondered the gains and losses, eventually nodding in agreement. As long as his strength improved, and he could continue to enjoy a leisurely life, it was all worthwhile. Attributes: name, Jishun Yushu status, normal abilities, Rasengan, A rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, Senju bloodline awakened, S rank, swordsmanship master, B rank, fire release ninjutsu gift pack, S rank, Kusanagi sword, B rank, shadow clone technique, B rank, multi-shadow clone technique, A rank. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, A rank, Sage Mode, S rank, Combat Power, Near Kage. A slight increase in strength. Not too shabby. Yushu nodded in acknowledgement. Yushu, are you ready to return to the village? Kushina's voice called from outside. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had informed everyone that the mission had concluded, meaning preparations to return to the village were in order. Thus, the first mission of Jiraiya's team had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Chapter 47. The conclusion of the first mission. Finally back, the red-haired girl. Kushina stood at the entrance of Konoha, arms outstretched, wearing a joyful expression. Yushu yawned, entirely oblivious to Kushina's excitement. It had been nearly 20 days since they set out, yet Yushu felt little of consequence. If anything, he was simply eager to indulge in some delicious food again, particularly missing Ino's cooking. Yushu thought, longing to return to the Senju residence and lie down immediately. He was peculiar, unlike the other 3, who displayed varying degrees of enthusiasm. He was singularly focused on sleep. Mission trigger. What the? Yushu was instantly jolted awake. That voice was certainly no good omen, and trouble was undoubtedly brewing. We just got back. Can't we have a moment of peace? Return to the Senju residence within 5 minutes. Mission completion rewards a lottery draw. Yushu had prepared himself for another arduous task. But unexpectedly, the system had bestowed a benefit. Yes, soon as the electronic voice finished, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yushu's lips. There was no helping it. The system was offering a reward, and he was thoroughly delighted. All right, mission completed. During this time, everyone just whoosh, a gust of wind swept through, cutting off Jiraiya mid-sentence. Rest well, his belated words fell as Jiraiya scanned the area. 1, 2, 3.1 person was missing. Yushu had already vanished. Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out. Not just him, but Minato Namikaze and the others were equally astonished. For the first time, they witnessed Yushu displaying such eagerness. Could it be that today the sun rose from the west? Jiraiya mused, glancing at the shining sun above. I think that is highly unlikely, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato responded, observing Jiraiya's expression with a hint of exasperation. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. Mikoto, let us go grab some Ichiraku ramen. It has been ages. Yushu had already departed. and Kushina couldn't be bothered. She called out to Mikoto and headed off toward Ichiraka Ramen. "Wait for me, Kushina." Mikoto hurriedly followed. The two girls walked away together, leaving only Minato and Jiraiya behind. Jiraiya-sensei. Upon observing Jio Xani and Mei Qin heading to a ramen shop, Bofeng Shui-min initially contemplated dining somewhere with Jiraiya. However, upon turning around, he realized that the figure with white hair had already vanished. "I shall take my leave to gather materials. Shui-min, do take care and rest well. Your health is still in recovery." Jiraiya's voice, riding the wind, returned faintly as his silhouette diminished. Bofeng Shui-min sighed deeply. Aware that even his esteemed teacher bore injuries, with a gentle scoff, he decided to venture out. He intended to stroll about, savor some dumplings, and then return home to recuperate. As he walked, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to abandon the notion of resting at home. Was there not a skilled medical ninja residing in Konoha? It would be prudent to visit, serving two purposes at once. With that resolve, Bofeng Shui-min set forth. Meanwhile, Yushu had also returned to the Senju residence. The house was devoid of any presence, and the electronic voice in his mind chimed in. Mission: return to Senju residence within 5 minutes to complete. Reward: 1 lottery draw. With the reward within reach, Yushu smiled. The melodious voice of a young girl resonated from the courtyard, and Yushu quickly deduced that Tsunade and Shizun were engaged in training. It was merely Shizun's routine medical ninjutsu practice. Although Shizun's talent in medical ninjutsu was not particularly remarkable, yielding no visibly terrifying progress, both mentor and student persisted with their training, perhaps out of dedication and a sense of responsibility. System: initiate lottery. Regardless of the circumstances, Yushu was eager to participate in the draw. After 2 previous bouts of misfortune, he found it hard to believe he would experience such bad luck again. However, reality proved to be quite harsh, as the system's voice soon announced the result. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Culinary Master S rank." Yushu spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it was merely a figurative expression. How could he draw a culinary skill, let alone one of S rank? While those A rank ninjutsu seemed to lose face, he lamented aloud, his complaints pouring forth incessantly, yet the system remained indifferent to his grievances. Thus, Yushu found himself conversing with no one but himself, like a fool. "What are you doing?" A feminine voice interrupted from nearby, causing Yushu to halt abruptly. Turning his head, he saw Tsunade staring at him with a puzzled expression, accompanied by Shizun, who shared a similar bewildered gaze. It was the look reserved for someone acting foolishly. Yushu seemed to grasp the implication, and his fragile spirit was once again wounded. Goodbye, marvelous world. He lay down on the floor, not knowing where he had procured a blanket, and promptly fell asleep. A loud thud echoed through the Senju residence, accompanied by a scream. "What are you doing back here?" Acting foolish again, Tsunade's fist was still smoking, her expression a blend of concern and exasperation, while Yushu lay on the ground, steam rising from his head. "Nothing much, just felt the call of the African plains," he replied, his voice weak and lacking energy. "Honestly, after such a rare outing, you return unchanged." Tsunade sighed, her concern palpable. "You truly worry me with your future. I believe you lack the qualifications to say that." Yushu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who had suddenly begun lying down as well. Since Yushu had moved into the Senju residence, Tsunade had indeed become increasingly lethargic. Both Yushu and Tsunade were remarkably thick-skinned. Shizun sighed, feeling helpless in the face of the 2 sprawled figures who spent their days idly napping. "Don't you ever get tired?" Shizun inquired curiously, her gaze shifting to Yushu. Compared to Tsunade, Yushu's level of laziness was unparalleled. "What can I do? Without my phone or computer, no novels or comics to read, no shows to watch, and no games to play, I find myself a loss for activities. Exercising feels too strenuous. I might as well take advantage of the assistance I have," Yushu replied, wearing a look of resignation, followed by a nostalgic sigh. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Shizun remarked, utterly baffled by Yushu's references to modern conveniences she had never even heard of. "Those are products of a higher civilization. You need not understand. Just let me be for now." With that, Yushu rolled over and began to wallow in his melancholy. "Do as you please. Since you have returned, I shall cook dinner tonight. I'll head out to buy some ingredients. Shizen, do bring back a few portions of colorful dumplings for me. Tsunade called, waving her hand as Shizen responded with a resigned okay. The sunlight outside shone at its most brilliant, while Yushu and Tsunade lay together on the tatami mat. So, how about this mission? Yushu began, but Tsunade interrupted, her heavy breathing betraying her impatience. What? Please inform the Third Hokage to thoroughly check the C-rank missions. My delicate heart cannot withstand it, Yushu exclaimed dramatically, causing Tsunade to laugh heartily. I see, your first C-rank mission has transformed into something else. Likely an A-rank mission, Tsunade noted, her laughter echoing through the room as Yushu looked on in bemusement. C-rank missions in Konoha are notorious for their misfortunes. Haha, it's just a rare occurrence. Our first C-rank mission was merely a routine escort task, yet it inexplicably turned into an A-rank mission. Thankfully, our teacher and we had decent strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me here. Tsunade recounted. No. Now that we are both victims together, do you think I would believe this is just a coincidence? In reality, Konoha's C-rank missions are essentially A-rank or even S-rank tasks, Yushu disparaged. Such C-rank missions are indeed quite perilous, Yushu mused. Well, as long as we return alive, that is what matters, Tsunade replied with a carefree smile. However, Yushu was all too aware of her underlying concern for others. All right, time to sleep. I had a bit to drink last night, and my head still aches. Good night. Tsunade swiftly snatched Yushu's blanket and fell asleep immediately. Very well, ladies first, Yushu acquiesced, resigned to find another blanket. Covering himself while sleeping had become a habit. Even if he didn't cover up, hugging something felt comforting. The tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, the sunlight streaming in through the window, as their breaths harmoniously intertwined. I'm back. We have guests tonight, Shizun's voice announced as she entered the Senju residence, her golden hair framing her somewhat shy demeanor. It seemed that dinner at the Senju residence would be lively once again. Chapter 48. The Senju dining table, by the way, why are you here? Yushu inquired, observing Shizun as she began to eat. I originally intended to return home, but since I got injured, I thought I might as well come by and see you. And perhaps have Tsunade-sama treat me. Bo Feng Shui Min replied, swallowing his food with a sheepish grin. No. Something feels off, Yushu thought, scrutinizing Bo Feng Shui Min. The renowned Yellow Flash would not engage in such opportunistic behavior. And since Tsunade was not particularly familiar with him, there was no reason for Bo Feng Shui Min to seek her out. Are you injured? Let me take a look later, Yushu offered. But Tsunade preemptively addressed his concerns. Wait, you two know each other? Yushu asked, bewildered as he glanced between Bo Feng Shui Min and Tsunade. Is there any doubt? That guy Jiraiya constantly tells me about his excellent apprentice. He introduced us long ago, Tsunade replied, looking at Yushu with a hint of amusement. However, Watergate truly excels. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Oh, Lady Tsunade, you flatter me too much. Minato waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially with the formidable Gitsuki standing beside him. Oh, don't mind him. He's not human. Tsunade seemed to understand Minato's discomfort and spoke up promptly. Hey, what do you mean I'm not human? I'm exceedingly curious about the reasoning behind that statement. Gitsuki chuckled. Looking at Tsunade, what normal person can remain so lazy while steadily increasing in strength? Tsunade gazed at him as if he were a fool. Consider his feelings. You make it seem as though a genius is just an ordinary person. Well, even I can get hurt, Minato lamented, feeling unjustly targeted again, his mood dampened. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Gitsuki retorted, asserting that Tsunade was no better at considering others than he was. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, Tsunade replied, putting down her chopsticks and raising her fist. Gitsuki promptly fell silent at the sight of her posture. Just kidding. That incredible strength is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Jiraiya, with ample experience, knew this well. Both Gitsuki and Lady Tsunade needed to learn to consider others' feelings truly. Minato, eat up. There is plenty more, Ino gently interjected, bringing the conversation at the dining table to a close. Thank you. Minato, possessing a strong mentality, was not overly bothered by the self-deprecating remarks. After all, it was the truth. He never made excuses for his lesser strength. He simply aimed to work harder to surpass Gitsuki. Did you hear that? Ino just pointed out. Gitsuki glanced at Tsunade. Huh. Did I just hear you in there too? Tsunade and Gitsuki exchanged glances again. The two seemed like children, and Ino, unable to hold back, swiftly delivered a chestnut to each of them. 2 puffs of steam rose, mingling with the steam from the food, leaving a mark on each of their heads. Honestly, it's always so raucous at mealtime. Unbeknownst to them, Ino's standing within the Senja household was steadily rising, to the point where even Tsunade was now under her influence. Gitsuki could only deem this unrealistic. After all, in the original story, Ino always appeared helpless, trailing behind Tsunade in a rather passive manner. Perhaps it was the influence of Gitsuki that was transforming Ino into the maternal figure of the Senju household. Not to mention, Minato's demeanor had changed considerably, gaining a touch of masculine vigor. Ino, you're amazing. Minato, observing the two who had just been chastised, couldn't he help but praise. One was a renowned Sannin of the ninja world, and the other his rival, who had never once bested him. Although Ino was slightly older, her strength was certainly not to be underestimated, yet she managed to subdue both of them, earning Minato's admiration. What a sight. These two are practically like children, akin to siblings. Ino and Minato engaged in light-hearted banter, while Gitsuki and Tsunade resumed their quarrel, showing no signs of having learned their lesson. You two, we have guests. Can you not settle down? Lady Tsunade, why argue with Gitsuki? Ino interjected to halt their bickering. That you're right. Gitsuki nodded. That you're at fault too. Minato chuckled as he watched the three. This scene stirred a wave of warmth within him. Alone, he felt the kind of warmth he had longed for. What's wrong, Minato? Huh. Gitsuki's sudden inquiry caught Minato off guard. Eat up. Have some more. Don't worry. Gitsuki pointed to the food on the table, and Minato wore an expression that seemed to say, Leave it to me. Tsunade, now quiet, glanced at Gitsuki alongside Ino. Minato. Gitsuki spoke again, and Minato was unsure of what was happening. How's your cooking skills? Well, they should be quite good, Gitsuki answered himself, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. All right, it's settled then. Minato, from now on, you can come here for meals, morning, noon, or night. Wait. Gitsuki's sudden proposal left Minato flustered, panic instantly setting in. Of course, the food will be prepared by you. We'll take care of the eating, and let Ino handle the ingredients. Gitsuki appeared not to have absorbed Minato's words, continuing unabated. Wait, what about you? Ino interjected, while Tsunade simply smiled, content to let others do the work as long as there was food. What are you talking about? Is it even necessary to ask? Of course, it's something very important. Gitsuki wore a look of disapproval, as if to reprimand Minato's thoughts. 1 could clearly see the growing number of dark lines appearing on Ino's forehead. Pray tell, does this important matter entail just lying around as usual? Lying around is a skill, you know. If an ordinary person were to do so, they would become utterly bored, Gitsuki retorted, and Ino's dark lines multiplied. Tsunade nodded in agreement, fully supporting Gitsuki's words. Thud! Gitsuki was once again met with a bun to the head. Wait, why so sudden? Why would I come here for meals? Minato finally spoke up, having been ignored earlier. Gitsuki, balancing 2 buns, glanced at Minato. Just a whim. After all, it's me, Gitsuki, we don't mind at all. The 3 before him maintained calm expressions, while Minato's heart was in turmoil, yet he spoke rationally. But if I just suddenly show up, it will. Not at all. You'd be doing us a great favor. Having an extra person means longer rest days. Oh, since you're the newcomer, how about you cook for 3 days while we take 1 day? Gitsuki suggested, seemingly off-kilter, while Minato gazed at him, uncertain of what to say. Since meeting Gitsuki, Minato had only known him to be powerful yet lazy, and distinctly different from those around him. Such a person he had only encountered once, and that was the Gitsuki standing before him. Well, you might as well give in. Tsunade took a sip of her drink, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just for this moment, you can treat him as my stand-in. In the Senju family, he is the one who calls the shots. Lady Tsunade, Minato murmured, glancing at Gitsuki, who was looking back at him. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry for a fleeting moment. It was a different warmth than he experienced with Jiraiya, yet equally comforting. Are you about to cry? Not at all. Faced with Gitsuki's teasing, the boy renowned as a genius turned adorably sulky for the first time. Lady Tsunade, you've been secretly drinking again. Today is a good day. How could I not have a drink? The dining table was filled with chatter and laughter, and Minato found himself smiling, a whimsically mischievous little brat and a genius. In that person, this household has become quite lively indeed. Tsunade took another swig of her drink, her cheeks rosy as her eyes scanned the trio before her. Was it the alcohol? Tsunade's lips involuntarily curled upward. Unbeknownst to her. Chapter 49. Vortex, where is this? Kushina opened her eyes, only to find herself in a pool of water. The orange-red water, slightly tinged with blood, did not cause Kushina to sink. She stood atop the surface as she had practiced before. All around her was nothingness, devoid of any sight. Only an expanse of void. Sensing something, the red-haired girl turned to look behind her. There, something loomed, a massive cage, with iron bars towering before her, each bar as tall as the girl herself. Inside the cage, there was nothing. A pitch-black darkness concealed everything. Her pure black pupils fixated on that spot, her gaze penetrating the iron bars as she peered inside, in the midst of the silence. A pair of crimson eyes emerged. Jux and I let out a loud cry, abruptly sitting up. Her vibrant red hair was damp, soaked with sweat on her back and forehead alike. She gasped for breath. Clutching her knees tightly in the pitch-black night, the girl embraced herself, feeling an emptiness within her heart. Yushu. For reasons unknown, she called out that name. The boy who always appeared by her side, becoming her hero. Time rewound to 5 days after their first mission's completion, when Jiraiya granted everyone a brief respite. Naturally, each person returned to their own home to relish the well-deserved break following the arduous task. It was their first time leaving the village, their first major mission completed, and the thrill still lingered in their hearts. Gyo-xni was no exception, after spending a few delightful days shopping with her best friend. Mei-xine, she visited Yushu's home. To her surprise, she found Bo Feng Shui Min, clad in an apron, cooking in the kitchen, while the person she was looking for was peacefully napping in the yard. He rested on what was known as a hammock, which Yushu had set up, basking in the sunlight with a gentle breeze, his eyes half closed. Life couldn't be more blissful, especially with a certain someone accompanying him, none other than Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Gyo-xni and Mei-xine were left in awe. They never expected Yushu's affliction to have spread to Lady Tsunade as well. Gyo-xni, Mei-xine. Are you here to see Yushu? Bo Feng Shui Min greeted the two girls with a smile, while he and Shizen continued their culinary endeavors. Indeed, but may I ask why you're here? Dressed as such, Gyo-xni scrutinized Bo Feng Shui Min from head to toe, discovering that he surprisingly suited the apron quite well. That I'm curious too. Mei-xine chimed. I end at Bo Feng Shui Min scratched his head and chuckled softly. There are many layers to this, and I'm not quite sure where to begin. I see your teammate? How about joining us for a meal? Shizen, noticing the commotion, turned around. Gyo-xni and Mei-xine were puzzled but found themselves sitting down, agreeing to partake in the meal. Welcome, welcome. At the table in the Senju residence, 2 additional guests didn't pose much of a problem in adding a few more pairs of chopsticks after a somewhat dazed meal. Gyo-xni and Mei-xine began to understand the reason for Bo Feng Shui Min's presence. It was indeed a situation orchestrated by Yushu. However, both Gyo-xni and Mei-xine were quite agreeable to this. If possible, you two are welcome to visit often. Shui Min will serve you a grand feast, of course. It's me. Yushu generously invited Gyo-xni and Mei-xine, while Bo Feng Shui Min sighed in resignation, as he was still the one doing the work. Thankfully, having lived alone for quite some time, his culinary skills were commendable, even if slightly overshadowed by Shizen's expertise. Well, come by when you can. Meals are best enjoyed with company. Tsunade concurred, her spirits lifted by the newfound liveliness in the Senju residence, compared to the previous lethargy, where she felt like the only inhabitant of such a vast house. It now had a semblance of home. Since the war had taken the lives of her loved ones, the vitality of the house had been stripped away, but seemed to be returning now. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Gyo-xni and Mei-xine expressed their gratitude, promising to visit frequently. After the meal, Gyo-xni and Mei-xine bid farewell, while Bo Feng Shui Min remained behind, as it seemed his duties as the chef were not yet complete. What Gyo-xni did not anticipate was that her own responsibilities were also about to arrive. Gyo-xni. She was summoned to the Hokage's office, were her only family member, though not her biological grandmother. Uzumaki Mito awaited her. The office was filled with several individuals: the three elders, the third Hokage, and Mito. Mito's eyes bore a hint of sorrow, her voice tinged with weariness. The sadness etched on her face was unlike the gentle demeanor Joexanai was accustomed to. Mito, usually so tender and forgiving, now appeared burdened. Mito, what's wrong? An unsettling wave washed over Joexanai. Joexanai, you are a strong child. Mito approached, gently caressing Joexanai's cheek. Then the third Hokage spoke. Uzumaki Joexanai, a task awaits you that only you can fulfill. Become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His voice, though soft and devoid of the coldness often associated with authority, felt devoid of warmth to Joexanai. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she muttered, bewildered. Beside her, Mito closed her eyes. This was a burden Joexanai must bear, as the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. A princess not only entitled to luxuries, but also bound by the responsibilities of her lineage. In that moment, the red-haired girl, around 9 years of age, comprehended the weight of the duty she would carry for the rest of her life. With her face buried in her bedding, Joexanai lay on her bed. Ever since returning from the Hokage's office, she had remained in this state. The sudden turn of events left her at a loss for what to do. The Nine Tails, a beast with 9 tails, symbolized calamity. Joexanai had certainly heard tales of it, a malevolent Jinchuriki seemingly born solely for destruction. Now, she was to become the vessel for this beast. Even if not immediately, a sense of dread enveloped her. No one wished to coexist with a creature of such malevolence, and particularly not a young girl like her. Yushu. The name escaped her lips, the name of her heart's hero. Perhaps in calling upon him, she believed he might once again descend to save her. Yet, it was evident that her wish would not come to fruition. The night was cool, and the girl curled up, burying her face in her knees. Joexanai, a voice from outside, pierced the silence. It was the voice of her beloved Mito. She offered no reply and sat quietly on her bed. After a long pause, the sound of fading footsteps echoed from outside. A sigh gently wafted through the door, reaching Joexanai's ears. Tonight, the girl remained alone. Chapter 50. The Ninja Way of Bo-Fong, Shui Min Yushu. It seems tasks are commencing once more. Is it that time already? It was early morning at the dining table in the Senju residence. With nothing pressing to attend to, Bo-Fong Shui Min was preparing to return to work. Yushu responded with a look of disdain at the notion of undertaking missions. Engaging in such tasks was decidedly unsuitable for him. Too mundane if simple, and overwhelmingly exhausting if complex. He pondered why he ever chose the path of a ninja. It's not too quick. We've already had 6 days of rest. I just bumped into Jiraiya-sensei, who mentioned a gathering at Training Ground 9 tomorrow to TCH.B. Bo-Fong Shui Min glanced at Yushu, who was openly expressing his reluctance. After their prior mission, they had enjoyed a 6-day break, which was ample time to recharge, and a ninja must engage in missions, not only for sustenance, but also to contribute to the village. For someone like Bo-Fong Shui Min, who was born and raised in the village with aspirations of becoming Hokage, contributing to his community was a matter of pride. However, for Yushu, he held little attachment to Konoha. It was merely the village with the best environment in the entire ninja world. Unlike other villages where sandstorms raged or blood mist prevailed, Konoha's advantages were starkly evident, such as the path of a ninja. Tsunade remarked, patting Yushu on the back with a smile. She recalled her own journey, noting that she too had once completed numerous missions that ranked among the top in the village. Troublesome, Yushu casually remarked as he continued to indulge in his breakfast, but he genuinely found the situation bothersome. The primary figures during this period were predominantly within the same small team, and Yushu harbored no illusions that their missions would be effortless. There was a distinct possibility that they might encounter yet another deceptively simple task, cloaked in complexity, much like the last one. Reflecting on their previous endeavor, he recalled returning battered and exhausted, having narrowly avoided total catastrophe. This was no mere game. There were no respawn mechanics to rely upon. Once lost, one was irrevocably gone. Once his meal was finished, he settled into his usual routine, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. Yushu lounged in a hammock, observing the master and apprentice engaged in their medical ninjutsu training. Notably, An additional golden-haired figure had joined them. It appeared that Minato Namikaze, the famed yellow flash, had already received instruction from Jiraiya regarding tree climbing and water walking, and was now diligently practicing the fundamentals. In the original narrative, Minato was the only commoner to ever ascend to the position of Hokage in the history of Konoha, and one could argue that his success was well-deserved. His innate talent was remarkable, but it was his discipline and commitment to training that truly set him apart. Yushu observed the golden-haired figure before him. He realized he had yet to witness Minato slacking off. He seemed to devote all his free time to training, embodying a stark contrast to Yushu's own demeanor. Regrettably, Yushu had an advantage. It was unlikely that Minato could ever surpass him. By the way, Yushu, could you teach me that ninjutsu of yours? Minato's voice suddenly reached his ears. What? Yushu glanced sideways at the now approaching Minato, who wore an innocent smile. The one that doesn't require hand signs. The spherical technique. You mean the Rasengan? Is that what it's called? It has a nice ring to it, but I prefer calling it the Thunderstorm Impact Sphere. Your naming sense remains unchanged. Fortunately, most of the ninjutsu already have established names. Yushu sighed, observing Minato's excitement. Minato Namikaze was the epitome of a warm-hearted individual. Kind, handsome, and a genius. Yet surprisingly, he harbored a tinge of youthful exuberance in his heart. His choice of technique names was often long-winded and undeniably juvenile. It's not that serious, Minato replied, attempting to defend his naming conventions, genuinely believing they were impressive that in Yushu's mind. Perhaps this was simply a reflection of his playful nature. All right, I will teach you. Yushu conceded. Really? Thank you. Minato beamed with delight. By the way, why do you want me to teach you this ninjutsu? Yushu suddenly pondered aloud, prompting Minato to start contemplating his response. After a brief moment, he replied, It's just a feeling. I think your ninjutsu would suit me perfectly, though I can't quite articulate why.is that so. Only you would think that. Yushu chuckled softly, recognizing Minato's instincts were indeed accurate. The Rasengan was a top-tier technique, capable of continuous evolution and transformation, and when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato would eventually master, it would be immensely powerful. The legendary Sannin. The three sage of Myaboku were all adept at using spheres. The one who should have been the progenitor of this technique. Minato had indeed created something remarkable, albeit he no longer had the responsibility to perfect it. Yushu was more than willing to share the Rasengan, since it originally belonged to Minato. He had merely gotten a head start. Minato was Yushu's first friend. He was eager to bolster his strength, ensuring he would be better prepared than in the original timeline, thus avoiding an untimely demise during the Nine-Tails incident. After all, no one wishes to witness their friends meet a tragic end, do they? Thus, Yushu conveyed the teachings that Jiraiya had imparted them in the original story. Looks like I need to go buy some balloons. Minato mused, Go ahead, and while you're at it, pick up dinner too. We wouldn't want Shizen to make another trip, Yushu replied. Sure thing, Minato chuckled resignedly before preparing to leave. As for the Rasengan, Minato could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to start practicing. For some reason, he felt an instinctual pull towards the technique. He couldn't quite understand it, but he decided not to dwell on it too much. This was how his dear friend Yushu approached things, focusing on the present and setting aside other concerns. In Minato's view, among all of Konoha's inhabitants, perhaps only his dear friend, Himegami Yushu, lived the most carefree life. He could eat when he pleased, sleep as he desired, and was free from excessive worries, possessing enough strength that he didn't need to exert himself like others. Minato knew of two individuals clad in green spandex who tirelessly trained day and night. Their intensity was daunting, something even he had never witnessed before. He admired them and was grateful. Those two had taught Minato the value of perseverance and the importance of never resting. As for Yushu, it was natural for ordinary people to feel envy. Minato had experienced that sentiment himself at one point, but he refused to succumb to it, recognizing it as counterproductive. Since meeting Yushu, he had never once emerged victorious, while in the original story, the Golden Flash had never faced defeat on the battlefield. All of his losses had been at Yushu's hands. Taking a deep breath, the golden-haired boy steeled himself for the future, even though it seemed like an unattainable specter loomed before him. This was the path of a ninja for Minato, pursuing the ideals of someone he admired. Chapter 51. The second mission, the Nine Tails Point, one of the calamities of the shinobi world, a harbinger of chaos. Symbolizing evil, destruction, and hatred, Kushina gazed at the legends she had unearthed regarding the Nine Tails. This was her destiny, an inescapable fate. Kushina, hidden away in her room, suddenly heard the voice she longed to hear, innocent yet filled with boundless hope. Yushu! Kushina rose from her bed and pulled back the curtains to peer outside. There stood 4 figures, 1 tall and 3 small. The one who had called to her lounged lazily, embodying his typical demeanor. It was no surprise. At least his voice managed to reach her. Time for a mission, Kushina. Mikoto waved, gently calling out to keep her astonishment. It was yet another C-rank mission. Surely, there wouldn't be any unexpected twist this time. Would there, Jiraiya-sensei? Minato cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was surveying the surroundings. Jiraiya waved dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested all would be well. It won't be a problem. C-rank missions in Konoha aren't all that dangerous. Last time was just an anomaly, he reassured them, though his tone hinted at the irony given that the last mission had been fraught with peril. Yushu interjected with a wry remark. Though that anomaly did occur during her first mission, Minato shot a doubtful glance at Jiraiya, while Mikoto shared a similar look and Kushina prepared to step outside. Cough, cough. You really think I would mislead you? This time, there's no reason for concern. Besides, last time wasn't my fault, Jiraiya declared with a show of indignation. After all, he could hardly endure a repeat of that experience himself. And S-rank mission was no joke. Encountering 3 enemy shinobi at the level of Kage would pose a significant challenge even for Jiraiya, though he could likely escape if needed. Yushu shrugged, and Minato appeared considerably calmer. After all, if Jiraiya claimed it would be fine, they had no reason to worry. Meanwhile, Yushu couldn't help but think that relying on Jiraiya was a fool's errand. He was only occasionally dependable. Despite Jiraiya's unreliability, Yushu held a certain respect for him. He was a true hero, albeit one whose tale lacked a perfect conclusion. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kushina finally emerged, looking charmingly youthful, a true beauty. Her face might have seemed a touch rounder, but it only added to her allure. Excellent. Now that everyone is here, let us set off. Jiraiya exuded the unmistakable air of a leader, while his students responded lethargically. Their very first mission was exhilarating, yet they found themselves grappling with a sense of confusion and a lingering dissatisfaction regarding the task at hand. Meanwhile, Suki stood quietly to the side, casting furtive glances at Kushina. Among the group, Kushina had spent the most time with Suki, and he could easily discern the changes in her demeanor. It was not her attire that caught his attention, but rather her mental state. Remarkably, Kushina was unusually subdued today, in stark contrast to her usual vibrant self, which far outshone the more demure Mikoto. The two represented polar opposites, yet now the once boisterous leader had adopted a gentler demeanor, a shift that Suki had noted from the outset. What Suki failed to perceive was that, aside from him, Jiraiya's gaze frequently lingered on Kushina as well. He merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting his attention and guiding the quartet toward the village gate. This mission was yet another escort task. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, someone interjected. Another C-rank escort mission. How terrifying. Fear not, this time will be different, Jiraiya assured them with a hint of mischief in his smile. We're merely escorting someone within the land of fire, just to a hot spring resort nearby, that you'll have the chance to indulge in a soak afterward. Jiraiya's grin was somewhat lecherous. A hot spring. Splendid, isn't it, Kushina? Mikoto imagined the prospect and turned her gaze toward Kushina. Kushina stood there, suddenly snapping back to attention. Sorry, what did you say? Are you all right? You look rather pale. Perhaps you should rest. Mikoto expressed her concern. As Kushina was her first and only friend, her worry was palpable. That I'm fine. You look fine indeed? Kushina waved her hand dismissively, attempting to assure them of her well-being, but Suki interjected, with a languid demeanor. He squinted at Kushina. If you're feeling unwell, you ought to rest. There's no need to push yourself. The hot spring can wait for another time. Suki closed his eyes and spoke languidly. Who's unwell? I'm perfectly fine. You're the one who seems to be ailing. Kushina's voice grew robust, her fiery spirit returning, much to Mikoto's delight, who couldn't help but smile. Yes, that's so. Suki shrugged and fell silent. Tisich, Kushina clicked her tongue and cast a gentle glance at Suki. She understood his clumsily expressed concern, recognizing it as the awkward attempt of a boy trying to comfort her, despite the clumsiness. The sentiment was genuine. Kushina glanced down at her abdomen and lightly patted her stomach. Let's go. She called to Mikoto, and the two joined the group. Thus began the second mission of Jiraiya's small team. A familiar electronic voice echoed in Suki's mind. Task activated. Safeguard the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Suki paused momentarily. What's wrong, Suki? Minato Namikaze noticed Suki's brief halt and turned to inquire. Nothing. Let's proceed, Suki replied, taking a deep breath before continuing on. Kushina was right in front of him, laughing and chatting with Mikoto. The breeze gently tousled their hair, playfully brushing against their faces. Suki understood now. The reason for Kushina's altered demeanor was evident. The girl, still in her youth, bore the weight of newfound responsibilities that it was a burden that was both hers and not hers alone. The Nine Tails, he mused. Recalling how, in the earlier chapters of their tale, the beast had been an adversary, only to be swayed to the side of good by Naruto in time. The Nine Tails was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Yet it came with its own set of drawbacks. It embodied a conglomeration of negative emotions, which, even without intent, could wreak havoc on its host. This was, in fact, one of the greatest challenges faced by any Jinchuriki. After some contemplation, Suki formed a plan in his mind that it was a straightforward concept, yet daunting in execution, that if her future son could manage it, why should she, as a mother, falter? He looked at Kushina, a wave of trust resting upon her vibrant red figure. Wait, it seemed this mission might encounter complications once again. Chapter 52. The hot spring. Well then, the mission is complete. Let us all enjoy the renowned hot springs of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya declared at the entrance of the resort, flanked by shops on either side. The group had just bid farewell to their mission's client. The task had unfolded far differently than Suki had anticipated. As no significant events had transpired, nor had they encountered any elite ninjas as in the past. Their charge was merely an ordinary merchant, unlike the previous encounter with a figure of unusual status. Along the route, save for a few bandits, they had seen little else, and those who caught sight of the Leaf Village headbands promptly fled. Ninjas were always the pinnacle of combat strength, a fact not lost on even the most desperate of thieves. It had been a rather mundane assignment. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, as did the others. After all, the last mission had left an unpleasant impression on everyone. Miss K's reward was quite generous. I trust it has been distributed among you? Jiraiya asked, and then, with a smile, he added, we'll rest here for 2 to 3 days. Feel free to explore. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and dashed away. What a rascal, Suki thought, fully aware of Jiraiya's tendencies. He's up to something again. Surely, Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't he? Would he? Minato mused, his confidence waning. Initially, he had been thrilled to have Jiraiya as a mentor. But over time, he had come to recognize the man's true nature. Well, whatever, I'm off to the inn for some rest. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya had yet to book their accommodations. Just then, Kushina and Mikoto's voices rang out from nearby. Kushina, what a rare opportunity. Let us go soak in the hot springs together. Indeed, let us. Suki halted in his tracks, suddenly reminded of his own mission amidst the smooth sailing of their escort duty. Kushina was a powder keg, capable of erupting at any moment. What's wrong? Aren't you heading to the inn? Minato asked, noticing Suki's abrupt stop, as he too wished to rest after the demanding days of escorting and night watch. I've changed my mind. Huh. Kushina, which hot spring are you going to? I want to join. Suki sighed, feeling the weight of the inconvenience, yet he could not allow Kushina to roam unchecked. Reluctantly, he acquiesced as his words left his lips. The trio turned to him, their eyes wide with astonishment. What's this? Are you really Suki? I think so too. They voiced their disbelief, leaving Suki feeling quite exasperated. It wasn't his intention to change plans. If given the choice, he would prefer to indulge in sleep rather than a hot spring outing. However, circumstances dictated otherwise, and he found himself compelled to join them, Convincing her to remain obediently by his side was no easy feat. After all, the title of Blood Red Pepper was not one to be taken lightly. Thus, Suki was reluctantly swept along to the hot springs, accompanied by Minato, who had decided to follow Suki. Initially, he had intended to rest. But with Suki attending, how could he miss out? It would be remiss to let him go alone, and besides, such opportunities were rare. "What's the matter?" Minato gently inquired as they walked alongside Suki, with Kushina and Mikoto slightly ahead. "Nothing, just keep your wits about you," Suki replied. The moon tree did not speak plainly, as there was no solid evidence to support such claims. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki remained silent. Merely nodding in acknowledgement, already bracing himself for potential troubles, he thought it wise to remain vigilant, given the impending complications. Thus, with an expression of concern, the moon tree and the somewhat cautious Kakashi followed the two women towards the hot springs. Then, this feels wonderful. The moon tree appeared utterly content, immersing himself in the warm water, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Beside him, Kakashi also seemed at ease, his earlier wariness having dissipated. This establishment was renowned for its hot springs. The moon tree and Kakashi were in the men's section, while Kushina and Mikoto occupied the adjacent area. "This hot spring is truly delightful," Kakashi remarked, reflecting on how he seldom had the opportunity to indulge, as both time and finances were often a constraint for him. Indeed, the moon tree concurred, acknowledging that while the Senju residence boasted a spacious bathroom, nothing quite compared to the allure of an open-air hot spring. Hearty laughter echoed from the women's section, accompanied by the voices of Kushina and Mikoto, causing many seasoned patrons nearby to flush with embarrassment. Tisich, the moon tree thought, fully aware of the lascivious thoughts swirling around him, a consequence of their seasoned imaginations. However, he mused in this particular scene, it was highly probable that a certain white-haired individual might be lurking nearby. After all, this was a well-known hot spring. Scanning the vicinity, the moon tree did indeed spot a familiar white-haired figure who had just climbed atop the hot spring. A wooden tray floated by, a mischievous grin spread across the moon tree's face. "Jiraiya-sensei," he exclaimed, seizing the tray and hurling it with all his might. Thud. The white-haired man turned just in time to be struck directly in the face, subsequently tumbling into the women's hot spring. Pervert! The adjacent area erupted in chaos, while the moon tree basked in his own amusement, leaving Kakashi speechless. Moments later, the white-haired figure was launched out of the water, his head adorned with bumps. The stars shine so brightly. The moon tree remarked, relishing the moment. Honestly, that lecherous teacher, Kushina, the red-haired girl clad in a yukata, commented about Jiraiya. "Thank goodness we have our scarves on and haven't gone down yet," Mikoto chuckled softly beside her. The moon tree rested his chin on the table, while Kakashi sat across from him. All four had just enjoyed a soak in the springs, now gathered in one room, donned in their yukatas. Their previous mission had been an S-rank task, making them all quite affluent, and sharing a spacious room felt rather pleasant. That Jiraiya-sensei, the moon tree waved his hand dismissively, indicating his familiarity with the situation. "It's just the same old story." The famed sage of Miyaboku was notoriously known for his lecherous tendencies. As night fell outside, the resort remained lively, contrasting sharply with the dim streets of Konoha. The latter offered little in terms of nightlife, merely a few stalls, while this place thrived with activity. "This is the first time I've seen such a vibrant night," the moon tree thought, though it paled in comparison to the cities of his past life. "Shall we have dinner?" he suggested with a yawn. The other three nodded in agreement, intrigued by this novel experience of nightlife. The group decided to venture out and explore the evening. However, in the shadows, hatred simmered, spreading like a dark cloud, ultimately converging within the hearts of men. Chapter 53. Another wave, bathed in the blood-red hue of night, the streets were devoid of life. The echoes of screams reverberated in the air. Yet the people had vanished. The red-haired girl crouched in a corner, hugging her knees. The nine tails of her fox swayed freely, her Sharingan gleaming ominously. "Help me! Is anyone there?" The sigh of the red-haired maiden. Kushina seemed to dissipate the moment it left her lips. "What a lively atmosphere," she remarked, observing the bustling shops and the throngs of people around her. Indeed, such sights are rare in Konoha, Makoto agreed. The two girls, akin to sisters, held hands as they strolled together, while behind them, the moon tree and Kakashi appeared rather subdued. Their interaction consisted mainly of Kakashi's curiosity, engaging in light conversation, while the moon tree responded with indifference. Compared to his previous life, this scene was trivial. Those cities were indeed jewels of the night. That looks good. Should I buy it? Kakashi suggested, displaying an unexpected youthful enthusiasm. Sure, go ahead, the moon tree replied, allowing him to indulge in his moment of excitement. Just then, the moon tree glanced at the golden-haired figure of Kushina before shifting his gaze to the two women ahead. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he abruptly halted. And oh one, not a soul in sight. It wasn't just Kushina and Makoto who had vanished. Even the bustling crowd had disappeared. Illusion technique. The moon tree turned to Kakashi, only to find him absent as well. Alone, he stood amidst the brightly lit street. Quickly forming hand seals, the moon tree began to unravel the illusion. Release. Chakra surged forth, and as he blinked, the scenery transformed once more. The cacophony of chatter returned, and Kakashi reappeared, carrying 2 portions of snacks. Did the illusion only affect me? No, wait. Kushina. The moon tree recalled his mission and immediately scanned for her, as anticipated. Her figure had vanished, leaving only Makoto unconscious on the ground. The moon tree rushed over, with Kakashi following closely behind. What is this? Kakashi tightened his grip on the snacks. Their target was Kushina. Makoto was unharmed, merely fainted. The moon tree's expression darkened as he realized the urgency of the situation. Someone had taken Kushina right before his eyes. The illusion wasn't just directed at me. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed the illusion had been cast upon all 3 of them, providing the opportunity to abduct Kushina. This is infuriating. What is happening now? Kakashi gritted his teeth. The moon tree furrowed his brow, contemplating a sudden possibility. Wait, he exclaimed, extending his hand toward Makoto. If the illusion targeted all 3, why incapacitate Makoto specifically? He swiftly turned her over, revealing a detonating tag affixed to her concealed area. That moment, the tag began to emit a faint glow. Without hesitation, the moon tree tore it off and hurled it into the air. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kakashi reacted swiftly, forming hand seals the instant he spotted the tag. He trusted that the moon tree could handle it. The tag floated aloft, propelled by Kakashi's gust of wind. However, time was lacking. It barely soared 5 meters before detonating. Was this intended to catch us off guard? If it was an illusion, we wouldn't have needed to counter it, allowing them to ensnare us all. The moon tree shielded Makoto beneath him as the explosion unleashed a wave of heat. Smoke billowed upwards, and the surrounding chaos intensified. Are you all right, moon tree? Kakashi leaned closer, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. You did well. The moon tree reassured him, acknowledging Kakashi's impressive response, which ensured their survival. As soon as Kakashi spoke, the moon tree's demeanor shifted. The crowd began to disperse, revealing a series of unfamiliar figures emerging from the shadows. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible as they gradually came into view. Well, if it isn't the little brats from Konoha, surrounded gradually by a throng of individuals. The one speaking was a towering tree standing atop a building. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Questioned Namake's Minato without hesitation. What do you mean? A shadow emerged beside the tree, resembling a man of similar stature, cradling a familiar figure in his arms. Kushina, Minato exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is your beloved companion, the man chuckled. Look at that vibrant red hair, so beautiful, such an unmistakable member of the Uzumaki clan, perfectly suited to be a Jinchuriki. The man's words contained concepts Minato could not grasp. While Tsukisuke beside him also spoke up. What do you plan to do with her? The man regarded the calm Tsukisuke, snapping his fingers with a grin at a splendid question that I shall reluctantly divulge my intentions. For I do not take pleasure in deceiving children. He stretched his neck. Naturally, she is to serve as the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. The princess of the Uzumaki is highly coveted. Encountering her must surely be a blessing from the heavens. Tsukisuke's breath hitched. You speak of the 10 Tails? Tsukisuke was well aware of this entity, the 10 tails being the embodiment of the god tree itself, a fusion of the 9-tailed beasts, the ultimate weapon in the original narrative. With the infinite Tsukimi plan being realized through it. My apologies, this may be entirely incomprehensible to you, as you're likely only familiar with the tailed beasts referred to as monsters. The man feigned an apologetic demeanor. I am quite benevolent. Rest assured, I shall dispose of you swiftly, without excessive suffering. The warmth in his previous words was abruptly replaced by a chilling malice. S's voice faded. Both he and the figure holding Kushina began to retreat. Wait, Minato shouted at this scene, but the shuriken that flew toward him silenced his voice. The surrounding individuals had commenced their actions. Tsukisuke shielded Mikoto, while Minato began to draw his shuriken. There were 8 individuals encircling them. Their strength uncertain, but likely formidable. They were moving with a singular purpose, to grant Tsukisuke, Minato, and Mikoto a swift end, as the man had suggested. The battle was set to begin anew. The moon above shone an unexpected crimson, casting a blood-red glow upon everything, reminiscent of a layer of blood smeared across the land. Chapter 54. The mantis blocks the arm. Huff! Huff! The golden-haired figure of Minato sprinted forward with Mikoto on his back, fleeing from the chaos behind him. The sounds of battle echoed in his ears as flames erupted in the distance. Yet he pressed on, gritting his teeth in determination. He had faith in the person behind him. Not only that they could hold off the assailants, but that they would return alive. You better keep your word, Minato urged, quickening his pace, hoping to escape as swiftly as possible if he could secure Mikoto's safety. Then Tsukisuke would not be alone. At least Minato could bear some of the burden. Flames erupted behind him, figures drawing closer, their hands outstretched, attempting to pull Minato back. But not everyone shared that desire. The glimmer of a blade flashed, and a youth stood defiantly before them. Minato. Tsukisuke gently drew the Kusanagi sword from her waist. The mission from the system weighed heavily on her mind. She would not be caught unprepared. You take Mikoto and go. What did you say? Minato instinctively retorted, but his words were cut short. Tsukisuke's gaze met his, a fleeting moment, yet filled with an unwavering resolve. Please. The blade flashed before his eyes. The assailants had already surged forward. Ino Ninja would wait for their opponent to finish speaking before attacking. Minato glanced at Mikoto, gritting his teeth as he charged ahead. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. Tsukisuke forcefully repelled the enemy in front of her, her hands swiftly forming seals. Smoke billowed, and the figures around them multiplied in an instant. One after another, clones of Tsukisuke emerged, filling the space. All right, little ones, it's time to act, Tsukisuke commanded, and countless copies responded. The clones engaged in ninjutsu and close combat, creating opportunities for Minato. The incoming ninjutsu and enemies were thwarted by Tsukisuke's overwhelming numerical advantage, though the general lack of strength among the opponents played a significant role as well. After all, elite ninjas were scarce, and it was improbable for them to summon multiple upper-level shinobi at will. I leave it to you. Minato, having secured Mikoto on his back, began to flee. Tsukisuke darted past him, her words weaving through the air into Minato's ears. Understood. Leave it to me. Minato comprehended the reasoning behind her words. It was simply due to his insufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be him staying behind to delay the enemies, not Tsukisuke. Fire release. Twin Dragon Hurricane Jutsu. Upon noticing Minato's attempt to flee, the adversaries wasted no time, quickly forming seals to unleash a fiery assault. Twin fire dragons spiraled and surged forward in a whirlwind. The flames raged uncontrollably, making Tsukisuke's figure appear diminutive. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Tsukisuke would not hold back. Unleashing an A-rank ninjutsu, a renowned technique of Uchiha Madara, pure flames, imbued with piercing power, erupted from Tsukisuke's mouth, hurtling toward the approaching twin dragons. Like a sword piercing through the heart, the great fire annihilation cleaved through the twin dragon whirlwind, aiming directly at the enemy. Boom! The great fire annihilation detonated, resembling an explosive bomb, sending the foes flying. The crackling of electricity filled the air as Tsukisuke swung her sword down. The Kusanagi blade was mere centimeters away from the enemy. But the lightning-infused strike intended to pierce through and assist Minato was thwarted, nearly costing her own life. Fortunately, she was swift enough to halt her advance. This little brat. The 8 adversaries began to take her seriously, especially one among them, whose gaze sharpened. Apologies, but passage is prohibited here. Tsukisuki's gaze was frosty as she assessed the 8 before her, each one of her shadow clones converging, creating an apparent advantage. The opponents recognized this as well. Tsukisuki's strength was formidable, and her aura alone was enough to be felt. Among them were 1 upper-level shinobi and 7 mid-level shinobi. The upper-level shinobi had previously been unable to best Tsukisuki. It seemed she indeed held the upper hand. Interesting how the little ninjas of Konoha grown so powerful. The leader stepped forward, even applauding lightly. Geniuses truly are terrifying. Wouldn't you agree? He spoke with a hint of amusement. Watching Tsukisuki while the 7 behind him remained silent, he appeared to lack any immediate intent to attack. Don't look at me with those eyes. He chuckled lightly, his demeanor seemingly relaxed. You are from Jiraiya's team. One of the legendary 3, correct? Tsukisuki's expression shifted slightly as she regarded the speaker. That individual was indeed strong, far from being her match. That fool has once again been delayed by various means. It was clear that Jiraiya had a valid reason for not being present. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have arrived long ago. With such a powerful teacher, how does it feel to be his student? Tsukisuki scrutinized the individual before her, her eyes narrowing in disdain. In my heart, the heart-cutting technique. Tsukisuki felt her footing shift slightly, a sensation of slipping. The individual who had just been speaking transformed into smoke and vanished. Just as she had concluded, during their conversation, Tsukisuki quickly thrust her sword into the ground as the enemy hurled shuriken her way. You got half of it right. The moonlit tree lacked a palpable sense of reality. Momentarily taken aback, with a sudden whoosh, one of the shuriken transformed into the leader, who was thrusting the weapon towards the moonlit tree. Without a flicker of hesitation, the moonlit tree gracefully bent aside to evade the strike. Not a chance. With a flicker of movement at the corner of his eye, the moonlit tree hurled a detonating shuriken. The shuriken embedded itself into the ground, and with a resounding explosion, the leader launched another assault. His hands and feet working in tandem. His foot aimed at the moonlit tree, while the shuriken swept towards him from a different angle. Instead of bracing for impact, the moonlit tree chose to retreat a step. Just as the thrown shuriken detonated, a figure emerged from the earth, the explosion obstructing his path towards Namikaze's Minato. The moonlit tree cast a glance, sensing more movement above him. A person, who had just attempted to charge forward, was ensnared by currents of electricity, a blade poised to cleave down from above. As the moonlit tree prepared to defend, the surrounding figures began to mobilize, each grasping a shuriken and rushing towards him. The situation was dire. Moreover, the leader was beginning to form hand seals. Concentrate. The moonlit tree took a moment to adjust, plunging the Kusanagi sword into the ground while recalling previous encounters. He reflected on the rogue ninja, named Tsuneshi, and his expertise in chakra manipulation. Memories flooded back, and the moonlit tree resolved to attempt a particular maneuver. In a fleeting instant, there was no time for contemplation. He acted decisively. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The great fire annihilation, a vast A-rank fire technique, was wielded by Uchiha Madara as an S-rank ninjutsu in the original narrative, requiring dozens of water wall techniques to counter. However, the moonlit tree's approach diverged from Madara instead of a raging inferno. The chakra meant for ninjutsu stirred restlessly as he commanded it towards the Kusanagi sword in his grasp. The Kusanagi sword, inherently a conduit for chakra, coupled with its superior quality, allowed the moonlit tree's chakra to flow more effortlessly than anticipated. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the Kusanagi sword, soaring skyward. The assailant above failed to react in time. The crackling of electricity accompanied the roar of flames, but soon, the sounds of retreat filled the air. Yet this was not the end. The advancing figures halted momentarily, but the moonlit tree's flames would not be so docile. The flames shot upwards, blossoming like petals, expanding outward with formidable pressure. Fall back. Use the water wall. The adversaries, seasoned in battle, swiftly issued commands. The intensity of the flames could be gauged by their appearance and sound. In a singular moment, it became clear whether the blazing inferno posed a threat. True to their experience, excluding the individual above and the leader, 6 others quickly retreated a few paces, beginning to form hand seals. Water release. Water wall. Those with water release chakra initiated their techniques, while others employed earth release barriers. Those without either sought refuge behind their comrades. Earth release. Earth spike technique. The leader completed his hand seals, and the moonlit tree immediately sensed a disturbance beneath him. With a boom, flames erupted once more as the moonlit tree leaped forth. The flames that should have spread were thwarted. The ground around him erupted with spikes aimed at the moonlit tree. With a swift swing of the Kusanagi sword, the incoming spikes were severed one by one. Moments before, those very spikes had surged from beneath his feet, but the moonlit tree had redirected the flames prior to their emergence, resulting in a fierce explosion. Thanks to this, the 6 defenders gained a moment to breathe. The might of the great fire annihilation was indeed immense, even if the moonlit tree lacked Uchiha Madara's strength. It sufficed that you're impressive, the leader remarked, completely taken aback by the moonlit tree's prowess. And passage here. The moonlit tree raised his sword, reiterating his earlier declaration. Surrounding flames blazed fiercely, crackling audibly, with gusts of heat swirling past. The moonlit tree, though seemingly diminutive, appeared as imposing as a giant. There are no wild beasts, no Sannin. Only I. The moonlit tree locked eyes with the leader. Their gazes clashed, their respective auras colliding powerfully. And passage here. Chapter 55. Otsutsuki. The world before his eyes was blood-red. It felt as if everything was swirling, all around him a blur. Despite gripping the shuriken with all his might, he felt utterly powerless, as if his very bones had crumbled. Crack! The golden-haired figure of Namikaze Minato was sent flying. His blood-soaked form appeared fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest breeze. Minato rolled on the ground, struggling to regain his footing, gasping for breath as he looked up. The black-haired girl who should have been at his back lay on the ground, while the assailant approached her slowly. Don't touch her. Minato exerted his last ounce of strength to hurl the shuriken. Please. That was the task entrusted to him by his closest friend, Kishi Kamisuke, not long ago. Yet now he felt he had failed miserably. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The shuriken flew sluggishly, as if time had stretched interminably. The adversary sensed it, glancing dismissively before effortlessly returning the shuriken to Minato. Instinctively, he twisted his body, and the shuriken pierced his shoulder. Another wave of pain surged, and darkness threatened to engulf him. That a flicker of consciousness remained, tinged with self-loathing. Why am I so weak? The world around Minato blurred as he watched the girl, Mikoto, being lifted away. Monkey! The cold visage loomed before him. Clear as day. It was a handsome face, pale-skinned and undeniably youthful, leading anyone to perceive him as a beautiful young man. Yet this very individual had effortlessly defeated Minato. Do you wish to save her? The assailant revealed a sinister smile. The vibrant grin, emerging from that handsome face, appeared utterly malevolent. I'll grant you a chance that I'll restore a portion of your physical capabilities, and then you will gouge out her eyes for me. And I shall release both of you. Of course, you both must remain conscious. A pair of delicate white hands rested upon Minato's golden hair, exerting slight pressure to lift him. The dizziness and weakness began to dissipate somewhat as Minato gradually regained some strength. How generous of me, don't you think? A mere monkey should be grateful. You beast! The white eyes bored deeply into Minato's, compelling him to utter words he had never spoken before. Hurry! Faster! Minato slowly distanced himself from the scene of conflict. He merely needed to find a safe place to secure Mikoto before returning to assist the moonlit tree. After navigating a bend, an unforeseen event transpired. Before he could react, Minato was propelled forward, Mikoto flung aside. The adjacent wall shattered as Minato crashed into a building. Cough, cough. The sudden assault caught Minato off guard. Nearly rendering him unconscious, he coughed up blood, quickly surveying his surroundings. There stood the assailant. Just ahead, calm and composed, donned in what resembled a yukata man, impossibly pale, with hair tinged with white, and eyes devoid of color. A man clad entirely in white. "Hello, monkey, that I've come to reclaim the power of the divine tree." The man spoke in a disturbingly calm tone, seemingly dismissive of Minato's presence. Rasengan. Minato wasted no time with pleasantries, summoning his energy as the Rasengan manifested in his hand. Charging forward. Meanwhile, Mikoto lay motionless on the ground, and in that moment, air palm. The aura surrounding Minato Namake's felt ominous, compelling him to swiftly evade to the side. In that moment, a forceful gust of air surged behind him, obliterating everything in its path with a devastating might. Indeed, it was as if everything had been mercilessly crushed, utterly annihilated. Minato held his breath, but just then, a man delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the in an instant. Minato was propelled from one room to another, skidding along the ground until he collided with an object, both he and the object soaring into the sky before plummeting back down. The world around Minato began to blur and fade, but a familiar sound echoed, causing his breath to quicken inexplicably. His gaze shifted, and upon looking, he was rendered speechless. Before him lay a gruesome sight, a body drenched in blood, barely resembling a human, as if it had been subjected to a tormenting ordeal. Those hollow, dark eyes bore into Minato's soul, relentlessly striking at his heart. Minato could not withstand the horror, and cries escaped his lips. The scene was unbearable to behold. "What a pitiful sight," came a voice tinged with amusement, as the man with white hair and white eyes approached him. Step by step, it was this fiend who had wrought such devastation. Minato turned his back to the gruesome sight, the ground beneath soaked in blood, rendering the floor's appearance and texture unrecognizable. The man, clad entirely in white, bore no trace of blood, despite his strikingly handsome visage and perfect form. Adorned with a disconcertingly pleasant smile, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were facing a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Who are you?" The man's white eyes sparked a flicker of speculation within Minato. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. "Oh ho, does the monkey wish to know my name?" The man regarded Minato with mild interest, but Minato's posture was far from upright, his body slightly bent, unable to stand tall. The man's smile widened, surpassing his previous expression, that Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As Minato's gaze fixed ahead, a momentary fog enveloped his mind upon hearing the name. "It is an honor to know my name." The man had vanished, his whisper brushing against Minato's ear. So close. Minato's eyes began to dart about as he yearned to see. But he was not worthy. With a sudden thrust, a figure with golden locks soared into the air, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a marionette untethered. Floating effortlessly, a resounding crack echoed as crimson stained the golden hair, and Minato collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood seeping from him, his mouth opened slightly. Yet no sound emerged. He longed to wail in agony, to vent his suffering, but he found himself unable to do so. He wished to lose consciousness and escape the torment, but that too eluded him. He felt akin to a mere soul stripped of its corporeal form, able only to see and hear, yet incapable of movement. Such power is commendable. With proper control, it becomes nearly omnipotent. Yet you, wretched beings, dare to covet that which does not belong to you. The words of the man who claimed to be Otsutsuki echoed incessantly in Minato's ears. "I wonder how the power of a Sharingan is wielded by you monkeys. Let me witness it." Gasping for breath, Minato strained to lift his head. The dark-haired girl, who should have been on his back, lay motionless on the ground, while the man approached her with deliberate slowness. Chapter 56. Jiraiya arrives. This motley crew. Jiraiya exhaled, dusting himself off. Before him lay a multitude of fallen ninjas. The sight was peculiar. They bore no headbands or identifying marks, merely uniform cloaks. They resembled a cult rather than rogue ninjas. And upon their demise, they seemed to meld seamlessly into the earth below. But Jiraiya had no time to ponder these oddities, for he had been delayed far too long that he needed to move. And swiftly, with a powerful push of his feet, he dashed toward the town's streets. Earlier, he had been gathering information at the bathhouse before arriving at the town's outskirts to investigate. Jiraiya had been entrusted with a covert mission, The resort had recently experienced a string of mysterious disappearances, the frequency of which was alarmingly increasing. Reluctantly, the local authority had dispatched a request for assistance to Konoha. However, Konoha was short on manpower, and the nature of the task was unclear. Coincidentally, Jiraiya had also received a C-rank mission to escort someone to this area. Thus he had taken on this task as well. But now it seemed that the matter was far more complex than initially anticipated. Jiraiya recalled the individual who had delayed him. Their strength was neither high nor low, exhibiting an unsettling indifference to pain and death. Much like a machine. Could it be? Jiraiya contemplated a grim possibility, one that felt utterly absurd and unsettling. Please, let everything be all right. Jiraiya quickened his pace, racing toward the town. Beastly creatures. How surprising that mere monkeys can exhibit such fervent emotions. Otsutsuki held Minato's head, resembling a child playing with a toy. So, what will it be? Choose. Otsutsuki leaned in closer, his face mere inches from Minato's. Senjutsu, Raiden, Ryuryu Bakuhatsu. Otsutsuki halted momentarily, retreating several steps. Just then, a figure descended rapidly from the heavens. Crackling with immense electricity, akin to a bolt of lightning striking down. Shinazuki, good. The dark-haired girl was whisked away by a small creature, allowing Minato to finally discern the individual before him. That familiar voice. The silhouette of white hair billowing behind. Jiraiya-sensei. Sorry to keep you waiting, Minato. Jiraiya turned to face Minato, offering a reassuring smile. However, upon seeing Minato's condition, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of alarm. An teacher could remain indifferent upon witnessing their disciple so grievously injured. Interesting, Shinazuki placed Mikoto beside Minato, then returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. Hurry, someone needs to treat this child. That on Jiraiya's other shoulder perched a toad, and even before Shinazuki's words had fully registered, it had already begun healing Minato. Possessing formidable healing abilities, they were adept at treating others. Yet Minato's injuries were severe, evident in the solemnity of Jiraiya's gaze. How could a mere monkey inflict such harm upon me? Otsutsuki brushed off the dust from his attire, a curious smile gracing his lips. Such power is quite intriguing. Senjutsu, Toad Oil Bomb. Jiraiya wasted no time engaging in idle chatter, his anger propelling him to form hand seals. A bomb infused with natural energy erupted from his mouth. Hurtling toward Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki exhibited no signs of panic, standing calmly as he extended his palm at Ani. Jiraiya observed intently, especially enhanced in Sage mode. The man's palm revealed an eye. The palm suddenly split open, and an eye emerged. Fire release. Ash pile, burning technique. Jiraiya expelled a fiery mist that ignited the oil bomb, a massive fireball blazing as it surged toward Otsutsuki. Jiraiya halted, watching the fireball approach. In the next moment, the fireball collided with Otsutsuki's palm, flames erupting slowly, the tail of the fireball expanding. Yet astonishingly, the fireball did not budge, as if it were anchored in place. Incredible, truly delectable, this power. A maniacal laughter erupted from within the flames, causing Jiraiya's brow to furrow. The next instant, it was as if the fireball were being siphoned away, spiraling and dissipating, revealing Otsutsuki's figure. Remarkable indeed. You have managed to absorb natural energy. Shinsuke perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. When it comes to natural energy, Shinsuke was undoubtedly more acquainted with it than most beings, apart from the sages of the three great sacred lands. He was among the few who truly comprehended its essence, that a mere careless touch could lead to petrification. Yet here was someone effortlessly absorbing such a vast amount of natural energy. This was rather concerning. Jiraiya managed a faint smile, fully aware of how dire the situation truly was. Sage mode was his ultimate trump card. Onward he pressed. Otsutsuki licked his lips, signaling Jiraiya to prepare himself immediately if ninjutsu proved ineffective. Then, taijutsu. Jiraiya surged forward with determination. Shinsaku. All right, sage art. Frog call. Shinsaku leaped from Jiraiya's shoulder, and astonishingly, a frog began to form hand seals and unleash ninjutsu on its own. The secret to your ninjutsu absorption lies in that eye of yours. Does it not? Jiraiya hurled several kunai, Otsutsuki watched the two with an expression devoid of concern. Earth style, mud swamp. Jiraiya formed seals while continuing his sprint. In the next moment, the ground beneath him shifted slightly. And ahead of him, the terrain began to morph into a swamp, steadily sinking downward. Simultaneously, Shinsaku's frog call commenced its assault. If Otsutsuki absorbed it, he would be unable to defend against the kunai, which were laced with explosive tags. Furthermore, the mud swamp technique ensnared Otsutsuki's feet. This was the battle experience of Jiraiya. Known as the Frog of the Wild and one of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya leaped into the air. Observing Otsutsuki's calm demeanor as he raised his hand unhurriedly. Reversal. What? Jiraiya gasped in midair, astonished. Reversal was one of the secrets of the Hyuga clan, and coupled with that Byakugan, Jiraiya could even determine that the opponent hailed from the Hyuga clan. But that couldn't be right. The Hyuga clan would never produce such a person. Given his good relations with the Hyuga, Jiraiya felt confident in his assessment. So, who was this individual using reversal? Sage art, lightning style, heavy flow burst. Jiraiya charged forward, his fist crackling with electricity that he struck with all his might, challenging reversal head-on. Yet he realized he was outmatched and retreated. This is troublesome. Jiraiya backed away to join Minato, muttering under his breath. The opponent's strength was far from trivial. Even Jiraiya, a shinobi of the Hokage level, could sense the overwhelming power. With the absolute defense of taijutsu, ninjutsu proved futile, and Jiraiya was not particularly skilled in jinjutsu. At best capable of dispelling illusions, he was nearly completely suppressed, and his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Jiraiya, that fellow. But I can confirm he is not from the Hyuga clan. Shinsaku returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. Father of the child, Jiraiya, this child's injuries are severe. My abilities alone may not suffice. Behind him, Shima began to speak, and Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance to see that Minato had yet to lose consciousness. A testament to his formidable willpower. How about the danger period? For now, it seems to have passed, but if we don't act quickly, there may be lingering effects. We must examine him thoroughly. Shima ceased her actions and turned to Jiraiya. He fell silent, and Otsutsuki also halted his reversal. Is there anyone else in this town? Regrettably, Jiraiya, it appears that most are gone. Shinsaku shook his head. Jiraiya's breath became noticeably heavier. He was aware of the grim reality. From the moment they arrived, he felt it. The overwhelming scent of blood seeping from every house, accompanied by an atmosphere thick with resentment that chilled the IT was as if they stood upon a battlefield. Jiraiya raised his hand, biting his thumb. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a figure of moderate stature. Where is this, Jiraiya? What are you doing? Sage mode. And is that Shinsaku-sama and Shima-sama? A frog, roughly the same size as Jiraiya. Emerged. Frog Jiraiya. There's no time for lengthy explanations. We have but one task, to bring my two students back to Konoha. Jiraiya refrained from mentioning that this area was essentially deserted. Tsukamori had not accompanied Minato, suggesting something must have occurred on his end. Otherwise, they wouldn't have scattered. It was likely Tsukamori was stalling to facilitate Minato's retreat, yet they encountered this adversary along the way. Thus, there was nowhere left to go. Your task. Frog Jiraiya suddenly paused. I beg of you. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed ahead, noticing that the man before him had yet to move, seemingly waiting for Jiraiya to finish speaking. Truly, Frog Jiraiya remarked, hurrying to Minato's side to lift both him and Mikoto. Teacher Jiraiya, Minato, still somewhat conscious, spoke softly, yet the words barely escaped his lips. Don't die. I will use reverse summoning when the time comes. You need not worry. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. And Minato. He did not turn. Leave it to your teacher. Jiraiya's tone was unusually serious, cold and detached, unlike his usual demeanor. Understood. Let's go. Frog Jiraiya sprang into action, leaving Jiraiya alone. Are you done speaking? Otsutsuki wore a smile, indeed having been waiting for Jiraiya. Just waiting? How arrogant. Just a couple of monkeys. I couldn't care less. Although I have some business with that female monkey. Such an imperfect bloodline is an affront to us. I'm afraid I completely failed to comprehend your words. Jiraiya had roamed the shinobi world extensively, yet the man's dialogue eluded him. Well, Ultimately, you are merely a monkey worshipping the offspring of that woman. Otsutsuki sighed, adopting a tone of pity for Jiraiya. Now, allow me to indulge myself. Air palm. With that, Otsutsuki launched an attack, executing an air palm aimed directly at Jiraiya. Naturally, Jiraiya would not remain idle. He promptly leaped aside. The power of Otsutsuki's technique was undeniable, as the building behind Jiraiya was obliterated. Collapsing in ruins, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Such formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu proves ineffective. What manner of beast is this? The sound of collapsing buildings echoed as the clash between the legendary three ninjas Frog of the Wild and the white-eyed man commenced. Chapter 57. The Sage of Frogs. Spiral Sphere. Tsukumori unleashed a spiral sphere, taking down an enemy in one blow. Only two foes remained. Tsukumori panted, surveying the two adversaries before him. One J-Nin and one Ch-Nin. Standing in line. Your strength is unfathomable. Then descend and contemplate it well. Tsukumori gripped his Kusanagi sword, a master swordsman. Combined with the spiral sphere, he felt invincible, at least in this instance. However, even a single pair of hands could not withstand four fists. And Tsukumori sustained minor injuries against the 8 opponents. Yet the wounds were not severe. What would incapacitate others was merely a scratch for him. The awakening of the Senju bloodline granted Tsukumori remarkable recovery capabilities. Likewise, with Wood release, his vigorous life force enabled him to endure prolonged combat. Young man, one must learn humility. The leader spoke slowly, while the other 7 remained silent throughout. Humility is acceptable, but not necessary for you. Tsukumori retorted sharply. He was no fool, and these were deadly foes, not the sort to be jested with. Well, time is of the essence. The vessel for the tailed beast has been secured. Upon stating this, the opponent prepared to depart. Hey, don't think. Tsukumori immediately intended to pursue, but another enemy stepped forward to block his path. Kid, let me tell you something first. The moon tree was intercepted, poised to strike. When the individual who had intended to leave hesitated for a moment, you should consider yourself fortunate. This world is far more complex than you might envision. Allow me to share a piece of information with you. Free of charge. The other party spoke leisurely, while the moon tree remained fixated on them. It would be prudent to check on your little companion, although I harbor a strong aversion to that individual. It must be acknowledged that they are no pushover. Your friend ought to exercise caution. After all, they have come to apprehend us, and their strength is indeed commendable. That peculiar individual. You may bid farewell now, and express your gratitude for the intelligence I have provided. The other party leaped away, while another figure lingered, attempting to buy time. Infuriating, the moon tree had no leisure to deal with this, and swiftly dashed towards the direction of the wave Windwater Gate, leaving the one who intended to delay watching helplessly as the moon tree fled. Confusion clouded his mind. The moon tree quickened his pace, choosing to trust the words he had just heard. Everything felt utterly incomprehensible, completely unfathomable. It seemed as though he was no longer in the world of Naruto, as everything erupted with uncertainty around him, even though the original narrative had not depicted such events. The moon tree could not believe that the current circumstances were possible. It appeared that he was not merely in the world of Naruto, but rather in an entirely new realm. Infuriating. The moon tree cursed under his breath. It was impossible to envision things as he had before. It seemed likely that most scenarios had transformed, rendering his previous deductions of the plot less significant. Under the silver moonlight, the earth was groomed anew. The young boy raced unceasingly toward a singular direction. Yes, another attack was thwarted by the returning heavens. Jiraiya fell back, panting heavily. Infuriating, he had yet to land a blow on him. Jiraiya gazed at the man before him, Otsutsuki, who remained as calm as ever, and forced a bitter smile. There was no opportunity whatsoever to Jiraiya. It felt as if the opponent was so powerful that hope for victory was extinguished. Are you all right? Shinsaku inquired from his shoulder. The Sage Mode had a limited duration. It was uncertain how much natural energy Jiraiya could still muster. He was bound to feel some fatigue. Jiraiya, Shizuma whispered. Jiraiya cast a glance towards him. This is your only chance. What do you mean? Shizuma's words were so astonishing that they caught Jiraiya off guard. he was astonished to learn that there was a way to deal with a monster before him. The opponent's movements had become somewhat sluggish. Could it be? Shizuma and Shinsaku exchanged insights, leaving Jiraiya bewildered. What on earth are you two talking about? The air palm. Jiraiya quickly dodged to the side. This individual could not fully absorb natural energy. The residual energy within him was still at play. It was akin to petrification, but not entirely so. Shinsaku swiftly articulated his hypothesis, and Shizuma nodded in agreement, just as the child's father had stated. Natural energy differs from chakra. It does not belong to a singular type of energy. It is likely that the child's absorption capabilities are limited to chakra alone. Even if natural energy is mixed in, absorption would only be a struggle. Shizuma continued to elaborate on her analysis, and indeed, as she had described, Otsutsuki's exterior had begun to dull, a precursor to petrification. Jiraiya took a deep breath. This was indeed promising news. But our supply of natural energy is dwindling, and Sage Mode cannot be sustained indefinitely. Jiraiya hurled a kunai forward to create a distraction. Such an attack could be easily swatted away by Otsutsuki. Then let us proceed. Jiraiya surged forward. Sage Art, left and right guardians. Jiraiya, Shinsaku, and Shizuma formed hand seals simultaneously. Jiraiya handled the oil, Shinsaku the wind, and Shizuma the fire. The combination of the three ninjutsu birthed a sea of flames that surged toward Otsutsuki. Would this be yet another futile effort? Monkeys will always be monkeys. Otsutsuki maintained his stoic demeanor, raising a hand. That single eye within his palm opened wide, absorbing the oncoming flames entirely. Well then, enjoy the monkey-esque performance. Jiraiya continued to advance, releasing ninjutsu while moving. This required an extraordinary level of chakra control, which Jiraiya evidently possessed. Hold steady. Otsutsuki's brow furrowed slightly, and Jiraiya noticed it clearly. Now is the moment. Jiraiya exerted all his strength. Nearing Otsutsuki, the oil from his mouth ceased, and the flames likewise dwindled. The red mark indicative of sage status at the corner of Jiraiya's eye had begun to blur. Hold on. Jiraiya forcefully absorbed natural energy, with Shinsaku and Shizuma assisting and guiding him. Everyone understood that this was the critical juncture. However, even so, Jiraiya began to feel stiffness in his body due to the natural energy. He too was on the verge of petrification. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he guided natural energy into it, preparing for the next course of action. In the next moment, the flames before him were completely absorbed, and Otsutsuki stood merely a few steps away. He stood there, his body already beginning to dull, appearing somewhat petrified. I've been waiting, Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping forward, covering several paces in one bound. Monkey! Otsutsuki realized he had been outwitted, his voice tinged with anger unlike before. Jiraiya paid no heed to this. Otsutsuki stood before him, unable to react to the attack, not because he was incapable, but rather because his body would not respond. Thud! Jiraiya plunged the kunai into him. Following the line of his palm, Otsutsuki had no time to close his eyes. Blood gushed forth from his palm, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. Not yet finished. Jiraiya pressed deeper, using his momentum to kick Otsutsuki's chin. With that, Otsutsuki was sent flying, and Jiraiya's kunai remained lodged within him. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Jiraiya completed the hand seals in an instant, unleashing a fire dragon. Sage Art. Frog Song Technique. Shinsaku had already vacated Jiraiya's shoulder, now airborne. Otsutsuki gritted his teeth and raised his other hand. Eyes do not function one at a time. The Jiraiya's fire dragon surged from below as Shinsaku's sound wave rushed from the front. Two different assaults, yet Otsutsuki had only one hand and could not defend against both. The speeds of the two attacks were disparate. Otsutsuki first absorbed the sound wave before commencing the absorption of the fire dragon. The hidden kunai within the fire dragon was also clearly detected by Otsutsuki. With one hand injured, even his physical techniques were hindered, significantly reducing Otsutsuki's strength, just as the fire dragon began to be absorbed. The kunai that brushed by suddenly erupted in a plume of smoke. Jiraiya's figure materialized there, positioned beside Otsutsuki. Oh! A monkey indeed. One of Jiraiya's arms had begun to petrify, and the red mark at the corner of his eye had yet to fade. Otsutsuki was momentarily stunned. There was no time to react. Once more, thud, the kunai pierced into the palm of Otsutsuki's other hand. Blood sprayed forth as before. Sage art. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya kicked Otsutsuki away and pressed on. His white hair began to elongate, transforming into numerous needles that enveloped Otsutsuki in midair. Otsutsuki yanked out the two kunai embedded in his palms and began to swing them. Once again, he activated the returning heavens. This time, the returning heavens were stained red. Jiraiya's lion's main technique was undoubtedly thwarted. This is troublesome. Jiraiya landed, dropping to one knee. One of his arms was already petrified, hanging limply as if severed. Cease the sage mode. If this continues, you will be beyond saving. As the urgency escalated, Shima quickly issued a warning, and Shinsaku returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. With a sigh, the crimson mark at the corner of Jiraiya's eye began to fade, leaving him on the brink of collapse, nearly toppling over. His trembling legs struggled to uphold his form as he gasped for breath. He had reached his limit, having attempted so many times before. This was his last opportunity, and he seized it. What about that guy? Jiraiya lifted his gaze, spotting the member of the Otsutsuki clan standing there. Initially appearing as a handsome man, he now seemed to be undergoing a dreadful transformation. Blood surging forth, altering his very essence. Crimson patterns emerged, his Byakugan activated, veins bulging, and even his teeth sharpened. This fellow is no longer human, Jiraiya mused, questioning how any human could undergo such a metamorphosis. This is dire. The opponent's aura was escalating, more potent than before, Shinsaku's voice tinged with unease. Understood, given that they possessed virtually no combat capability, while the adversary was evolving, how could they possibly fight back? Hurry and use the reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya, Gamabunta must have retreated far by now. How could it be that quick? Jiraiya retorted, exasperated with Shinsaku and Shima. The journey from Konoha was not a short one. Even if Gamabunta moved swiftly, he wouldn't have arrived yet. Do you wish to perish? Who wishes for death? Jiraiya chuckled softly. However, dying for a student seems rather noble. Surprisingly, to meet my end in such a manner would indeed be a fitting conclusion for someone like me. Jiraiya had no intention of fleeing, a fact not lost on Shinsaku and Shima. Behind them stood Minato and Mikoto. Should he vanish now, there was a real possibility he would be pursued. Jiraiya would not gamble on such a fate. It was a fundamental duty of a teacher. With his hands hanging low, he steadied himself on his still quivering legs, straightening his back like a general prepared to face death. Shinsaku, Shima, I must trouble you to delay Gamabunta a little longer. Truly, don't perish so swiftly. Jiraiya raised his petrified hand. He could also perform hand seals with one hand. The chakra within him was nearly exhausted. Now was the time to say he was out of options. All that remained was this life of little worth. Monkeys! The furious voice of Otsutsuki reverberated through Jiraiya's ears, leaving his head spinning. 80 God's air strike. Earth style, earth flow great wall. Jiraiya struggled as he formed seals with one hand. Sage art, totem wall. Shinsaku and Shima joined in forming seals. Their never-before-used sage art defense manifested. The front was Jiraiya's, while the back was Shinsaku and Shima's. The Otsutsuki's 80 God's air strikes surged toward them. This was the pinnacle of Hyuga's taijutsu, unleashing countless punches in an instant, akin to an array of palms striking simultaneously. The air pressure compressed into an invisible assault aimed directly at Jiraiya. With his hands hanging limply, he appeared weak, as though he were on the verge of death. Dust and debris were swept up around him, taking flight. The unseen attack bore down with terrifying momentum. Ah, truly, for the love of children, take care. You too, for the sake of the children. This oppressive force weighed heavily upon him, the scent of death already permeating the air. Such an assault was insurmountable. Could this truly be taijutsu? It was beyond the realm of human capability. With style, forest creation, the wind brushed against Jiraiya's face as he closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Yet a youthful voice quietly resonated beside him. In the next moment, saplings uprooted from the ground, instantaneously growing into towering trees, lifting Jiraiya high into the air. Bang! Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The 80 God's air strike swept past, obliterating everything in its path. as the young man hoisted Jiraiya and tossed him skyward. The 80 God's air strike narrowly missed him. Bang! Bang! Jiraiya fell, entangled by a small tree that ensnared him. What is this? With style, Jiraiya could scarcely believe that the long-lost bloodline limit had resurfaced. Moreover, he had survived. Turning to look behind him, it appeared as though a beast had passed through, devouring everything in its wake, reducing the surroundings to mere smoke and dust, carried away by the wind. Jiraiya had endured such a formidable attack, with style, for his creation. Once more, sapling sprouted, the pinnacle of the ninja world's bloodline limit re-emerging. Chapter 58. Turning Peril into Safety. Truly, this is quite the predicament. Perverted sage, Tsukumori effortlessly hoisted Jiraiya onto his back, retreating without a second thought. The emergence of these trees served a singular purpose. The rationale was simple. If even a shadow-level Jiraiya could not swiftly vanquish the foe, what chance did Tsukumori have? Despite possessing commendable skills, they were unrefined, merely basic techniques. For instance, the Senju bloodline had awakened, yet unlike other ninjutsu, it lacked immediate familiarity. It required personal practice to master. What is this? Jiraiya questioned, astonished. His own student could wield with style the bloodline limit of the First Hokage, which suggested that Tsukumori might indeed be of the Senju lineage. However, Tsukumori bore the surname Kishi, a rather enigmatic name. Previously, he had stumbled upon a token of the Kishi clan. There was no time to delve deeper. That adversary was closing in. Tsukumori glanced back, undeniably frantic. One could only wonder what Jiraiya had done to provoke such relentless pursuit. Multiple shadow clone technique. Tsukumori released his grip, allowing Jiraiya to cling desperately to him, nearly costing Jiraiya his life in their high-speed escape. Tsukumori was powerless. At present, he lacked the ability to form seals with one hand. The seals for the multiple shadow clone technique were relatively simple, requiring just one, and could be completed in an instant. Otherwise, Jiraiya would surely be flung away. Clouds of smoke erupted around them. This time the number of clones was limited, as Tsukumori had expended considerable chakra previously. Even with the Senju bloodline, one could not replenish chakra at such a rapid pace. I beg of you, Tsukumori darted past the shadow clones. Leave it to us? The shadow clones, each possessing their own consciousness, smiled at Tsukumori. Air palm, fire style, great fireball technique. The shadow clones had little chakra reserves left, leaving them to employ only such techniques. A result of Tsukumori intentionally reducing their numbers. 0.1 fireball would naturally be insufficient. Hence there were multiple fireballs. 0.1 by 1. The shadow clones expended their chakra to conjure fireballs. When they coalesced, they transformed into something beyond a mere rank ninjutsu. The air pressure compressed as the air palm approached, and the fireballs surged forth to meet it in an instant. The fireballs detonated, flames scattering in all directions like a sky full of stars. Yet, the air palm was successfully thwarted at the 8 trigrams air palm. The consciousness of the shadow clones returned to Tsukumori, causing him to experience a moment of disorientation. However, Tsukumori had somewhat acclimated to the sensation of numerous consciousnesses flooding back, and this disorientation quickly dissipated. Observing the opponent's technique, Tsukumori conjectured it must be from the Otsutsuki clan. Only they would employ the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. With each determined step, Tsukumori pressed onward, refusing to halt. The influx of returning consciousnesses left him momentarily dazed. Tsukumori's shadow clones could not effectively hinder the advancing foe. Yet it was to be expected. If the Otsutsuki were so easily obstructed, they would not hold the title of the ultimate antagonist. This is troublesome. Tsukumori sensed the relentless approach, realizing this was no viable strategy. Tsukumori, there is another way. Shinsaku and Shima remained steadfast on Jiraiya's shoulder, and it was Shinsaku who spoke. In a way, Jiraiya instinctively understood the proposed method but deemed it too uncertain. He could not take such risks. What? The moon tree remained indifferent to Jiraiya, directing its inquiry toward Shinzwa. The reverse summoning technique can facilitate our escape to Mayaboka Mountain. However, Minato was still uncertain about their safety. Slowly, Shinzwa spoke, but Jiraiya interjected. How do we utilize it? Without a moment's hesitation, the moon tree responded. Both Shinzwa and Jiraiya were taken aback. never expecting such unwavering confidence from the moon tree. IT can bring others back, correct? Indeed, but a contract with Mayaboka Mountain is necessary. I can forge that contract with you. A mere drop of blood will suffice, so the perverted sage can return alone, right? The moon tree's words were astonishing. Do you comprehend what you are saying? A mere child should not presume to dictate my actions. Jiraiya, naturally reluctant, found himself further questioned by Shinzua. After all this time with the child's mother, it's my first encounter with such a bold young spirit. Time is of the essence. Quickly impart the seal to me. The moon tree cast a glance over its shoulder, and Shinzua understood its implication. No. Shinzua, the child's mother. All right then. Jiraiya found his mouth sealed by Shima, leaving him powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Shinzua articulated the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. The moon tree grasped the concept swiftly and halted its steps. It turned Jiraiya around, initiating its own actions. Seizing control of Jiraiya, it manipulated his body to form the seals while providing the necessary chakra. Aware that one of Shinzua's hands was petrified, he kindly indicated the one-handed seals. The oppressive aura drew nearer, and the moon tree moved with alacrity. Reverse summoning technique. The moon tree transmitted its chakra. Using Jiraiya's hand to strike the ground, a seal began to spread forth. Take care, teacher Jiraiya. The moon tree murmured gently, and Shima released her grip from Jiraiya's mouth, granting him the ability to speak. Yet there was no time for words. That a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Jiraiya's figure vanished, leaving only an unrolled scroll behind. Now, the moon tree stood alone. That moment, Otsutsuki pursued relentlessly, launching a palm strike without warning. Hold on. The moon tree leapt aside and commenced forming seals. Would release, with dragon technique, that a wooden dragon materialized from thin air, coiling behind a moon tree. Sage mode. The corners of the moon tree's eyes reddened, its pupils transforming into a horizontal slant. Like the first Hokage, the moon tree gazed at Otsutsuki. The presence of that woman. Otsutsuki's voice softened. Chakra surged forth, and Otsutsuki's oppressive aura intensified. The still maturing moon tree was no match. Struggling merely to withstand the gaze, it was unfathomable how Jiraiya had endured such pressure. Perhaps he had experienced similar strains on the battlefield. Hey, it's not right to bully a child, is it? A familiar voice rang in the moon tree's ears, instantly alleviating some of the oppressive weight. Following the voice, the moon tree beheld two old acquaintances, Suna and Konoha. These two had been significant obstacles during its last mission, formidable opponents that had bested the moon tree and its companions. This presence, Otsutsuki hesitated to act, choosing instead to pause, allowing the moon tree to breathe a sigh of relief. Are you the guardians of the divine tree? Apologies, but we abandoned that role long ago. Suna replied, while Konoha, known for his brevity, remained silent. Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating his next move. That I advise against acting impulsively. Even if you are of the Otsutsuki clan, your hands are already injured. Konoha finally spoke, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Otsutsuki, exuding no fear. Did you hear that? You're practically a cripple now. It's no wonder we might consider eliminating you, saving us the trouble. Suna unsheathed his ninja blade, his proficiency rivaling that of the legendary White Fang, particularly in chakra conduction, a skill that few could match. Otsutsuki observed the two, then glanced at the moon tree, which still had the wooden dragon coiling beside it. Interesting, young one. This will suffice for today. I find your presence intriguing. Otsutsuki chuckled softly, casting one last look at the moon tree before leaping away. The abrupt turn of events left the moon tree momentarily bewildered. However, the situation remained unchanged. Despite the shift in adversaries, they were still foes, and notably, they were the enemies from before. With Otsutsuki's departure, the moon tree focused its gaze on the two figures before it, who, clad in their familiar attire, were also scrutinizing the moon tree. What is your purpose? After a prolonged silence, the moon tree broke the stillness with its question. Konoha turned away without a word, and Suna, still at his side, replied, You should be grateful for our caprice. And no sooner had he spoken than Konoha departed, followed by Suna. The moon tree remained rooted in place, the wooden dragon still hovering nearby. None could predict whether they would re-emerge. The moon tree could not afford to lower its guard. After a while, it finally comprehended the bewildering turn of events. As chakra dissipated, the wooden dragon disintegrated, and the moon tree sank to the ground. Truth be told, it yearned for a brief slumber, yet it was not the time. Fool! The moon tree struck its own chest a few times, taking a deep breath. Its mind occupied with the image of the red-haired figure. Its body was relatively unharmed. It had merely exhausted a bit more chakra than expected. After a self-assessment, the moon tree resolved to rescue Kushina. As the system's mission loomed before it, justifying its actions, the moon tree shook its limbs and took another step forward. It is not over yet. Chapter 59. The conclusion once upon a time. In a world where only two nations existed, one was known as the Land of Ancestors. Within this land resided a young emperor who, with a small contingent, tirelessly expanded his territory and garnered the adoration of his people. By chance, another nation declared war on the Land of Ancestors. The emperor personally led his soldiers into battle. This marked the beginning of the world's conflicts. In time, the Land of Ancestors emerged victorious, and the young emperor became the first to unify the world. Subsequently, he was a woman said to be a celestial fairy, and he fell in love with her at first sight. After a prolonged pursuit, the emperor finally won the fairy's heart, and together they ascended to the sacred union of marriage beneath the divine tree, a symbol of divinity. The divine tree towered to the heavens, spanning 10 miles. A sacred relic from the fairy's homeland. What do you think? The man before her regarded Kushina, who stood momentarily stunned. She had never heard such a tale before. What are you speaking of? Just sharing a story. The older man continued, while Kushina found herself bound in a corner, surrounded by restraints. After their marriage, the fairy revealed to the emperor that the divine tree was a treasure from her homeland, and that her kin would send individuals to retrieve her, as well as the divine tree itself. Upon hearing this, the emperor resolved to protect his wife and confront the intruders. He harnessed the power of the divine tree to create its guardians, while his wife took on the role of a protector, journeying to the sacred land to master sage techniques and transform into a sage herself. The older man approached Kushina, gazing into her eyes. The subsequent chapters of the tale did not survive the ages. All that is known is that the divine tree vanished, and the world gained a new sage of 6 paths. Some claimed the sage was the emperor, while others believed he was the emperor's descendant, leaving those who knew the story with varied interpretations. And you, little girl, what are your thoughts? The older man stared intently at Kushina, his eyes radiating a fervent light. She averted her gaze, unable to withstand the intensity of his stare, filled with deep longing. Never mind. You likely have never heard this story before. The older man stepped back, adopting an indifferent demeanor. The shell of the 10 tails now lay upon the moon. Only those with the Rinnegan could summon it. The elder spoke to himself, while Kushina listened attentively. The 10 tails was a beast she had never heard of before. In the shinobi world, the existence of a 9-tailed beast was common knowledge. Each tailed beast was considered a strategic weapon, known as a calamity, with the 9 tails being the mightiest among them. However, the 10 tails had always remained an enigma. This posed a grave concern. The Rinnegan was not something everyone could possess, and without profound mastery of the god tree, one would be utterly helpless. The elder raked his fingers through his hair, seemingly troubled. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred. A loud bang resonated, sending dust swirling into the air. In the next moment, the cloud of smoke parted to reveal a majestic wooden dragon, upon which sat a figure. Would release, the realm of trees had descended. Moon Tree leapt down from the wooden dragon, which then charged towards the elder. Oh my. The elder displayed little emotional turmoil. Merely a hint of surprise. Have arrived here was indeed fortuitous. As he spoke, he was struck head-on by the wooden dragon. Moon Tree landed gracefully, channeling chakra into the ground, causing trees to sprout rapidly. Moon Tree, Kushina exclaimed joyfully, witnessing once more the hero she had longed for. Hey! Moon Tree's legs trembled subtly, his chakra and body slightly strained. Yet he concealed this from the girl before him. How have you been? I have arrived. A smile graced Moon Tree's face, filling Kushina's heart with a profound sense of reassurance. Without further ado, he dashed forward, swiftly drawing his Kusanagi sword. With a single slash, the chains binding Kushina's limbs shattered. Quickly, follow me. Moontree was uncertain of the opponent's strength, but was certain it was formidable. There was no chance of confronting them head-on in this scenario. The descent of the realm of trees was intended to restrain the enemy, a plan Moontree had conceived from the very beginning. Kushina nodded and kept pace with him. In truth, Moontree was unfamiliar with this place. He had merely stumbled upon the markings left by the falling sand and stone needles during his search. It was quite peculiar that this adversary had inadvertently aided him in finding this location. Yet, Moontree was disinclined to ponder this further. He had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, and given the urgency of the situation, he could only silently express his gratitude. Perhaps the prior beating had been worth it after all. Moontree raced back the way he had come. Both he and Kushina had become proficient in fundamental skills like climbing trees and wading through water, alleviating concerns about the terrain. Where are we headed? A strange male voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Moontree reacted swiftly, swinging his sword in response. In the blink of an eye, the elder had approached quietly, appearing right beside him. Everyone knew of this man's immense power. Are you also of the Otsutsuki clan? Moontree inquired, brandishing his Kusanagi sword at the floating man. You are aware of the Otsutsuki? The man replied, Indeed, my name is Otsutsuki Yufeng. You are not from the main Otsutsuki clan. Are you? Moontree asked again, as the man's name piqued his curiosity. The Otsutsuki clan was divided into two branches, one being the main branch, associated with Kaguya from the original narrative, and the other being her descendants. Specifically those from a moon and the Sage of Six Paths. The names from the main branch typically followed a certain pattern, and this elder floating before Moontree did not conform to that naming convention. Interesting, you are well informed in this regard. Where did you hear such things? Yufeng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Moontree. Moontree, were you two discussing? Kushina had drawn her kunai, preparing for battle, but the conversation between Moontree and the elder was lost on her. You are rather intriguing, carrying such a strong maternal aura. And one responded to Kushina's remark. Yufeng, however, began to speak. Never mind, the Ten Tails is still above, and the Rinnegan has yet to be located. He had no intention of engaging in combat, and began to retreat. Take her away. She is not needed for now. We must first locate the Rinnegan. Yufeng cast a fleeting glance at the two before continuing his retreat. I apologize, but not just now. You shall not require her in the future, either. Even if you find the Rinnegan. Moontree did not seize this opportunity to escape. Instead, he continued to speak, if to affirm his resolve. Kushina listened intently, her heart racing with a mix of fear and shyness. Ha! Yufeng paid little mind, his figure gradually fading into the distance. If you could truly follow through on your words back then, I would gladly accommodate you. His voice carried on the wind, oblivious to Moontree's declaration. Moontree gazed after the retreating figure, lost in thought. Honestly, what are you thinking? What if he hadn't let us go? Kushina remarked, her smile betraying her underlying excitement. Well, the outcome is favorable. I assent to it. Just a moment of lapse, Moontree shrugged, sheathing his Kusanagi sword. Kushina. Moontree exhaled deeply. Let us return to the village. He affectionately ruffled Kushina's crimson hair. Let us go home. The result was one of relief. And Kushina's expression radiated warmth. Although she remained unaware of the turmoil that had ensued after her abduction, they had finally reached an endpoint, which could be deemed fortunate. Moontree led Kushina outwards. Mission: protect the next Jinchuriki completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The system's electronic voice resonated. Moontree felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Are we safe now? This system complicates what should be a simple task. His legs nearly faltered, almost causing him to collapse, which would have been quite embarrassing in front of Kushina. With a wry smile, he continued onward with the red-haired girl towards the village. The vacation spot had turned into a scene of devastation, and Moontree would not allow Kushina to witness it. Regardless, this time it was truly over. Chapter 60. Return to the village. Moontree. Moontree, we are almost there. Huh. Where to? To the village. Where else? At the entrance of Konoha, 2 small figures, a boy and a girl, were leisurely walking towards them. These two were none other than Kushina and Moontree. Fortuitously, without expending much effort, Moon Tree had rescued Kushina, and the two were now on their way back to the village. Of course, they were not overly familiar with the route, having taken several days, akin to the time spent during their escort mission. Finally here, Moon Tree sighed in resignation. The past few days spent outside with Kushina had been arduous. He had even been compelled to learn how to sleep in trees and remain vigilant in dreams. In addition, he had acquired the skill of foraging for wild game, as sustenance was essential. Thus, Moon Tree had unwittingly become an expert in survival, though it was merely foundational ninja training. Hey! Kushina was filled with excitement. After being outdoors for so long, she could finally return home, her small frame darting ahead to greet the village. Did you hear that sound? The two guards at the entrance exchanged glances before looking outside. A red-haired girl, Kushina, was sprinting towards them. They both gasped, seemingly astonished to see her 1 hour later in the Hokage's office. How did you two return? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the Suki tree and Kushina before him, inquiring with a sense of gravity. Just a few days prior, after Minato and Mikoto had been brought back by Jiraiya's loyal toad, the village of Konoha became immediately aware of the unfolding events. Without hesitation, the Third Hokage commanded a support mission, yet reports from the troops indicated that upon arrival at the resort, they found it utterly deserted. Each household bore witness to rivers of blood. The sight of the homeowners was so ghastly it was almost unbearable to behold. The remnants of battle were evident, with nearly half of the resort reduced to ruins, a testament to the overwhelming scale of the conflict. The troops conducted thorough searches, but not a single survivor was found, nor could they locate any of Minato's companions. Even Jiraiya, the third's own disciple, had vanished without a trace, with the search yielding no results. The support unit had no choice but to return, leaving the entire shinobi world in shock. The hot spring resort had become a scene of tragedy, and nearby resorts began to fall silent. Not only were guests absent, but even the locals started to evacuate, hoping to avoid the impending storm. Who could say whether their own homes would be next? The identity of the assailants remained a mystery. Though Konoha gleaned scattered intelligence from Minato, Hiruzen understood all too well that a formidable force was emerging in the shadows, potent enough to obliterate an entire resort, while his own disciples faced an uncertain fate. Furthermore, Konoha was at a critical juncture with the transition of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, now abducted. This loss was catastrophic, as not just anyone could serve as a Jinchuriki. An unsuitable candidate would be akin to unleashing a tailed beast upon a village, effectively turning the weapon against itself. Just like that, we're back, Suki remarked nonchalantly, devoid of any significant emotion. Hiruzen knew that he could not extract any useful information from her, and Kushina was similarly uninformed, primarily relying on what Suki and Jiraiya had encountered. Minato likely possessed slightly more knowledge than the two women. Observing Suki's demeanor, Hiruzen was about to speak when the door was flung open. "Hey there, are you all right?" "Kushina." The calls came from a young woman and an elderly lady, each seeking a different individual. The door swung wide, and Hiruzen's inquiry was stifled. Entering were familiar figures to Kushina, Tsunade, and Mito. Suki had never met Mito before, but upon seeing her, one could not deny the aura of grace she exuded. Even in her advanced years, vitality radiated from her, unlike the typical frailty of the elderly. "Is there any chance you're going to die soon? If you stop cursing me, I reckon you could live for another 100 years, Tsunade jested, ruffling Suki's hair, which Suki promptly swatted away in exasperation. "I'm fine, really," Suki reassured, glancing at Mito, who seemed to be assessing her well-being with a motherly concern that a lamentable reality unfolded. The once great Uzumaki clan, rich in talent, had dwindled to just a few members. The two remaining were among the rarest of their lineage in the entire shinobi world. "Thank goodness you're all right," Mito smiled, her genuine concern for Kushina evident. "Suki, are you unscathed?" A golden-haired head poked through the doorway. It was Minato. He appeared to have recovered significantly from his injuries, with Mikoto following closely behind. The members of Jiraiya's small squad had gathered once more, though Jiraiya himself was absent. Hiruzen wasted no time in questioning, for Jiraiya was not only his treasured disciple, but also a vital asset to the village. "Rest assured, the pervy sage is fine. The toad sage has arrived." A gust of wind heralded Jiraiya's entrance as he leapt into the room. Suki watched in surprise at how swiftly he had returned. Jiraiya, you're okay? Just as Hiruzen exhaled in relief, he noticed Jiraiya's drooping hand. Although the petrification had been resolved, Jiraiya's hand was still slow to recover. Natural energy was no ordinary matter, but I'm fine. Really, nothing serious, Jiraiya chuckled, try to lighten the mood with the hand that still functioned. The atmosphere grew heavy, prompting Jiraiya to attempt a smile. Perfect time for a vacation. I've been waiting ages for this, that you'll pay for this later, Suki retorted playfully, easing the tension between them. This was a matter known only to the two of them, while the others remained oblivious. Old man, let them head back. They've been through enough and need rest. I'll handle whatever needs discussing with you. Jiraiya and Suki exchanged glances before turning to Hiruzen. Very well. Hiruzen consented as Suki and the others filed out of the office, leaving just Jiraiya and Hiruzen behind. Jiraiya, come over later. I'll check on you, Tsunade sighed, not turning back as she addressed him. Jiraiya eagerly affirmed, and as the office door closed, the conversations within faded from earshot. The ensuing time belonged to the group. To everyone as surprise, Tsunade suggested they all go out for barbecue, using the excuse of gathering together. Naturally, Mito, being Tsunade's grandmother, would not object to dining with her granddaughter. Tsunade, you've changed, Mito remarked, engaging Tsunade in conversation. Tsunade's grandmother. Mito was deeply invested in her granddaughter's well-being, especially after the hardships Tsunade had endured. Witnessing Tsunade's newfound brightness brought Mito joy. Even as she noted her granddaughter seemed to have relaxed considerably, though that was of little consequence. Thank you, Grandma, Tsunade acknowledged, sensing Mito's concern. You really resemble Rope Tree, Mito observed, glancing at Suki, who was reluctantly enduring the attention. Just a bit lazy, she added, prompting Tsunade to chuckle heartily. This comment resonated deeply with Tsunade. Suki, catching wind of their conversation, raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying sentiments. Perhaps something had been said about her. Surprisingly, she had a knack for such intuitions. Though she remained indifferent, the gathering concluded swiftly, lacking any significant events. After the barbecue, everyone returned to their respective homes. Suki and Tsunade headed toward the Senja residence, while Mito and Kushina stayed elsewhere, not residing in the Senja household. Suki pondered whether Shizen was preparing dinner, feeling a twinge of sympathy at the thought of entering only to declare she had already eaten. How cruel that would be, Suki mused, shaking her head. Before long, they arrived at the Senja home. Upon entering, they found a meal already prepared. With Shizen seated at the table to their surprise, she was not alone. A figure with long white hair was voraciously devouring food with one hand. It was Jiraiya, who had arrived even before Suki and Tsunade. You're back, Jiraiya exclaimed, mouth full as he welcomed them. Lord Jiraiya, all right? Shizen inquired, while Suki yawned and settled into their usual routine. Who knows? Probably fine, Suki replied, reclining in a hammock while Shizen commenced her daily regimen of medical ninjutsu training, though her heart wasn't fully in it. Earlier, as she prepared the meal, Jiraiya had shown up, initially irked upon learning that Tsunade and Suki were dining out. But his annoyance dissipated with the growl of his stomach. Seeing Jiraiya eat with one hand, while he appeared unfazed, still made Shizen's nurturing instinct stir with concern. Trust in your master. After all, she is the best medical ninja in the shinobi world. She, the moonlit tree, cast a fleeting glance at Shizen. This girl had been appearing rather distracted since earlier, which was truly bothersome. It is indeed true that Lady Tsunade must possess a solution. Moonlit Tree's words seemed to have a slight effect, as Shizen's expression softened, alleviating much of her worry. After a considerable amount of time, Tsunade and Jiraiya concluded their medical procedures. Lady Tsunade, how is it? Shizen swiftly approached with her inquiry. However, Jiraiya's arm hung limply, causing Shizen's countenance to dim considerably. This fool only knows how to cause chaos. The encroachment of natural energy is beyond remedied. I've already treated most of his injuries, and now it is up to this imbecile to disperse the natural energy himself. Natural energy? Shizen clearly struggled to comprehend the term. Yet she absorbed Tsunade's words. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, using the only hand he could move, affectionately ruffled Shizen's hair. Are you the niece of Dan? Quite adorable, Jiraiya chuckled, only to receive a swift punch from Tsunade on the head. "Thank you," Shizen replied with remarkable composure, catching both Tsunade and the oblivious Jiraiya off guard. After all, Shizen's only family was Dan Kato. Discussing this individual was not merely a scar for Tsunade, but also a wound for Shizen. Strangely enough, when Jiraiya mentioned this name, not only did Shizen seem less sorrowful, but Tsunade too appeared to carry less of a burden. Perhaps there was a hint of resignation, but it was no longer a pain that rendered their hearts agonized at the mere mention. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. It is Lady Tsunade who truly cares. I know you took me on as a disciple." Because of Uncle Dan, Shizen's laughter was refreshingly bright, catching both of them by surprise. Tsunade smiled and affectionately patted Shizen's head, leaning her face closer. "That was indeed the case, but now I genuinely wish to take you on as my apprentice." Jiraiya smiled at the scene unfolding before him. Everything began to improve. The past sorrows gradually faded away. Jiraiya cast another glance at the slumbering moonlit tree. Only he understood the significance of that gaze. "Ouch! That hurts. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still foolish and at fault." "Huh, that's utterly unreasonable. You simply wish to hit me, don't you?" "As long as you know." Jiraiya cradled his steaming head, looking pitifully at Tsunade, who stood with her fists clenched. What followed was a series of chaotic blows from Tsunade. She exhaled in satisfaction, while Shizen looked on helplessly, and Jiraiya found himself sprawled on the ground. As an injured party, he had endured a thorough beating, yet Tsunade had managed it well. It was merely painful. With no significant injuries that the finest medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade undoubtedly possessed such prowess. Meanwhile, at Mito's residence, located near the Hokage's office, Mito, the wife of the First Hokage, still held considerable prestige. Even now, her influence in the village surpassed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that boy named Moonlit Tree. Mito began, as she held hand with the person beside her. As expected, her words caught Kushina off guard, causing her to become flustered immediately. "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Kushina had not anticipated Mito to broach such a subject, and she promptly began to protest. In that moment, Kushina appeared exceedingly endearing, resembling an ordinary girl, devoid of her usual fiery demeanor. "Ha ha ha." Mito chuckled, finding this side of Kushina rare and delightful, a stark contrast that was undeniably charming, especially as Kushina's round face flushed with color. "What are you laughing at?" "Grandma?" Kushina huffed, somewhat annoyed that Mito's laughter subsided, replaced by a gentle smile. "Oh dear, I am merely feeling a bit happy." "Grandma's happy because she has someone to accompany her." "Grandma." Kushina's eyes welled up with tears in an instant. She understood Mito's meaning. The next host of the Nine Tails. The transition of hosts symbolized the end of one life. Mito, who had accompanied her, had now reached this poignant moment. Kushina enveloped Mito in a warm embrace, burying her head in her grandmother's bosom. "Oh dear," Mito softly murmured, stroking Kushina's crimson hair. The strands flowed through her fingers like water. This sensation was Mito's favorite. "What a beautiful head of hair you have. Has that boy ever told you how lovely it is?" A muffled, tearful sound emerged from Kushina's embrace, prompting Mito to caress her hair with increasing tenderness. She was acutely aware that her time was limited. As a host, Mito was particularly sensitive to such changes. That's so. How wonderful. Kushina's red hair is indeed the most beautiful in the world. It's my favorite. Mito recalled how Kushina had once confided in her about school when she first arrived in Konoha, never anticipating that Kushina would earn such a reputation there. "Kushina," Mito gently called, but Kushina did not respond. "We are hosts, containers for tailed beasts," harsh as that may sound. Mito continued, feeling Kushina tremble slightly in her embrace. Fortunately, they had nearly arrived home, and being near the Hokage's office, a significant area in the village, meant they were mostly unobserved. Otherwise, they would surely attract attention. "People love to call us containers. Even when I was young. They referred to me as such." Mito reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. "Back then, I was just like you, quite reluctant to accept it. That I even confronted those who spoke ill of me, just as you would." Mito's tone held a playful quality, and for the first time, Kushina witnessed such a demeanor from her grandmother. "I, too, was like you when I was younger. It brings back fond memories, even after all these years." Kushina lifted her head, no longer hiding in Mito's embrace. You know, someone once told me that my red hair was beautiful. That person was so foolish, utterly unaware, and delightfully innocent. I ended up hitting him out of frustration, only to realize he was unexpectedly weak. I could see that moment. I thought little of it. Yet, I had no idea that he was merely trying to impress me. Back then, my grandmother was still amidst the chaos of war. And there was no Konoha. That person was already the young clan leader of the Senju clan. Impressive, right? A close relative of our Uzumaki clan. Thought Mito's eyes sparkled with infinite affection, as if, in that moment, she had regained her youth, her aging form gradually transforming back into that of a teenage girl, radiating brilliance. Grandfather? Kushina sniffled, her eyes reddening. Yes, indeed, your grandfather, he was an incredibly foolish man. When others commented on my hair, he would secretly take on those I couldn't defeat. Truly, he was exceedingly foolish. Mito gently ruffled Kushina's hair, bending down to "We are hosts" containers. Yet your grandfather filled that container with love. Silly and innocent, he left all the troublesome matters to his younger brother. Yet he poured all his affection into one container. Therefore, even if we are merely containers, as long as they are filled with love, that is enough. Mito pressed her forehead against Kushina's. Can you feel it? I share my love with you. Kushina sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears. Kushina, stop crying. I'm not. Mito took hold of Kushina's small, delicate hand with her own aged, wrinkled one, akin to grasping her own past. Together, they entered their home, one old and one young, sharing smiles. Time transcended countless years, flowing like water to the sea and drifting back to the mountaintop. The figures from memory once again unveiled their smiles. Your hair is truly beautiful, in a world ravaged by war. A simple phrase traversed the river of time, sailing on a paper boat to the hearts of the next generation. Chapter 62. In the Shadows. Kurizetsu, what is the meaning of this? In the shadowy depths of the underground, a solitary figure sits in quietude. His flowing white hair cascades behind him, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Anyone who has lived a considerable time would recognize the man before them, one of the twin stars of the Warring States period. Standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world alongside the original Hokage, the god of ninjas, that he is Uchiha Madara, the highest combatant of the Uchiha clan. To this moment, he is nearing the end of his life. Appearing frail, yet behind this fragile exterior lies an undeniable strength. This is Uchiha Madara, one of the supreme forces of the shinobi realm. Why are some seeking the Rinnegan? Who are those members of the Otsutsuki clan? Madara squints his Rinnegan at the figure cloaked in darkness before him. Kagai's manifestation, Black Zetsu, has suddenly found him and revealed the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi, a revelation that undoubtedly aligns with Madara's desires. Having suffered the agonies of war, witnessing his brothers perish before his very eyes, he harbors a deeper hatred for conflict than most. Compared to Senju Hashirama, Madara's ideology is far more radical and extreme. Yet, without question, Madara despises war and yearns for peace. The infinite Tsukuyomi could fulfill that wish to, in a world crafted from illusion, humanity would be incapable of waging war. Thus, Madara commenced his plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Though the time for its execution has yet to arrive, the Otsutsuki are custodians of the Ten Tails, guarding its seal for generations unnumbered. Black Zetsu speaks with an unsettling calmness, having orchestrated a millennium-long deception. Finally finding in Madara the reincarnation of Indra and a worthy ally, he would not allow this plan to be thwarted so easily. Madara is his king, a piece that must not be discarded. The guardians of the Ten Tails. Madara gazes at Black Zetsu, seemingly attempting to discern something. But alas, Black Zetsu remains shrouded in darkness, exhibiting only a humanoid form, his voice perpetually calm and unperturbed. Very well, it matters not. All are merely stepping stones on my path. I shall personally create a world of peace. Just wait, Hashirama. With an air of arrogance, Madara dismisses these beings as inconsequential, though he cannot manifest in the present. The pride belonging to Uchiha Madara has never waned. The vista beheld by one who has stood at the summit is ineffable. A lion, though aged, remains the king of beasts. I look forward to the success of your plan. Let us usher in a world of peace devoid of strife and sorrow. Black Zetsu states calmly, seemingly accentuating Madara's resolve. Unperturbed, Madara, as Uchiha Madara, acknowledges that reverence is his due. The echoes of their voices linger briefly before gradually fading into silence. In this darkened recess, where even light dares not penetrate, the two figures dissolve into the shadows. In the depths of the shinobi world, there exist individuals who strive to illuminate the darkness. How dreadfully tedious. Uzumaki Kushina sprawls on the tatami mat, with a figure resembling a moon tree beside her. This is the Senju residence, and a quick glance reveals that all 4 members of Jiraiya's team are present. It is the height of summer, and having returned to the village after a long time, Suki is inclined to leisurely enjoy the breeze, indifferent to the various trivial matters around her. How absurd. The first and second missions were so arduous. Having miraculously survived, Konoha has finally come to its senses and granted a well-deserved break. Naturally, Suki intends to make the most of her holiday, indulging in food and rest at home. Yet, Suki's thoughts are soon disrupted, for fate delights in playing tricks on her. "Suki, we've come to play." The voice of Namikaze Minato echoes into the room. Suki initially assumes it is a casual visit for cooking or training. But the underlying menace in his tone is unmistakable. Suki pretends not to be home. At this moment, feigning death is her only means of survival. "What are you playing at? There's nothing entertaining here." Is there? This encapsulates Suki's true sentiments. With such significant events transpiring, she is deeply curious about their minds. What could possibly be so pressing that they cannot simply rest and allow her fragile spirit a moment of respite? However, she cannot evade them. After all, Minato is the designated chef of the Senju household. Although he ranks lowest in culinary skills among the trio, he is steadily improving and may soon surpass Shizen. As the official cook, Minato possesses the keys to the Senju residence, a privilege Suki had willingly bestowed upon him when she first invited him. For this, Suki muses that perhaps a conversation with her past self is in order. "Ah, found you." "I knew it." The golden-haired figure steps into the room, observing Suki lounging on the hammock with an amused expression. Having been friends for so long, Minato is well acquainted with Suki's habits. Aside from Tsunade and Shizen, who have accompanied her the longest, the golden-haired boy before her ranks next, followed by Kushina. "Still sleeping, are we?" "Honestly, you could at least be wary of sleeping too long," the red-haired Kushina chimes in. Trailing behind Minato, alongside Mikoto, who carries a more formal demeanor, perhaps a result of Uchiha upbringing. Well, what a rare sight. Everyone is gathered here. I guess there's some grand event unfolding. Suki glances over, inquiring. "Not at all. We merely came to seek your company." Minato replies, to which Suki scoffs. "What is there to entertain us? This era lacks cultural activities that, if only we had Boruto's time with its gaming consoles." "What are you talking about?" Minato queries. "Nothing, just expressing my gratitude for the current situation." Suki retorts, as the 3 settle down. Suki retreats to the living room, only to resume her previous position of repose. "Enough of this. Let us go shopping. It's the perfect time with everyone here," Minato suggests, expertly producing snacks as they all take their seats. Kushina eagerly proposes ideas, her excitement palpable, yet Suki swiftly interjects opposed. "It's a hassle." No sooner had her protest escaped her lips than Suki's voice rang out in opposition. Kushina's eyes widen, fixating on Suki in disbelief. "Your glare won't sway me. It's a rare moment to relax. Let us return home. My bed misses me dearly." "Not a chance. Being like you is akin to death itself." That is hardly an exaggeration. Absolutely. The two engage in their usual banter, while Minato and Mikoto nod in agreement with Kushina's sentiments that "I might just cry." Suki quips, her tone devoid of any genuine sorrow. "Ah," Suki sighs, observing the sulking Kushina. "All right, do you agree to go out?" All 3 fix their gazes on Suki. "Were you all pondering?" Suki mumbles as a member of the homebody faction, determined to uphold her commitment to staying in. She intends to add a sprinkle of zest to this entertainment-deprived era. "Allow me to show you the wonders of playing cards," she declares. Playing cards? The term, unfamiliar to her companions, elicits confusion. 15 minutes later. Suki triumphantly announces, "Behold, As a ninja with chakra at my disposal and a modern mind, I have crafted a deck of cards. The sturdy cardboard playing cards feel remarkably satisfying to the touch. How nostalgic, Suki muses as waves of sentiment wash over her, while the others gaze on with curiosity. Suki then proceeds to elucidate her rules. The first game is simple, commonly known as 13 cards. The number of players is just right for neither too many nor too few. Thus, the inaugural game of playing cards in a shinobi world begins. Point 7. 1 card. Point 2. Big. Point 3. 1 card. Suki executes an impressive maneuver, leaving her increasingly familiar companions bewildered. Brother for twos. You may play as you wish. Ah, so they were all with you. No wonder I had none. Is this sheer luck? Suki laughs heartily, as her companions remain oblivious to the concept of bluffing. This wisdom hails from another realm. Perhaps next time we should deal the cards ourselves. One of them suggests. The serene beauty beside them suddenly spoke, causing Tsukiki's laughter to abruptly cease. Upon hearing Makoto's words, both Minato and Kushina realized something. How could one person's luck consistently be so exceptional? You must be cheating. What nonsense are you spouting? The affairs of scholars cannot be deemed as cheating, but you do not study that. Therein lies your misunderstanding. The voices of Tsukiki and Kushina echoed above the Senju residence. And from that moment on, Tsukiki's extraordinary luck began to wane. Chapter 63. The Chunin Exam. Hokage-sama. It is nearly time. Within the Hokage's office, a throng of ninjas had gathered. Had Tsukiki and the others been present, they would have noticed a familiar face among them. Their instructor from the Ninja Academy, the one known as Danzo, albeit with a rather subdued presence. Is it truly that time already? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced outside, observing the village in a state of peace and stability, and he could not help but sigh in awe. Such tranquility. This is all thanks to the Hokage and the valiant martyrs who fought for Konoha. The will of fire shall never falter. The flame shall continue to burn brightly. Hiruzen's voice gradually lowered as he turned to the assembled crowd. Indeed, it is time, though this occasion allows for an exception. We cannot hinder the emergence of talent. His gaze was resolute, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Understood, I shall notify the others. Very well, you may leave now. Once arrangements were made, Hiruzen began to dismiss his guests, hoping that no ill fate would befall them. Hiruzen's eyes fell upon the 2 mission reports on his desk, both tasks undertaken by Jiraiya's team. The Chunin Exam? Minato exclaimed with delight. In these peaceful times, Konoha would typically refrain from allowing children to graduate prematurely, preferring to nurture their potential. However, this Chunin Exam was reminiscent of wartime, permitting younger participants to compete. So, we might become Chunin. It seems so. Both Kushina and Makoto responded with excitement, regardless of who it was. The innate desire to ascend was a fundamental human instinct. Yet, there would inevitably be those who stood apart. How troublesome. Jiraiya had gathered the 4 of them early in the morning, and Tsukiki had initially thought they were embarking on another perilous mission, only to discover they were here to relay such news. Tsukiki was indifferent to the notion of becoming a Chunin. He harbored no aspirations to impress the Hokage, content merely to remain a genin. Little did he know, 2 genin would eventually surpass every ninja in the world. As the saying goes, one might dare to challenge a Kage, but should one encounter a genin from Konoha, it would be wise to draft a will beforehand. A testament to the formidable prowess of genin. Can I opt out? Tsukiki quietly raised his hand, immediately drawing the attention of 4 gazes. Sigh. Tsukiki exhaled, knowing the inevitable outcome. His earlier hope was but a fleeting fancy. Had he been able to, he would have refrained from participating in the previous 2 missions, likely leading to Jiraiya's team meeting an unfortunate end. Truth be told, Tsukiki felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. He had only followed the system's directives, yet each mission grew increasingly exhilarating. The system was undeniably conspiring against him. All right, since everyone is in agreement, I shall enroll you. But remember, we are a unique 4-person team, and there may be additional conditions during the team battles. However, given your abilities, I have no doubt you will manage. Jiraiya, with one hand still incapacitated, raised a thumb with the other. Fear not. I can take down foes with a single punch. Then I shall handle the support. Tsukiki observed the 3 before him, already caught up in their excitement, utterly disregarding his words. What about my thoughts and opinions? Tsukiki murmured, only to sigh in resignation. He had grown accustomed to it. Having unwittingly boarded this pirate vessel, the Chunin exam seemed unavoidable, but a sense of unease lingered within him. His instincts warned him that matters would not unfold simply. With the gathering of nearly all the prominent figures of this era, it was clear that the tides of fate were leaning in his direction. Why are these individuals deemed significant? The answer was simple. They possessed extraordinary stories that it was precisely their remarkable experiences that rendered them prominent. And those destined to be central figures would inevitably arrive. The world's corrective forces remained, albeit merely conceptual in nature. Very well, I shall use this time to hone my skills and strive to become a Chunin. All right, Tsukiki's weary voice was completely overshadowed by the enthusiasm of the three. So, why must you all train at my home? Tsukiki lay on a hammock, bewildered as he gazed at the trio in the yard. Because it's spacious, because it's convenient, because Kushina brought me here. Huh. What kind of ridiculous reasons are these? Am I not allowed to enjoy a proper sleep? Tsukiki retorted, already exasperated as the scene unfolded. He had risen early, hoping to enjoy a leisurely breakfast while basking in the sun's warmth and perhaps indulging in a nap. Such bliss! Yet upon entering the living room, he discovered a bustling atmosphere. Not only were Tsunade, Shizen, and Minato present, but two others were also having breakfast. Aside from Mikoto, who appeared somewhat reserved, the rest seemed completely at ease, as if it were their own home. Ah, why must I be tormented again? Tsukiki's voice reverberated atop the Senju residence. From this moment forth, the tranquil daily life of Megami Tsukiki would be irreparably shattered. The warmth of sunlight would be replaced by the relentless training of the trio. Alongside one unwilling participant, he felt utterly devoid of hope, mechanically going through the motions. All he wished to convey was this. The true terror lies within the ranks of genin. Forsake the delusions of aspiring to become a Chunin. Let me return home to enjoy my peaceful existence. Typically, Tsukiki's thoughts would be disrupted by a certain red-haired girl. The moniker Blood Red Pepper truly lived up to its name, for Tsukiki's forced involvement stemmed from her formidable reputation. What splendid weather, indeed. Observing the vibrant youth around him, Tsukiki felt the weight of age upon his shoulders. Bang! Who is old? Jiraiya raised his functional hand, steam wafting from his head. My apologies. We are all quite youthful. Speak properly, Tsunade replied, taking a sip of tea, her voice softening dramatically, a stark contrast to her earlier fervor. As the sunlight continued to shine, the hammock beneath the tree lay empty, amidst the sweat of youth. Jiraiya's team commenced their journey anew. Fate relishes in testing those who embark on their paths, ultimately imparting the essence of life. The Rinnegan, I have found it. A being from the moon smiled gently. Their eyes, pure and white, gazing upon the world. Even the divine eyes could not evade the scrutiny of those all-seeing orbs, for within those transparent eyes lay the clarity of the path ahead. Chapter 64. The first stage of the Ninja Academy. The venue for the written portion of the Chunin exam. Ninjas from various villages had congregated as so many people. Kushina looked around, her eyes darting from side to side. It seemed that her gaze had caught the attention of others, who returned her look with fierce, hostile stares. What are you staring at? Kushina, ever the defiant one, retorted without hesitation, her fierce spirit igniting like tea that moment. Jiraiya reached out to restrain her. Now, the war has only just concluded a few years ago. There remains a rift between the villages. Let us focus on our own affairs. Jiraiya elucidated the reasons behind the situation. And Kushina ceased her protests. The sole survivor from the land of whirlpools, she had endured horrors comparable to the ravages of war and understood the depth of such pain, a burden that truly never dissipates throughout one's lifetime. As Jiraiya accompanied the four of them, conversation was sparse, with the others around them huddled together in silence. They found a vacant spot and gathered there, awaiting the commencement of the written examination, which had yet to begin. All right, focus on your exams. Regardless of the circumstances, as your teacher, I have utmost faith in your abilities, Jiraiya encouraged. Moreover, although I cannot fathom why you have been permitted to participate in this Chunin exam, we shall seize this opportunity and press forward with determination. His words invigorated the three, excluding Tsukiki, who cast her gaze elsewhere. In a rather secluded corner, a few frail individuals had congregated, among them a few who stood out, one with red hair, another with brown, and a girl with purple hair. The first two were boys, while the latter was a girl. They were slightly taller than Tsukiki, each adorned with a forehead protector that she recognized all too well. It was the very same protector she encountered upon her arrival in this world. The Rain Ninja forehead protector. Echo her astonishment. These three were none other than Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Jiraiya's voice broke the silence, prompting Tsukiki to glance at him. Do you recognize them? Though Tsukiki was well aware of their identities, she refrained from engaging with them at that moment, thus had no reason to acknowledge their acquaintance. Those three are mere children of the rain, orphans of war. Jiraiya's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Tsukiki remained silent. "It's in your hands now," Jiraiya's voice gently echoed. Tsukiki did not respond. That old man. The third Hokage is not one to be underestimated. Commencing the Chunin exam at this juncture is indeed perilous. The aftermath of the war lingers, and this exam may not unfold peacefully. Therefore, I entrust them to you. Jiraiya's tone grew serious, a rarity for him. What a vexing situation to have such a serious teacher. Tsukiki sighed. "I am aware, even without your prompting. After all, we are a team." Indeed, Jiraiya smiled knowingly. Both remained oblivious to Minato, who was observing them from a distance. "I shall take my leave now. Do your best in the exam," Jiraiya declared as he began to depart. In the corner, Nagato and his companions also took note of his presence, their gazes shifting toward him. Nagato's Rinnegan stood out prominently, and had they not been in the shadows, they would have likely attracted considerable attention, though they were already drawing some now. Mission triggered. Survive the Chunin exam, including any member of the team. Reward: 2 lottery draws upon completion. Mission triggered. Protect the Rinnegan. Reward: 1 lottery draw upon completion. Mission triggered. Safeguard the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Reward: 1 lottery draw upon completion. Ding, ding, ding. The Chunin exam commenced, and the candidates entered the examination hall to begin the first phase of testing. Tsukiki was utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of the system's electronic notifications, which continued for a while before announcing the start of the exam. Tsukiki felt dazed. Moments ago, they had been exchanging pleasantries, and now the reality of the situation hit her like a slap to the face. The mere presence of the first task, survival, was enough to drive one to madness. Moreover, it included the entire team, suggesting a high likelihood of total annihilation. "What are you doing, Tsukiki?" "We're leaving," Minato's voice broke through her stupor, and she remained in a daze, even unaware of when she had been seated at her desk in the exam hall. It felt as though she had been condemned to death. What should she do? The system had dropped a bombshell, and she was left in a state of panic, anxiously awaiting guidance. As the bell rang once more, the written portion of the first phase officially commenced. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room, akin to a dark cloud looming overhead, making it difficult to breathe. Cough, cough. "Everyone, please put down your pens. The written portion is nearing its end. There remains one final question for you to answer." The proctor, a ninja with a face marred by numerous scars, exuded an intimidating aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, despite the trope that such characters often meet their demise swiftly in anime. "Wait, what does scoring entail?" a candidate queried. However, none answered him. Only the cold, mechanical voice of the proctor responded. With a single command, confusion spread among the candidates. There was no question, no explanation, merely the announcement of a final question, which commenced abruptly, leaving them bewildered. "Hey!" a disgruntled candidate shouted, only to be met with a piercing glare from the proctor, who swiftly silenced him with a mere look. One could hardly deny the proctor's formidable presence. That single glare quelled the discontented individual. 4 minutes remaining. The proctor stated calmly, words escaping his lips slowly. Time passed stealthily, and the tension in the examination hall escalated, particularly as communication was prohibited, leaving only the test paper and their restless hearts. "Damn it, those accursed leaf ninjas are playing games with us," murmured a voice from the surroundings. Tsukiki glanced over, recognizing the forehead protector of the Cloud Village adorning the speaker's head, and oh wonder, he was an irritable fellow. A small smirk crept onto Tsukiki's lips, albeit discreetly, lest she attract unwanted attention. 3 minutes left. The proctor continued. Moreover, if you fail to pass the final question, his gaze swept across the room, revealing a smile that appeared to carry sinister undertones, reminiscent of a torturer reveling in their victim's plight. Tsukiki mused, nodding in acknowledgement of her own thoughts. Yet, the others were far from as composed. Emotions surged, and their movements became increasingly agitated. The grip on their pens tightened, with some even snapping their writing instruments in frustration. The proctor remained unfazed, continuing to remind everyone, 2 minutes remaining. What is that final question? Someone shouted, unable to contain their frustration, slamming their fists against the table. You there, disqualified. Take him away. The proctor showed no interest in the commotion, simply commanding those standing at the door to apprehend the rowdy individuals. Consequently, the atmosphere grew heavier with anxiety among the crowd. Yushu surveyed his surroundings, utterly unfazed. Based on the original narrative, Konoha had a penchant for orchestrating chaos. The more one relaxed, the less one had to worry. Just look at Naruto, a true underachiever and fool, who managed to stumble his way through. Konoha was notorious for providing shortcuts for the foolish. Before him lay a blank slate, yet he remained undisturbed, although he had felt a slight twinge of anxiety prior to the so-called final question. He ultimately considered himself indifferent to the outcome of the Chunin exams. It was the notion of failing the written test that gnawed at him. It simply seemed improper for his reputation, a blemish on his record, and, most importantly, there were the tasks assigned by the system. The Chunin exams were evidently fraught with significant events, and should he lose connection with them, the real turmoil might lead to widespread tragedy. Moreover, while he was loath to admit it, Yushu was not one to feign confidence while feeling otherwise. A glance around revealed that the majority were visibly anxious. The members of Jiraiya's team were scattered about, sharing a common trait. They rarely displayed their emotions openly. Take Minato Namikaze, for instance. Despite facing numerous setbacks, he never succumbed to despair, but instead pressed onward. Frankly, had it not been for the Nine-Tails incident that led to his untimely demise, the protagonist of the Hokage saga might very well have been him rather than his son. When it came to being a Jinchuriki, it was clear that Minato could have filled that role as well, possessing a commendable temperament and renowned talent. One could hardly deny that Minato was the archetypal hero, not to mention he was quite handsome. Yushu observed Minato for a moment and sighed. Fate seems to conspire against the gifted. Reflecting on Minato's future, Yushu couldn't help but lament. However, this time was different. With Yushu present, he would not allow Minato to fall victim to the demands of the storyline. He then glanced at Mikoto and Kushina. Though merely young women, they exhibited ample fortitude. Kushina, soon to be a Jinchuriki, and Mikoto, hailing from the Uchiha clan, both demonstrated remarkable strength of character through their previous interactions. Yushu's gaze lingered on Kushina a moment longer. The system's tasks prominently featured her, clearly designating her as a focal point. Since arriving here, the tasks linked to Kushina had outnumbered those concerning anyone else. Yushu was momentarily taken aback. Kushina, you truly are the engine of this narrative. All significant events seem to revolve around Yushu. With numerous tasks assigned by the system concerning Kushina, he surmised that in this era, Kushina might very well be the true protagonist, with Minato merely playing a supporting role. What a revelation! It appeared that for generations, the Uzumaki clan had been at the heart of the Hokage saga. At this moment, Kushina, followed by Naruto in due time, and eventually Boruto, all seemed capable of causing quite the stir. It was no wonder Kishimoto would plot the downfall of the land of whirlpools. Given the chaos these individuals could unleash, lost in his musings, Yushu entertained himself with these thoughts and jokes. Meanwhile, the proctor issued the final ultimatum, 1 minute remaining. Upon hearing this, some could no longer contain themselves. The boisterous contingent from the Cloud Village abruptly stood, slamming their hands on the table. These individuals were remarkably coordinated, with a plan in action. The trio rose in unison, hand signs already formed beneath the table. Lightning release, lightning strike. The three leapt forward, charging straight at the proctor. It was evident that this was a premeditated assault, yet the proctor displayed no sign of panic. With a resounding crash, the proctor executed a body flicker technique. Vanishing from his original position just as the Cloud trio obliterated the podium, an eerie silence enveloped the examination room, punctuated only by the sound of splintering wood falling to the ground. Ninjutsu, binding technique. In another flash, the proctor re-emerged above the trio, displaying remarkable audacity. With one hand on the head of two of the assailants, he addressed the third with a measured tone. Ultimately, they were merely genin. At best of Chunin caliber, these candidates stood little chance against the proctor. The disparity in power levels among ninja was substantial, especially as one ascended the ranks, and elite Jonin was recognized as a top-tier combatant. With the majority of their subordinates being Chunin, many of whom remained trapped at that level throughout their lives, the gulf between Chunin and Jonin was all too apparent. The proctor then inquired, "What prompted such a sudden change in demeanor? An attempt to attack me, perhaps?" His voice was soft yet dripped with a chilling undertone, sending shivers down spines. The candidates remained silent, captivated by the unfolding events. The so-called final question had neither a prompt nor a prescribed method. It was merely a prompt for them to arrive at their own conclusions. Thus, they resolved to confront him, perhaps believing that defeating him was the essence of the final challenge. There was no fear among the Cloud ninjas. They were reckless yet undeniably bold. Haha! The proctor sensed subtle movement from the heads he held, indicating that the individual before him was indeed contemplating such a course of action. It was commendable, as they possessed the initiative and courage to attempt something audacious. The proctor regarded the trio with intrigue, while only he knew his true thoughts. Perhaps the Cloud trio had indeed surmised the nature of the final question. Others began to stir, prompted by this realization, as they too considered the prospect of rising up en masse. Regrettably for them, they had miscalculated. The proctor understood that should this throng of candidates truly advance, he might struggle to fend them off, no matter his skill. Even the most adept could fall prey to overwhelming numbers, although that principle applied only where the disparity in strength was not akin to that of man versus ant. Who knows if you speak the truth? The atmosphere began to shift once more as yet another individual surged forward. What is a ninja? They are cunning, merciless, and unscrupulous. Ninjas do not adhere to the code of the samurai, and deceit is a commonplace tactic among them. Yushu turned his gaze to the speaker and couldn't help but smile. This individual was familiar to him, someone he had just seen. Yahiko, the spirited leader of the future Akatsuki trio, also possessing a touch of the protagonist's essence. He wondered if Obito had already begun his schemes, planning for Nagato's Rinnegan and successfully manipulating him into becoming a pawn of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, Yahiko was still alive for now, so perhaps that had yet to transpire. Without dwelling on Yushu's chaotic thoughts, Yahiko's words reignited the previously subdued crowd, as nobody wished to fail. It was human nature to strive for advancement. And individuals like Yushu were rare within the Naruto universe. The atmosphere in the examination room grew increasingly charged, with Jiraiya's team glancing toward Yushu, seemingly seeking his guidance on whether to join the fray. Should the final question indeed be as Yahiko suggested, they would need to act alongside the others, lest they squander their chances in the exam. Yushu understood their intentions. He first surveyed the surroundings, then regarded the proctor, and finally shook his head at the trio present. He discerned nothing amiss, and he did not believe the so-called final question would align with the interpretation offered by the Cloud ninjas. Time's up. The candidates sprang into action. Yet the proctor remained calm to everyone's astonishment. He declared the conclusion of the time limit at that very moment. With a resounding crash, a nearby window shattered, shards of glass raining down as the sound of cold steel slicing through the air echoed ominously. Incredibly, Yushu found himself equally astonished. The kunai and shuriken had indeed struck the candidates, blood erupting from their wounds. The cries of anguish that filled the air were all too real. This inexplicable assault was undeniably genuine. Damn it, is Konoha trying to instigate the third great ninja war? Before the echoes of the voice had faded, shadowy figures darted in, their faces obscured and stern. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched an assault on the candidates. However, the participants, being trained ninjas, some already at the level of Chunin, were far from oblivious. Although their reactions were not instantaneous, each individual braced themselves for the unexpected turn of events. Yet, not everyone was prepared. The bewildering situation left many candidates, already burdened with anxiety, momentarily paralyzed, resulting in a few being swiftly eliminated. Kunai pierced through thighs and shoulders, and only then did they realize the gravity of their predicament. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Soon enough, some began to retaliate against these enigmatic assailants. The result was a torrent of ninjutsu that engulfed the mysterious figures, ultimately obliterating them. The scene gradually began to stabilize. And at that moment, a voice rang out. The first phase of the exam has concluded. Both sides cease hostilities. This proclamation was resounding, momentarily silencing all present. Exam? The kunai in hand were now poised to be delivered to the mysterious figures, prompting several to voice their confusion. The proctor, standing at the podium, merely smiled and nodded. With the proctor's gesture, the mysterious figures began to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. These were merely shadow clones. This revelation clarified why ninjutsu had not been used earlier to cause widespread destruction. Being a ninja was not a mere game. It was a serious endeavor that involved shedding blood on the battlefield. One of the ninja codes stated, "One must never let down one's guard." The proctor released the jutsu of the 3 members of the Cloud Village and began to speak slowly. The final question of the first phase of the Chunin exam. In response to a sudden ambush by enemies, a ninja must remain calm and composed. If a mere small-scale ambush can throw you into disarray, then regrettably, on the battlefield, you shall be the first to perish. The proctor's voice was somber, striking all present like a hammer. The final question of the first phase had concluded, and those who had performed well would advance to the next round. All right, you 3 can return. Your courage in taking action was commendable, and you too have advanced. The proctor released the 3 members of the Cloud Village and began to announce the list of those who had advanced. It was not a large number, but not insignificant either. Jiraiya's team had all survived, with around a few dozen others remaining. Now I leave it to you. After reading the list, the proctor walked away, and, at that moment, a figure emerged from the back of the examination area. All right, your proctor is over here. Turning to look behind, Tsukishu was no exception. There stood a man, wearing a fox mask, lazily leaning against a chair. Not bad. You managed to retain so many participants. It seems this year's candidates are quite impressive. The man surveyed the area and began to speak. Rejoice, for you are qualified ninjas, and welcome to the second test. Arrive at the Forest of Death within 10 minutes. This is your preliminary round. The countdown begins now. As his words fell, the speaker transformed into a cloud of smoke, just a shadow clone. Tisich, without further ado. The others gritted their teeth and began to sprint towards the Forest of Death. The distance was not particularly far. 10 minutes was ample time, yet unforeseen events could arise. The Chunin exam in Konoha was not to be taken lightly. Meaning this so-called preliminary round undoubtedly harbored hidden dangers. Let's hurry, Tsukishu quickly suggested, gathering Jiraiya's team together. The proctor had just mentioned that the number of successful candidates was somewhat high, which indicated that this was indeed a preliminary round. While Tsukishu did not fully grasp the definition of a preliminary round, it was clear that the exam had commenced. Much like the initial written test, the sudden ambush was akin to the chaos that followed. Did this fellow wish to eliminate more participants? Tsukishu scanned his surroundings, noting that teams were beginning to gather, and the glances exchanged were laden with tension. What do you think, Tsukishu? Minato, the wave wind, sensed something amiss and inquired as the 4 began to move. It feels like something is off with these people's gazes, Kushina chimed in beside him. Let's take a detour. We should avoid a direct path. If all goes well, we shouldn't take too long. Tsukishu led the way off the main route, with the other 3 following closely, placing absolute trust in him. If all went as expected, this so-called preliminary round would likely result in eliminations based on the order of arrival. So why are we taking the longer route? Quite simply, everyone's starting point and time are the same, their strengths are roughly equal, and their speeds are not vastly different. Thus, how can one arrive first? Without accelerating oneself, by interfering, Minato articulated the answer to Tsukishu's question. Exactly, by causing various forms of interference, one can hinder the speeds of others, thus relatively enhancing one's own pace. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, shrouding the area in smoke. The conflict ignited as soon as the words were spoken. Let us move faster. Avoid the direct path. The three nodded and quickened their pace. Chapter 66. The Forest of Death. How will this year's Genin fare? At the entrance of the Forest of Death, the earlier shadow clone Proctor awaited. He retained that slightly lethargic demeanor. Yet none could overlook his strength, his face adorned with a familiar mask, the mask of the Umbu. The wind rustled past, and the Proctor gazed into the distance, noting that several individuals were approaching, having taken only 5 minutes. The route from the Academy to the Forest of Death typically required over 7 minutes for a standard Genin. Yet these few had arrived in merely 5, a clear testament to their exceptional prowess. Quite peaceful, he mused. The leading group divided into 3 small teams, each composed of elite members, yet they all tacitly refrained from engaging in combat. One team comprised the earlier trio from the Cloud Village, another team hailed from the Sand Village, and the last consisted of 3 members from the Mist Village. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages had already sent representatives. The great ninja villages, after all, exhibited more pronounced strength. The Proctor, peering through his fox mask, observed briefly before shifting his gaze to T that moment. Other teams began to arrive. The Proctor glanced over, somewhat surprised. 2 newcomers approached, one from the Stone Village and another group that drew the attention of all present. The forehead protector of the Rain Village, the greatest victim of the Second Great Ninja War, was conspicuously displayed on the heads of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. The 2 teams bore traces of dust on their faces, clearly indicating that some conflict had transpired. "How dare you lay a hand on us?" The trio from the Stone Village immediately shouted upon their arrival, having evidently been caught in a bind by the Mist Village team. "Well, you better stall for time, tough guy," the trio from a Mist Village replied without a hint of concern. "What did you say?" The factions from the Mist and Stone Villages began to clash, the tension escalating dramatically. "Behave yourselves. It's not yet time for the exam. If you engage in combat prematurely, it will be quite troublesome for me," the Proctor interjected, prompting both sides to momentarily set aside their grievances. "You'll regret this. Just wait, if you're not afraid of death." The Proctor, Shao, observed the surroundings with keen interest, and at that moment, the 4 members of the Moon Tree team arrived. Not from the front, but rather emerging unexpectedly from the side, they quickly became the center of attention. Noticing their headbands and their distinctly smaller stature, a smile began to form at the corners of the Proctor's mouth. The Moon Tree team was indeed a unique assembly. Unlike the usual trio that had participated thus far, they were a quartet comprising only those prodigies capable of graduating early. The Proctor, a member of the Umbu, had certainly heard of this team's illustrious reputation, even if he were not part of the organization. The Moon Tree quartet bore no signs of distress, appearing to have passed through effortlessly. "Ah, it seems they haven't arrived too late." Moon Tree stretched languidly, while the other 3 members curiously glanced at the newcomers. Gradually, more teams began to arrive. Initially, it was primarily the teams from the great ninja villages, interspersed with a few from smaller villages. As time elapsed, the countdown dwindled to a mere 40 seconds. The entrance to the Forest of Death had amassed a considerable number of teams, among which only 4 remained unscathed. The others showed varying degrees of disarray. 30 seconds left. The Proctor spoke up, and in that brief moment, another 10 seconds passed. The wind swept by, and all eyes turned to the final batch of arrivals. 30 seconds was ample time. Without any hindrances, they could reach the entrance in about 12 seconds. But was that even feasible? It seemed impossible. There were still 2 slots remaining. The Proctor's voice unexpectedly rose in volume, and everyone understood the implications of his words. How delightfully malicious. Moon Tree, unfazed by the dirt, leaned against the side, observing the Proctor's involuntary smile, and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The last group consisted of around 7 or 8 teams, yet only 2 slots were available. Everyone sprang into action. There was no way they would let this opportunity slip away, nor permit their rivals to pass through so easily. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As the Proctor's declaration echoed, all teams that had yet to reach the entrance began to interfere with each other's progress. Water style, water bullet technique. A chaotic battle was about to commence. With a total of 24 individuals from 8 teams devising their strategies, each participant showcased their abilities with fervor. What an exhilarating spectacle. Moon Tree watched as water and fire danced through the air. and the winds swirled around them. Each team fought valiantly for the 2 available slots. Their appearances were indeed ragged. They had clearly faced numerous underhanded tactics prior to this moment. That it was quite probable that they had been ensnared like the Iwagakure team had been by the Kirigakure-s machinations. However, not every team possessed the same level of prowess as Iwagakure. Those who faltered had simply been bested, lacking the strength to keep pace with the leading teams. How infuriating! The most affected team was undoubtedly the one at the forefront. As everyone desperately sought to impede their progress, if they couldn't succeed, why should they allow their rivals to pass so effortlessly? Thus, who would emerge victorious? The proctor observed, knowing the outcome would soon be revealed. 30 seconds, a fleeting moment, was all that was needed to cross the threshold, yet this 30 seconds felt unexpectedly prolonged. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. The ninjutsu continued to fly through the air. Nobody wished to grant their opponent an easy victory. A cry rang out, coinciding with the proctor's announcement that time was up. Out of 8 teams, a mere single individual had managed to reach the entrance. The proctor regarded this lone figure, pondering for a moment. It posed quite a dilemma. Having only 1 participant pass, 2 would have been preferable. Please, I beg you. The individual, with a despondent expression, pleaded upon hearing the proctor's statement. Yet the world of ninjas was not one governed by sentiment. I am sorry, the proctor said, gently ruffling the individual's hair with a sense of regret. It was, indeed, a heart-wrenching decision. None of the final 8 teams had made it through. They were all eliminated. Was that fortunate or unfortunate? Observing the discontent etched on the face of the one who had passed, everyone shook their heads. This was a matter of strength. Such is the nature of a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. If one wished to avoid feelings of bitterness, the solution was straightforward. Demonstrate one's true strength, and such situations would cease to arise. Had he possessed the ability to overpower the other 7 teams? Would he have experienced this dissatisfaction? Moon Tree cast a glance at him before closing his eyes, opting not to watch any longer. He had experienced such feelings himself, albeit briefly. That was because Moon Tree was not the type to wallow in discontent. Beside him, the exuberant Namikaze Minato observed for a considerable time. Perhaps this golden-haired boy was the one who understood such feelings best. All right, the examination staff began to escort those who had been eliminated away, likely sending them back to their villages. They arrived with excitement, only to leave with a sense of bitter disappointment. The second test was about to commence, and now I shall explain the details. The Moontree team had no time for melancholy. Their journey continued to unfold. The second test was imminent. The subsequent instructions were simple. Shortly, each team would receive either a heaven or earth scroll, and they must gather both types of scrolls to reach the finish line to pass out. As for the 4-member team over there, your task is more demanding. You must collect 3 scrolls, consisting of 1 heaven and 1 earth scroll. While the third can be of any type, as the proctor spoke, everyone listened intently. When the mention of Moontree arose, all eyes turned towards them. It was quite unusual for a 4-member team to be present, especially such small individuals. Moontree and his companions stood out amid the crowd. Moontree himself was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the second test would mirror that of the original narrative. Next, you will have 10 minutes before being taken to different entrances, starting simultaneously. You must reach the endpoint within 3 days. During this time, you may do as you please. We will not interfere. Good luck. Once the proctor finished speaking, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the crowd. This was a time just after a war had concluded. Many of the ninjas bore an air of hostility. Dear God, let us not cross paths. The Iwagakure and Kirigakure teams began to converse. These two had already established a conflict prior. You may not even have the opportunity before it's gone. Who knows? Keep your neck clean. Don't die too soon. This remark was likely directed towards them. The proctor watched with great interest as the tension escalated, not only between Kirigakure and Iwagakure, but also among numerous teams engaging in verbal sparring. Clearly, the preliminary round had additional purposes beyond merely eliminating participants. It served to provoke relations between teams, as previously stated. This was a time just after a war, and the ninjas from various villages carried an air of hostility, unlike those from the original era who had not yet experienced the bloodshed. Such provocations heightened the tension significantly. Oh, the dirty adults. Moon Tree perceived clearly the proctor's machinations. Unbeknownst to the others, he had stirred a pot of turmoil. Though they may remain oblivious, Moon Tree, having lived 2 lives, discerned the situation distinctly. "What?" the ever-optimistic Minato inquired from the side. "Nothing much, just a passing thought. Prepare well." The enthusiastic Kushina, alongside the reluctant Makoto, was already in high spirits as the second test loomed. The staff began to enter, guiding the 27 teams towards their respective entrances. Surprisingly, the number of participants remained substantial. Without further ado, Moon Tree and his companions arrived at the entrance. The foreboding forest in front of them appeared quite gloomy. "Good luck," one of the staff members offered, perhaps due to their shared affiliation with Konoha Corps. Moments later, the bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the examination. "Begin." Yushu uttered a single word and took the lead into the forest. The eerie, deathly woods loomed before them, resembling the malevolent grin of a demon, as it watched the group unwittingly walk into its snare. What surprised Yushu even more was that this survival exercise had lured out a considerable number of individuals. It was akin to a game of dodiju, where suddenly a bombshell emerged, catching everyone off guard like a tea that moment. Those lurking in the shadows began to make their move in this unmonitored death forest. Death seemed to take on a tangible form, inching ever closer to the people within. Leaves drifted down gracefully, only to ignite, setting the foliage ablaze. Chapter 67. The towering flames. "Excuse me, may I borrow your eyes for a moment?" Nagato sat on the ground, gasping for breath, while beside him, Yahiko and Konan lay collapsed in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. The man before him, resembling a large uncle, wore a wide smile, and the blood splattered on his clothes made Nagato tremble uncontrollably. He was overwhelmingly powerful. The 3 of them were utterly defeated in mere seconds upon encountering him. Fire release, great fire annihilation, a mysterious disturbance emanated from the ground, which did not go unnoticed by the uncle, as a dense chakra surged forth, prompting him to retreat. Nagato was swiftly lifted away as a torrent of flames erupted from the earth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Interesting, the uncle retreated to a branch, where a colossal tree had already begun to ignite, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Then, "Who might you be?" The uncle squinted, gazing at the inferno below. "Uchiha Madara, at your service." The figure with long white hair gradually emerged, appearing merely as an old man, yet within him resided terrifying power. "Uchiha Madara, intriguing. Although I haven't heard many tales of old, it's remarkable that you still live. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply leave quietly and do not interfere. Departing is acceptable, provided you are willing to part with those eyes of yours." As the uncle's words resonated, his gaze locked onto Madara's Rinnegan. Those very eyes were what he yearned for, capable of summoning the 10 tails. "If you can obtain them, feel free to try." Madara remained unyielding, his tone brimming with confidence and arrogance. Even in his old age, his vitality significantly diminished. "Madara, take heed. Your body cannot endure for long. Even with my assistance, you cannot exceed 15 minutes, lest your life be in jeopardy." Half of Madara's form was enveloped by Zetsu, who provided him with life force, allowing him to still move. Fortunately, he was not yet a mere relic of age. 15 minutes is ample time," Madara declared, charging toward the uncle. The 2 commenced their clash, the burning giant tree standing as a striking backdrop. "Our heavenly scroll requires a earthly scroll, and one more for good measure. Whatever, remaining idle, should attract someone soon enough." Yushu shrugged. Given his stature, it was evident that many would view him as an easy target, coupled with the fact that during the preliminary rounds he had evaded attention. No one had witnessed his true capabilities, so he anticipated that those seeking to prey on the unsuspecting would be plentiful. If fortune smiled upon him, the scrolls in his possession might align perfectly, granting him an effortless victory, as no one would fear 4 children a few years their junior. As expected, it wasn't long before someone arrived, seemingly having memorized his location. The sound of slicing wind echoed, and not just Yushu, but all 3 noticed the shuriken whizzing through the air. Minato Namikaze was the first to react, intercepting the incoming shuriken with one of his own. Will you hand over your scrolls voluntarily? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? The newcomers were a small ninja villages team, not from a major village, yet their demeanor was unexpectedly arrogant. What if I refuse? Yushu, disinterested and engaging, watched as Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto sprang into action. Then it seems you prefer the latter. The opponent had not deemed Minato and the others a threat, just as Yushu had surmised. They merely sought to treat him as an easy target. However, they were unaware that they were up against formidable foes rather than mere soft fruit. Yushu observed as the battle commenced. How should one put it? The adversaries were surprisingly weak. Minato's side was in complete control, and even Mikoto was able to dominate them. Before long, the skirmish concluded effortlessly, with Minato and his companions emerging victorious without breaking a sweat, and Earth Scroll secured. Just what they needed. Kushina promptly began searching and swiftly uncovered an Earth Scroll that matched perfectly with her Heavenly Scroll. Now, they simply needed one more for good measure. Lady Luck was on their side. Yushu nodded in approval. This could be considered an auspicious start. All right, let us continue onward. Perhaps more will come seeking us. The four of them felt no anxiety. In comparison, their previous two missions had been far more exhilarating. The life-and-death sensation was one that Yushu and Minato had experienced twice, while Kushina and Mikoto had encountered it once, an experience not everyone could claim. Especially since, apart from Yushu, all three of them were exceptionally gifted. Having faced mortality, they naturally became more attuned to their abilities. The current Minato was far stronger than during the time he had nearly perished while being besieged. Surprisingly weak. I'm left wanting more. Blood Red Pepper began to critique the earlier trio, while Mikoto watched Kushina with a smile. I truly hope it remains this way. Yushu's voice was sincere, yet such a scenario was unlikely. The system's tasks were ever present, and things would not be so simple. Tisish, how dull. The leader of the group had momentarily forgotten her previous inadequacies during her first mission, a time when she had nearly met her demise. One must not let their guard down. Formidable foes would undoubtedly emerge, for others were not to be underestimated. Yushu gazed at Minato, who was the most serious about this examination, followed closely by Mikoto. Yushu himself primarily remained wary of the so-called system tasks. With such significant commotion, vigilance was paramount. Unexpectedly, the following 2 days unfolded without significant incident, marked by a surprisingly peaceful journey. Encounters with others were minimal. They did meet one more small ninja village, but on this occasion, Yushu refrained from intervening and simply dispatched the opponent. The scrolls were obtained, fulfilling the conditions for success. Yushu felt his luck was remarkably good. The subsequent time was spent leisurely progressing toward their destination, akin to a camping trip. The deathly woods lay silent, occasionally interrupted by faint explosive sounds. While others fought fiercely, Yushu and his companions felt as though they were merely playing. Just as Yushu thought they might pass through unscathed, fate had other plans on the final day. With their destination drawing near, a colossal flame erupted skyward, engulfing a massive tree that sported a fiery crown. The blaze captivating all attention. Most alarmingly, the flames were dangerously close to Yushu and his companions, the sudden force of the blast sweeping them off their feet. It was at this moment that the stench of blood began to waft through the air. Yushu understood. The system's task was commencing, and to unleash such fire techniques indicated that he was not facing a mere amateur. What is happening? Minato crouched down, astonished, while Kushina and Mikoto mirrored his surprise. It was no wonder. The spectacle before them was truly magnificent. Yushu had no desire to involve himself. His first instinct was to leave, yet a familiar figure soon emerged before them. The red-haired silhouette akin to Kushina has left Yushu momentarily stupefied. Chapter 68. The Rescue Operation for Nagato, huh? Yushu gazed in disbelief as Nagato, with his crimson hair, darted past him. Hey, help us! It seemed the others had spotted Yushu and his companions, and Nagato immediately began to shout for assistance. With that plea for help, Yushu's group could no longer sit idly by, especially Kushina, who upon seeing a fellow redhead, could no longer contain herself and charged forward. Is that Zetsu? Nagato was captured, and Tsukigami, being quite sensitive, noticed that shadowy figure. Without any hesitation, Kushina charged forward. Kushina, you're in danger. Tsukigami exclaimed as he followed suit, along with a group rushing to assist Kushina. There was no room for hesitation. Tsukigami had no choice but to act rashly. Diamond ceiling. Kushina immediately unleashed her unique talent, chains emanating from her body, reaching out towards Nagato, a little brat from Konoha, red-haired, a Jinchuriki, I presume. Zetsu glanced at Kushina, swiftly compiling her information to a millennia-old entity. He was keenly aware of the ninja world, ensuring he grasped crucial intelligence, and knowing Kushina was a candidate for the Jinchuriki only added to his understanding. Earth release, earth pillar. Zetsu remained calm, forming hand signs with one hand, and a massive earth pillar erupted from the colossal tree beside them, thrusting towards Kushina. With no other option, Kushina narrowly avoided it, her chains entangling a nearby branch, pulling herself out of harm's way. With Zetsu present, had Uchimadara begun to target Nagato. The trio refrained from acting impulsively, as the opponent's strength was now apparent. Far from ordinary, they joined Kushina's side, pausing momentarily while Nagato was still being taken away. This was how it should have been, yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Don't even think about escaping. A familiar voice echoed, causing Tsukigami to grimace, as did Minato beside him. Indeed, a figure leaped into view, his visage becoming increasingly recognizable mid-air. It was the man who had previously abducted Kushina. Tsukigami would not forget that individual, even though he had ultimately let him go. Zetsu had no path for retreat. Deciding instead to prepare for battle, he was aware that Uchimadara was entangled in combat. But given Madara's current state, it was no surprise that he was being suppressed by this descendant of the mother. Hey, where do you think you're looking? A figure darted past, colliding with the man, sending both crashing into a nearby giant tree. Boom. The tree caved in at the impact. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A powerful fire technique erupted from his mouth, resembling a sea of flames. Heavenly return. The flames shot forth like spears, while the man within the tree unleashed a technique familiar to Tsukigami and the others. Another heavenly return. A member of the Otsutsuki clan? Tsukigami was taken aback, as this was the very individual who had previously rendered him utterly powerless. Now he had returned to stir up trouble. Who was this assailant, so formidable? The flames collided with the heavenly return. And astonishingly, the flames did not penetrate it, but were instead repelled, dispersing outward. What's going on? It's been so long since I've moved. I need to adjust to him having fled. The figure dashed to Zetsu's side, allowing Tsukigami to finally recognize him. Hey, Tsukigami was utterly dumbfounded. This was no jest. Tsukigami, is this real? Minato also recognized him, aged yet unmistakable. Why is Uchimadara here? Tsukigami's words startled Kushina, while Makoto beside her was rendered speechless. The Uchiha clan likely recognized Madara from the very start. Uchiha was a legendary figure within the Uchiha, and Makoto, being of the Uchiha lineage, had naturally known him since childhood. A few little brats. Madara's gaze flicked over, and the four felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. A complete suppression, was as if a general who had traversed a bloody battlefield stood before mere mortals. One a wolf king. The other's mere mutts. 0.8 trigrams empty palm. The flames dissipated in an instant, a wave of force erupting forth. Madara remained unfazed, swiftly drawing a fan from his back. Fire release. Dance of the firestorm, as the empty palm advanced. The fan intercepted it, igniting the air itself. A whirlwind of flames surged forward. The fiery tempest wreaked havoc, a spectacle awe-inspiring enough to captivate all. This pinnacle clash was both magnificent and explosive. Speaking of explosions, the next moment, the whirlwind erupted, flames shooting in all directions. Double lion fist, 1-point connection. Come on, it's merely a trivial soft technique. Madara cackled, his aged face still radiating the arrogance of a powerful being. Before him, an adversary clad in a lion head approached at blinding speed, chakra enveloping his palms. Let me show you the power of a god. Shinra Tensei. Madara struck with a hand, unflinchingly meeting the terrifying assault. Duck down, defend. Tsukigami heard Madara's command, the word Shinra Tensei ringing clearly in his ears. This was one of the Rinnegan's abilities, immensely powerful, capable of obliterating Konoha with a single strike. Boom! A fierce wind howled. Swirling around them, the sound of rushing air filling their ears. Dust flew everywhere as Tsukigami and his companions crouched, nearly swept away. We weren't caught in the blast. Tsukigami was astonished. This was merely the aftermath of their confrontation. And Shinra Tensei had not indiscriminately affected Tsukigami and his companions. Before he could ponder further, the swirling dust was abruptly cleared. 80 God's vacuum attack. The ultimate technique among soft techniques, the 80 God's vacuum attack. Gathered countless fists in an instant, compressing immense chakra at incredible speed, targeting Madara as the dust settled. Tsukigami could scarcely believe his eyes. Unlike the original narrative, Madara's Shinra Tensei was directed at a singular front, creating a massive impact that uprooted even the giant tree, while the other three orientations remained untouched, including Nagato and Zetsu behind him, who appeared utterly dazed. Come on. The adversary before them looked somewhat disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth. The imposing figure who had suppressed Tsukigami and his companions was now reduced to such a state. Fire release. Purgatory 9 dragons. Madara clasped his hands, channeling a substantial portion of chakra into his mouth. In but a moment, he unleashed a torrential inferno. The dark red flames, unlike any others, exuded an ominous aura. The flames transformed into dragons, 9-headed serpents sweeping towards them. The 80 Gods vacuum attack and the 9 dragons clashed. Flames erupting chaotically in every direction. Now's the time. Tsukigami glanced at the three beside him. Aren't we here to rescue him? This is the perfect opportunity. He looked at Kushina and the others. Mikoto appeared particularly out of sorts. There's no time. I said we start moving. We just need to retrieve him. Tsukigami slightly propped himself up. Begin! Tsukigami charged forward, moving with incredible speed. Fire release, blazing fire slash. His recent training had not gone to waste. Inspired by the exquisite chakra blade technique he had seen, Tsukigami had been exploring this avenue. Now, it was time to showcase his progress. Oh ho! Madara was preoccupied with the other man, unable to pay attention to what was behind him. And Zetsu watched Tsukigami with a hint of surprise. Zetsu was also a formidable individual, deftly evading the attack. The blazing fire slash struck the branch, igniting a sweeping inferno. Let's move. Tsukigami glanced at Nagato, who seemed to understand his intent, nodding before springing into action. Don't even think about it. Zetsu's voice was calm as he began forming hand signs. You too. Chapter 69. Action. Tsukigami's Kusanagi sword was still glowing red-hot as he swung it upward. Yet Zetsu was no ordinary foe. He effortlessly grasped the Kusanagi sword with one hand, halting its advance without exerting any effort. Apologies, but I'm not alone. Tsukigami smiled at Zetsu. As he spoke, 3 other figures began to emerge alongside him. Rasengan. The first to attack was Minato, expertly wielding the Rasengan, charging forward. Zetsu would not stand idly by. Releasing Tsukigami's Kusanagi sword, he stepped back. Wind release, spiraling wind cutter. In the fleeting moment after retreating, Jio-Xanai's chains began to entwine, ensnaring Absolute directly. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Mikoto was also lending her support, exhaling a flame that bore a slight resemblance to a dragon, thus amplifying Jio-Xanai's power. The sharp wind spiraled along the chains, sweeping forward as the dragon fire tinged the air with hues of flame, accompanied by shapes of fire dragons in their wake. Yet another instance of a combined ninjutsu. Jio-Xanai and Mikoto exhibited perfect synergy. Their collaborative techniques were far from a novelty. Bang! Absolute calmly faced this onslaught. The sound of the explosion echoed as the 4 members of the Moon Tree regrouped. Stay vigilant. That fellow is not so easily defeated. After all, Absolute is a millennia-old entity, and the Moon Tree would not be so naive as to believe that their opponent would succumb so effortlessly. Can he still move? Moon Tree glanced at Nagato beside him. Yes, he can still fight, Nagato replied after a brief pause. I have 2 companions over there. I implore you to assist me. Nagato rose to his feet, positioning himself alongside his 3 comrades, seeking their aid. Yahiko and Konan. I see. No wonder they were caught up in this. Worry not, we shall assist you. Without needing Moon Tree to speak, Minato and Gyo-Xi were the first to respond. Moon Tree and Mikoto naturally followed suit. There is no way we'll allow our teammates to bear the burden alone. Let us not linger in battle. Instead, let us locate his allies first. Minato and I will hold him off in the rear. Move swiftly. Moon Tree was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the trio before him and had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out fight. If they could not confront their enemy, then retreat was the wisest course of action. Having spent considerable time together, Moon Tree and his three teammates shared a significant rapport, and Nagato, a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, possessed commendable ninja qualities. They would not waste time. With the utterance of a single command, everyone sprang into action. Time is of the essence. This phrase aptly encapsulated the current predicament, with Nagato's two companions' lives hanging in the balance. The two powerful figures clashed, all while a formidable adversary sought to capture Nagato. Both rescue and combat must be tackled simultaneously. Where are you headed? The members of the Moon Tree were unable to fly. The ninja's method of traversing the terrain was straightforward, utilizing chakra to leap between trees. That moment, Absolute, who should have been at the heart of the explosion, emerged from a branch beneath their feet, as though he had melded into the environment. This fellow is truly troublesome, Minato muttered, expressing frustration at the relentless emergence of Absolute. Indeed, Absolute proved to be a persistent nuisance, appearing from all directions, like mud. He could not be contained and would instead ensnare one's feet. Multiple shadow clone technique. Moon Tree began forming hand seals. If quantity determined victory, then he would employ sheer numbers. Over there, Nagato, Gyo-Xi, and Mikoto led the way, having narrowly avoided Absolute's silent appearances more than once. They were racing against time. Following Nagato's pointed direction, two figures lay on the ground, blood flowing profusely, yet fortunately not to a critical extent. Hurry! Gyo-Xi, upon seeing the scene, was compelled by her benevolent nature to hasten her pace. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, causing a ringing in their ears as a scorching wave of heat surged forth, propelling Moon Tree and Minato away, crashing them into a colossal tree. Gyo-Xi and the others fared no better, being thrust to the ground, their bodies dragged for a considerable distance. Their ears buzzed with a persistent ringing. And it was during this moment that Absolute began to emerge. Several Absolutes, including the Moon Tree, initiated their attacks. Absolute burst forth, wrapping around several of them, slowly spreading his influence that I in this state of disorientation. Not only Moon Tree, but everyone felt lightheaded, utterly unable to muster any strength. Would release, would binding technique. Branches began to move like hands, reaching out towards Absolute, due to his strength and affinity for would release. Moon Tree quickly regained his composure and executed a would-release technique to obstruct Absolute's actions. Once Absolute fully enveloped an individual, that person would succumb to his control, which was the terrifying aspect of Absolute. This was not his true form. Had it been, even Uchiha Madara would struggle against such control. Would release intriguing. Who exactly are you? Absolute, being well acquainted with would release, recognized that the Rinnegan was a fusion of would release and Sharingan. The Rinnegan adorning Madara had been his own design. After the first Hokage, would release had seemingly vanished, so he had not anticipated its resurgence in this era. Just a mere lower-ranked shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. Moon Tree replied, gazing at the expressionless Absolute before him. Very well, I shall temporarily relinquish that child into your custody. Consider it a special concession. Contrary to his earlier demands, Absolute began to relent, leaving Moon Tree somewhat incredulous. What is your objective? What could it be? Who knows? Moon Tree scrutinized the unusually compliant Absolute. Logically, Absolute required Nagato as a pawn, yet now he was voluntarily relinquishing his claim. Were he serious, Moon Tree would stand no chance. Then, until we meet again, little one, that Absolute gradually sank into the earth, and Moon Tree refrained from striking. It was preferable to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially when his own abilities were inadequate. Remaining low-key was wise when one's power was lacking. Hey! The disoriented states of the others began to fade, and Gyo-Xi's temper flared as she shouted at the retreating Absolute. Alas, he paid her no heed and soon vanished completely beneath the ground. This guy is truly insufferable, Moontree sighed as he glanced at Gio Xanai. Let us hurry and check on those two. For now, we've managed to evade disaster. Moontree exchanged glances with Minato and approached the falling Yahiko and Konan. Meanwhile, the terrain around them had drastically altered, transforming into an expansive clearing where an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged in the center of a vast pit. Have they been released? It matters not. One day he shall comprehend the darkness and cruelty of this world. What do you think of this battle? That fellow proved unexpectedly formidable. I sustained minor injuries, nothing too severe. The blood-staining Madara's attire did little to mar his calm demeanor. It is time to depart. The Leaf Village has already arrived. Very well. Madara's figure began to sink into the ground alongside Absolute. Only in the realm of infinite Tsukuyomi can peace be found. Madara's voice was soft, yet it carried on the winds into the distance. In the next moment, the legends of the ninja world once again descended into darkness. Chapter 70. The second round concludes. Who exactly is that fellow? The members of the Moontree and Nagato had gathered together. They were not far from the finish line, merely a short distance away. Now, Yahiko and Konan had been stabilized, and unexpectedly, Mikoto possessed some healing ninjutsu, allowing Yahiko and Konan to barely hold on. However, they had only survived the immediate danger, fortunate that their injuries were not excessively grave. Mikoto, where did you learn this? Moontree inquired curiously, attempting to shift the somber atmosphere. But haven't I been at your house during this time? I observed Shizun and Tsunade-sama training, so I picked up a few things, although it was merely superficial knowledge. Mikoto smiled. It is this superficial knowledge that saved 2 lives. You truly are remarkable. Moontree complimented her, yet Nagato remained brooding. Yahiko and Konan lay in a deep slumber, their blood-stained garments serving as a stark reminder of the harsh reality. Is this all my fault? Nagato spoke up, acutely aware of his unique circumstances. His eyes widened as he extended a trembling hand. If only these eyes were not upon me, we would not have faced such peril. His hand quivered. Still a child, he was overwhelmed with complex emotions, unable to properly manage his feelings. Nagato was inherently kind. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by Naruto later on, betraying Madara in a moment of clarity. What are you saying? Minato interjected, recognizing the immense guilt plaguing Nagato. Moontree remained silent. Those who are not extraordinary cannot comprehend Nagato's plight. The Rinnegan, a gift from birth, is a burden that few understand. It is often said that with great power comes great responsibility. Moontree could not help but feel, is it not excessive? Why must one with power refrain from living peacefully like an ordinary person? However, this is ultimately nothing more than an illusion. Reality is as it is, and those with extraordinary abilities cannot simply behave like ordinary individuals. What if I were not here? Those who utter such words are truly the most pathetic. Clearly a male, yet he acts like a weakling. One must take responsibility. Since you were born into this world, you ought to be accountable for yourself. Kushina fell silent for a while, but eventually began to erupt with emotion. This was the first time she had encountered a fellow clansman in so long, yet everything that transpired filled her with sorrow. The Uzumaki clan has perished, and those who remain must endure various torments. Just as she was destined to be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Nagato, too, bore a fate of helplessness. As Kushina spoke, she clenched her small hands, her eyes reddening. Fate always seems to impose unknown trials upon strangers, and those who endure them are merely children themselves. Acceptance is all that is needed, Tsukiki casually remarked. Why blame oneself for one's abilities? Just accept what the heavens bestow upon you with grace. Tsukiki did not fully comprehend why he said such things. It felt instinctual, as if the words flowed out effortlessly. Fate delights in bestowing hardships upon the unfamiliar, yet it is often forgotten that those individuals were once children too. However, it also neglects to bestow trials upon everyone equally. Well, in this life, it is inevitable to encounter some helpless situations. Tsukiki had a remarkably open-minded perspective, which was a strength. Otherwise, he would have long since been vying for the position of Hokage like Minato and Kushina. But would he truly pursue it? Perhaps not. It would be exhausting. Just look at Naruto. He might spend an entire day merely dealing with paperwork. In his previous life, he was a recluse, and in this life, he would be content to live quietly, running a small shop for the rest of his days. Yet, many circumstances are beyond one's control. Otherwise, Tsukiki would not find himself here. You really are just like him. Minato chuckled softly. Initially, they were at a loss for words, but Tsukiki's comment began to warm the previously somber atmosphere. Well, why overthink it? Isn't sleeping more pleasant? Tsukiki shrugged. Pleasant? Nagato's mood gradually improved, and he began to act more normally. No need to mind him. It's just Tsukiki's habit to utter strange phrases, expressing his discontent. Minato felt joy seeing Nagato returning to his usual self. He understood the depths of unyieldingness, but he did not grasp the concept of the extraordinary. To put it bluntly, Minato was merely a commoner, even without parents, with a singular chakra nature of wind, unlike the other members of his squad. Except for Tsukiki, he was taken in by the Senju clan, carrying the halo of a large family. All right, let's set aside idle chatter for now. We should head to the destination first and ensure the current situation is reported back to Konoha. Tsukiki stretched lazily and glanced at Nagato. Have you gathered enough scrolls? No problem. They're all on us. Good. Then let us set off. The girls will carry the girls, and the boys, you, and Minato can decide who carries one of the girls. I'll lead the way. Tsukiki's words were quintessentially his style. Decisive yet inclined to slack off. The other three, aside from Nagato, understood and complied. Time was of the essence. Today marked the third day of their 3-day deadline. And if Tsukiki and his companions did not wish to be eliminated, even if it meant one of them must carry another, they needed to reach the finish line. Thus, Tsukiki and his group began to move. Tsukiki walked ahead unburdened, while the others formed a makeshift transport team. Behind him, 2 boys and 2 girls carried 1 boy and 1 girl, alternating in a manner that required little effort. As Tsukiki strolled, he considered that by this time, there probably wouldn't be many teams left. Most would have reached the destination well ahead of schedule. System, draw a lottery. Indeed, Tsukiki still had a lottery ticket saved from before, which he had not used immediately after completing the previous task. However, it was time to take a gamble now. With Madara's appearance, everything had become exceedingly unexpected. A single draw could sufficiently bolster his strength. Tsukiki knew he had to shoulder the greatest pressure, for he was the strongest among this group. He had previously lamented why those with great abilities could not lead a tranquil life. Yet now he silently bore the responsibility. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Kazan Demon Transformation one-time use card, Ninja Enhancement version. Huh. Tsukiki was taken aback once more, bewildered by what he had just drawn, that he knew a bit about Kazan, one of the demon gods from DNF, who was bound to the demon sword master. Thus, the sword master needed to seal his own hand, which meant sealing Kazan, lest he break free. The Kazan Demon Transformation one-time use card grants the user Kazan's power, enhancing the nature of their chakra, but simultaneously leading to a loss of rationality. Use with caution. What the hell? Tsukiki found himself at a loss for words. What kind of absurd item was this? He felt utterly helpless. What kind of demon god was this? Although the system was indeed a multiverse lottery, he had never before drawn anything outside of the Naruto universe. Now, at such a critical moment, it suddenly produced something so bizarre. Should he consider it good luck or bad? Well, at least he could still take a chance when the time came. What did you say? Nothing. The group continued onward. While the Chunin exams were just beginning, the massive tree had burned down almost entirely, with a few flames still flickering stubbornly, occasionally flaring up mischievously. Hey, is this a dream? 20 minutes later, masked figures began to appear in the forest of death. The commotion had attracted Konoha's swift investigation. In truth, the scene was nothing short of shocking. What kind of battle could have altered the very landscape? Those who witnessed the scene could not help but gasp in astonishment. A vast pit lay before them, the ground flattened, and sunlight streamed down, casting an incongruous light upon the eerie forest of death. Conduct a thorough investigation. This mission is of utmost importance. Check if there are any irregularities or missing candidates among this year's participants. Leave no one overlooked. If Tsukiki were present, he would undoubtedly recognize a familiar face. His striking white hair would be impossible to miss that Konoha's white fang, the strongest force beneath the Hokage, was widely acknowledged. He was now the leader of the Umbu, and Konoha remained formidable. White Fang enjoyed the favor of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and everything was vastly different from later times. This could be troublesome. I hope nothing disastrous occurs. White Fang offered himself a slight consolation as the surrounding personnel began to mobilize. The flow of time from the future would ultimately impart a lesson to those lost in fantasy, a truth about the cruel nature of the world. Chapter 71. Intelligence Sharing. Roar. The Crimson Chakra manifested vividly. Much like chakra coursing through ninja tools, its brilliance radiating outward. This blood-red glow enveloped a humanoid monstrosity. White bones erupted from its joints, sharp fangs gleaming. As the creature's blood-red, frenzied eyes surveyed its surroundings, inexplicable utterances flowed from the monster's mouth, echoing like hellfire spreading across the earth. Tsukiki, a black-haired girl, lay on the ground, one eye closed, feebly calling out that name. Her body was already stained crimson, and the tomo spun within her blood-red Sharingan, transforming Mikoto from a classical maiden into something sinister. At the center of the flames stood a diminutive monster, its gray-white hair billowing. Ha! Ha ha! The creature cackled, its laughter resonating ominously, a thread of despair weaving through the flames. Surrounding them, Konoha's structures lay shattered like glass, the golden-haired boy nowhere to be found, and the red-haired girl had vanished as well. Let the first wave of baptism commence. All you inhabitants of Earth. A figure stood atop Hokage Rock, arms outstretched toward Konoha. In the next moment, a chorus of hateful cries began to reverberate. 9 tails flailed wildly, completely disregarding their surroundings as the enormous orange fox howled toward the heavens. The beast, emblematic of hatred and disaster, stood amidst Konoha, its 9 tails igniting the flames of war, slowly scorching the fluttering leaves of Konoha. Come, humanity, recognize your sins. An insidious smile blossomed as the cries of the fox and monster echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. We are indeed the last. As the group, led by Yushu, reached their destination, they found that the majority of the teams had already assembled. Upon your arrival, did you experience any repercussions? An investigation into that blaze has already commenced, and medical ninjas are en route. The injured should be placed over there. The proctor, donned in a fox mask, is present as well. Everyone witnessed the flames unleashed by Ban, and now the proctor is addressing this matter. It bears significant implications, for both the internal and external affairs of Konoha necessitate a thorough investigation into the incident. The group led by Yushu was the last to arrive, prompting the proctor to approach them immediately to inquire about the situation. Did anyone witness that blaze? No, we were just a short distance away, caught in its wake, and then we left together. Yushu spoke first, preventing the others from divulging any information, causing them to cast curious glances in his direction. Yes, that's so. Then please take the time to rest. The final round of individual testing will commence in a week's time. The proctor nodded before arranging for Yahiko and Conan, then turned and walked away without further queries. Why didn't you disclose that individual information to him? Kushina asked, while Minato and Mikoto remained silent. He is Uchiha Ban. Mikoto interjected, speaking on behalf of Yushu. He is the strongest among the Uchiha, one of the legendary warlords who stood alongside the first Hokage. A legendary figure who has loomed over the ninja world. But he has been dead for a long time, long before our birth, Minato added. Nagato silently observed the conversation among the group, while Yushu chose to remain silent. Ban's premature revelation of himself is undoubtedly a troubling development. The issue lies in the uncertainty of the opposing party's intentions that I cannot believe such claims that Uchiha Ban still lives. Informing an ordinary Umbu would be futile. One must seek out the Hokage Tsunade, or the perverted sage, Yushu stated, effectively concluding the discussion. The second exam had concluded, and the candidates began to exit, preparing for the final test, while Yushu's group also departed, leaving Nagato behind to watch Yahiko and Conan. Unbeknownst to them, the proctor who had questioned them stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on their retreating figures. Upon exiting the forest of death, Yushu encountered an old acquaintance. Jiraiya, their guiding teacher, stood there, waving. How did it go? Was the exam smooth sailing? Why do you look so glum? Jiraiya, feeling somewhat bored and unable to undertake any tasks due to injuries, had come to offer encouragement to his disciples. After all, he considered himself a good teacher. Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit tired, Yushu remarked unexpectedly, causing Jiraiya's expression and demeanor to shift, observing the reactions of Minato and the others. Jiraiya nodded. Let us go. Tsunade is waiting at home, and Shizen seems to have prepared a meal for us. Jiraiya led Yushu's group toward the Senju residence, while behind them, a pair of eyes continued to follow their every move. We have returned, Jiraiya announced, eliciting delighted reactions from the two women at the Senju household. Tsunade was excited about finally being able to eat, while Shizen anticipated the return of the group. Welcome back. Dinner is ready. Yet the atmosphere among the group felt somewhat stifled, and Shizen's words trailed off. Apologies, Shizen. Let us eat first. There are matters to discuss. Jiraiya ruffled Shizen's hair before entering the living room, where Tsunade regarded him curiously, her usual nonchalance replaced by a hint of seriousness, having overheard the previous conversation. Uchiha Band still lives? Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she began discussing the topic after everyone had taken their seats. Calm down, Tsunade, Jiraiya said, understanding her agitation. The Senju and Uchiha clans have historically been adversaries, their rivalry epitomized by the legendary battle between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Band at the Valley of the End, which represented the pinnacle of conflict between the two clans. Now, with the Senju clan in decline and the Uchiha clan forgotten, Tsunade had long ceased to care about their feud, which allowed Mikoto to sit harmoniously with her. After all, Mikoto was not one to dwell on such matters. However, why is that man still alive? Tsunade's emotions simmered, though she had calmed somewhat after being addressed. Uchiha Ban, who co-founded Konoha with my grandfather, then sought to destroy it, leading to the battle at the Valley of the End. Shortly thereafter, my grandfather passed away. Tsunade vividly recalled Mito's sorrowful expression, having lost her parents in the turmoil of war at a young age. Tsunade was raised by Mito. The Senju clan had sacrificed greatly for Konoha, yet now found themselves in this predicament. The root of it all was Uchiha Ban. Had he not instigated conflict, her grandfather would not have perished so swiftly, and Mito would not have been left heartbroken, nor would she now feel isolated and helpless. Had Hashirama not died so soon, what would Konoha look like today? Indeed, Yushu spoke slowly, drawing the attention of all present. He spoke with conviction, unafraid of the scrutiny of others. Uchiha Ban would not meet his demise for many years, eventually entrusting his will to a young boy who would come to be known as Uchiha Obito, who would plunge the entire ninja world into turmoil for the sake of a girl he loved. Is there any evidence? None, but I'm absolutely certain. How so? You could attribute it to intuition. Yushu and Jiraiya exchanged thoughts, with the others listening intently. Yushu's words carried a weight that momentarily stunned the group. I too believe Uchiha Ban still lives, Mikoto suddenly declared, drawing the attention of everyone. I understand the significance of the name Uchiha Ban, which is why I believe it. Furthermore, I do not wish for Uchiha Ban to bring misfortune to Konoha. I do not want to witness any more sorrow. Mikoto met Tsunade's gaze, articulating her thoughts with a pale countenance. Having taken the center stage in the conversation, unusual for her typically reserved nature. Oh dear, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Since my beloved students have voiced their opinions, there is no reason not to believe them. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. Why are you looking at me? I will assist. I won't allow that guy to continue his assault on Konoha. I will carry on the legacy my grandfather established. Tsunade retorted to Jiraiya. Then the question arises, who is the mysterious figure battling against the Uchiha? Is that individual the one who abducted Kushina last time? Jiraiya pondered aloud that I suspect it is more complex than that. Yushu interjected. The individual entered Konoha unnoticed, which speaks to their formidable strength. However, that person certainly cannot be acting alone. What makes you think so? Intuition. Yushu's statement rendered Jiraiya silent once more, while Minato, Kushina, and the others began to understand the reasoning behind their earlier decision not to share information with the proctor. Were we concealing information from the proctor out of suspicion? Kushina inquired. Indeed, that individual undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. As the proctor, he failed to rush to the scene promptly, instead waiting at the finish line, and his subordinates behaved similarly. Do not forget, he is also Umbu. Umbu operatives are unaware of each other's identities, only knowing code names, and must conceal their true appearances. Minato's eyes brightened. Thus, it is highly probable that he is an accomplice of Uchiha Ban or another individual. The delay in attending the scene was likely to mask Uchiha Ban's identity. Being Umbu, the art of disguise becomes significantly easier, perhaps even adopting the persona of an outsider. Minato continued to articulate his thoughts, revealing his reasoning. Yushu glanced at Minato, remaining silent, as his conjectures were likely on point. In this current period, the possibility is indeed substantial. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Following the Second Great Ninja War, tensions and conflicts among the ninja villages persist, fueled by the resentment of the defeated and the greed of the victors, leading to provocation. Are they aiming to ignite the Third Great Ninja War? Tsunade clenched her teeth. If the individuals who abducted Kushina were considered a faction, then the forces at play were not limited to just 2 or 3 parties. Mikoto chimed in, her mind sharp enough to discern certain truths. Meanwhile, Kushina gazed at everyone present, pondering why she was the only one left in the dark. Although not particularly fond of analytical thinking, she nonetheless grasped the situation. Konoha was facing an attack, beset by both internal and external strife. Shizen, do you not understand either? No, I'm listening attentively. I'll need to compile an intelligent summary later. Huh. Kushina whispered to Shizen. And indeed, she was the only one who remained utterly perplexed. Thus, what was meant to be a meal turned into a gathering of minds deliberating over matters that, of course, 2 individuals were exceptions, Tsukiki and Kushina. While the others engaged in serious discussions, Tsukiki, uninterested, moved the food outside to the yard, with Kushina following suit. Since plans were already in motion, Tsukiki felt no need to exert his mental faculties, for now. He preferred to enjoy his meal and take a moment to rest. By the way, aren't you the least bit concerned? Tsukiki asked, glancing at Kushina, who was also indulging in her meal. Concerned about what? Let's eat our fill first. Otherwise, the food will be disheartened. Well, that's not terrible. Tsukiki smiled. Moreover, Kushina looked at Tsukiki and then at the others in the living room. I trust you all, no matter what happens. I have faith. Tsukiki was momentarily taken aback, having not expected such a declaration from Kushina. Huh. Tsukiki chuckled. What are you laughing at? Oh, I just thought your child would surely resemble you. Honestly, you speak such nonsensical things. Kushina's round face flushed slightly as she muttered a small complaint. Kushina would not understand. Years later, after she had established a family and given birth to a spirited child, the most resilient in the ninja world, this child, if present, would undoubtedly mirror his mother, because both were blissfully Na'vi. The sunlight poured down, as it always had. As for my impression of Kazan, it still harks back to the DNF animation from many years ago, which was quite captivating. Specifically, I envision it as a deity capable of enhancing chakra properties, simultaneously being a sword spirit, thereby augmenting the Kusanagi sword. All settings derive from this narrative. I do not wish to replicate the plot verbatim. Hence, I have infused it with numerous original elements. As the story progresses towards Naruto's arc, I generally strive to remember to fill in the gaps I create. Should I forget? I hope for some understanding. Given the considerable undertaking this narrative represents, this book will reach at least 1 million words, and I am making every effort to ensure the characters align with the established settings that I also wish for the characters within this work to feel alive. Hoping my fanfiction truly embodies the nature of fanworks. Chapter 72. 1 minute, are you ready? Jiraiya's hand had nearly healed, and he appeared vibrant that a week had passed since the last incident. And news of Uchimadara had reached both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsukiki remained uncertain about the specifics of this situation. What lay before him now was a rather troublesome matter, the final segment of the CH9 exams, which may not unfold like the original narrative in the original plot. The final individual battles consisted of 2 rounds, a preliminary round and a final round, with a gap of a full month in between. This was due to the large number of participants, and this time, Tsukiki and his peers were not few, totaling 19 individuals, with 6 teams having successfully navigated the forest of death. All set, Minato affirmed. Jiraiya would soon lead them to the examination venue, which was said to be public, akin to the original where spectators would be present. The thought of this made Tsukiki uneasy that in the original. A catastrophic plan had been set in motion in Konoha. He could only wonder what would transpire this time. Let us get moving. May everyone become Nin. Jiraiya raised his fist, brimming with excitement. Oh! At this moment, it was inevitable for a sense of exhilaration to arise. Except for Tsukiki, he sensed that this exam would not be peaceful. His intuition and the system had already warned him. Several tasks remained uncompleted, indicating that everything had yet to commence. Tsukiki hoped fervently that Konoha would be well prepared, as there was little more he could do. He watched Jiraiya's retreating figure, leading them onward. Perverted sage, please be reliable this time. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. In terms of strength, he was still inferior to Jiraiya and could only rely more on others. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having seen Jiraiya and his group off, wore a notably serious expression. Shizun, are you prepared? Yes, Lady Tsunade. It seems many will require treatment. We must remain vigilant. Understood. Just as Jiraiya departed, Tsunade commenced her own preparations regarding the information on Uchiha Madara and the mysterious figure. Both she and Jiraiya had reported it individually to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, Hiruzen wasted no time in taking action. Subsequently, in a rather clever manner, the Umbu's organization